This is a world alive yet dead, a realm of unwavering faith that has crumbled, a place abundant with everything yet devoid of all. We yearn for redemption, we hope for descent, we are cold and unfeeling, we are passionately fervent, we are as formidable as deities, yet as humble as ants. To pause is to embrace hell. To move forward is still to embrace hell. Chapter 1. The Apocalypse. As Lin Chao awoke, an unsettling feeling enveloped him. The stench of decay that once permeated the air had vanished, leaving no trace of foulness. His breaths became effortless in this remarkably fresh atmosphere, so invigorating that it outshone even the class urban enclaves. Where am I? Lin Chaos' eyes flew open. Before him lay an unfamiliar room, spanning a mere dozen square meters. Although modest in size, the decor exuded opulence, featuring a vintage soft bed, energy-consuming chandelier, and computers that only genetic researchers could afford. The cleanliness of the room was almost absurd. There was no trace of blood or foul odors, nor even a speck of dust. Lin Chaos' memories lingered at the last moment of his previous life. Lin Chao was a survivor of the apocalypse, hailing from the year 167 of the Dark Era. Orphaned at a tender age, he was compelled to learn the art of hunting by the age of 6, battling against the decayed remnants of juvenile rodents to satiate his hunger, living in the shadowy recesses of the wilderness settlements. For an orphan, survival in the wild was a daunting challenge. Peers of his age perished in grim corners from starvation. Some were devoured by corpses while foraging for food, and theirs were captured by the savage denizens of the wasteland and turned into sustenance. In a mere span of 3 years, he ascended from the lowest tier of class evolvers to the esteemed rank of a class. At this moment, while tracking a rare class special corpse in the wilderness, he was poised to eliminate it when he encountered another awakened individual intent on seizing it. With little suspense, he found himself utterly powerless to escape, as a single claw struck him down, shattering him to pieces. He was merely 19 years old. Suddenly, a surge of unfamiliar fragmented memories flooded his mind, colliding violently with his own recollections, causing his head to throb painfully, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Who is this? Another Lin Chao? 19 years old, a freshman, living in 2017. Lin Chao felt a sense of bewilderment as he glanced down at his body, confirming the alignment with the fragmented memories. This was not the body of a class evolver, but that of the freshman Lin Chao. Same name, same age. One was a diligent and earnest student, while the other had survived as a class evolver for 19 years in a post-apocalyptic world. I have not perished, rather. I have taken possession of this person's body. Lin Chao marveled at the extraordinary turn of events as he found himself transported to the pre-dark era. A time devoid of mutants, corpses, and monsters. In this world, the most ferocious creatures were said to be unmutated lions and tigers, pathetically weak, easily felled by a mare. Humanity reigned supreme on Earth. In this era, people enjoyed 3 hearty meals each day, illuminated their nights with electric light, and bathed freely, all luxuries that were unattainable in the Dark Era. Is today December 21 SD? Lin Chao abruptly awakened from a beautiful dream. If memory serves correctly, disaster was set to strike that very night. After sunset, the world would succumb to an enduring and chaotic epoch of darkness. The origin of this catastrophe lay in a dreadful viral storm, a contagion that spread through the air at a velocity exceeding 36 times the speed of sound. In a mere instant, it would engulf the globe. A tenth of the world's population would be infected almost immediately, transforming into frenzied, flesh-eating corpses. Anyone bitten or touched by them would also succumb to the virus, becoming mindless, terrifying cadavers. Only half a day remained before the calamity. Yet, Lin Chao did not panic, rather, he swiftly composed himself. He recalled the words of knowledgeable elders who had said that the initial phase of the apocalypse would not be terrifying. The undead and monsters would possess only 2 to 3 times the strength and speed of ordinary humans. With his 3-level marksmanship and years of survival experience, he was confident that, with a modicum of caution, he could manage the impending chaos. The heavens have granted me a chance for rebirth. I shall seize it with utmost determination, Lin Chao silently vowed, contemplating his preparations. Once the disaster unfolded, The most crucial resource would be food. In times of famine, a single bag of instant noodles could command a human life. Lin Chao was acutely aware of the pangs of hunger when desperation reached a certain threshold. 1. Could resort to unspeakable acts. In addition to sustenance, weaponry was of paramount importance. Regrettably, the gun control here is excessively stringent, unlike in America, where one can easily find handgun store. On bustling streets. Of course, a firearm purchase permit is required to acquire a gun. Presently, hopes for a handgun are futile. However, if I could procure a long gun, or perhaps an axe or a knife, it would suffice. Lin Chao has practiced with weapons since childhood, not with handguns, but with a 9-foot-long spear. The ammunition for handguns has become prohibitively expensive in later times, and prior to any advancements, he struggled to secure basic necessities, let alone afford bullets. Thus, he was compelled to hone his skills with more economical cold weapons. Among the various cold weapons, his fervent passion lies with the spear. If he could acquire a long gun, his survival capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Without delay, Lin Chao donned his attire and ventured out. His wallet contained a bank card and several hundred yuan in cash, amounting to tens of thousands when fully utilized, enough to procure a substantial supply of food. Water was his foremost priority. Following the outbreak of the calamity, the water supply system of the plant had malfunctioned, and even those plants still operational were deemed unsafe. Who could ascertain what corpses lay submerged in the reservoirs? He approached a purified water company and purchased 20 barrels of clean water, subsequently noting a delivery address with his sister as the recipient. Lin Chao's parents were distinguished scientists who tragically perished in a disastrous experiment, leaving behind only 2-year-old him and his 80-year-old sister. His sister, too, was affected by that ill-fated experiment at the tender age of 8. Her growth ceased, and she has remained forever in the semblance of a child. He was raised by his sister, who took care of all his needs, including meals, laundry, and education. Fortunately, their parents left behind a considerable fortune, which spared the siblings from a life of dire straits. I have occupied your body to be reborn. I shall protect your sister, Lin Chao silently vowed. After purchasing water, he proceeded to acquire rice, along with various non-perishable vegetables and processed foods. Ultimately, he stocked up on copious amounts of candies, instant noodles, and chocolate foods that were not only filling but also rich in calories. After spending a significant amount of time, Lin Chao successfully gathered everything he needed and then turned his attention to weapons. He traversed a substantial portion of the city, but failed to find a long spear or a sharp battle knife. In the end, he had to settle for a sturdy iron rod. Additionally, he procured some throwing knives for practice. Apart from the spear, throwing knives were his forte as a child. He often used stones to strike decaying corpses. Later, as an evolved being, he crafted a set of throwing knives and honed his skills to an A1 level. Finally, he purchased a telescope and 2 maps, one of the city and the other of the nation. The significance of these items rivaled that of firearms in a post-apocalyptic world where electronic networks lay in ruins. Understanding the geographical landscape was of utmost importance. In the Binjiang community, before the entrance of Room 1 on the 16th floor of Building 9, several buckets of purified water were piled outside the door. Perched atop the buckets was a little girl in a black dress, appearing no older than 7 or 8. She had a chestnut ponytail and wore black rubber glasses. Her fair face was puffed up in indignation, and her petite frame resembled a powder keg on the verge of ignition. As the elevator doors slid open, Lin Chao immediately spotted her as sister, Lin Xiu. "Have you lost your mind?" Lin Xiu, clearly exasperated from waiting, rushed toward him with the swiftness of the wind, her youthful voice laced with indignation. "Why on earth did you buy so much water and rice? Are you expecting a famine? My space is utterly crammed." "Sis." Lin Chao scratched his nose, feeling a bit awkward as he addressed her in such a gentle tone. He had never spoken this way to anyone since he could remember. "What do you mean by sis? And how dare you speak so defiantly?" Lin Xiu puffed up her cheeks, glaring at him with indignation. Lin Chao couldn't help but chuckle internally. Was this truly her being fierce? He cleared his throat and softened his voice further, saying, "Sister, let's discuss this inside." "Oomph." Upon hearing his gentle tone, Lin Xiu's expression softened slightly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they sat at the dinner table. Lin Qiu's gaze swept over the overflowing rice and bottled water within the room, the veins on her forehead pulsating as she fixed her stare on Lin Chao. Could you possibly explain this? Lin Chao remained steadfast, avoiding her gaze. I can, but could you kindly set down that knife first? With a huff, Lin Qiu relinquished the kitchen knife from her grip, her little tiger teeth bared in defiance. If you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall freeze your bank card. Lin Chao mused that he had already spent all his money if it got frozen. So be it. Glancing at the setting sun, he sensed that calamity was imminent. With nothing to lose, he looked at her earnestly and asked, "What if I told you that the end of the world is nigh? Would you believe me?" Lin Qiu stared at him for 3 seconds, then seized the phone and dialed 3 digits. "Hello, is this 120? My brother is seriously ill." Lin Chao quickly snatched the phone from her grasp and hung up the call, helplessly saying, "In a few hours, you will understand that everything I said is true." Chapter 2. Violent killing. Lin Qiu let out a soft scoff and remarked, "You must have been deceived by unscrupulous merchants, my dear brother. In a few hours. When the apocalypse you speak of fails to materialize, remember this lesson, will you? Awaiting the end." Lin Chao silently prayed that his body would be resilient enough to resist infection. The speed at which the virus spread would engulf the city in the blink of an eye, leaving no time for people to react. The metropolis would descend into chaos, with all neon lights gradually losing their vibrancy, transforming into an eternally dark and cold ruin. Most of those initially infected would be the elderly, children, and those already suffering from ailments or chronic illnesses. Conversely, 90% of healthy young individuals would remain immune to the airborne virus. After all, its global spread would dilute its concentration countless times. The vaccines within the human body would be sufficient to withstand the weakened virus until adaptation occurred. The clock's hands moved slowly. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the neighborhood. Lin Chao opened his eyes, relieved to find no abnormalities within himself. He approached the window and peered down. There, he witnessed a middle-aged woman walking her dog. Her docile poodle suddenly exhibited a wild gaze, its fur standing on end like steel needles, as it lunged towards her with a ferocious howl. Initially, she assumed it was merely seeking affection, extending her arms to embrace it. However, her expression swiftly morphed into sheer terror as she realized her pet had sunk its teeth into her throat. Sharp, searing teeth pierced mercilessly into her throat, and she felt a scalding liquid cascade down her neck. In a state of sheer terror, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her pet cradled in her arms. Suddenly, a deafening thud echoed as her throat was severed, her head dropping like a mere plaything, while blood gushed forth in torrents, splattering the ground and adding a vivid scarlet hue to the night. A similar scene unfolded in other corners of the community. A young woman pushing a stroller was now violently attacking a male security guard at the entrance, her strength astonishing as she pinned him to the ground. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free until his life was extinguished. Meanwhile, in her stroller, an infant with bulging veins and a grotesque expression, sharp teeth protruding from the sides of its mouth, was attempting to crawl out. Chaos reigned, the world spiraling into utter turmoil. Lin Chao had anticipated this, and after casting a glance at the pandemonium outside, he hastily shut the window, drew the curtains, and dimmed the lights to evade the attention of the undead. Lin Qiu, hearing the cacophony of chaos, rushed over in a panic, urgently inquiring, "What is happening outside?" Upon seeing her unharmed and free from the virus, Lin Chao let out a sigh of relief and lifted a corner of the curtain, saying, "Look." Lin Qiu stole a glance and was instantly rendered speechless. The community is currently engulfed in chaos, with numerous individuals desperately seeking refuge. The pursuers, predominantly elderly residents out for evening strolls and children frolicking on the grass, have taken on a frenzied demeanor, snapping at anyone in their path. Their expressions are grotesque, eyes devoid of pupils and clouded, with skin resembling that of a toad, marred by numerous protruding nodules, a manifestation of toxins that their bodies can no longer expel. Outside the community, vehicles are overturned on the streets, with sparks igniting from the burning tires. Panic spreads as people scatter in all directions, amidst the cacophony of cries, shrieks, and roars. Lin Chao sighs softly, remarking, "I warned you, the apocalypse has arrived. These individuals have been infected by a virus, transforming them into ravenous corpses. Henceforth, we must battle against them to survive. Is the entire world in such disarray?" Lin Qiu's complexion pales at the thought. Lin Chao nods in affirmation, saying, If you doubt it, make a call to another city, and you shall see. Though Lin Xiu refrains from attempting a call, she has already come to believe Lin Chao's words. With uncertainty, she asks, Xiao Chao, how do you know all of this? Lin Chao clears his throat and replies, that is a long story. Just then, a series of loud knocks resound at the door, as if it might be forcefully breached. Lin Xiu instinctively steps back, anxious. Such a loud noise cannot be from our neighbors, could it be? Lin Chao frowned slightly, realizing that he had failed to seal the door's gaps with fabric, allowing the keenly sensitive corpses to detect the presence of humans within. He grasped the iron rod and approached the door. The resounding thuds and deep growls echoed from outside, intensifying as he drew near, as if the creatures beyond had caught the scent of his blood. Lin Xiu's face turned pale as she stammered, What? What are you going to do? Lin Chao, his expression grave, peered through the peephole. A decayed and grotesque visage loomed before him, blood dripping from its maw, unmistakably fresh from a recent attack. Sensing the absence of any other corpses nearby, Lin Chao felt a momentary relief. He swiftly retrieved the coffee table from in front of the sofa, maneuvering it behind the door to brace against the wall. Then, gripping the iron rod tightly, he gently disengaged the lock behind the door. With a thunderous crash, the security door burst open, slamming forcefully against the coffee table, which was propelled several feet backward before finally halting against the wall. The hideous, rotting corpse outside roared as it lunged forward, its sharp fangs dripping with saliva, ready to pounce on Lin Chao, when suddenly it stumbled. Its feet had been ensnared by the coffee table. Lin Chao understood that the primitive intellect of early-stage corpses was akin to that of an infant, driven solely by instinctual hunger, a fact he intended to exploit. Observing its fall over the coffee table, he immediately raised the iron rod high and brought it crashing down upon its skull. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike, the corpse attempted to rise. But each time it lifted its head, Lin Chao's iron rod would descend mercilessly, smashing it back down onto the coffee table, shattering the glass surface and leaving shards embedded in its forehead, mingling with blood and flesh. Roar! The decaying corpse seemed utterly oblivious to pain, its arms flailing erratically until it inadvertently brushed against Lin Chao's thigh. The immense force caused Lin Chao's body to sway momentarily, and the iron rod in his hand descended with great speed. With a resounding thud, the head of the corpse exploded, a grotesque mixture of red and white brain matter splattering across the floor, stark against the dull brown wood. As the head burst, the corpse finally began to cease its movements. After this, Lin Chao securely locked the door once more and procured some fabric to seal the gaps, preventing the wandering corpses from detecting the scent of living beings within. Lin Xiu, witnessing the door being locked again, spoke in a voice still laced with fear. Just now, that seemed to be Uncle Zhang from next door. How could he have transformed into this? It's just like those creatures in movies. Horrifying. Zombies. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the infected zombies portrayed in films are woefully feeble, akin to mere toys. Not only are their movements sluggish, but they also lack any capability for evolution and exhibit minimal intelligence. Their terrifying appearance is merely a product of exaggerated makeup intended to instill fear. In truth, as long as one disregards their grotesque exterior, they can be easily dispatched. However, reality is far more brutal. These genuine corpses possess strength and speed 3 times that of an ordinary human. Their bodily systems may be incapacitated, yet the virus acts as a stimulant, dramatically enhancing their bone and muscle structure. Once a common person is overwhelmed, escape becomes futile, leaving them to perish in agony. The distinction between intelligent and mindless corpses is profound. Why have we not been infected? Lin Xiu suddenly pondered this, her expression one of astonishment as she inquired. Lin Chao smiled and remarked, most of those infected are the elderly and children. Generally, young individuals possess robust immunity and are unlikely to succumb to the infection. Realizing this, Lin Xiu reflected, ever since I was affected by that experiment, my body's resistance has significantly increased. I hardly ever catch a cold or fall ill. Although my physique remains that of a child, my immunity rivals that of an adult. It was then that Lin Chao felt a sense of understanding. What shall we do now? Shall we await military rescue? Lin Xiu inquired, unable to contain herself. Meanwhile, the corpses had undergone another transformation. In the short term, the military was too preoccupied to attend to them. Lin Chao gazed into her eyes and declared, we can only rely on ourselves to survive. With this food supply, we can at least endure for 2 months. Chapter 3. Hunting the corrupted corpses relying on oneself, Lin Chao silently recited a phrase in her heart, resolutely clenching her small fists. Lin Chao approached the window, where the community and streets had been stained with vast patches of blood, resembling blooming roses, permeated with a nauseating stench. He observed the corrupted corpses in silence. The corpses of the future were terrifyingly powerful. They possessed peculiar abilities and the cunning of human intelligence, employing strategies and setting traps, rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. Initially, the corrupted corpses were rather simplistic, with numerous weaknesses. In their first infected state, these corpses lacked agility and intellect. Their retinas, ravaged by the virus, rendered their vision blurred, allowing them to discern only objects a few meters away. Their hearing was also quite limited, with some corpses being deaf, their eardrums corroded by decaying flesh. Furthermore, they harbored a distinct fear of light. In a state of severe dehydration, they instinctively fear heat. However, high temperatures can drive them away. Yet, if the scent of blood permeates the air, their primal urge to feed overrides their fear, compelling them to charge recklessly. Their fatal vulnerability lies within their cranium. Without a heart, they remain animate. As the circulatory system of a decaying body has perished, rendering the presence or absence of a heart inconsequential. The architecture of the brain, however, is far more intricate. Even if a majority of the brain cells are dead, as long as the nerve center persists, biological microwaves can still instigate responses. Thus, a shot to the head is the sole means of extermination. It is noteworthy that their sense of smell is extraordinarily acute, approximately tenfold that of humans, in exaggerated degree, akin to a fourth of a dog's olfactory prowess. A dog can track a target with meticulous sense, and unless the scent is eradicated, evasion is virtually impossible. This implies that any minor wound on your body will attract them like sharks to blood in the ocean. Aware of their weaknesses, Lin Chao possesses numerous strategies to confront them. However, he opts against nocturnal maneuvers. Firstly, these cadavers exhibit heightened activity at night, capable of locating the living without the aid of sight. Secondly, their speed at night surpasses that of the day by approximately one-third. Go to sleep, Lin Chao urged. Observing the worry etched on Lin Chao's face, Lin Chao widened her eyes and replied, "How can you possibly sleep? Time is of the essence." In an era long past, this statement bore little significance, yet in the apocalyptic present, its impact is immediate. Lin Chao, having survived as an orphan until the age of 19, owes his resilience to his profound understanding of the value of time from a young age. While others slumbered, he pondered the art of hunting the elusive corrupt-clawed juvenile mice. While others cowered in their abodes, paralyzed by the fear of monsters, he diligently honed his physical prowess. His skill with the flying knife was cultivated in childhood, as he practiced throwing stones to develop his foundational techniques. After his evolution, he unleashed his latent potential, mastering 2 sets of A-grade skills by the age of 19, an extraordinary feat in the annals of history. It was these 2 sets of combat skills that repeatedly enabled him to escape the jaws of monsters. Had it not been for a stroke of ill fortune in encountering a rare awakened being, he might have lived even longer. "I cannot sleep," Lin Chao lamented, feeling a sense of injustice. She had always believed her mental fortitude to be formidable. While other girls shrieked at the sight of a mouse, she found them endearing. While others trembled at the sight of a snake, she remained unfazed, fearing only those that bore venom. Others recoiled from corpses, yet she had studied anatomy in her medical courses at university, feeling an inexplicable thrill at the sight of blood and remains. However, the nature of the present moment was entirely different. This was the apocalypse. Just the thought of the familiar world she once knew being irrevocably lost. No more fast food restaurants. No companies, no schools, and a city deserted like a wasteland filled her with dread. The chilling notion of being alone in this desolate expanse, surrounded solely by a horde of ravenous monsters, sent shivers down her spine. Most importantly, with such a cacophony outside, how could one possibly find rest? Lin Chao couldn't help but smile faintly, realizing he had indeed put her in a difficult position. Most individuals, faced with such a predicament, would likely be rendered utterly flustered and unable to absorb anything around them. Yet, her ability to maintain her composure was truly commendable. Moreover, the cacophony outside, the cries and shouts, made it nearly impossible to find rest. If one was not inclined to sleep, perhaps engaging with the computer might serve as a distraction. The internet should still be operational, and it was likely abuzz with activity. Lin Chao remarked lightly. Lin Chao felt a spark of inspiration and nodded in agreement. After she exited the room, Lin Chao noted that it was still early, and given the tumult outside, Even if he forced himself into slumber, the quality would be poor. He grasped an iron rod and stepped onto the balcony to hone his marksmanship. With a decisive strike, he focused solely on perfecting this one technique. Given his current physicality, attempting to employ more advanced shooting skills would result in mere facades, lacking true lethality. For the initial wave of monsters and corpses, a single, powerful strike sufficed. Whoosh, whoosh. The iron rod sliced through the night air, producing a series of piercing sounds. When his left arm grew fatigued, he switched to his right. And when that too became weary, he returned to his left, continuing this regimen until well past midnight. Gradually, the grotesque howls of the undead diminished, and the neighborhood, along with the streets, became devoid of human figures, leaving only a few wandering corpses and those feasting upon the remains of humanity. With dismembered limbs reduced to mere white bones scattered about. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Lin Chao wiped himself down with a towel before deciding to retire for the night. This evening was destined to be anything but tranquil. The following day, as dawn broke, Lin Chao rose from his slumber. He cast a glance out the window at the desolate neighborhood. After a night had passed, the area and the streets were devoid of life, save for a few wandering corpses. These cadavers, ravaged by the virus overnight, had become grotesquely swollen, resembling putrid bodies that had been submerged in water for months, making it nearly impossible to discern their former appearances. Lin Chao made his way to the living room, seizing the opportunity while the city's power grid remained intact. He prepared a pot of congee, and after satisfying his hunger, he readied himself for a hunt. First, he armed himself. The iron rod was essential, followed by 3 throwing knives, which he tucked into the seams of his trousers, the weight perfectly balanced to avoid hindering his agility. Subsequently, he rolled some thin fashion magazines around his forearms and secured them tightly with adhesive tape, creating makeshift arm guards. In combat against the undead, the arms were particularly vulnerable. Even the slightest scratch could lead to infection, ultimately transforming him into one of the very corpses he sought to evade. Once prepared, Lin Chao noticed Lin Xiu was still asleep and chose not to disturb her. He left a note on the table, reassuring her not to worry, then grasped the iron rod and approached the security door. Bloodstains still marred the floor. Taking a deep breath, he unlatched the security chain and gently pulled the door open. A cool breeze swept in, infused with a pungent metallic scent of blood and a faint odor of decay. This familiar air prompted him to swiftly close the door behind him, isolating himself in another world. The stench of rot intensified, and he inhaled deeply, clutching the iron rod tightly as he surveyed the other 3 rooms around him. Each floor houses 4 families, and at this moment, 2 of the doors are tightly shut, while one door stands ajar. A significant amount of blood oozes from within, emanating from the residence of the decaying corpse that was slain yesterday. Lin Chao refrains from entering, as it is likely that no living soul remains inside. He proceeds down the corridor towards the 17th floor. Upon rounding the corner, Lin Chao hears a faint sound of swallowing, which pierces through the stillness of the corridor with alarming clarity. He leans over the banister to peer down, and immediately spots an elderly man seated on the stairs, his back turned to Lin Chao, shoulders trembling incessantly, as if in weeping. Lin Chao does not approach immediately. Instead, he observes from the side. To his horror, he sees that the old man is cradling a dismembered female corpse in his arms, the shuddering of his shoulders betraying the gruesome act of devouring the flesh. Suddenly, the old man lifts his head. The visage that meets Lin Chao is one of decay. The eyes are clouded, the skin is a mass of wrinkles and rot, and a significant portion of his face is smeared with blood, contorted in a grotesque snarl. With a piece of flesh still clutched in his mouth, Lin Chao maintains his composure, quickly scanning his surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of any additional corpses, he breathes a sigh of relief. With a ferocious roar, the elder discards the half-eaten body and lunges at Lin Chao, claws outstretched, invigorated by the thrill of the hunt. Lin Chao does not retreat. Instead, he leaps from the banister, propelling himself downward, his size 42 shoe crashing forcefully against the old man's decaying face, sending him sprawling backward. Despite the old man's strength being 3 times that of a human's, Lin Chao's momentum proves too formidable to withstand. In that fleeting moment of the fall, Lin Chao's iron rod descends with a fierce swiftness. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the object struck the skull. Remarkably, the cranium remained intact. He swung the club down once more, but by then, the decayed figure of the old man had risen from the ground, roaring as it lunged forward again. Lin Chao maintained an air of tranquility, swiftly retreating 2 steps. Suddenly, the old man's foot stumbled on the stair, causing him to topple forward and crash at Lin Chao's feet. This was the moment Lin Chao had been waiting for. He abruptly raised the iron rod, bringing it down with the force of a cleaver. The rod collided with the creature's skull. The weight of the iron combined with the velocity of the swing and the force of gravity delivered a blow potent enough to shatter a human skull. A resounding crack reverberated as the skull caved inward, leaving a distinct and deep impression. If it had been a living person, the pain would have been unbearable. Yet the creature remained devoid of sensation, continuing its sharp cries as it lunged forward. Lin Chao struck down again with the third blow, once more targeting the same spot. Boom! The entire skull exploded like a watermelon, crimson and white brain matter splattering everywhere. The old man's decayed hands finally ceased their movements, falling limply to the ground. Lin Chao swiftly crouched down, donning a prepared black plastic bag over his hand, then used a dagger to slice open the creature's chest. Chapter 4. Special Evolver. Beneath the rotting exterior, the entrails lay completely decayed, emanating a foul odor. Lin Chao's expression remained composed, his movements exceptionally deft as he quickly pried open the ribs, examining the decayed flesh surrounding the heart. Nothing. Lin Chao raised an eyebrow, using the dagger to extract the putrid flesh from the heart, yet he did not find the anticipated source of evolutionary energy. Evolved energy. The most precious substance within a decaying corpse is born from the transformation of the heart. It resembles a crystal, encased in a resilient membrane capable of withstanding the corrosive effects of viruses. The evolved energy within is a dark crimson hue, composed of a vast quantity of blood drawn from the entirety of the corpse, along with a small infusion of virus, encapsulating an extraordinary power that can replenish and enhance human cells. Should an ordinary individual consume it, they would swiftly ascend to the status of an evolved being. Upon becoming an evolved entity, one's strength, speed, and sensory perceptions, such as hearing and sight, would experience a remarkable augmentation, nearly doubling their capabilities, bringing them perilously close to the state of the corpse, while also imbuing them with immunity to viruses. Lin Chao's pursuit of hunting is driven by the desire to acquire evolved energy and attain the status of an evolved being, which serves as the bare minimum for survival in this apocalyptic landscape. He did not linger, instead seeking the next corpse. Not every corpse harbors evolved energy. Its emergence requires a confluence of numerous factors. Typically, 1 in every 3 corpses will yield one containing evolved energy. Upon reaching the 17th floor, Lin Chao noted that 2 of the 4 households had their doors ajar, one likely belonging to an elderly resident, while the other 2 remained firmly shut. Approaching one of the open doors, he gently pushed it, causing it to creak slowly ajar. The interior was a scene of chaos, with a shattered coffee table and patches of blood splattered across the floor, alongside a disarray of various items and broken porcelain bowls. Lin Chao held his breath, cautiously stepping inside. In the living room, an arm, gnawed down to the bone, lay abandoned on the ground, with blood trailing into the bedroom. Lin Chao noticed several blood-red shoe prints. Following the trail, he cautiously peered through the crack of the door leading to the bedroom. Inside, on a spacious bed, a woman lay with her back facing the door. A brief glance at her bare arm revealed fair skin, unmarred by decay. She was not a corpse. Sighing in relief, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. As he approached the woman, intending to assess any possibility of rescue, his pupils suddenly contracted. In her embrace, a head slowly rose. It was an infant, perhaps a few months old, just beginning to crawl, yet its entire body was grotesquely decomposed. The once tender flesh of the baby had become a mass of putrid, festering tissue, with veins bulging ominously beneath the skin, eyes rolled back, and a face smeared with blood. Sharp teeth had emerged from its mouth, which was gnawing on a piece of intestine. The woman's body lay flat on the bed, her abdomen hollowed out, intestines gruesomely pulled free. The infant's corpse emitted a piercing shriek, its underdeveloped vocal cords producing a sound as sharp as a wail, exceedingly grating to the ears. Lin Chao's iron rod thrust forth with sudden ferocity, crashing into its mouth. The tip of the rod shattered its jagged teeth, yet the creature, with a twisted visage, continued to bite down fiercely on the iron. Its decaying little arms flailed desperately, attempting to reach Lin Chao. With a steely gaze, Lin Chao withdrew the rod and swung it down, obliterating the infant's head in one swift motion. The undead infant posed no real threat. Had the woman not been so careless, she would not have met her demise at its hands, nor would her body have been devoured. Lin Chao coldly drew his throwing knife, slicing through the heart of the corpse, Yet his efforts proved fruitless. He did not linger. Instead, he promptly proceeded to search the next room. The longer he remained exposed, the more potent his scent would become, emanating through his pores and perspiration, thereby attracting the rotting corpses. Time was of the essence. Fortunately, each floor housed only 4 families, with at least one door firmly shut. Even if a corpse lingered within, it would be incapable of understanding the mechanism of the door. The remaining 3 households collectively harbored merely 3 or 4 corpses, comprised solely of the elderly and children. They would instinctively devour their relatives, leaving no time for them to succumb to the infection. Possessing a 3-level marksmanship, even without being an evolved being, Lin Chao could still eliminate these early-stage corpses. After all, they lacked intelligence and exhibited simplistic behavior, merely lunging at any moving entity with no finesse. And their sense of balance was woefully inadequate, rendering them unable to navigate around obstacles. This implied that even if one struck them with a stick, they would continue their advance. In some respects, this was indeed terrifying. However, if exploited correctly, it could be their fatal flaw. Before long, Lin Chao had cleared the 17th floor, having dispatched a total of 3 corpses, including an elderly individual and an infant, yet he had not acquired any evolutionary energy. He moved on to the 16th floor, where only one household had its door ajar, while the other 3 were tightly closed. This did not necessarily signify their survival. They might have been unable to escape before being fatally bitten by the nearby corpses. Outside the open door lay a severed head and skeletal remains. Beside the corpse, a decaying middle-aged body meandered, clad in casual home attire, stained with large patches of dried blood. Upon noticing Lin Chao, this decaying figure immediately roared and charged at him. Lin Chao's expression remained impassive as he gripped a metal rod, preparing to confront the creature. However, in the next moment, another corpse suddenly emerged from the ajar door. This time a woman with disheveled hair, her face marred by decay and grotesqueness. 2. A flicker of alarm surged within Lin Chao, prompting him to retreat. The 2 corpses moved with remarkable speed, arriving at the staircase in quick succession. Yet, like the elderly figure before them, they possessed no intelligence, lacking the ability to leap or navigate obstacles. In a rural setting, they would likely have tripped over the high threshold upon bursting through the door. The 2 corpses tumbled backwards onto the stairs, yet they persisted, stubbornly clawing at the ground as if unable to accept their demise. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chao opted for an offensive approach. Positioned advantageously, the prone corpses were unable to grasp his feet. As he retreated while striking, the 2 were swiftly dispatched. Lin Chao promptly began to excavate their hearts. Still, there was nothing. A frown creased Lin Chao's brow. His luck seemed exceedingly grim, adding to the previous day's encounter. He had slain a total of 6 corpses without acquiring any evolutionary energy. With no other choice, he resolutely continued his cleansing journey downwards. From the 15th floor to the 14th, and finally reaching the 13th floor, Lin Chao had eliminated a total of 15 corpses, yet without exception, none yielded evolutionary energy. Surely, even the most unfortunate of fates could not be so exaggerated. How could a dozen corpses fail to produce any evolutionary energy? Was it possible that the viral load within the early-stage corpses was insufficient to generate such energy? Lin Chao suspected this was highly probable. He chose not to continue his efforts to eliminate further corpses, even if he were to slay more of the undead. It was uncertain whether he would acquire any evolutionary energy. Had he surrendered? Certainly not. Aside from the option of defeating ordinary corpses to obtain evolutionary energy and become an evolver, 2 alternative paths remained. The first involved extracting the relatively intact genes from the less infected ordinary corpses and transplanting them into his own body. By harnessing the stimulation from these genes, he could potentially become a semi-evolver, thereby acquiring approximately double the physical strength and speed of an average individual, akin to possessing half the power of a full evolver. However, this path bore considerable risks. The genetic disparities among individuals were vast. While 1 or 2 transplants might be feasible, excessive attempts could lead to a collapse of his biological chain, resulting in genetic chaos and eventual disintegration, culminating in a catastrophic demise. Thus, Lin Chao had previously dismissed this approach. The second path entailed hunting specialized corpses. Beyond the ordinary undead, there existed a category of corpses whose strength and speed were roughly quintuple that of an average person. Even with Lin Chao's A3-level marksmanship, he would not dare to engage them directly, as the disparity was simply too immense. They could close the distance in the blink of an eye. eluding the ability of the retina to perceive them clearly, let alone evade their assault. Furthermore, specialized corpses possessed unique abilities. Some could survive even when their heads were obliterated, while others exhibited immunity to electricity, and some could breathe underwater. Within these specialized corpses lay an almost guaranteed source of evolutionary energy, and furthermore, it was of a special kind. Once one acquires the extraordinary energy for evolution, one transforms into a special evolver, possessing a physique far superior to that of an ordinary evolver, while also inheriting the unique abilities of corpses. These abilities strengthen with further evolution. In the later generations, every warrior who ranks among the top 100 in the world is invariably a special evolver. Various powers, when evolved to their utmost limits, undergo astonishing transformations. For instance, one might begin with mere immunity to lightning, only to later command it, harnessing the microcurrents within their body to generate formidable electrical energy for combat. The number of special corpses is exceedingly rare. It is said that among 10,000 ordinary corpses, only one may mutate into a special one. Lin Chao initially intended to become an ordinary evolver before hunting for special corpses, but it seems he must expedite his plans. With a crack, the door swung open, revealing Lin Chao, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. Upon opening the door, she seized Lin Chao's hand and attempted to bite him. Lin Chao did not evade. He allowed her petite mouth to nibble at him, feeling no pain. Her seemingly fierce actions were, in truth, quite gentle, leaving only faint teeth marks and saliva behind. "If you ever engage in such perilous behavior again, I shall not forgive you," Lin Chao declared, her eyes wide and fierce. Lin Chao smiled softly. Such antics were merely commonplace for him and hardly constituted danger, as he had meticulously planned every detail prior to his departure, rather than acting blindly. Chapter 5. The development of bombs. Seeing that Lin Chao was unharmed, Lin Chao refrained from further protest, huffing softly as she turned and retreated into the room. Lin Chao followed her inside, closing the door and locking it securely, continuing to seal the gaps with cloth. To hunt the peculiar undead, one must first locate them. In the future, there exists an instrument known as the biological detection wave, capable of sensing the brainwave patterns of the undead, thereby attracting them. The construction of this device is not particularly challenging, as it is quite an ordinary contraption, though it can only draw in the lower-tier undead, those devoid of instinct. Higher-tier undead, possessing human-like intelligence, would not fall for such a ruse. Lin Chao had previously acquired a technological chip from a relic, enabling him to easily fabricate such simple devices. He first gathered various electronic devices, such as computers and mobile phones, from the unoccupied rooms below, dismantling them entirely, and then selecting useful components for soldering and assembly. After several hours of labor, a rudimentary version of the biological detector was successfully created. Adjusting the fluctuation rate to 100. It should be capable of attracting the special undead, as ordinary undead would be entirely oblivious to such high frequencies and thus would not be drawn in. The biological detector functions akin to a resonator, inciting a microresonance in the brainwaves of the special undead, while the brainwaves of ordinary undead fall outside this frequency, rendering them impervious to attraction. The fabrication of the detector was merely the initial step. Lin Chao approached the window, employing a telescope to select a suitable terrain. Once the special undead were lured, direct confrontation was out of the question, as the two parties were not on the same physical plane. Thus, he could only resort to traps for elimination. There are various types of traps. Digging a pit, which is the simplest form of hunting trap. However, lacking a shovel and the strength to excavate a deep pit, this option was promptly dismissed. Another method involves rolling stones, where heavy objects are suspended from a height to strike down. Unfortunately, there was no suitable terrain nearby, and he was unable to move a stone weighing over 100 pounds. What about food poisoning? Equally ineffective, they are but toxic corpses. Lin Chao opted for a bomb trap. His proficiency in bomb making is rated as B level, which in contemporary terms qualifies him as a bomb expert. Crafting miniature explosives from a strand of hair and chewing gum is child's play, especially with an abundance of superior materials at hand, such as gasoline from the vehicles in the neighborhood, natural gas from the pipelines, heavy metal powders, and other resources capable of inciting explosions. After thoroughly contemplating his combat strategy and ensuring no detail was overlooked, Lin Chao, having had his lunch, promptly set out to obliterate the peculiar corrupted corpses. Ordinary miniature bombs would prove futile. Only the explosions generated from fuel could yield sufficient lethality. Lin Chao descended directly in the elevator, It was merely the second day since the calamity had struck, and the city's electrical grid and various systems continued to operate. These mechanisms generally do not require human intervention, needing only occasional maintenance, as they are the fruits of human ingenuity. Unless faced with a high-level earthquake or similar disaster, incapacitation is not easily achieved. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Chao was prepared for battle, yet found no trapped corpses within, only a few dried pools of blood and a severed female arm. Without delay, Lin Chao stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the -1 floor, heading toward the underground parking lot. The enclosed elevator was eerily silent and frigid, permeated only by the stench of decay and a nauseating metallic odor, the heavy air creating an oppressive atmosphere. The red numbers counted down slowly, 18, 17, 16, descending layer by layer, until finally halting at -1, at which point the elevator doors opened with a chime. Lin Chao tightened his grip on the iron rod, his gaze fixed intently on the slowly opening elevator doors. What lay before him was the desolate underground parking lot, where a dozen vehicles of various hues were parked, interspersed with pools of dark blood, scattered wallets, car keys, high heels, and other disarrayed items. No corpses in sight. A sigh of relief escaped Lin Chao's lips. Yet he remained vigilant. Utilizing the faint illumination of the parking lot, he stealthily approached a black Land Rover, preparing to siphon fuel with the water bottle he had brought along. Suddenly, a faint sound of friction reached his ears. The noise emanated from behind him. A corpse. A jolt of alarm coursed through Lin Chao's mind as he promptly inserted a transparent hose into the fuel tank, swiftly sucking on it. Just as gasoline began to flow through the tube towards his mouth, he quickly redirected the hose into the water bottle, lowering it to allow the gasoline to gush into the container. At that moment, the female corpse had caught the scent of Lin Chao's presence. Lunging towards him with outstretched claws, her face partially obscured by disheveled hair, revealing patches of decaying skin. Lin Chao remained unfazed. He gently placed the water bottle on the ground and deftly vaulted onto the roof of the Land Rover, iron rod in hand, seizing the advantageous position. The fashionably attired female corpse lunged at him with ferocity, her body colliding with the vehicle as she desperately attempted to ram her head against it. Reaching for Lin Chao's feet with outstretched arms, Lin Chao stepped back 2 paces, ensuring her arms could not reach him, and swung the iron rod down with force. Bang! The rod struck her skull, eliciting a frenzied roar as she relentlessly battered the vehicle, seemingly intent on overturning it. In truth, a mere detour would suffice, however. Its intelligence is exceedingly low. Lin Chao did not toy with it, but rather swiftly dispatched it with a few strikes. Should other zombies be attracted, the combined strength of 2 corpses could easily overturn the Land Rover. Although he managed to eliminate this female zombie, her shrill cries had already alerted the other undead in the parking area. One by one, the grotesque figures emerged from behind the vehicles, snarling and charging towards him. There were indeed 7 or 8 of them. Lin Chao's expression shifted, and he quickly leapt from the vehicle, seizing a nearly full bottle of gasoline and sprinting away. Given the proximity of the Land Rover to the elevator, he soon found himself at the elevator doors, hastily pressing the button for the 18th floor. The doors began to close slowly, their pace agonizingly sluggish. At that moment, the 7 or 8 zombies were already rushing towards him with ferocious roars. The doors had barely closed halfway. If even one of the corpses managed to grasp the door, it would swing open once more. In the confined space of the elevator, with a horde of zombies surging forth, Lin Chao, regardless of his agility, would be overwhelmed and consumed. Hurry! Panic surged within Lin Chao as he watched the foremost zombie lunging forward. At its speed, it would undoubtedly breach the elevator before the doors fully shut. His palms were slick with cold sweat. Steady your breath. Strike! The throwing knife was suddenly hurled forth like a flash of white lightning. Thud! The blade plunged directly into the eye socket of the leading zombie, piercing its eyeball and embedding itself to the hilt. Though this strike did not slay it, it struck the central nervous system, causing the zombie to stagger momentarily before collapsing. The second corpse stumbled slightly, but quickly regained control, its grotesque visage illuminated by a bloodthirsty gleam as it lunged forward. Lin Chao grasped the second throwing knife, inhaled deeply, and released. The knife shot forth abruptly, piercing accurately into its eye socket, causing the second corpse to collapse once more at the elevator doors. With the 2 corpses now fallen, the elevator doors finally began to close slowly. Lin Chao exhaled in relief. He had narrowly escaped death, his body drenched in cold sweat. Upon returning to the 18th floor, Lin Chao immediately set about constructing a bomb. After a night of meticulous work, the device was finally completed. Roughly the size of a fist, wrapped in oil-soaked paper and secured with strands of hair from the corpses, then placed inside a Jinlongju oil canister. The following day, at the break of dawn, Lin Chao had his breakfast and promptly set out. Before leaving, he donned plastic gloves and severed some decaying flesh from the corpse at the entrance. He then proceeded to the kitchen, where he mashed it into a putrid paste in the sink, adding a mixture of pungent spices such as pepper and chili powder. He sprinkled it over himself and his hair. Finally, he smeared the repugnant paste of rotting flesh across the surface of his clothing, his chest, back, and legs. With the outer layer of clothing providing a barrier, he was not overly concerned about any slight seepage contaminating his skin. The corpses possessed an acute sense of smell, capable of detecting human sweat. Thus, masking his scent with these vile odors would significantly diminish the range of his own scent dispersal. Chapter 6. The Golden Hound this time. The location for planting the bomb is not within the residential area, but rather on the opposite street. The perils along this path are formidable. One must remain vigilant against not only decaying corpses, but also other sources of danger, such as mutated rats infected by a virus. Although the initial rats possess little strength, they carry a virulent strain that can easily infect anyone who comes into contact with them. Additionally, there are various domesticated pets, cats, dogs, and even pet snakes, each vulnerable to the same infection. All creatures afflicted by the virus share a common trait. Regardless of their previous docility, they transform into ferocious carnivorous beings. They will consume corpses, and equally, they will prey on humans. In the future, corpses will merely be the primary targets for most evolved beings. While these mutated creatures can only be dealt with by those who have awakened their powers. Consider, for instance, the remarkable olfactory senses of an ordinary dog, which are 40 times more acute than those of a human. Should it undergo further evolution, the potential for destruction would be immense. Similarly, evolved snakes possess infrared vision, allowing them to detect prey from miles away, rendering any attempt at concealment futile unless one carries an electronic heat shield. Furthermore, the exaggerated leaping ability of rabbits enables them to surmount any wall. While bats utilize ultrasonic detection, there are countless terrifying capabilities among these mutated creatures. All mutated beasts are formidable and troublesome, particularly those that exhibit pack behavior, which can lead to catastrophic outcomes. Even bases fortified by relic energy shields cannot withstand the onslaught of a beast tide. In the early stages, an unaltered body can easily fall victim to a mere mutated rat. Although rodents are unlikely to be found in this upscale community, pets such as cats and dogs are quite prevalent. As for the choice of the street across the way, the rationale is straightforward. The olfactory sensitivity of special decomposing corpses is threefold that of ordinary ones. If a bomb were to be planted within the community, its proximity would allow the other survivors' scents to be detected, prompting the corpses to evade the bomb in favor of pursuing their prey. Therefore, an open location is the only viable option. Descending the corridor, Lin Chao swiftly reached the 13th floor, which had already been cleared of corpses. The wandering undead below were incapable of ascending the stairs, rendering this area a safe haven. Lin Chao then commenced his cleansing of the 12th floor. Had it not been for the potential congregation of numerous corpses on the first floor, he would have taken the elevator directly down. By sunset, he had successfully reached the 7th floor, encountering no more than 4 corpses per level. Utilizing the advantage of the staircase, he dispatched them with relative ease. 2 days later, Lin Chao managed to clear a path to the first floor. As he had anticipated, a significant number of corpses roamed here, and the air was thick with the stench of decay. In this miasma, the scent of the living was akin to a beacon, strikingly noticeable. However, the pungent aroma of pepper he had sprinkled upon himself, combined with the odor of decaying flesh clinging to his clothing, effectively masked his own scent. At times, the heightened olfactory acuity of the undead inadvertently became a weakness against them. Despite this, Lin Chao remained vigilant, fully aware that being too close to the decaying corpses would render him detectable by the subtle bioelectrical signals emanating from their brains. Thus, any fanciful attempts to disguise oneself as one of these corpses, in hopes of deceiving their gaze, were utterly futile. Such an endeavor was merely self-delusion. One could hardly expect these beings, driven solely by instinct, to discern whether he was human or one of their own kind merely by sight. Lin Chao endeavored to maintain a safe distance from the sensory range of the corpses, ideally around 3 meters or more for added safety. although their visual acuity extended to approximately 10 meters. Once within that proximity, they could vaguely perceive his silhouette. However, they did not rely solely on vision. Should they catch sight of him without detecting the scent of humanity, they would simply disregard him. Nonetheless, the corpses were drawn to sound, compelling Lin Chao to minimize any noise made during his movements. Given their dulled hearing, even the faintest of footsteps would likely evade their notice. Navigating past the roving corpses, Lin Chao occasionally encountered clusters so dense that he resorted to using prepared small components to strike the opposite side of an elevator door, employing a diversionary tactic to draw them away. This ruse could ensnare even the cleverest of humans, let alone these beings of infantile intellect. Observing several wandering corpses being lured away, Lin Chao quickly tiptoed forward, soon arriving at the door. He gently pulled open the iron gate, striving to make not a single sound. At last, he had reached the confines of the community. The air outside was somewhat fresher, the putrid odor significantly diluted, merely unpleasant rather than suffocating, unlike the stifling atmosphere of the first floor, where the air was thick enough to hinder one's breath. Lin Chao had previously scouted the surrounding environment, selecting a path with the least number of corpses. He soon passed the security booth at the entrance of the community and emerged onto the desolate street. The empty thoroughfare was littered with wrecked vehicles, scattered haphazardly, and the large patches of dried blood had turned a deep, dark hue, failing to attract the attention of the cadavers. Wandering corpses drifted like phantoms along the street, where remnants of humanity's limbs lay strewn about, most reduced to stark white bones, with only a smattering of flesh and blood. Some corpses were so mangled that their features were unrecognizable. From their attire, it was evident that they represented a diverse array of individuals: ordinary young people, fashionable and elegant ladies, and impeccably dressed professionals, among others. Yet now, they lay cold on the pavement, their eyes wide open in death, harboring the last vestiges of despair and terror within their lifeless gazes. The warm sunlight bathed the street, yet it offered no comfort, only an unrelenting chill. Lin Chao stepped over the head of a striking woman, resolutely continuing his advance. Occasionally, as he passed by the wrecked vehicles, he glimpsed the chaos within. Some were reduced to mere skeletal remains, while others contained trapped corpses, ensnared by seat belts, oblivious to the means of release. The seat belts, with a tensile strength of 400 kilograms, rendered them utterly powerless to escape, especially in their contorted positions, which allowed for little exertion of force. Even a frail woman could rely on a long stick or similar object to pierce through them. However, the streets were littered with an overwhelming number of corpses, and dispatching them would create a considerable commotion, attracting a multitude of the undead. Lin Chao cautiously navigated along the wall, and as he passed by several vehicles, the corpses within sensed his presence as a non-kindred spirit. They immediately turned their grotesque heads, struggling to claw their way out, yet their bodies were ensnared by seatbelts, rendering them incapable of standing. They could only frantically batter against the windows until the glass shattered, heedless of the bloodied wounds inflicted by the shards. Their mouths agape like vengeful spirits. As Lin Chao approached a red vehicle, an unexpected low growl emanated from beneath it. Suddenly, a hand grasped his leg with a ferocious grip, its fingers like steel rods, squeezing his ankle as if to shatter it. Startled, Lin Chao glanced down to find a decaying female hand. Behind it, a grotesque head emerged from beneath the vehicle. Disheveled and resembling a demon awakened from the depths of hell, gnashing its sharp teeth as it lunged towards his pant leg. Lin Chao furrowed his brow, astonished to discover a corpse lurking beneath the vehicle. The body bore several bite marks and dried bloodstains, likely the result of being infected by the initial wave of undead, seeking refuge beneath the car to survive, only to succumb to the invading virus and become one of the mindless. Gripping the iron rod tightly, he forcefully brought it down upon the head. With a resounding thud, the head that had risen from the tire was crushed before it could sink its teeth into him. Lin Chao swung the iron rod mercilessly, continuing to strike with unrelenting force. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless strikes of several iron rods descended upon the corpse. Though the decaying body was impervious to pain and relentlessly attempted to bite at his leg, the force of the iron rods twisted its head grotesquely, rendering it incapable of reaching him until its skull was ultimately shattered. After swiftly dispatching this undead creature, Lin Chao promptly departed the scene, keen to avoid attracting the attention of any nearby corpses drawn by the noise. Minutes later, Lin Chao arrived at the heart of the street, which was strewn with wrecked vehicles. He selected a black SUV, unceremoniously disposing of the human remains from the driver's seat onto the ground, and placed the biological detector in its stead. Next, he positioned a barrel bomb beside the driver's seat. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Lin Chao's pupils constricted with alarm. Emerging from the corner of a nearby building was a large, golden-hued dog, its coat matted with blood. It had evidently caught a whiff of Lin Chao's scent. Its nostrils flared as its predatory gaze fixated upon him. A golden hound. Panic surged through Lin Chao. He had spent days observing the vicinity, completely unaware of the presence of such a formidable mutated beast. Flee. He felt no inclination to fight, immediately bolting away. Fortunately, he was close to his building while the golden hound lingered at the corner of the street. He hoped to reach the entrance before it could pursue him. With the iron gate serving as a barricade, he believed he might be safe. However, reality proved to be merciless. Just as Lin Chao approached the door, the golden hound charged forth, closing the distance of roughly 10 meters in the blink of an eye. In a desperate attempt to slow its advance, Lin Chao hurled the iron rod backward. However, a scene unfolded that left him utterly astounded. Upon witnessing the iron rod soaring through the air, the golden retriever unexpectedly abandoned him and dashed towards the rod. Yet, after pursuing it for only a few paces, it halted, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed menacingly on Lin Chao, baring its teeth before charging back. Chapter 7. The Danger Species. At that moment, Lin Chao seized a fleeting opportunity and made his way to the entrance on the ground floor. He swiftly pressed the sensing key against the door, and the lock clicked open instantly. Just as Lin Chao stepped inside, the enraged golden retriever lunged at him, crashing against the door with a tremendous impact that immediately stirred the corpses on the first floor, which began to shuffle towards him. Lin Chao hurriedly distanced himself from the entrance to avoid detection by the approaching corpses. Outside, the golden retriever barked and howled, relentlessly battering the iron door, effectively drawing the corpses to its side. The scent of its flesh excited the undead, inciting them to roar with fervor as they violently slammed against the door. Under the force of 7 or 8 corpses, the security door teetered precariously. The welded frames soon began to tremble, and white plaster crumbled away. Seeing that the door was on the verge of collapse, Lin Chao stealthily slipped behind the corpses and entered the elevator. Let the slaughter commence, he thought with a sense of grim satisfaction. Even a golden tier mutated beast could hardly withstand these insensate cadavers, especially considering it was still in its juvenile form, merely a young golden beast. Around the vehicles, ordinary corpses wandered aimlessly, yet there were no special ones in sight. Lin Chao was not in a hurry. Special corpses were exceedingly rare. The biowave detector had a range of 30 miles, and within that distance, there were at least tens of thousands of corpses. Surely, he would encounter a special one eventually. Given the speed of signal transmission, it would take no more than 2 days to extend to that 30-mile radius. Lin Chao felt quite at ease, already prepared to wait for 2 days. Moreover, with a golden retriever blocking the entrance below, even if a special corpse were to appear, he would be unable to venture outside. All he could do was wait. Exhausted from training, he pondered ways to eliminate the corpses. His daily life revolved around these 2 pursuits, consuming all his time and thoughts. Unlike individuals from the bygone era, who had to juggle work, social engagements, friendships, and leisure activities such as movies and games, he found little opportunity to reflect on his life beyond the hours dedicated to sleep. At night, Lin Chao would occasionally gaze through his binoculars. The bomb he had set was remote-controlled rather than self-detonating, as the latter could lead to accidental explosions. Thus, he chose to oversee the operation personally, vigilantly awaiting for 24 hours without rest. With his unwavering willpower, he could go 3 days and nights without sleep, without so much as a blink. The remote switch was a modified mobile phone, reprogrammed by him to serve a singular purpose, to activate the bomb. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During this time, Lin Chao had not closed his eyes for even a moment, remaining at the window, anticipating the arrival of the special corpse, yet it did not appear as expected. Lin Chao maintained his composure and continued to wait. 3 more days elapsed. Lin Chao blinked his dark, panda-like eyes, his face etched with exhaustion. After 5 consecutive days and nights without sleep, he was beginning to feel the toll. During the day, he lacked the strength to exercise, struggling merely to stay awake. Could it be that the detector had malfunctioned? Lin Chao pondered, a hint of confusion flickering across his mind. As the sun traversed the sky, noon approached, and Lin Chao habitually carried his meal to the window. While eating, he glanced outside at the black SUV. Lowering his head to pick at his food, he casually raised his eyes for a fleeting moment, harboring no particular expectations. To his astonishment, he noticed a figure atop the vehicle, compelling him to focus intently. The posture was peculiar, and the grotesque appearance suggested it was not merely a special corpse or something of the sort. Lin Chao's pupils dilated as a dreadful name from a distant past surged to his mind. With a mix of disbelief and urgency, he set down his bowl and chopsticks. Swiftly grabbing the binoculars beside him, peering through the transparent lenses, he clearly discerned the full visage of that entity. Indeed, it was it, truly it. Lin Chao's face was a canvas of shock, grappling with the incredibility of his situation. After 5 interminable days and nights of waiting, he had not encountered a special corpse, but rather a creature of peril. In later epochs, these dangerous species were regarded as nightmarish entities, their numbers exceedingly scarce, with perhaps only a few scattered across the globe. Each dangerous species in the realm of corpses was a terrifying, dominion-level presence. Even awakened beings stood as mere prey in their formidable presence. Dangerous species were a type of corpse, emerging under exceedingly stringent conditions. If one special corpse could arise from 10,000 corpses, then from 10,000 special corpses, only a singular dangerous species might emerge. The dangerous species is formed by a genetic mutation of a peculiar corpse, retaining the extraordinary abilities of the original entity while also mutating to develop a second unique power. The evolutionary energy within them is referred to as multiple evolutionary energy, a coveted prize for any evolutionist. It is said that among the world's top 100 and later generations, only 3 individuals have achieved the status of multiple evolutionists, possessing 2 distinct abilities. This phenomenon is not merely a simple addition. The amalgamation of these 2 special abilities unleashes a force of catastrophic proportions. On the rooftop of the vehicle lies this dangerous specimen, reminiscent of a creature born from an amalgamation of various forms. Its head retains a semblance of humanity, while the rest of its body is cloaked in a dense layer of greenish-blue scales, glistening with a cold, hard sheen under the sun. The creature sprawls across the car's roof like a desert lizard, its limbs having evolved into sharp, claw-like appendages that gently tap against the metal surface. Lin Chao grips the modified bomb remote in his hand, weighing the decision to detonate or refrain. If the bomb's destructive capacity were formidable enough, he would have pressed the button without hesitation. However, his prior calculations were solely aimed at incapacitating the peculiar corpse, thus the explosive force was calibrated only to paralyze it, incapable of obliterating the body entirely. For if the explosive power were set too high, it would annihilate the evolutionary energy within, rendering his efforts futile. The formidable defense of this dangerous species is evident, as one can easily surmise the strength of its scales. Should the bomb fail to eliminate it and instead provoke its wrath, Lin Chao realizes that merely using a towel to block the door's gap would not suffice to evade the creature's detection. He hesitates for 3 seconds. At last, he resolutely pressed the ignition. He was determined to challenge the terrifying reputation of this early-stage danger species. The moment he activated it, a tremendous roar erupted from the street outside the community, as the black SUV exploded with a thunderous blast. The danger species, which had been perplexedly pounding on the windows, was suddenly hurled into the air. The entire vehicle was engulfed in flames. Lin Chao quickly focused his binoculars on the danger species, observing it being propelled 2 or 3 meters into the air before crashing heavily onto the road. Minute streaks of blood seeped from its scaled back, yet it appeared to suffer only minor shock. All its limbs remained intact. It was far from paralysis, let alone serious injury. Lin Chao's heart sank. Chapter 8. The Energy of Multiple Evolutions. Just as Lin Chao prepared to lower his binoculars to contemplate how to evade the potential counterattack from the danger species, he suddenly noticed the ground beneath it rapidly stained crimson, a pool of fresh blood flowing from its body. Lin Chao paused for a moment, immediately abandoning his plan to flee, and resumed his observation. He saw the danger species sprawled on the street, continuously wailing in agony, its shrill cries piercing the air as it slowly crawled forward, leaving a vivid trail of blood in its wake. Lin Chao quickly deduced that it must have sustained severe injuries beneath its abdomen, which was promising news. He refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to wait. A skilled hunter must possess ample patience, biding their time until the prey exhausts itself in the snare, marking the moment to strike. After losing considerable blood, the danger species moved sluggishly, appearing somewhat listless. At that moment, a golden shadow suddenly sprang forth from the entrance of the community, leaping onto a vehicle in front of the dangerous creature, gazing down upon it with an imposing presence. Lin Chao was taken aback. This golden apparition was none other than the golden retriever. Lin Chao quickly comprehended that it had been lured by the pungent scent of blood emanating from the perilous being. Evidently perceiving it as prey, were the dangerous creature at its peak, even 10 golden retrievers would be no match. But at this juncture, the creature was gravely injured. Should it falter against the golden retriever and fall victim to its assault, the immense viral nutrients within its body would undoubtedly catalyze the golden retriever's second evolution. A juvenile golden retriever that has undergone secondary growth possesses lethal capabilities comparable to that of a dangerous creature. Lin Chao promptly donned a magazine arm guard, arming himself and preparing for action, resolute in preventing a mere dog from seizing the fruits of his arduous labor. Despite its bloodthirsty nature, the golden retriever instinctively sensed that this dangerous creature was unlike ordinary prey. It refrained from launching an immediate attack, instead cautiously circling around the creature, meticulously assessing and selecting the optimal angle for an offensive strike. The dangerous creature, too, felt the looming threat, baring its teeth in a furious snarl, seemingly attempting to intimidate the golden retriever. This dangerous entity was a reanimated corpse of secondary metamorphosis, having undergone the decay of its human anatomical systems, which subsequently regenerated into new organs, better suited to its form and significantly more powerful. Thus, it differed from mere carrion. It possessed not only the sensations of pain and taste, but also birthed a new consciousness within its brain, much like the second persona that emerges within a human. This entity, upon its inception, is governed by primal instincts. It is only after numerous evolutions that it attains an intellect nearly indistinguishable from that of humanity. The golden dog, astutely aware of its surroundings, circled the perilous creature without launching an attack, biding its time until the foe was thoroughly weakened. The dangerous being, filled with anxiety, let out a series of futile roars. Eventually, in a fit of rage, it opted to strike first. Beneath its human visage, it unleashed a sharp, serpentine tongue and suddenly lunged forward. The golden dog swiftly leaped back, creating a bit of distance and evading the formidable assault. As it landed, the golden dog summoned its strength and counterattacked with fervor. With a fierce growl, it sank its teeth into the creature's neck. However, the dangerous being exhibited remarkable agility, dodging the attack with a slight tilt of its head, then raised its forelimb to strike the golden dog with great force. The impact sent the golden dog crashing against the window of a nearby car, shattering the glass into a myriad of fragments. With a furious roar, the golden dog sprang from the wreckage and lunged once more at its adversary. The perilous creature, undeterred, raised its forelimb again, delivering another powerful blow to the golden dog's midsection, sending it hurtling away. In terms of both strength and speed, the two were worlds apart. This fledgling golden dog, possessing only a marginal advantage over a special undead, was vastly outmatched by the dangerous creature. Had the latter not been injured, a single encounter would have sufficed to bring the golden dog down for the kill. Lin Chao peered through the telescope at the unfolding scene. As the dangerous creature lifted its forelimb, he immediately discerned a sharp steel object embedded in its underbelly, from which a steady stream of blood flowed. With every movement, blood would spurt forth from the wound. Lin Chao exhaled in relief. This was a vital spot. No wonder the creature moved so sluggishly. Each step it took caused the steel to scrape against the ground, exacerbating its internal injury, an excruciating agony it was loath to endure. The golden hound, having been thrown off twice, finally learned its lesson. Rising to its feet and shaking off its fur, its bloodthirsty gaze remained fixed on the dangerous creature. Yet it refrained from advancing, instead circling warily around it. However, the creature was unwilling to grant it any respite. The human woman's face contorted in a feral snarl as she lunged forward once more. This time, the golden hound chose not to engage but turned and fled. The creature gave chase for a few strides before halting, the violent friction causing the steel in its belly to churn its insides mercilessly, inflicting pain that was nearly unbearable. Lin Chao observed with a peculiar expression. The golden hound's intelligence appeared far from dull, as it seemed to grasp the concept of attrition, clearly having figured out the creature's weaknesses. As time passed, after several minutes, the flow of blood from the creature's belly dwindled to a trickle. The street bore witness to the crimson stain of its lifeblood, while the creature lay weakened, barely clinging to consciousness, having lost even the strength to roar. It allowed the Golden Hound to feign attacks several times without response. After testing the waters repeatedly, the Golden Hound sensed the opportune moment and bared its fangs, letting out a low growl as it lunged forward. With its sharp fangs, it could easily sever the throat of a perilous creature, decapitating it with a single bite. Lin Chao felt a tightening in his chest, immediately preparing to descend and seize the precious multi-evolution energy. Such a valuable possession must not fall into the jaws of a mere dog. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The nearly unconscious perilous creature suddenly surged upward, emitting a piercing scream from its grotesquely contorted mouth. It raised its forelimbs, viciously tearing at the body of the golden dog. Startled by its ferocity, the golden dog instinctively recoiled, yet the force of the attack was too overwhelming to retreat from, and it was swiftly caught by the perilous creature's claws. With a resounding thud, the golden dog was sent flying, a tuft of its golden fur tearing away to reveal 3 crimson claw marks, exposing raw flesh beneath. The golden dog howled in agony, rolling onto the road, and upon seeing the perilous creature give chase, it fled in terror. Once the golden dog had retreated, the perilous creature halted, once again collapsing to the ground, blood oozing from its abdominal wounds. Witnessing this dramatic turn of events, Lin Chao was left astounded. He had initially underestimated the cunning of the golden dog, yet he had not anticipated that this perilous creature possessed a similar level of intelligence, capable of ambush and subterfuge. Had it not been for its waning strength, that lethal strike might have extracted the dog's very entrails. Observing the perilous creature, now feebly sprawled on the ground, Lin Chao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately clenched his teeth, grasped a metal rod, and stepped out, armed with extra gasoline. He swiftly descended to the ground floor via the elevator. As the doors opened, Lin Chao was met with the sight of the building's entrance having been forcefully breached, lying askew on the steps, a gruesome scene marred by pools of blood. A couple of decaying corpses lay at the threshold, their heads gruesomely severed. The remaining corpses had seemingly wandered off to other locations. Lin Chao promptly opted for the route with the least number of cadavers, quickly emerging onto the street. Amidst a cluster of battered vehicles, he spotted the dangerous creature motionless, its abdomen stained with dried, darkened blood, eyes closed, seemingly devoid of life. However, Lin Chao remained vigilant. The earlier ambush on the golden dog was indelibly etched in his memory, instilling a sense of caution regarding the intelligence of these monsters. He picked up a bloodied shoe from the ground and hurled it at the creature. The shoe struck its head, causing the creature to snap its eyes open, revealing a ghastly feminine visage that turned toward Lin Chao's hiding place. Aware that he could not evade its keen sense of smell, Lin Chao gripped a metal rod and stepped into view, feeling a surge of anxiety. If this creature possessed the speed and strength it had demonstrated during the earlier assault on the golden dog, a single encounter could result in him being torn asunder in an instant. Rather than advancing, he retrieved a bottle of gasoline from his supplies and climbed atop a car approximately 6 meters away from the creature, dousing it with the flammable liquid. At such close range, a fully intact, dangerous creature could leap upon him in the blink of an eye. Lin Chao's palms were slick with cold sweat as he pondered how much strength it still retained, bracing himself to evade, though the outcome of such an attempt remained uncertain. After dousing the area with gasoline, the formidable creature continued to glare menacingly at him, remaining motionless. Lin Chao, unwilling to relax his guard, swiftly retrieved a lighter from his pocket and tore a piece of paper from the magazine brace on his arm, crumpling it into a ball. He ignited it and quickly hurled it towards the beast. The burning paper struck the creature without eliciting any attempt to evade. To it, such a small flame seemed utterly inconsequential. However, as the flaming paper descended, akin to a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, it ignited the gasoline coating the beast. The vibrant red and blue flames spread rapidly, engulfing the areas soaked in gasoline, soon enveloping its entire body in fire. Except for a few uniquely fire-resistant corpses, most undead beings possess an innate fear of flames, and this creature was no exception. The flames wrought panic and agony upon it, as it screeched and rolled in desperation, unsure of how to extinguish the fire. Seeing that the flames had sufficiently taken hold, Lin Chao immediately smashed open the fuel tank of a nearby wrecked car, collecting the gasoline in a bottle and pouring it onto the creature. This act only intensified the inferno. The creature flailed wildly amidst the flames, and soon the scent of roasting flesh filled the air. The sharp metal embedded beneath it heated rapidly, becoming excruciatingly hot and searing into its flesh like a branding iron. The intense agony drove it nearly to madness, as it thrashed about in a futile attempt to extinguish the flames. Yet, ensnared by the gasoline, it was powerless to quell the fire, and with excessive blood loss, its strength waned. Before long, its struggles began to diminish. Lin Chao felt a surge of joy as he continued to douse the creature with gasoline. Moments later, the perilous beast lay utterly still, engulfed in flames. Its scales were charred black, and the brown curls atop the woman's head were singed away, leaving her visage grotesquely disfigured. After ensuring that the creature was not merely feigning death, but truly lifeless, Lin Chao cautiously approached, drawing the flying knife from his leg to dissect its remains. The scales, densely packed, had hardened further in the fire, compelling Lin Chao to commence his work from beneath its abdomen, where a massive wound had been inflicted by the steel. Once the metal cooled slightly, he deftly manipulated it to widen the gash before employing the knife to slice through the skin along the incision. Before long, the outer layer of the creature's body was peeled away, revealing vibrant, red flesh beneath. The blood vessels, akin to worms, appeared slightly charred yet continued to writhe instinctively, a testament to the creature's formidable vitality. Lin Chao then excavated the area where its heart resided, and amidst the blurred mass of flesh, a dark red crystal emerged, easily mistaken for the surrounding tissue if not closely observed. Multiple evolution energy, Lin Chao thought, exhilaration coursing through him. He swiftly grasped the dark red crystal, disregarding the virulent blood that clung to it, and hastily wiped it clean with his garment. The crystal, no larger than a thumb, pulsed with a dark red hue, reminiscent of concentrated blood. The surface layer of the crystal was a membrane birthed from the flesh tainted by the virus, serving a protective function. Roar. Chapter 9, Quintuple. Lin Chao remained unperturbed. Had the golden dog been in its prime, he might have felt some trepidation. However, it was already gravely injured, and its physical responses and strength were inevitably somewhat dulled. Moreover, its wound was substantial, presenting a clear vulnerability. By targeting this injury, he could easily drive it away. Of course, he would likely sustain some injuries himself, as the physical prowess of this golden dog was equivalent to 5 times that of a human. Prior to this moment, Lin Chao had meticulously avoided any possibility of injury, refraining from any risky maneuvers, for an injury would imply the risk of infection. Yet now, he possessed an abundance of evolutionary energy. Even if he were to contract the virus, he could transform into an evolved being before succumbing to decay. Once transformed, his body would develop new antibodies, offering immunity to all viruses, unless his brain were severely infected, in which case he would turn into a rotting corpse. Other wounds would be inconsequential. At this juncture, Lin Chao was entirely unafraid of injury. He would even dare to confront a special type of zombie. The golden dog fixated on the perilous corpse at Lin Chao's feet, its eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty ferocity. As it let out a low growl and lunged swiftly towards him, Lin Chao gripped his iron rod, remaining motionless as the golden dog leaped at him. In that fleeting moment, he spotted an opening beneath its belly and immediately swung the iron rod downwards. Just as the rod was about to make contact, the golden dog's body twisted midair, altering its trajectory just enough to raise a paw and slash at Lin Chao's shoulder. Had Lin Chao's rod been determined to strike its belly, he would have been met with that very claw. An eye for an eye. Lin Chao was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the dog, after its previous encounter with a dangerous adversary, had become more astute, refraining from recklessly launching itself with all its might and instead reserving energy to adjust its posture. However, engaging in a battle of wits with me? As its claws descended toward Lin Chao's shoulder, he suddenly shifted his body to the side, evading its strike while simultaneously elevating the iron rod in his hand, bringing it down forcefully onto the fresh wounds on the creature's flank. The entire maneuver flowed seamlessly, as if it had been choreographed from the outset. Bang! The iron rod struck the injury with ferocity. A howl of agony escaped the golden dog, which retreated several paces upon impact, blood erupting from the still healing wounds on its side, the excruciating pain nearly toppling it. Though Lin Chao had reacted swiftly, his speed was insufficient, and the dog's claws grazed his shoulder. The light contact tore his clothing, leaving deep gashes on his flesh. Had the claw struck with full force, it could have easily severed his arm. Such an injury was entirely within the realm of expectation for Lin Chao, who remained unfazed as he tightened his grip on the iron rod and advanced steadily toward the golden dog. The creature, seemingly intimidated by Lin Chao's formidable presence and still reeling from the previous blow, exhibited signs of fear, instinctively retreating a couple of steps while emitting a low growl, as if to warn Lin Chao against approaching further. Undeterred, Lin Chao continued his relentless advance. The golden hound was suddenly enraged, baring its teeth and lunging slightly forward. Lin Chao immediately raised his stick to strike, but to his surprise, upon seeing the iron rod, the golden hound trembled, let out a low growl, and turned to flee. It was the second time it had retreated in disgrace. Lin Chao was somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that this golden hound would be so timid, frightened away by just one blow. However, to Lin Chao's astonishment, as the corpse was half consumed by flames, an obscure black object suddenly fell from the chest of the perilous beast. This black entity was square-shaped, resembling a small box. Lin Chao suspected he was hallucinating, but upon closer inspection, it was indeed a small box forged from black metal, only the size of an infant's fist, its surface etched with bizarre and chaotic dark golden lines. What could this mean? Lin Chao picked up the black box, which was surprisingly cold to the touch, as if it had just been retrieved from an icy abyss. Before long, the protective crystal on its surface was sliced open by a flying knife, creating a slender opening. Lin Chao immediately raised it and tilted his head back. The life energy within the crystal was extraordinarily thick, sliding down the crack like mucus, flowing into Lin Chao's mouth and into his stomach. As the icy life energy was swallowed, Lin Chao felt a wave of heat coursing through his body, rapidly escalating in intensity until it felt like a raging inferno, threatening to reduce him to ashes. The unimaginable heat engulfed him, as if he were immersed in a sea of fire. He feared that he might spontaneously combust at any moment. However, his indomitable willpower prevented him from succumbing to unconsciousness, and he was acutely aware of a sensation akin to countless tiny insects crawling beneath his skin, an unbearable itch. Heat, pain, itchiness. Lin Chao felt as if he were on the brink of madness. During his initial evolution, he had not endured such torment, for he had merely acquired a unique life energy, and the transformation of his body had been far less dramatic. With his eyes shut tight and gritting his teeth, he remained silent. Time passed with agonizing slowness, each second stretching out as if it were centuries. From his vantage point, the scene outside the community was vividly discernible. Even without a telescope, every detail was strikingly clear. The wandering corpses appeared almost within arm's reach, every minute poor and decaying piece of flesh visible, including the veins within the putrid meat. An extraordinary visual acuity. Lin Chao estimated that his eyesight was at least 5 times that of an ordinary person. This quintuple vision represented a significant threshold. When visual acuity reached such levels, human sight could acquire dynamic tracking abilities, essentially, dynamic vision. In combat, dynamic vision allowed for the precise capture of every movement of an adversary. Only by perceiving actions clearly could one evade them. If he were to engage in battle with that golden hound again, Lin Chao could ensure it would not even brush against the hem of his garment. Such was the terrifying potential of dynamic vision. In addition to the enhancement of his sight, Lin Chao's other senses had similarly evolved to approximately 5 times that of an average human. His ears could detect the faintest whispers of the wind outside the window, as well as the sound of the decaying corpses shuffling across the ground within the community. His olfactory sense enabled him to distinctly detect the fragrant sweat of Lin Xiu next door, as well as the various scents emanating from the neighboring households and several rooms below. A keen sense of smell does not merely allow one to perceive faint odors. It also facilitates the ability to discern the source of these scents based on their direction. At this moment, Lin Chao could ascertain the positions of decaying corpses in the neighboring homes and the rooms below, along with the arrangement of their refrigerators and kitchens, including the location of beds and scattered clothing on the floor, all through his olfactory perception. His sense of smell functioned like an invisible eye, revealing places unseen to the naked eye. This is not an exaggeration. Even an ordinary person can determine the location of certain objects through smell. For instance, if a banana is placed to your left while your eyes are covered, you could still guess its whereabouts. However, Lin Chao's sense of smell is 5 times more acute than that of an average human, boasting a broader range and significantly enhanced discrimination. Yet, these capabilities are merely foundational. In terms of innate qualities, they are equivalent to those of a peculiar corpse. Nevertheless, the intelligence of such a corpse is exceedingly low, and under comparable conditions, Lin Chao could effortlessly vanquish it. What truly piqued Lin Chao's interest were the two exceptional evolutionary abilities conferred by this multifaceted source of evolution. Chapter 10. Light and Speed. First update. These two extraordinary abilities stem from different categories. The first is of the mysterious type, light. What can light accomplish? Invisibility, flashbangs, illumination, and more, all hinge upon light. The second ability belongs to the combat category, speed amplification. The speed enhancement ability can amplify Lin Chao's velocity to twice his own, meaning that with his current physique, once he activates this ability, he can attain a speed tenfold that of an ordinary person. What does tenfold imply? It signifies traversing a distance of 10 meters in merely 0.5 seconds. Among the various capabilities within the realm of combat, speed stands as one of the most formidable offensive attributes. Coupled with Lin Chao's proficiency in close combat, the synergy is impeccable. At this moment, his stomach let out a rumble, and Lin Chao was immediately besieged by hunger. His stomach acid churned as if it threatened to dissolve him, and every cell in his body felt like a sharp maw gnawing at his flesh, an utterly discomforting sensation. He promptly ventured out in search of sustenance. Upon arriving in the kitchen, he seized a handful of uncooked rice and swallowed it, which alleviated his hunger slightly. He then set about cooking a meal. After finishing, he left some food for Lin Xiu, who had been confined in her room for several days, seemingly preoccupied with something, as indicated by her weary heartbeat. On the box, there was a keyhole. Lacking a key, Lin Chao resorted to employing his B1 level lock-picking skills, utilizing some wire and a screwdriver to attempt to unlock it. After several failed attempts, he was left with no choice but to consider a second method of unlocking it. He contemplated brute force. However, he soon relinquished this approach. Despite his efforts to smash it open, the iron bar was nearly bent, yet the small black box remained unyieldingly intact, almost absurdly so. Logically speaking, with my B1 level lock-picking skills, there are only two locks from the old era that I cannot decipher, those of the National Treasury and nuclear weapon vaults. All other locks are trivial, especially this rudimentary physical key lock. Could it be that this is not an artifact from the old era? Lin Chao felt a stir in his heart. If it is not from the old era, then there is but one possibility: relics. If it pertains to relics, one must secure the key or elevate my lock-picking skills to an A grade. Otherwise, there is no hope of unlocking it. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that this dangerous species had previously entered a relic. This indicates that within this city, there exists an entrance to a relic. A gleam sparkled in Lin Chao's eyes. Following the outbreak of the virus, numerous relics surfaced around the globe. Situated in a different dimensional plane, their entrances exceedingly clandestine. At times, while strolling down the street, one might unexpectedly witness ripples in the air, only to find oneself transported to an unfamiliar locale. The entrances to these relics are random and sporadic. Each relic harbors its own uniqueness. Some present dead ends and perilous traps, where one could be relentlessly slain by an onslaught of mechanisms upon entry. Conversely, others may unveil treasures brimming with extraordinary artifacts, ultramodern weaponry, genetic enhancement serums, and peculiar skills. The fact that this dangerous species managed to emerge alive from its venture suggests that this relic is not a death trap, but rather a trove of riches. The design of this black box is unfamiliar to me, leading to the inference that this relic did not manifest in the Chinese region over a century ago, but rather abroad. Now, it is the first chance to unlock it. A light shone in Lin Chao's eyes. The inaugural entry into a relic is akin to being the first to taste crab. The rewards are unparalleled. Nevertheless, the expanse of this city is vast, and even as an evolved being, it is implausible to scour every nook and cranny. Thus, one must narrow the search area. Lin Chao pondered deeply. The range of the biological detector extended to 30 kilometers, with a diffusion time of 2 days. However, the dangerous species had not manifested within that time frame, indicating that it did not originate from within that 30-kilometer radius, but rather traversed from a more distant location. By calculating the speed of this perilous entity alongside its feeding frequency, Lin Chao surmised that its original habitat likely spanned an area beyond 30 miles, yet within 50. The relic lay within the intermediate 20-mile range. To thoroughly search every nook and cranny of this 20-mile zone at my pace would require approximately 3 days. Without hesitation, Lin Chao set forth. He chose not to don his magazine wrist guard, opting instead for a metal rod and several throwing knives, leaving behind a note as he ventured out unencumbered. Upon arriving at the community, Lin Chao advanced directly, displaying no intention to evade the decomposed corpses. Several of these wandering remains, loitering beneath a solitary eco-friendly tree, immediately detected the human scent emanating from Lin Chao and turned their heads, excitedly howling as they lunged toward him. Unfazed, Lin Chao continued onward. The once quick movements of the corpses now appeared tortoise-like in their sluggishness. As they lunged toward him, Lin Chao suddenly exerted force, swinging the metal rod with a fierce whistle. Bang! The rod swept through the air, shattering the skull of the foremost corpse, its sturdy cranium proving as fragile as porcelain. Roar! Roar! The remaining two corpses, utterly devoid of fear, continued their frenzied advance. With an expression of indifference, Lin Chao casually waved the metal rod, and with his inherent physical prowess, twice that of these wretched beings, he effortlessly smashed open their skulls with a single strike. The cacophony of the rotting corpses drew nearby undead towards them, while many of these wretched beings immediately caught the faint scent of perspiration emanating from Lin Chao. They converged upon him in droves. Viewed from above, the corpses in front of the nearby buildings swarmed like a horde of ants, gradually gathering around Lin Chao. He made no attempt to evade them. Instead, he wielded his iron rod with relentless precision, dispatching every approaching corpse with a single, decisive blow. His formidable strength rendered these abominations incapable of closing the distance. Lin Chao planted his foot upon the head of one corpse, whose mouth gaped open repeatedly, and with a heavy force, he crushed its skull, creating a gruesome amalgamation of brain matter and bone that stuck to his shoe. Thud! Thud! As he advanced, he continued to slay. These grotesque creatures lunged at him one after another, but before they could reach his person, their skulls were shattered by his iron rod. Nothing could impede his relentless march. By the time he reached the entrance of the community, hundreds of corpses lay sprawled on the ground, their heads scattered like deflated balls, while rivers of blood and headless bodies formed a gruesome path in his wake, leading straight to the entrance. Blood dripped from the iron rod, yet not a trace of brain matter or blood marred Lin Chao's person. He wiped the rod clean on the clothing of a corpse and swiftly pressed onward. The corpses in front of his own door did not trouble him, but the multitude of undead in the streets was far too overwhelming. He had no time to engage them leisurely. Whoosh! His figure flickered like a swift cheetah, covering a distance of over 100 meters in mere strides, startling a few wandering corpses along the way. Before they could even react, he had vanished from their perception. These decaying beings could only rely on the residual scent he left behind, following the direction of his departure in a daze. Chapter 11. Legendary figure Lin Chao navigated through the streets, his gaze swiftly scanning the corpses for any chance of encountering a special one. To evolve once more. From F level to E level, he needed to consume, much like the corpses, but his sustenance would not be human flesh. Rather, it would be evolutionary energy. As he continued on his journey, Lin Chao did not catch even a glimpse of a special corpse. Perhaps he had seen one, but failed to recognize it. The appearance of a special corpse bore little distinction from that of the ordinary ones. Judging solely by sight proved to be quite challenging. Had he been a sensory-type evolver, it would have been considerably easier for him to discern a special corpse from the horde, as well as perceive its speed, strength, and physical condition. With his remarkable speed, Lin Chao swiftly reached a location 30 miles to the north. His strategy was to search each area one by one, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself to the second-floor window of a building, shattering the glass with a kick and landing directly in the room. It was an office in utter chaos. Documents lay scattered across the floor like discarded confetti. Some computers had fallen, while others remained operational, their screens flickering with chat windows, displaying unsent distress messages. The ground was stained with several pools of dark, desiccated blood, alongside a few mangled corpses, both male and female. Moreover, 3 decaying bodies were wandering within the office. As the glass shattered, these 3 cadavers caught sight of Lin Chao and immediately lunged towards him with guttural growls. Their grotesque, rotting faces bore eyes that were nothing but hollow whites. Lin Chao's expression remained impassive as he swung a metal rod with impressive speed. Thud! 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 The rods severed their cervical spines, causing their heads to tumble to the ground like deflated balls, their mouths still mindlessly gnashing at the air. Lin Chao deftly sidestepped the toppling corpses, stepping over one dismembered head as he pressed onward. At that moment, he pondered the survivors. Perhaps they had looted the police station, and he wondered how many firearms they might possess. A flicker of greed ignited within him. As a mere F-class evolver, his fundamental physique was comparable to that of an E-class special evolver due to the effects of multiple evolutions. However, firearms would significantly enhance his capabilities. With weapons at his disposal, he could contemplate hunting golden mutated beasts. For instance, the golden dog found in the residential area was a variant of the golden breed. Yet it was still too primitive and had yet to undergo a second evolution, lacking the precious golden blood within. In the later stages, golden blood becomes an exceedingly valuable resource. Not only does it permanently bolster one's physique, but it is also indispensable for overcoming challenges in certain ancient ruins. Without delay, Lin Chao set forth. At the dilapidated street corner, dozens of cadavers shrieked and lunged with outstretched claws. Thud, thud, with the 54-style firearm in Chu Shanha's hands spewing flames. He obliterated the heads of 2 decaying corpses. He swiftly retreated, drenched in sweat, his stamina nearly depleted. Brother Chu, what shall we do? These monsters are too formidable, and they can only be slain by a headshot. My ammunition is running low, a short-haired, burly youth exclaimed, his face etched with terror. Chu Shanha fixed his gaze on the approaching cadavers and spoke in a low tone, Shao Song. You must lead the others away to the rendezvous point and wait for me. I will hold them off. Behind him stood 3 individuals clad in white coats, 2 middle-aged doctors and a young nurse. Upon hearing Chu Shanha's words, a flicker of hope ignited in their despairing faces as they turned to Shao Song. Shao Song's expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he replied, No, Brother Chu. If I leave, you will be unable to cope alone. I acknowledge you as my elder brother and will never abandon you out of fear. Upon hearing this, the 2 doctors and the nurse's faces shifted dramatically. The older of the 2 middle-aged doctors hesitated before speaking. Officer Song, Lieutenant Chu is immensely powerful. He will undoubtedly find a way to escape. Our presence here would only hinder him. It would be better to leave. This is not your decision to make. Shao Song immediately erupted in anger. His eyes reddened. If it weren't for the need to save you 3, we would not have attracted so many monsters. The middle-aged Dr. S face darkened, yet he dared not retort. Enough. Chu Shanha's expression turned stern. Have you forgotten the oath you took? As soldiers, our primary duty is to protect the safety of the people. Stop the nonsense and take them away from here at once. This is an order. Joy surged in the hearts of the 3 as they hurriedly followed him. As a few individuals were preparing to retreat, they suddenly heard Chu Shanha say, Wait. The short-haired, robust young man looked at Chu with great delight and exclaimed, Brother Chu, look. Chu Shanha, in a moment of surprise, raised his finger. The 4 of them paused for a brief instant before following his. How could this be possible? The 4 stared wide-eyed, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. Among the throng of decaying corpses, a young man had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, appearing no older than in his early 20s. Dressed in a black casual outfit, he wielded an iron rod and charged into the midst of the undead as if he were a wolf among sheep. The grotesque and terrifying corpses before him crumbled like fragile wooden figures. With each swing of his iron rod, a corpse's skull was shattered. So swift, so powerful. While the others were momentarily dazed, the horde of decaying bodies was swiftly eradicated. The young man in black strode forward, leaving a trail of crimson footprints, and approached the survivors. Behind him lay a scene of carnage, with corpses strewn about. Lin Chao cast a glance at the remaining individuals. Only 2 held firearms, and their ammunition appeared limited. Disappointment flickered in his heart as he casually inquired, Are you 2 soldiers? Had it not been for Lin Chao's voice, Chu Shanha might have doubted the reality of what he had just witnessed. The speed and strength displayed were beyond the realm of human capability. Being a military officer at the rank of captain, he was aware of certain clandestine matters and secretly pondered, could this individual be the legendary rogue ancient martial artist? Lin Chao initially displayed little interest, but upon hearing that name, he couldn't help but pause, scrutinizing him intently, and asked, How many Chu Shanha are there in your army? Chu Shanha, taken aback by Lin Chao's sudden inquiry, hesitated momentarily and instinctively replied, I believe there is only me. I have yet to encounter anyone else with the same name. A glimmer flickered in Lin Chao's eyes as he remarked, Then that must be correct. Correct about what? Chu Shanha asked, puzzled and intrigued. Do you know me? Lin Chao felt a twinge of nostalgia. It was more than mere acquaintance. In the annals of the future, this name would be immortalized in history, with statues erected in his honor across various major base cities, commemorating his ascension as an S-rank evolver. In the chronicles of the Dark Age, He stood as one of humanity's most illustrious heroes. His contributions to mankind were immeasurable. A general once stated that without him, the overall combat effectiveness of the Huaxia region would diminish by 30%. His brief life became a legend. His demise was equally poignant. He possessed an abundance of glory yet shunned the allure of power, entrusting the governance of the city he founded to his dearest brother, while he himself engaged in slaying, war, and exploration. Alas, his brother, a contentious figure who also rendered significant contributions to humanity, ultimately succumbed to the corrupting influence of power and orchestrated his betrayal. In the end, his most beloved brother relinquished control of the city, burdened with remorse, and descended into the abyss, choosing to meet his end in battle. It has been said that if Chu Shanha had chosen to retaliate in anger before his demise, the fierce struggle between the two brothers would have led to the demise of countless followers, potentially having the population of humanity in the Huaxia region during several pivotal battles that followed. Instead, he opted to channel his fury and sorrow into a final, valiant effort to fight for humanity, striving with every ounce of his strength to vanquish one more beast. Such selflessness seems almost unfathomable. Thus, he is regarded as a legend, cherished and mourned by many. Living in a later era, Lin Chao toils relentlessly for his livelihood. Though he lacks the leisure to reflect upon these legendary figures, he is not entirely oblivious to their tales. At this moment, witnessing a living legend before his very eyes stirs an unusual feeling within him. Chapter 12. B2 Firearms. Third update. Are you an ancient martial artist? Chu Shanha inquired with keen interest. Lin Chao shook his head. He had encountered ancient martial artists before, individuals who inherited skills from a bygone era, possessing formidable combat techniques. Essentially, every member of the ancient martial alliance boasts combat skills around D grade, and some of the core members surpass B1 grade. It is said that several leaders of this alliance are S-grade masters of combat. S-grade signifies excellence, representing the pinnacle of achievement, whether as evolved beings or in combat prowess. Attaining S-grade places one at the apex. Each individual is extraordinary, and for them, survival is no longer a matter of concern. Instead, their thoughts revolve around how to dominate the world and become the singular sovereign. How could it be that Chu Shanha suspected Lin Chao of untruthfulness? After all, how could a non-cultivator possess such formidable combat prowess? Was he perhaps a master from the realm of national martial arts? After pondering this, he chose not to press further. Every circle has its own rules. Just as he, as a soldier, would face serious consequences for revealing his identity to ordinary civilians during these exceptional times. He extended his hand with gratitude, saying, "I owe you my life for your timely rescue. Otherwise, I might have perished at the hands of these vile creatures." Lin Chao shook his head, responding, "You possess a strong fate. It is not so easy for you to die." This statement was indeed truthful. Even had he not intervened, Chu Shanha would have survived. Historically, Chu Shanha only met his demise after becoming an S-class evolver, and he still had several years ahead of him. Chu Shanha did not discern Lin Chao's underlying thoughts, interpreting it merely as a compliment. He laughed heartily, saying, "Brother, you speak truly. I have faced numerous bullets in my lifetime and have managed to live until today. As for these few monsters, they are unworthy of claiming my life." Lin Chao nodded slightly, casting a glance at the others, and inquired, "Where do you plan to go?" He did not wish for his presence to alter the trajectory of Chu Shanha's fate. These legendary figures each have their own destinies. If he were to intervene recklessly, the ensuing butterfly effect might render them mediocre. Of course, it is also possible they could surpass their former achievements. However, Lin Chao preferred not to personally nurture these individuals, as it would demand too much of his energy. He was accustomed to surviving alone, yet he did not mind planting a seed in Chu Shanha's heart, hoping that perhaps one day it might sprout. In the present day, chaos envelopes the world, and this city has transformed into a veritable ocean of monstrosities. My brother has come, accompanied by his troops, to rendezvous with me. "Brother," he said, "with your remarkable skills, would you consider joining our ranks? In this tumultuous world, it is an opportune moment to achieve greatness. With your prowess, you could swiftly ascend to the rank of Major General. By the way, how should I address you?" Chu Shanha gazed at Lin Chao with fervent eyes, eager to recruit him for their ambitious endeavor. "I am Lin Chao," came the calm reply. "I am accustomed to freedom and dislike the constraints of the military. However, I am available to escort you to the meeting point." Seeing Lin Chao's refusal, Chu Shanha felt a pang of urgency. "Brother Lin, Although your skills are formidable, the number of monsters in this city is overwhelming. These mutated beings are merely the weakest among them. Many animals have also undergone terrifying transformations. It would be wise to join us, as your safety would be assured. Lin Chao shook his head. Let us discuss this another time. For now, I shall take you there. Chu Shanha, sensing Lin Chao's indifference, felt a twinge of disappointment. Brother Lin, if you ever decide to join us in the future, remember to mention my name. I will be waiting for you. Lin Chao smiled gently. Very well. Then let us depart. Chu Shanha replied with a hearty laugh, leading the way forward. Lin Chao followed closely behind, accompanied by the young officer's song, along with 2 doctors and a nurse. The 6 of them, united, radiated a human essence akin to beacons of light amidst the encroaching darkness. Lin Chao had a foreboding sense that, were it not for his presence, the 5 individuals would find it nearly impossible to reach the rendezvous point. Sacrifices would inevitably ensue. In any case, Chu Shanha had survived. This time, in an effort to plant a seed of goodwill for Chu Shanha, Lin Chao resolved to rescue the additional individuals. He gripped the iron rod firmly in his left hand and extended his right hand towards the young officer's song, stating with an undeniable tone, "Hand me your gun." The young officer's song hesitated, taken aback. After all, this was a firearm. If Chu Shanha detected the uncertainty in his eyes, he quickly interjected, "Let Lin Chao brother use it first." He was still intent on winning over Lin Chao. In his mind, as a practitioner of ancient martial arts, Lin Chao had likely never handled a gun before, and even if he had encountered some opportunities to use one, his marksmanship would undoubtedly be lacking, leading him to return it willingly after a short while. Very well, the young officer's song replied, promptly handing over the pistol to Lin Chao. In his previous life, Lin Chao had specialized in close combat, dedicating little time to firearms. His shooting skill was merely at the B2 level. However, in the early days of the apocalypse, when society had not yet completely shed the remnants of the old world, a B2 level in firearms was already quite remarkable. It is noteworthy that his B-level lockpicking skill allowed him to unlock nearly any lock, save for those on national treasury and nuclear weapon facilities. This encompassed everything from electronic locks to virtual network passwords and physical locks. Essentially, any lock fell within the purview of his expertise, a skill gleaned from relics of the past. If a B1 level lockpicking skill could be so formidable, one could only imagine the prowess of B2 level marksmanship. As for the A-level skills that lay beyond, they were, without a doubt, transcendent. Regarding the S-level, it has reached its pinnacle. The fundamental skills of disassembly and assembly are essential in firearm training. Lin Chao examined the ammunition, noting 6 bullets, sufficient to eliminate 6 golden mutated beasts. The group advanced swiftly. Lin Chao nodded slightly, stating, "This is acceptable." Chu Shanha promptly took the lead. The number of decaying corpses on the road was staggering, lingering near various bus stop signs and the greenery along the roadside. Officer Xiao Song gazed at the multitude of rotting figures from a distance, his expression one of dismay. There are too many monsters on the road. If we proceed like this, they will surely see us, right? How about we disguise ourselves? An older doctor spoke cautiously. These creatures possess only the whites of their eyes. From a medical standpoint, their vision is nearly imperceptible. They likely rely on their sense of smell. If we mask our scent and appearance, we should be able to deceive them. The young nurse in a pink uniform turned pale, expressing, "Deputy Director, won't this be too perilous?" "What if?" The deputy director shot her a glare, retorting, cawing like a crow, "If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute." Chu Shanha pondered for a moment before suggesting, "I believe we can attempt this." Brother Lin Chao, what do you think? Chapter 13. Invisibility. First update. Lin Chao stroked his chin, observing the densely packed horde of corpses on the street, estimating at least 100. While he could eliminate them all, doing so would inevitably reveal all his cards. After a moment's thought, he pointed to the roadside greenery, saying, "I will divert their attention. You all take the opportunity to pass through, and we will regroup at the end of the street." Upon hearing his words, Chu Shanha and the others were taken aback. The 2 doctors and the female nurse instantly displayed expressions of surprise. If someone could divert these monsters, their chances of survival would undoubtedly increase significantly. This is simply unfeasible. Chu Shanha could not help but exclaim, "Brother Lin Chao, although your skills are formidable, the sheer number of these creatures is overwhelming. Should they encircle us, the consequences would be dire." Lin Chao replied coldly, "Heed my words and refrain from hesitating." Chu Shanha paused momentarily, gritted his teeth, and declared, "I will remain here with you. Two individuals can provide each other with some measure of support. Xiaosong, you lead them through first." Officer Xiaosong cast a glance of admiration towards Lin Chao, and upon hearing Chu Shanha's words, promptly stated, "Brother Lin Chao is merely a civilian. Yet he is willing to make such sacrifices. How can I, as a soldier, shrink back? I shall stay with you to cover your retreat." The two doctors and the nurse, witnessing the renewed argument among the three, grew increasingly anxious. However, after the associate director had been reprimanded by Officer Xiaosong, he dared not speak again, silently cursing, "Three foolish pigs, competing to court death. Xiaosong, obey the orders." Chu Shanha barked. Yet, Officer Xiaosong immediately grew agitated. Chu Shanha's expression hardened as he said, "There are no buts in this matter. Are you defying military orders?" Officer Xiaosong replied with a wry smile, "Brother Chu, please do not always use military orders to pressure me. I will follow your lead." Lin Chao shot him a glance and retorted coldly, "I have stated that you should leave with them first. With your limited abilities, following me would only serve as a hindrance." Chu Shanha was taken aback, and then his face flushed with embarrassment as he said, "I understand, my skills are not as formidable as yours, but I can at least provide some assistance. I cannot bear to leave you behind alone." Lin Chao raised his gun, aiming it at Chu's forehead. "If you are so eager to meet your demise, I can certainly oblige." Startled, Chu Shanha quickly replied, Brother Lin Chao, please, do not act rashly. I will accompany them. Just lower your weapon to avoid any accidental discharge." Lin Chao lowered his gun and coldly instructed, "Make haste, and be mindful not to sweat excessively. Their sense of smell is quite acute, and it will draw them toward us." Surprised, Chu Shanha remarked, "Brother Lin Chao, you seem quite knowledgeable about these creatures." Lin Chao shot him a glance and raised his gun once more. No, I will remain silent." Sensing Lin's intent to threaten him again, Chu Shanha immediately forced a smile and took a few steps back. Lieutenant Song, standing nearby, could hardly contain his amusement. It was a rare sight to witness Chu Shanha being subdued. He had always been the one to intimidate others, but today, for the first time, he found himself at a loss for words. Lin Chao led the group to a crossroads, calculating the distances between the various decrepit corpses. He swiftly picked up a discarded shoe from the ground and hurled it against the glass of a dilapidated car. The shoe soared more than 100 meters before shattering the glass with a resounding crash. This astonishing display of strength left Chu Shanha and the others in awe. While they could throw objects several dozen meters, exceeding 100 meters was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, making it an extraordinary feat. Unless one is a formidable strongman, it is nearly impossible to achieve such feats. Moreover, the shoes not only soared over 100 meters away but also shattered glass with an alarming precision. At that moment, the aimlessly wandering corpses were immediately drawn to the sound of breaking glass, converging around the abandoned vehicle. However, their search for sustenance proved fruitless, and they soon drifted away once more. Lin Chao signaled for Chu Shanha and the others to head towards the green belt, while he swiftly approached a wrecked, dilapidated car. The door was ajar, the windows shattered, and on the ground lay half a skeletal remains, adorned with only a trace of flesh and blood. Lin Chao stepped over the remains and entered the vehicle. He pressed the accelerator. The engine roared to life, producing a jarring sound that echoed through the desolate street. Chu Shanha and the others, witnessing Lin Chao's actions, were nearly struck dumb with astonishment. Good heavens! They had contemplated making an escape by car, but the road was littered with vehicles in disarray, creating a severe blockage that rendered any attempt to accelerate futile. Furthermore, the noise of the engine would undoubtedly attract the corpses, which moved with alarming speed and pursued relentlessly. Even if they managed to knock a few aside, the relentless horde would continue to surge forward, some even lunging at the tires or being crushed underfoot. If a corpse were to be run over, the vehicle's speed would drastically diminish, or worse, it could flip over. Thus, driving was tantamount to a death wish. They had not anticipated that Lin Chao, seemingly astute, would resort to such a reckless method to divert the monsters. Although this strategy proved effective, it was indeed a gamble for his life. In an instant, the expressions of several individuals became complex. During this apocalyptic era, and even in times of peace, how many would dare to sacrifice their lives for another? The two doctors and the nurse were engulfed in a tumult of emotions, gratitude, shame, and a pang of conscience. But these feelings were fleeting, quickly dissipating. Once the decayed corpses were diverted, Their sole thought was to flee, to escape this place alive. Even in death, they wished not to be savagely devoured by those repugnant creatures. Indeed, humans are not inherently afraid of death. Many, despite their comfortable lives, choose to leap from heights or resort to self-harm. Human beings can exhibit remarkable resilience, demonstrating an extraordinary willpower, yet they can also be exceedingly fragile, where even a minor discomfort or setback can evoke thoughts that living is less desirable than perishing. However, upon witnessing the grotesque visages of these corpses, even those who were previously unafraid began to dread death, for the manner of demise they faced was utterly terrifying. A swift bullet might bring a sense of relief, but to be slowly eaten alive was sheer torment. Lin Chao observed as Chu Shanhe and his companions commenced their journey along the greenbelt, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He pressed the accelerator, maneuvering the vehicle parallel to their path, serving as their guiding light, utilizing the sound of the exhaust to divert the horde of corpses ahead, shielded by the shadows of the car windows. Lin Chao was unconcerned about Chu Shanhe and the others glimpsing the scene within the vehicle. A glimmer sparked in his eyes as the surrounding light refracted and shifted. If Chu Shanhe and his companions were seated inside, they would be horrified to witness the driver's seat empty, with only the steering wheel inexplicably turning. Invisible. Such was the effect of light. Chapter 14. Friendship, Second Update, Roar. The cadavers pursued the sound of the exhaust pipe, surging towards the automobile from all directions, as if the vehicle were a magnet, drawing them in with an unyielding force. A glance around revealed that the surrounding corpses numbered at least in the hundreds, a dark mass from which hoarse growls emanated through their decaying throats. The mere sound of their ferocious roars sent shivers down one's spine. To be encircled by so many putrid faces would terrify even the most seasoned veteran accustomed to death. Bang! Bang! Two corpses lunged headlong towards Lin Chao, who did not flinch but instead accelerated, crashing into the two and sending them tumbling over the roof of the car, landing amidst the horde of pursuing cadavers behind. The windshield shattered upon impact with one of the corpse's skulls, fracturing like a spider web and fragmenting his vision into scattered shards. Lin Chao squinted slightly, pressing the accelerator down further, speeding along the road at an excessive pace of 80 miles per hour, swerving left and right to dodge obstacles. Chu Shanhe and the others advanced cautiously along the green belt, ever watchful of Lin Chao's movements. Upon witnessing the horde of predatory cadavers chasing the vehicle, a chill ran through them. Chu Shanhe's expression was complex. He had not anticipated that a person he had just met would save him with such reckless abandon. This selfless spirit left him feeling inadequate in comparison. If you survive, this life is a debt I owe you, he silently vowed, his gaze fixed on the black car. Officer Xiao Song's demeanor grew solemn as he silently cheered for Lin Chao. Just then, ahead of the black car, two wrecked vehicles lay across the road, obstructing the path. Not good. Officer Xiao Song's expression darkened abruptly. Chu Shanhe clearly noticed this change, and his countenance immediately soured. With the relentless speed of the pursuing undead, any slight halt of the vehicle would result in their imminent capture. These two cars were an insurmountable barrier. The two doctors and the female nurse beside him grew tense. At this juncture, they had yet to reach the halfway point of the street. Should these zombies consume Lin Chao, they would surely be next in line. As the group anxiously observed, the black car showed no signs of slowing down. Rather, it unexpectedly decelerated and suddenly swayed. Was it in a state of panic? A sense of dread washed over Chu Shanhe. Yet, in the next moment, he widened his eyes in disbelief, fixated on the black vehicle. With that abrupt sway, the car's two wheels lifted off the ground, soaring into the air, propelled solely by the remaining two tires. Whoosh! The black car deftly maneuvered into the narrow gap between the two obstructing vehicles, gliding through with remarkable precision. Officer Xiao Song, along with the two doctors and the nurse, gaped in astonishment. The nurse, in particular, could scarcely believe her eyes. Such extraordinary driving skills seemed to belong only to the realm of cinematic special effects. Chu Shanhe felt momentarily stunned. Was it not said that ancient martial artists shunned technology? Even the ubiquitous smartphone was seldom touched to avoid the perils of electromagnetic radiation. How could one exhibit such exceptional driving prowess? After deftly circumventing the obstacles, the black car surged ahead with unwavering momentum. Noticing that the zombies had been left far behind, Chu Shanhe promptly urged everyone to accelerate. Within 5 minutes, they reached their destination, where not a single undead creature was in sight. All had been successfully diverted by Lin Chao. Their gazes no longer discerned the shadow of the black car. A few individuals sat by the roadside, awaiting developments. Officer Xiao Song wore an expression of deep regret, lamenting, what a remarkable person he was. Had he chosen a military career, he would undoubtedly have risen to the rank of Major General. In this tumultuous world, and even in times of peace, such selflessness is a rarity. The deputy director glanced around, observing the desolate street, with only the mournful wind howling and the scattered remnants of corpses around them. He shivered slightly and suggested in a hushed tone, perhaps we should proceed to the rendezvous point? The deputy director was taken aback by the sharp and unyielding words of Chu Shanha, who had always been kind to him. His face flushed slightly, yet he did not relent in his attempts to persuade, striving to temper his tone with a note of sorrow. Considering he is pursued by so many decaying corpses, the odds are grim for him. If we remain idle, and more corpses arrive, would that not render his sacrifice in vain? If he were aware from beyond, he would surely find no peace in that. Curse you! Officer Xiao Song could no longer contain his outrage, glaring at him with disdain. I am astounded to learn that a person can be so base and shameless. How can you, a physician and a deputy director, disregard the compassion inherent in the medical profession? You abandon someone who has just risked his life to save you. Can your conscience truly find solace in that? Or do you lack a conscience altogether? Chu Shanha waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to cease further words. He lifted his gaze to the vice president, his eyes glacial, and stated, remember this, I will rescue you, for it is the duty of a soldier. In this era where the world is ravaged by a virus, the Institute of Technology requires your strength. Should you fail to contribute to the Institute, I shall personally seek you out. The vice president's expression darkened as he replied, Lieutenant Chu, such words are unwise. Chu Shanha interrupted him with a raised hand, his tone icy. Furthermore, let me make this clear, from this moment forth, Lin Chao is my brother. I will not tolerate any attempts to harm him. If such actions occur, even if I were to forsake my military status, I would eliminate those who threaten my brother. He had no doubt that if he suggested leaving again, his head would be blown off in an instant. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, time slowly passed. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. Officer Xiao Song sat quietly by the roadside, his gaze fixed on his hands. Just moments ago, these hands had entrusted a firearm to that young man in his 20s, and now, that young man was bravely leading away hundreds of the undead. He clenched his fists. Rising to his feet, Officer Xiao Song prepared to turn when suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a dark figure. His body trembled, and he widened his eyes in astonishment. Staring in that direction, it was him. He was still alive. Officer Xiao Song's heart surged with emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, and he dashed forward without a second thought. Chapter 15. The Underwear That Attracts Monsters. Third update. It's truly you. You're still alive. Officer Xiao Song rushed before Lin Chao, his face alight with excitement as he enveloped Lin Chao in a vigorous embrace, exclaiming with a hint of incoherence, You're alive. I thought you were dead. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. A few of Chu Shanha's companions hurried over. With reddened eyes, Chu Shanha delivered a light punch to Lin Chao's chest, declaring, My good brother, I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. The vice dean expressed his astonishment, saying, Young Lin, how did you survive? It's beyond belief. What of the corpses? Realizing his misunderstanding, he quickly added, That's not what I meant. I'm merely curious about how one could endure amidst such a horde of decaying bodies, and yet you bear no visible wounds. It's nothing short of miraculous. Upon hearing this, Chu Shanha and the others noticed that Lin Chao was not only alive but entirely unscathed, save for his clothing, which was soiled and clung to him with the stench of putrid flesh. Observing their curious expressions without voicing their inquiries, Lin Chao hastily explained. It was merely a stroke of luck. After leaving that street, I collided with a large truck blocking the way. When the monsters pursued me, I climbed onto the truck, then ascended to a nearby lamppost. I waited until the creatures dispersed before I descended, which is why I arrived late. His account, though succinct, painted a vivid picture in the minds of Chu Shanha and the others, causing them to break into a cold sweat for Lin Chao. The vice dean pondered for a moment, puzzled, but the lamppost is only about 8 meters tall. How could those corpses have failed to notice you up there? Lin Chao cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, I have my own methods. What methods? The vice president looked at him with keen interest. Lin Chao retorted sarcastically, Why should I divulge that to you? The vice president was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, stating earnestly, If your method proves effective, I would share it with others. This could significantly enhance the survival chances of the remaining individuals. It would be an act of kindness. Lin Chao responded with a nonchalant "oh," regarding him with a detached gaze, and said, "The method is quite simple. You merely need to discard your underwear to divert these creatures." Underwear? Several individuals, including Chu Shanha, nearly doubted their own hearing. Lin Chao continued, "Unfazed, indeed, my underwear has not been washed for several days, and the scent is quite potent. It will naturally draw them away. You might consider trying this method." The group fell into a state of speechlessness, while the female nurse blushed, turning her face away in embarrassment. "Is it really feasible?" The vice president questioned skeptically. "You'll find out if you try," Lin Chao replied indifferently. This was indeed a method. He was not lying. However, the tactic he employed to evade these corpses was not this, but rather the refraction of light to conceal his presence before making his escape. Utilizing underwear? That would only deceive the initial, ordinary corpses. Once they evolved to possess intelligence, throwing underwear at them would invite a relentless pursuit. Lin Chao did not afford them another moment for inquiry, stating, "Let us depart. You seem well acquainted with these monsters." The vice president adjusted his glasses and inquired with curiosity, "Have you killed many?" Officer Xiao Song exclaimed with indignation, "Do you not think your inquiries are excessive? Brother Lin Chao is an ancient martial artist. Are you even aware of what an ancient martial artist is? This pertains to a clandestine organization within our nation. Do not presume that, as merely an assistant dean, you possess the standing to converse with him, let alone the director of a first-class hospital." Having witnessed Lin Chao's prowess, he had firmly concluded that Lin Chao was indeed an ancient martial artist. The assistant dean flinched, having never encountered the term ancient martial artist. However, upon hearing the mention of a clandestine organization, he instantly recognized it as a mysterious entity beyond his comprehension, rendering him speechless and hesitant to inquire further. Officer Xiao Song scoffed, "Just moments ago, you contemplated abandoning Brother Lin Chao. Now you have the audacity to pose questions. Are you not a doctor? Once we arrive at the Technology Institute, you shall be presented with a specimen to study thoroughly." The assistant dean's expression shifted, as he did not wish to leave a negative impression on someone as influential and formidable as Lin Chao. While harboring resentment towards Officer Xiao Song, he hastily retorted, "That is not the case at all. When did I ever consider abandoning Mr. Lin? I have been here with you, waiting patiently. My inquiries are solely to assist more survivors. Mr. Lin, please disregard his baseless claims. I have never entertained the notion of abandoning you." With a derisive smirk, Officer Xiao Song observed the assistant dean's flustered demeanor. Ignoring him, the assistant dean turned his anxious gaze to Lin Chao and implored, "Mr. Lin, you must believe me. I have absolutely no intention of forsaking you." Lin Chao nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "Understood." He harbored no intention of pursuing the matter. In truth, he was indifferent to it all. Had it not been for the seed he wished to plant in Chu Shanha, he would have had no inclination to save anyone at all. Furthermore, in the apocalyptic world, being abandoned in a situation like his was entirely commonplace. He had endured too many such experiences since childhood, having long since grown accustomed to them and accepted them as a matter of course. It was, however, the steadfast presence of Chu Shanha and Officer Xiao Song, who genuinely awaited him as per their agreement, that took him by surprise. Yet, upon recalling the accounts of Chu Shanha from later generations, a person of great ambition and spirit, he felt a sense of understanding. Upon hearing Lin Chao's words, the vice president immediately assumed that Lin Chao truly believed him, feeling a sense of relief in his heart, and he offered a few flattering remarks. As for Chu Shanha and Officer Xiao Song, they regarded Lin Chao as exceedingly kind-hearted, entirely unconcerned with such matters, and they felt genuine admiration for him. Lin Chao glanced at the time and said, "Let us depart." Chu Shanha nodded and led the way. "Brother Lin Chao, do you truly not intend to enlist? I can recommend you directly for the position of second lieutenant. With your skills, you would swiftly rise to the rank of major general." Chu Shanha was still reluctant to concede, gazing earnestly at Lin Chao as he implored, "It is far too perilous to be alone here. Come with me." Lin Chao shook his head. Sighing, Chu Shanha responded, "This time, it was your life that saved mine. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you must remember to seek me out." Indeed, Lin Chao nodded solemnly. A few individuals advanced for a while, encountering several scattered, decaying corpses along the way. They were swiftly dispatched by Lin Chao and Chu Shanha, who worked in unison. Before long, They arrived at the rendezvous point indicated by Chu Shanha. It was a vast square, teeming with hundreds of rotting corpses, the majority of which were elderly women, their faces so decomposed that their features were nearly unrecognizable. Lin Chao and his companions concealed themselves beside a towering building at the edge of the square, waiting in silence. According to Chu Shanha, the rescuers would arrive by helicopter, directly extracting them from the air. If a machine gun were mounted on the helicopter, clearing the square of the corpses would be a trivial task. Why had they not yet arrived? Chu Shanha pondered, a hint of confusion creeping in as time elapsed. Had something unforeseen occurred? Lin Chao's ears perked up, and his expression shifted abruptly. Gunfire. Chapter 16. The Onset of Chaos. Fourth update. The gunfire was intense, accompanied by the sound of shell casings being ejected and the sharp, metallic clatter of bullets striking steel. The source of this cacophony was high above. Chu Shanha and Officer Xiao Song were momentarily taken aback. Gunfire? How could we not have heard it? Just as their confusion deepened, a distant, droning whir of helicopter blades filled the air, growing closer as a dark speck emerged from the sky, swiftly followed by another smaller silhouette. After a moment of scrutiny, Chu Shanha realized it was indeed a helicopter and exclaimed in delight, "They have arrived." Lin Chao fixated on the two dark forms and cautioned, "Do not reveal ourselves just yet. Those helicopters are engaged in combat. Being on the ground could put us at risk." Combat. Chu Shanha was taken aback. Soon, two helicopters ascended into the sky. The leading helicopter maneuvered high above, evading the gunfire from the trailing one while circling around the square. Chu Shanha spotted a robust young man wielding a machine gun beside the front helicopter and exclaimed with delight, "It's Lei Zi. He has arrived." Lin Chao's eyes flickered as he inquired, "Luo Lei?" Chu Shanha gazed at him in astonishment. "How did you know?" Lin Chao thought to himself that indeed, this Luo Lei was the very person corrupted by power who had schemed against Chu Shanha. Now, at the onset of an apocalypse, he remained an ally. The helicopter behind appeared to be his adversary. Lin Chao stroked his chin and remarked, "It shouldn't be too difficult to destroy it, should it?" Chu Shanha also observed the fierce exchange of fire between the two helicopters, his expression darkening as he said, "It must be someone from the military who knows I am trapped here, seizing the opportunity to obstruct me. Damn it. Lin Chao, do you have any means to take it down?" Lin Chao raised his handgun, stating, "This will suffice." A handgun? Chu Shanha and Officer Xiao Song exchanged bewildered glances. Were it not for witnessing Lin Chao's extraordinary skills and his remarkable driving prowess, they would have dismissed him entirely. Shooting a helicopter with a handgun? Such feats only belonged in the realm of television dramas. Setting aside the question of accuracy, the effective range of this particular firearm was approximately 50 meters. Beyond that distance, its kinetic energy would rapidly diminish, significantly reducing its impact. These helicopters were positioned at least on the 40th floor, exceeding a distance of 60 meters. Even if a shot were to connect, it would hardly inflict any damage. Moreover, how much damage can a single bullet inflict upon a helicopter? The underbelly of the helicopter is constructed from hardened steel. Even if struck from a distance of 30 meters, it would merely puncture a small hole. The notion of bringing down a helicopter in such a manner is nothing short of a fantasy. Lin Chao discerned the thoughts of the two men. Instead of elaborating, he deftly ascended the building's drainage pipe, akin to a nimble monkey, swiftly reaching the rooftop of the multi-story edifice. Officer Xiao Song gazed in astonishment, murmuring, "Is he the reincarnation of Spider-Man?" Chu Shanha forced a smile and replied, "From the rooftop, the distance is indeed sufficient. However, a bullet's impact on a helicopter is minimal. We can only hope that Lei Zi can incapacitate it. I am curious to see who is truly targeting me." At that moment, Lin Chao had already arrived at the rooftop, where a decaying corpse wandered about the balcony. Utilizing the refraction of light, he concealed his presence, hiding in a corner to observe the fierce exchange between the two helicopters. A minute later, Lin Chao readied his weapon, taking aim at the rear fuel tank of the second helicopter, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. With each shot, he managed the recoil with one hand. Looking up, he noticed the helicopter's rear fuel tank beginning to leak, a stream of yellowish oil cascading down like a slender, errant line. Chu Shanha observed the ruptured fuel tank of the second helicopter, his eyes wide in disbelief as he turned to Lin Chao. "How did you accomplish this? The hardened steel of that helicopter is not easily penetrated by bullets." Lin Chao nodded, responding, "That is precisely why I used 3 bullets. 3. Officer Xiao Song was left bewildered. Lin Chao cast a glance at him and remarked, "As long as we strike the same spot. The superimposition of 3 bullets can indeed penetrate." Chu Shanha, with a look of utter disbelief, replied, "How is that even possible? The helicopter is not stationary. Even if it were, hitting the same point with 3 shots is exceedingly difficult. Some marksmen in the military can consistently hit the bullseye. But a bullseye is merely 3 inches in diameter. Achieving a complete overlap at a single point is of an entirely different caliber, and the helicopter is continuously swaying." Lin Chao nodded. "That is precisely why I took a minute to observe." Chu Shanha fell utterly speechless. Officer Song raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "In all my years, this is the first time I've witnessed what true genius looks like. This is a genuine marksman." Just through a minute of observation, he was able to deduce the movements of that helicopter. Remarkable. At that moment, the second helicopter, having developed a fuel leak, was swiftly seized upon by the first helicopter, which launched a fierce assault. The pilot in the cockpit was immediately struck by gunfire, causing the entire helicopter to sway violently before plummeting to the ground. Boom. The helicopter crashed onto the square, its rotor blades tangling with the earth and snapping, leaving deep white gashes in their wake. The deafening roar attracted the nearby corpses, and 2 bloodied individuals crawled out from the wreckage, their faces etched with terror, only to be engulfed by the dark mass of decaying bodies. A few piercing screams echoed from within, quickly succumbing to silence. Meanwhile, from the first helicopter hovering above, a rescue ladder was gradually lowered. 2 doctors and a nurse, their expressions brimming with excitement, had awaited this moment for what felt like an eternity, their hearts racing with trepidation. Now, at last, they were safe. Chu Shanha patted Lin Chao on the shoulder, his expression a tapestry of emotions. "Brother Lin Chao, you are truly talented. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Lin Chao nodded in acknowledgement. "I must take my leave now." As Chu Shanha grasped the rescue ladder, the helicopter lifted him into the air. He shouted, "You must live well." Officer Xiao Song echoed loudly, "Next time we meet, I shall prepare my signature dish for you." Lin Chao rolled his eyes in irritation. "So loud. Aren't you afraid of attracting the undead?" He waved his hand dismissively and turned to depart. Chu Shanha and Officer Xiao Song exchanged glances, bemused that such an emotional farewell was so abruptly marred by Lin Chao's demeanor, a true dampener on the moment. Luo Lei pulled Chu Shanha into the helicopter, casting a curious glance in the direction Lin Chao had left. "Who was that man? Why didn't he come with you?" It seemed he was the one who pierced the helicopter's fuel line, causing the pilot to panic, allowing me to destroy it. With a sigh, Chu Shanha replied, "His name is Lin Chao, a newly made brother of mine. He just saved my life. I invited him to join the army, but he declined. Such a pity." "Saved your life?" Luo Lei was momentarily taken aback, then his expression turned serious. "If he is your brother, he is also mine. Should we encounter him again, I shall offer my utmost support." Chu Shanha nodded, his gaze fixed on the wreckage of the fallen helicopter, his eyes growing cold. "Who is behind this?" "It must be that scoundrel, Bai Fan." Roar's eyes brimmed with fury. The individual before him was one whom he had previously dispatched. Now, the military was engulfed in chaos, with numerous generals leading their respective troops away from the headquarters, aspiring to establish their own dominions. Only the old commander and a few senior generals remained at the military base, unwilling to roam, establishing their own rule. Chu Shanha let out a cold snicker. Chapter 17. Lin Chao's Wrath. First update. Lin Chao's gaze fell upon the entrance, where several decaying corpses lay, their heads shattered by bullets, sprawled beside the railing at the doorway. Someone had been here. Lin Chao's brow furrowed. Moreover, these individuals were armed, leaving him uncertain whether they were soldiers or looting. Vigilant marauders. A foreboding sense of dread surged within him. He immediately burst into the room, only to find the once pristine and tidy living room in disarray. 7 or 8 blood-red footprints marred the wooden floor, and most strikingly, the rice and vegetables that had been stacked behind the sofa had vanished entirely, the sofa itself overturned. A flicker of coldness danced in Lin Chao's eyes as he silently proceeded to the kitchen and his sister Lin Shiyu's room. All the provisions stored here had been completely ravaged, including the experimental station in Lin Shiyu's chamber, which lay shattered, the microscope toppled to the ground, and various test tubes smashed to pieces. It was not difficult to envision the intensity of the turmoil that had transpired here. Lin Chao's heart sank. A torrent of rage ignited within him. The food had been pillaged. He could always see supplies from other supermarkets. But Lin Chao was missing. The one girl he desperately wished to protect had also been taken by these marauders. Lin Chao had survived for 19 years in a post-apocalyptic world and understood the tragic fate that awaited a delicate and adorable little girl at the hands of a group of thugs. The sky was now darkening, the sun sinking in the west, and the desolate city lay in eerie silence, only interrupted by the guttural growls of decaying corpses. Without hesitation, Lin Chao approached the entrance, where several headshot corpses lay, crouching down to examine the ground meticulously. Soon, he discerned deeply imprinted footprints. Their size and quantity closely resembled those he had observed in the living room. Gripping his iron rod, he swiftly pursued the direction of these tracks. Given the substantial amount of food they had transported, especially the numerous bags of rice, each individual would require at least 2 bags to carry. Furthermore, their lack of survival experience had resulted in their failure to erase their tracks, allowing Lin Chao to effortlessly trace their escape route. The Shangri-La Hotel stood before him, its opulent entrance marred by splatters of dark blood on the steps, alongside the lifeless body of another corpse, its skull shattered. At the entrance stood 2 burly middle-aged men, clad in luxurious branded clothing, casually surveying their surroundings while wielding firearms. Should any wandering corpse approach, they would immediately dispatch it with lethal precision. "Can you believe that in these outfits, we resemble former millionaires?" one remarked. "Huh, what is a millionaire compared to us? I heard from the four-eyed chicken that our attire is worth 70 to 80,000. Only those with tens of millions would dare to purchase such finery. And let me tell you, the sensation of wearing this is worlds apart from our previous $20 promotional deals. The fabric is incredibly smooth. Had it not been for the chaos engulfing the world, we wouldn't even dare to touch, let alone converse. Moreover, wielding a firearm adds a thrill to the experience. Indeed, it is unfortunate that my daughter departed this world too soon. Had she lived, I would possess the means to safeguard him now. Ah, old Zhang has made a contribution. Yet here we remain, merely on watch duty. If we ventured out to search, we might uncover some valuable treasures. The outside world is perilous. It is wiser to remain vigilant. Should any monstrous entity approach, we could still seek the leader's assistance." As the two engaged in their dialogue, oblivious to the subtle distortion of light around them, a young man clad in black leisure wear materialized behind them like a specter. With a resounding thud, he swung an iron rod, striking the back of the head of the burly man who had been speaking. In an instant, the man's jovial expression was replaced by shock as his body trembled violently, his skull exploding in a gruesome display of red and white matter that splattered across the face of his companion. The latter stood in utter bewilderment. It took him 2 or 3 seconds to comprehend the horror before him when a cold, powerful hand emerged from behind, seizing his throat and twisting it gently. With a sharp crack, his cervical vertebrae fractured, and his head fell limply. Lin Chao deftly relieved the 2 corpses of their ammunition, pocketing it, before kicking the headless body down the steps and positioning the other one against the door. He then proceeded into the expansive hall. Behind the service counter in the lobby, an emaciated old man dozed off. After concealing his presence, Lin Chao evaded the surveillance cameras installed within the hotel and made his way directly to the security room at the back of the lobby. The door to the security room was firmly shut, yet Lin Chao could distinctly hear every subtle sound emanating from within. 2 individuals were present. One was asleep, emitting soft snores, while the other yawned languidly. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Chao's eyes as he deftly extracted a slender wire hidden on his person, swiftly manipulating the lock without making a single sound. Silently, he opened the door to reveal a middle-aged man sprawled across a desk before several surveillance screens, deeply engrossed in slumber, and a young man wearing glasses who leaned wearily on his chin, fatigue evident as he gazed at the monitors. With nothing to occupy himself, the young man struggled to remain alert, teetering on the brink of drowsiness. Like a specter, Lin Chao approached him from behind, his hand suddenly lunging out to grasp the young man's throat. Instantly startled, the bespectacled youth instinctively attempted to scream, but the grip was too decisive and powerful. In that fleeting moment, his windpipe was crushed, and he could only manage a couple of feeble gasps before his eyes widened in shock, collapsing helplessly onto the monitor station. Remarkably, the middle-aged man, deeply ensconced in his slumber, remained oblivious to the turmoil. Lin Chao wasted no time, striking with a single, forceful blow that shattered the man's skull. With both adversaries neutralized, Lin Chao closed the door behind him and immediately set to work commandeering the security system, swiftly accessing the day's entire surveillance records. A group of individuals entered the hall through the doorway, burdened with an ample supply of provisions, rice, purified water, confections, vegetables, and meat among them. Additionally, a robust man bore a small girl in a dress upon his shoulder. The child remained utterly still, seemingly unconscious. Through the surveillance footage, it was evident that a vivid red handprint adorned her face. Lin Chao's murderous intent surged exponentially. Chapter 18. The Awakening of the Evolver, Second Update. The surveillance images revealed that upon entering the building, these individuals were soon greeted with warmth by other survivors. A preliminary assessment indicated that there were approximately 30 to 40 survivors within the edifice, of whom around 10 were armed. The remainder consisted predominantly of young women, with only a few elderly individuals present. This was a small settlement, and the survival laws here appeared far less brutal than those of the future. Although the young women shared ambiguous relationships with the armed men, they had not yet been reduced to mere objects of desire, and no one had dared to tear away the veil of morality. Through the monitoring footage, Lin Chao observed a youthful boy, likely around 16 or 17 years old, at the center of the gathering. His face bore the unmistakable marks of youth, yet the individuals surrounding him gravitated towards him as if he were the sun. Clearly, this boy was the master of the settlement, which left Lin Chao feeling a twinge of astonishment. He discreetly took note of the situation, then followed the figure of Lin Xiyu on the surveillance screen. He observed her being carried by a burly man into an opulent room, where she was unceremoniously tossed onto the bed. The man studied her form, seemingly contemplating something, but ultimately shook his head and exited the room, closing the door behind him. From that moment on, the door remained tightly shut, indicating that Lin Xiyu was still inside. At that moment, he found himself in the luxurious wine cellar of the hotel. Lin Chao immediately opened the door to the security room, his figure blending into the shadows, and swiftly made his way towards the wine cellar. He encountered no survivors along the way. Everyone was ensconced in their respective rooms, some occupied with solitary video games, others idly sleeping, and a few pondering their survival. Lin Chao effortlessly reached the wine cellar. After listening intently for any sounds from behind the door and hearing none, he skillfully unlocked it and quietly pushed it open. The light refracted, rendering his form nearly transparent. From the inside, it appeared as though the door had opened gently on its own, as if stirred by a faint breeze. Lin Chao cast a quick glance inside. The wine cellar was spacious, filled with shelves brimming with exquisite red wines and a few renowned white spirits. Strangely, the cellar was utterly devoid of any presence. Lin Chao felt a twinge of confusion. According to the surveillance, the leading boy had entered this room and had not re-emerged. Where could he possibly be? He stepped into the cellar, remaining vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. Soon, he detected a faint sound emanating from behind one of the shelves. Lin Chao's gaze flickered slightly as he approached the shelf with utmost caution. Peering through the narrow gap, he discerned a small storage room behind it, the door ajar, from which a foul stench wafted forth. Through the crack, Lin Chao's eyes widened in horror at the scene within. The room housed several wooden racks, from which hung two women of exquisite beauty, stripped bare like innocent lambs. One of them appeared unscathed, while the other was a grotesque sight. Her chest had been brutally flattened, and a gash ran between her ribs, revealing her innards, which were conspicuously absent. On a table beside the rack lay several human arms, both male and female. The dimly lit storage room was a macabre tableau, stained with blood and reeking of decay. Could it be? Lin Chao found himself momentarily paralyzed. He could not be mistaken. These putrid arms were unmistakably those of corpses. Before the bloodstained platform stood not only the boy leader, but also a girl clad in a tight black gown. Her face obscured by a dark veil that concealed the upper half of her porcelain visage, leaving only the lower half, with its nearly perfect contours, exposed. Her ruby lips, painted as if ablaze, contrasted starkly against her alabaster skin, exuding an unsettlingly regal chill. Is this truly the reality they inhabit? The boy leader, gripped by fear, instinctively took a step back, gazing into the abyss. The girl in the black dress spoke with a clear voice, imbued with the unique innocence of youth, which seemed incongruous with her noble demeanor. She chuckled softly. "Do not be afraid. They are quite adorable. If we consume just 10 more, they will evolve. At that point, with their strength, conquering this city will be a trivial matter." The boy leader swallowed hard, turning to her with a troubled expression. "Xiaoyu, to be honest. Ruling this city is not what matters to me. I only wish to be with you. What foolishness are you uttering? The girl in the black dress cupped his face gently and whispered, the outside world is filled with such monsters. If we wish to survive, we must act accordingly. The boy leader gazed at her beautiful face, so close, and the faint fragrance emanating from her made him blush. He stammered, I understand. Such a good boy, she replied, stroking his hair tenderly. We both possess this formidable power. We must take action. The world is in chaos, and we shall become the rulers of the new world. Tomorrow, bring 2 more people with you. The boy leader hesitated, saying, isn't that a bit too frequent? Recently, several individuals have gone missing, claiming they ventured out and were devoured by the undead. If more people disappear, it may raise suspicions. Who dares to suspect? Just bring them to me, the girl in the black dress said, lifting his chin with a casual tone. The boy leader gazed into her jet-black eyes and saw his own reflection. His heart raced, a sense of unease washing over him, prompting him to swiftly turn away and say, I understand. The boy leader paused momentarily before stepping forward to open the door, only to find nothing outside. He remarked in confusion, there's no one here. The girl in the black dress furrowed her brow slightly and replied, impossible. I sensed an unusual fluctuation just now. There must be someone. Could it be another individual with a special ability like yours? The boy leader exclaimed in surprise, no way. The girl's gaze shifted to his back, her pupils narrowing abruptly as she urged, get away. He thought to himself how close he had come to being ambushed. However, he was unaware that Lin Chao had no intention of attacking him. Had he been so inclined, even the most vigilant reaction would have resulted in his demise. Lin Chao's cold gaze locked onto the girl in the black dress. Upon hearing her words, a surge of murderous intent stirred within him. But he was fortunate to have been detected. He decided there was no need to conceal himself further. These 2 individuals appeared to be self-awakened evolvers. While they were indeed stronger than ordinary evolvers, they posed little threat to him. Chapter 19. The corpse controller. The so-called self-awakened evolvers refer to individuals with unique physiques who, at the onset of the viral outbreak, not only avoided infection but also experienced a rapid melding of their own genes with the virus, resulting in the evolution of humanity. Self-awakening evolution, akin to corpses, is classified into ordinary evolution, special evolution, and multiple evolution. The number of ordinary self-aware evolvers is quite substantial. It is estimated that 1 in every 100 possesses this ability. However, special evolvers are exceedingly rare, with a mere possibility of 1 emerging in every 10,000 individuals. As for self-aware multi-evolvers, according to Lin Chao's knowledge, there are no more than 3 in the entire world. Who are you? The boy leader stared at Lin Chao in terror. How did you get in? What happened to the people outside? Did you kill them all? Lin Chao seemed oblivious to his questions, fixating his gaze on the girl in the black dress. How do you know that human flesh can facilitate the evolution of decaying corpses? The girl in the black dress scrutinized Lin Chao for a moment before her demeanor relaxed, a smile gracing her lips. I have my own secrets. As for you, you must possess some special ability, right? And your ability, it seems, is the invisibility you demonstrated earlier, such a feeble power indeed. The boy leader, taken aback, swiftly grasped how Lin Chao had infiltrated their domain. Merely by being invisible, he exhibited such audacity. The boy leader immediately regained his composure, a sneer forming on his face as he said, do you think you are unique in this world? Do you believe your ability is invincible? To be frank, my power is ossification. I can cause my bones to grow outside my body, transforming them into weapons. Moreover, I can manipulate the bones within my body to shield my heart. Even bullets cannot penetrate my bones, including my skull. Therefore, even if I stand here and allow you to attack, you cannot kill me. Ossification? Lin Chao cast a cold glance at him, his body suddenly darting forward with a velocity so explosive that it left onlookers momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the short distance in a mere 0.3 seconds. The boy leader, with his evolved reflexes, could barely muster the thought of evasion before witnessing the dark iron rod descending upon him with alarming swiftness. Panic surged within him. He had not anticipated such extraordinary speed from a single individual. Nevertheless, despair did not grip him. He was acutely aware of his own bone density. Even the bullet from a standard firearm could not penetrate his skull. Regardless of the rod's might, he believed the impact would be diffused, alleviating his concern over potential injury. Yet, in the next moment, he realized his miscalculation. The instant the iron rod struck his head, His mind went blank. An overwhelming shockwave reverberated through him. He could almost hear the distinct sound of his skull fracturing, as excruciating pain radiated from countless cells in his brain, leading him to question whether his skull had indeed shattered. The force of the blow sent his body toppling backward to the ground. Lin Chao glanced at the iron rod, astonished to find it had bent considerably. The enhanced density of his bones was now on par with ordinary steel. The boy leader collapsed, dazed, as he stared vacantly at Lin Chao. Gradually, clarity returned to his mind, but the piercing agony swiftly drained the color from his face. The muscles around his eyes twitched involuntarily, and he gritted his teeth, stifling a pained groan that escaped his nostrils. Clutching his head, he writhed on the ground, unable to rise, a poignant reminder of his youth. Although evolved by chance to possess extraordinary physical strength, the frailty of willpower cannot be ameliorated by genetic evolution. The girl in the black dress was utterly astonished. Moments ago, Lin Chao's speed had surpassed the limits of her retina's ability to capture motion. She had merely glimpsed a flash of darkness before witnessing the leader of the boys collapse to the ground, clutching his head and rolling in agony. With such swiftness, should Lin Chao wish to take her life, it would be as effortless as breathing. Her complexion turned ashen as she pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I will speak." Lin Chao's tone was frosty. The girl in the black dress cast a furtive glance at him and cautiously continued, "I can control these corpses and sense their thoughts, which is how I know they can consume flesh to evolve." Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback. To sense the thoughts of the corpses? Was this unique and peculiar ability that of the rumored corpse controller? The corpse controller is a hybrid entity that exists between human and corpse, resembling humans in physical form, with all organs retaining their human appearance, devoid of any decay. In terms of muscle, bone density, strength, and speed, it is indistinguishable from an ordinary human. However, its body is impervious to viruses. Even when vast amounts of viruses are introduced into its bloodstream and genes, it experiences no ill effects. Its brain, akin to that of the corpses, has had all soft brain cells obliterated by the virus, including memory cells and various neural systems. In simple terms, it is akin to a state of cerebral death. However, unlike the brain of a decaying corpse which succumbs to death, this brain regenerates swiftly after demise, with all cells and the nervous system reborn anew, akin to a serpent shedding its skin, undergoing a profound metamorphosis and evolution. The evolved brain not only retains the memories that once belonged to its human host, but also possesses a unique personality. Furthermore, its bioelectrical waves are extraordinarily potent, enabling it to command all corpses, as well as special types and even perilous variants. In terms of rarity, a corpse dominator is even more uncommon than dangerous species. For the rapid regeneration of the brain post-mortem defies scientific principles, necessitating a confluence of numerous factors to manifest such a miracle. Lin Chao cast a glance at the three corpses shrouded in darkness, unshackled by chains, yet obediently crouching in silence, not daring to utter a sound. It was evident that this was the effect of the girl in the black dress's control. "I have already pleaded. I beseech you to spare me." Noticing Lin Chao's silence, the girl in the black dress immediately implored, "I will do anything you desire. Marry you, or even share your bed. I will comply." As soon as she uttered these words, the boy leader, who had been clutching his head in pain, was taken aback and raised his gaze in astonishment. The shock of this moment nearly eclipsed the intense physical agony he was enduring, and he stared blankly, uttering, "Shall you what? What are you saying?" The girl in the black dress shot him an irritated glance before returning her pleading gaze to Lin Chao. She hurriedly exclaimed, "All right, roar." As several deep growls echoed through the air, shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, resembling monstrous creatures released from captivity. Their necks twisted at irregular angles, eyes rolled back, and their decayed forms lunged toward the boy leader on the ground. Chapter 20. The First Follower. Bone armor. Surrounded by three putrid corpses, the boy leader's face was etched with terror. He immediately unleashed his unique ability, and sharp, white bone spines erupted from the pores of his skin, each approximately 2 inches long, covering his body in a fierce display. The spines tore through his skin, blood oozing from the edges, and in an instant, he was enveloped in a menacing array of bone spikes, resembling an enraged porcupine. The three decaying corpses let out excited growls, showing no hesitation as they pounced upon him, tearing and gnashing. Although the jagged spines pierced their rotting flesh, they felt no pain and continued to bite savagely at the tender flesh beneath. Soon, chunks of the boy leader's flesh were ripped away, and blood pooled on the ground. "Please, Xiaoyu, together we can defeat them. Don't." The boy leader cried out in agony, rolling on the ground. The girl in the black dress cast a scornful glance at him before approaching Lin Chao, brushing her newly developed form against his arm, whispering softly, "Now, you must believe in my sincerity, don't you?" Lin Chao turned to her, asking, "What sincerity?" The girl in the black dress was momentarily taken aback, a sense of unease stirring within her. "I will heed your words. Kill him, if that is your desire. I have promised that I shall do whatever you ask, as long as you spare me." Lin Chao replied coolly, "Do you think I am testing you? I simply lack the motivation to act myself. For a creature like you, murder is an exceedingly trivial task. Even if you were not here today, once you grow stronger, you would inevitably kill him and consume his flesh and blood cells." The girl in the black dress felt a surge of anger, realizing she had been toyed with. Lin Chao continued indifferently, "Rest assured, I have no intention of ending your life. You still hold some value to me. It is rare to encounter a necromancer such as yourself, and to eliminate you so easily would be a regrettable loss. In the future, you could become a formidable ally if nurtured appropriately. Of course, the sole risk lies in the possibility of your rebellion. Yet, when weighed against the potential benefits you offer, this risk is worth taking. Moreover, an initial necromancer possesses limited offensive capabilities, relying heavily on the corpses they command. As long as you are not allowed to amass an army of unique undead, you pose little threat to me. Once you have matured, acquiring a loyalty pact from the ancient ruins of Babylon would grant me complete control over you, ensuring your total compliance." Upon hearing Lin Chao's words, the girl in the black dress's eyes sparkled with interest. "What do you want me to do?" "Follow me," Lin Chao replied calmly. "I can grant you a measure of freedom, but you must abide by 2 rules. First, obey my commands without question. Secondly, you must ensure that all your actions prioritize my interests." The girl in the black dress, without a moment's hesitation, readily agreed. Of course, she had anticipated this from the very beginning, firmly believing that with her unique abilities, ordinary individuals would inevitably seek to tame her, harness her extraordinary powers, and dominate the world. Humph, as long as I acquire sufficient flesh, my treasures will swiftly evolve. Once they undergo evolution again, they will easily eliminate you. Attempting to enslave me? How naive. A cold laugh echoed in the heart of the girl in the black dress. The boy leader, pinned to the ground by the decaying corpses, his body torn and mangled, heard the words of the girl in the black dress and, in a fit of sorrow and anger, roared, "Xiaoyu, why have you done this to me? Why?" The girl in the black dress crouched down, looking at his bloodied face with disdain, and replied, "Why? Do you still not understand? I am not the Fan Xiangyu you once knew. That weak and inept girl perished during the outbreak of the virus. I am a new consciousness born from her brain, although I have absorbed some of her memories. Her hypocritical nature disgusts me profoundly. Had it not been for your unique abilities, I would have devoured you from the very start." The boy leader was left in a state of disbelief. The girl in the black dress let out a scornful laugh. 3 decaying corpses quickly feasted upon the boy leader's throat, heart, and other bloody remnants. Although he had shielded most of his body with bone armor, he was still tormented to death by excessive blood loss and severe injuries to vital areas. After his demise, his skeletal remains remained intact, soon reduced to mere bones. And should anyone behold this skeleton, they would hardly perceive it as human. Instead, it resembled the framework of an entirely unfamiliar creature. Lin Chao quietly observed as she commanded 3 decaying corpses, meticulously devouring every morsel of flesh from the boy leader. Suddenly, she inquired, "How long until they evolve?" Lin Chao, with a stoic expression, replied, "What is the maximum number of ordinary corpses you can control?" "Corpses? Are these the monsters in question?" "Under ordinary circumstances, I can control around 10. However, for evolved ones with special abilities, I can manage only 3, which is why I trained these," Fan Xiangyu cautiously explained. Lin Chao furrowed his brow slightly. So weak. 10 ordinary corpses held little significance to him, easily dispatched, while 3 special corpses could provide some assistance. Yet the enhancement was not notably substantial. Hearing Lin Chao's words, Fan Xiangyu was nearly incensed to the point of spitting blood. Is that considered weak? Controlling 10 corpses could effortlessly annihilate a settlement of hundreds. It is crucial to understand that the corpses I command differ vastly from those that are uncontrolled and merely driven by instinct. They possess the ability to leap and evade. Even if the adversary wields a firearm, they remain undeterred. After all, few can accurately strike a target moving at high velocity. Weak indeed. She secretly felt a surge of anger, yet did not betray any semblance of irritation on her visage. In truth, she was not being entirely forthright. The number of ordinary corpses under her command was merely 20, while the count of special corpses was at least 5. Upon hearing Lin Chao's words, her mind began to whirl, and she instantly donned a facade of anxiety and grievance, convinced that Lin Chao would be persuaded by her display of emotion. Just wait until my treasures evolve. I shall devour you. A sense of concealed triumph surged within Fan Xiangyu as she envisioned Lin Chao's astonishment and despair at her revealed prowess, an involuntary smile curving her lips. Lin Chao cast a fleeting glance her way and instructed, "Let us proceed. From this moment forth, you are forbidden to consume any human without my explicit consent." Fan Xiangyu's heart tightened, and she hastily inquired, "Then what shall I eat?" "Food," Lin Chao replied calmly. Fan Xiangyu nearly bit her tongue in disbelief. "You expect corpses to eat food?" Chapter 21. Taming the Golden Beast. Wait for me outside. I have matters to attend to. Lin Chao's gaze was profound, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Should I detect your presence straying beyond my sensory range, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." A faint smile of resignation graced Fan Xiangyu's lips. This young human was incredibly astute, entirely unlike any others she had encountered. Not only did he possess unfathomable strength, but his intellect left her feeling utterly powerless. Most concerning of all was Lin Chao's understanding of corpses, which seemed to surpass even her own as their master. "I understand," she replied, left with no choice but to acquiesce. Lin Chao was the first to exit the storage room, and as the light twisted momentarily, his figure vanished from Fan Xiangyu's sight. He hurriedly made his way to the entrance of an opulent guest room on the second floor of the hotel, where no one was stationed. He effortlessly unlocked the door with the chip-sensing lock. Just as he opened the door, an acute sense of danger surged within him, prompting an instinctive evasion. In a swift motion, a sharp, gleaming knife grazed his shoulder. Lin Chao reached out, evading the blade, and upon focusing his gaze, he was met with a pair of familiar dark eyes, both momentarily taken aback. Playfully toying with the flying knife, he casually tucked it into his pocket and chuckled softly. "I was wondering where the flying knife had disappeared to. It seems you've pilfered one." The individual behind the door was none other than Lin Xiu. Upon hearing the unlocking sound, she had prepared to ambush the intruder, only to be startled to find it was Lin Chao. While she silently praised her luck, she instinctively leaped into his embrace. After a few seconds, she recoiled as if jolted by an electric shock, gazing at him in astonishment. "Xiao Chao, what are you doing here? Were you not captured?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xiu's demeanor shifted to one of urgency. "You must leave quickly. There are many of them, and they are armed. You cannot possibly confront them alone. Allow me to distract them for a moment, and once you acquire some weapons, return to rescue me." Lin Chao gently brushed his fingers against the faint red imprint on her cheek, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. With me here, no one can harm you." His tone was light, yet it carried an undeniable air of conviction. Lin Xiu turned her head away, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, "Don't touch recklessly. I won't discuss this with you anymore. Do you really have a way to leave? Are you certain?" She looked up at Lin Chao with utmost seriousness. Lin Chao met her gaze, then nodded. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiu declared, "All right, then let us go. I trust you won't do anything foolish." Lin Chao took her delicate hand, and together they walked along the vibrant red carpet of the corridor, making their way to the third floor. Soon, they arrived at a room that was nearly identical in layout to others on the floor, stopping in front of a door in the central right. Lin Xiu looked up at Lin Chao with confusion, hesitating to speak for fear of disturbing those within the nearby rooms. Then, she witnessed a remarkable scene. Her younger brother, whom she had held since childhood, swiftly manipulated the door lock. The chip sensor, initially glowing red, immediately shifted to green. With a soft click, the door opened silently. She finally comprehended how Lin Chao had managed to unlock her door. When had this brother of hers learned such stealthy skills? A sudden realization struck her. She did not truly know her closest sibling. Lin Chao guided her into the room and quietly closed the door behind them. Outside, he had already detected the presence of a human within the room through his keen sense of smell. The faint scent of sweat mingled with the bedding indicated that someone was resting on the bed, allowing him to open the door with ease. unconcerned about being spotted and causing a commotion that might reveal their presence. Even if his whereabouts were exposed, it posed no threat to him. He merely wished to avoid unnecessary slaughter. Lin Chao immediately detected a repugnant odor and quietly instructed Lin Xiu, "Close your eyes, do not look." Lin Xiu was already taken aback upon seeing someone nestled within the blankets. She could not fathom Lin Chao's intentions. Upon hearing his words, she instinctively desired to inquire. Yet recalling that speaking might provoke unnecessary alarm, she opted to comply and shut her eyes. Lin Chao released his grip. Clutching the iron rod firmly as he approached the bed, he swiftly threw back the fluffy bedding, revealing a burly man sprawled within, utterly exposed. One hand clutched his own genitals, while the other rested beside a gaudy magazine, engaged in an act of self-indulgence. Lin Chao fixated on him with a cold gaze. He initially contemplated inflicting torment, but upon witnessing the man's lewd demeanor, he lost all interest and raised the iron rod to strike. "No, please don't," the burly man exclaimed in terror, realizing his firearm lay on the nightstand, leaving him no time to retrieve it. He could only plead desperately. Bang! The iron rod descended mercilessly, and a splatter of blood immediately stained the bedding. Lin Xiu curiously tilted her head to observe the profile of Lin Chao. The chilling contours of his face provided her with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. "Did you just kill that man?" she inquired. "Yes. Why?" "I have reviewed the surveillance footage." Lin Xiu refrained from further questioning, instead gripping Lin Chao's hand tightly, as if vowing never to release it. As they stepped outside, they encountered a few individuals along the way, yet these passers-by seemed to ignore them entirely, which astonished Lin Xiu. She nearly questioned whether Lin Chao had become the leader of these people. In the distance, upon a dilapidated car outside the hotel, Fan Xiangyu sat gracefully on the dented roof, clad in a pristine black gown. She swayed her snow-white long legs, emanating an angelic aura of innocence, reminiscent of a charming girl gently swinging on a swing. Beside her, 3 grotesque corpses stood obediently like devoted followers. Swaying gently to the unknown tune she hummed through her nasal voice, akin to tormented souls in hell heeding the guidance of a deity. Lin Xiu beheld this serene and harmonious scene from afar, her face a portrait of disbelief as she covered her mouth, terrified of letting out a gasp. Never had she encountered such docile corpses. Lin Chao took her small hand and approached Fan Xiangyu, stating, "Let us go." Fan Xiangyu ceased her humming, and the 3 corpses halted their swaying, standing motionless with their hollow white eyes fixed on Lin Chao and Lin Xiu. "What is this?" Fan Xiangyu inquired curiously. Observing Lin Xiu. "Sister?" She paused, scrutinizing Lin Xiu repeatedly before rolling her eyes and retorting, "Clearly, she is the younger sister. Don't presume I am oblivious to your human hierarchy, humph." Lin Chao replied indifferently, "I do not believe an explanation is necessary. You merely need to obey." Fan Xiangyu gritted her teeth in frustration. Lin Xiu tugged at Lin Chao's sleeve and asked, "Xiao Chao, who is this girl? Is she your friend?" "No," he replied. Lin Chao's tone softened slightly as he explained, "She is a uniquely evolved corpse, outwardly resembling us, yet possessing the ability to command other ordinary corpses. Moreover, she also preys on humans. However, for now, she serves as our subordinate. In the future, you need only give her commands, and she will not dare to disobey." Lin Xiu gazed in astonishment at Fan Xiangyu. In her recollection, corpses were typically characterized by their decaying flesh and the foul stench they emitted. Yet this girl had skin as flawless as snow. Far from resembling a corpse, her complexion surpassed even that of a human being. Seeing that Lin Chao completely disregarded her presence, Fan Xiangyu stomped her foot in frustration. Her eyes darted towards Lin Xiu, a flicker of peculiar light passing through them. Lin Chao then instructed Fan Xiangyu, "Clear the path." Reluctantly, Fan Xiangyu muttered under her breath and stepped ahead of the trio, directing 3 corpses to forge the way. These corpses twisted their necks and swayed their bodies as they advanced, resembling a trio of valiant bodyguards. Any solitary corpse encountered along the way was swiftly dispatched by the trio, while when faced with a horde of corpses, Lin Chao immediately assigned Fan Xiangyu the task of distraction, as he swiftly carried Lin Xiu, maneuvering around obstacles with the agility of a skilled acrobat. Although Fan Xiangyu's form mirrored that of a human, she bore no trace of humanity, thus failing to incite the corpse's appetite for consumption. Instead, the formidable biological microwaves lurking within her brain formed an invisible magnetic field, instinctively deterring these ordinary corpses from drawing near. Lin Xiu adjusted her glasses, suddenly caught by Lin Chao's arm as they dashed forward. She pondered, this decaying corpse must be utilizing biological microwaves to control ordinary corpses. Is it possible for us humans to devise a wave control device to command these cadavers? Lin Chao replied, that is indeed an intriguing idea, but given our current technological capabilities, it remains unfeasible. Lin Xiu acknowledged with a soft "oh" and fell back into her contemplation, oblivious to the rapidly fading scenery around her. After circumventing the horde of corpses, Lin Chao paused momentarily until he spotted Fan Xiangyu approaching before continuing onward. Lin Chao remarked indifferently, do you think it is easier to take care of one person or a multitude? Fan Xiangyu smiled in response, however, they can perform tasks for you and bring you benefits. The efficiency of a team always surpasses that of individuals, does it not? Lin Chao conceded, that makes sense. He casually added, nonetheless, I rather enjoy engaging in unreasonable activities. You, Fan Xiangyu exclaimed in exasperation, you are utterly incomprehensible. Lin Chao cast a glance in her direction and said, you seem to have a plethora of concerns. Just focus on your own responsibilities. Fan Xiangyu looked at Lin Xiu with a sense of grievance. Sister, look at your brother. He is clearly bullying me and lacks any gentlemanly demeanor. Is this how one speaks to a lady? Lin Xiu chuckled lightly. You are not human. How can this be considered bullying? I understand that in your eyes. I am a corpse, yet I am also a victim of circumstance. Even if I were to consume human flesh, it is akin to how you humans eat chicken, duck, fish, and meat. It's simply in our nature. Can I truly be blamed for that? Fan Xiangyu lamented pitifully. Lin Xiu adjusted her glasses and nodded emphatically, saying, that makes sense. Fan Xiangyu took a couple of steps closer, pulling her small hand with a sense of grievance, pleading, could you please ask your brother not to be so fierce with me? Lin Xiu pondered for a moment before shaking her head. No, I cannot. Fan Xiangyu was taken aback. Why not? Firstly, Xiao Chao has grown up. I will no longer restrain him. Secondly, seeing you being bullied actually brings me joy. Thirdly, I have a penchant for engaging in capricious acts. Lin Xiu articulated, a hint of innocent laughter gracing her visage. Fan Xiangyu's spirit deflated immediately, exclaiming, you siblings are truly foolish. Suddenly, her palm tightened as she swiftly lunged towards Lin Xiu's throat, while her other hand retrieved a handgun from beneath her black dress, aiming it at her temple. Simultaneously, she warily lifted her gaze to the newly turned Lin Chao, threateningly declaring, do not approach, or I shall blow her brains out. However, to her astonishment, Lin Chao displayed no anticipated panic. Instead, he regarded her with an odd expression, inquiring, are you certain? Fan Xiangyu recalled Lin Chao's terrifying speed earlier and felt a twinge of anxiety. She scoffed, coldly retorting, I warn you, should you make any sudden movements, I will shoot her. I am confident that even if your speed is extraordinary, it cannot surpass that of a bullet. Lin Chao raised an eyebrow. Are you threatening me? Fan Xiangyu replied with a chilling laughter. Of course. You siblings are utterly foolish. Did you truly believe I would willingly become your follower? Humph, and to impose two rules upon me. How ridiculous and juvenile. Moreover, this childish and grotesque sister of yours foolishly allowed me to approach her. I have already declared that I am a cadaver, yet she exhibited no semblance of caution. Are you aware of what a cadaver is? It consumes human flesh. Who, then, is the aberration? Lin Xiu adjusted her glasses, and a glimmer of sharpness flickered within her dark, obsidian eyes. Fan Xiangyu was taken aback. In such a tense situation, this girl she had previously overlooked dared to question her in a threatening tone. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she coldly retorted, I am speaking of you. What, do you intend to bite me? If you and your brother do not permit me to leave today, we shall all meet our demise. Then let us see, Lin Chao replied, his form suddenly lunging forward, a streak of meteoric light flashing within his pitch-black eyes. Do not approach, Fan Xiangyu exclaimed in shock, realizing Lin Chao's utter lack of regard for his sister's life. Was she not his biological sister? As she prepared to pull the trigger, she was suddenly struck with terror when she noticed that Lin Xiu had inexplicably vanished. Her mouth opened in momentary confusion. In that fleeting pause, Lin Chao had already reached her side, snatching her firearm with one hand while the other gripped her swan-like, alabaster throat. Gazing closely into this man's eyes, she found no trace of emotion within his dark pupils, resembling a cold machine. A chill crept up her spine, and beads of cold sweat rapidly formed. Struggling, She stammered. How? How is this possible? Is your sister also a wielder of special abilities? Lin Chao gripped her throat, gazing down upon her delicate, alabaster cheek. Their noses nearly touched, and his voice, though soft, carried an icy chill as he spoke. This is your first mistake. I shall grant you 2 more chances. Once all 3 opportunities are exhausted, I will ensure you regret ever gracing this world. Fan Xiangyu let out a sigh of relief, yet a wave of trepidation washed over her. From the man's tone, she discerned an unsettling truth. Had he been anticipating her misstep all along? Was everything unfolding precisely as he had foreseen? A sense of confusion and cold dread enveloped her. Lin Chao released her and continued on his way. Instantly, Fan Xiangyu spotted Lin Qiu's figure re-emerging in her line of sight. Still shaken, she exclaimed, "How is it that you can also become invisible?" "Guess," Lin Qiu replied, flexing her fingers and adjusting her glasses. "I harbor a grudge, and while Xiao Chao may grant you 3 chances, I shall not." "What do you intend to do?" Fan Xiangyu's complexion shifted noticeably, with a smile revealing her teeth. Lin Qiu remarked, "I am curious to see the workings of your brain and discern how it differs from that of an ordinary corpse. Allow me to examine it next time." Fan Xiangyu trembled in fright, forcing a smile as she responded, "What is there to see in a brain? There is no difference. It is akin to yours. Perhaps it is best not to look, lest you suffer nightmares." "You will only know by witnessing it," Lin Qiu replied, speaking to herself as she hastened to follow Lin Chao. Fan Xiangyu's eyelid twitched slightly. She felt that these siblings were indeed demons. Chapter 23. Taming the Golden Beast. This place, having endured the ravages of marauders, is no longer fit for habitation. This incident served as a stark warning to Lin Chao, who often ventured into the wilderness for hunting, leaving little attention for Lin Qiu. Thus, he resolved to send her to the base city, where she would be under the care of Chu Shanha, ensuring her safety. After imparting a few words of caution to Lin Qiu, they gathered their essential belongings. Lin Chao's requirements were simple. Aside from a small black box, he packed only 2 maps. In contrast, Lin Qiu, being a female, despite her repeated efforts to discard unnecessary items, still had a suitcase weighing heavily with essentials. It contained several bottles of purified water, a change of undergarments, and irreplaceable keepsakes such as family photographs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Fan Xiangyu took the initiative to command a decaying corpse, relieving Lin Qiu of her suitcase and hoisting it onto her back. This was to prevent the sound of rolling wheels from attracting a horde of zombies. Lin Chao was surprised to see that the creature did not immediately lunge at them. He tilted his head towards Fan Xiangyu and inquired, "Can you control it?" "I haven't tried before, but let me see," she replied, promptly closing her eyes. After a brief moment, she reopened them, a peculiar expression gracing her face. "Do you have enmity with it?" she asked. Lin Chao furrowed his brow. "I cannot control it, but I can communicate with it. It just warned me to leave you, or else it would not hesitate to act against me. It even mentioned that hiding behind me would not guarantee your safety." Fan Xiangyu translated cautiously. Lin Chao felt a mix of amusement and irritation at the revelation. He flexed his wrist and said, "Step aside." With a sympathetic glance at the golden hound, Fan Xiangyu quickly retreated, making way. The golden dog observed Fan Xiangyu's departure, and the inexplicable pressure that had weighed upon it instantly dissipated. It let out a few excited low growls and promptly lunged towards Lin Chao with lightning speed. A glimmer flashed in Lin Chao's eyes. It had been only a few days since their last encounter, and the golden dog's physique had nearly doubled, now possessing strength equivalent to that of a human multiplied by 8, approaching the power of a dangerous breed. No wonder it exuded such confidence. Did it seek revenge? As he watched the dog leaping towards him, Lin Chao's keen vision captured its movements with remarkable clarity. His body suddenly flickered, and at tenfold speed, he left behind a remarkably lifelike afterimage. The golden dog, akin to a golden flash, pounced upon the illusion, yet before it could even express its exhilaration, it felt a fist, heavy as a hammer, crash down upon its head. Bang! Its body was forcefully hurled downward from the air. Lin Chao seized one of its hind legs and swung it down hard against the cement ground. A howl of pain escaped the golden dog, its eyes betraying a deeply human-like fear. After delivering several strikes, Lin Chao observed that the creature had completely exhausted its strength before finally releasing its leg and addressing Fan Xiangyu. "What does it say?" The golden dog nodded vigorously, gazing at Lin Chao with an expression of utmost grievance. Lin Chao raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Can you comprehend human speech?" The golden dog nodded repeatedly, raising its paw, extending its tongue, and panting warmly as it affectionately licked Lin Chao's shoes. Lin Chao regarded its pathetic demeanor with a roll of his eyes and produced a small black box, stating, "I have a task for you. If you can track down the location of this box, I shall spare you." The golden retriever glanced at the small black box, sniffing it, as if savoring its scent. After a moment, it nodded its head. Lin Chao patted the dog on its head and said, "Then let us set off. Lead the way, and do not even think of fleeing, or I shall break your legs." The golden retriever looked at him with a hint of grievance, then licked his shoes twice to express its loyalty, before trotting ahead to guide the way. Thus, this peculiar entourage of 3 humans and 1 dog, accompanied by 3 decaying corpses, began their journey. 2 hours later, the golden retriever led Lin Chao and his companions to a shadowy alley. It growled twice at the right wall, prompting Fan Xiangyu to immediately declare, "It says that what you seek is right there." Lin Chao approached the wall and gently reached out to touch it. Suddenly, his palm brushed against the surface, causing rippling waves to emanate from the point of contact, and his hand sank into the wall. Almost instantaneously, Lin Chao felt a force pulling at his palm, and his entire body was uncontrollably drawn inside. As his vision darkened and then brightened once more, Lin Chao found himself standing in a spacious hall adorned in shimmering silver. Before he could take in his surroundings, a cold voice resonated within his mind. "Entry conditions not met. Please return after becoming an E-level evolver." No sooner had the words been spoken than Lin Chao felt as if his chest had collided with a soft cloud, his body involuntarily leaning backward. Was there truly a requirement for entry? Could this be a high-level relic? Lin Chao gazed at the wall, a contemplative expression gracing his features. Generally speaking, any creature could enter a relic. Even the most diminutive ant could do so. However, an ant infected by a virus would be anything but insignificant. Lin Xiu and Fan Xiangyu were momentarily taken aback by the earlier scene. Unable to restrain herself, Lin Xiu exclaimed, "Xiao Chao, do you possess the ability to walk through walls? With your power, it seems you lack even the qualification to enter this relic. One wonders what lies within." Fan Xiangyu scrutinized the wall, a flicker of fervor igniting in her eyes. Lin Chao shared her intrigue, yet he understood that now was not the time for idle musings. He needed to evolve swiftly, achieving the rank of E-level evolver. Otherwise, who could predict when the entrance to this relic might vanish? He made his way to a nearby shuttered shop, instructing Fan Xiangyu to subdue the 2 decaying corpses inside. He then proceeded to ransack the establishment for any electrical devices, disassembling useful components with haste and swiftly reassembling them. In no time, he crafted a biological wave detector, previously set at a power of 100, which had attracted a dangerous species, likely the only one of its kind in this city, or even this province. He adjusted the settings to around 60, anticipating it would lure a special type of corpse. With the wristwatch-like biological wave detector affixed to his arm, he departed from the premises. As an F-level multi-evolver, he would not passively await the arrival of special corpses. He must take the initiative to hunt them down. Prior to this, Lin Chao first arrived at a relatively secluded residential area, clearing out a building within it and ensuring that Lin Xiu resided on the top floor. He entrusted Fan Xiangyu with her protection and then set out with the golden retriever and a map of the city. The rationale for bringing the golden retriever was unmistakable. Should Fan Xiangyu attempt to flee, the dog's keen sense of smell would be able to track her down. Lin Chao scrutinized the map and soon spotted a green symbol indicating a zoo in the nearby vicinity. After noting the route, he beckoned the golden retriever to follow, with the zoo as their objective. In the wake of the viral invasion, the zoo undoubtedly represented a perilous forbidden zone, teeming with a variety of animals that had transformed into bloodthirsty, frenzied beasts. Even E-grade special evolvers would think twice before venturing inside. Chapter 24. The Eye of Divine Perception. First update. At the dilapidated observation deck, newspapers and fruit peels danced wildly in the wind, while patches of dried blood marred the ground. Terrifying, colossal figures crawled slowly past these bloodstains. This was the Longhai Zoo. What should we do now? A burly man among the 4 furrowed his brow and remarked, "That is the zoo, which is currently the most dangerous place in the city. Even with 3 evolvers in our group, we may not be able to enter unscathed. There will undoubtedly be sacrifices." The faces of 2 young men among the 4 paled slightly. They were twins, almost indistinguishable from one another, save for one who wore a habitual smile, exuding a friendly demeanor, while the other possessed a much colder aura. The only non-evolver in this formidable team was the pair of brothers. Bings, are you certain you did not see incorrectly? The young man in the crimson jacket regarded the sole female in the group, Zhao Bingbing, with utmost seriousness. Her softly curled, chestnut-colored hair framed her face, while her fitted athletic attire was complemented by two handguns tucked at her hips. Clutching a notebook in one hand and sporting delicate lavender glasses, she exuded an intellectual charm. Her eyes sparkled with a deep blue luminescence as she spoke. Indeed, my left eye distinctly perceives a form of green energy within this small creature, harboring a potent vitality. If harnessed, it could heal all wounds. As long as the heart and brain remain intact, revival is possible, and there exists a slight chance for us to evolve once more. The young man in the crimson jacket inhaled sharply, clenched his fists, and fixed a piercing gaze on the remaining three companions. I am willing to take the plunge. What about you? I am willing as well, responded the burly man, who bore a machine gun and was adorned with several ammunition belts, grinning broadly. Bingbing has never been mistaken. With her guidance and our firepower, I refuse to believe we cannot vanquish these monsters. The twin brothers exchanged determined glances and nodded vigorously in agreement. Absolutely. The burly man continued with a wide grin. If we were to evolve again, we would become second-tier evolved beings. At that point, entering the military would surely grant us high ranks, allowing us to carve out a remarkable path, especially with Bingbing's formidable abilities. Without her, the four of us would have perished long ago. I can only provide some information. The crux lies in your hands. Zhao Bingbing, clutching a notebook, adjusted her glasses with a calm demeanor as she rapidly input data into the computer. Soon, a three-dimensional image materialized on the screen, resembling the Longhai Zoo to perfection. This zoo, a designated 3A tourist attraction, spans an impressive 102 hectares and boasts over 380 species of rare wildlife, totaling more than 400 individual animals. Within the lion's enclosure resides a pride of approximately 80 lions. Should they venture out in search of food, we can anticipate around 40 remaining. Our objective is to evade the pursuit of these 40 mutated lions and locate the target. Alternatively, Zhao Bingbing pushed her glasses up, her tone indifferent. We could eliminate them all. I believe that even if the lions have mutated, they will retain some of their previous instincts, particularly their strong territorial awareness. Other mutated creatures are unlikely to pose a threat. I'll follow your lead. Whatever you decide, I shall comply, the burly man grinned. Zhao Bingbing's slender fingers tapped the screen as she outlined their plan. We will proceed from this entrance here to this point, then access the sewer entrance from here, which will lead us into the lion's territory. This route is safer, considering the multitude of animals present. If dogs or snakes are involved, our movements could easily be detected due to their keen sense of smell and thermal vision. The others nodded in agreement. The young man in the vibrant red jacket swiftly noted down the distribution of all the monsters. After relaying the information to Zhao Bingbing, a multitude of red dots appeared on the three-dimensional image displayed on her computer, each signifying the presence of a monster. Surrounding each red dot was a circle, indicating the potential range of movement. The group meticulously devised their strategy based on this image. However, the so-called strategizing merely consisted of the individuals following Zhao Bingbing's directives. Although young and lacking in combat prowess, none dared to underestimate her. Soon, after a carefully crafted strategy was established, the group departed from the building. As they ventured forth, the putrid corpses they encountered, upon catching a whiff of their presence, lunged toward them but were swiftly reduced to mere riddled remnants by the formidable man wielding a machine gun. Don't waste ammunition, Zhao Bingbing admonished softly. The burly man sheepishly scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile in response. Zhao Bingbing retrieved the elegant handgun from her waist, her pupils gradually shifting from a pitch-black hue to a pale blue. In her line of sight, the corpses appeared almost translucent, delineated into distinct segments, with data streaming directly into her mind's eye. Bang! A bullet erupted from the barrel, slicing through the air to strike the head of a corpse. As it was a critical hit, the bullet effectively obliterated the target. One bullet, one corpse. Zhao Bingbing's marksmanship was remarkably precise. Yet the burly man and his companions were not taken aback. Instead, a subtle admiration flickered across their faces. They had witnessed such shooting prowess before, but what truly astounded them was that this woman was not a former soldier, but a computer hacker. Her exceptional marksmanship was entirely a result of the evolution of her pupils. They are referred to as the Eye of Divine Insight. Beneath this eye, every weakness and piece of information regarding the enemy is transformed into data. Once these insights are grasped, handling the adversary becomes remarkably effortless. A glimmer of azure light flashed in Zhao Bingbing's eyes as she calmly stated, "Given my cellular regeneration rate, this level of expenditure can be fully recuperated before we enter the zoo." Bang! Bang! After accurately dispatching 2 decayed corpses, the group arrived at the periphery of the zoo. As the disaster unfolded at night, the zoo had already been closed, with staff engaged in cleaning up the refuse within. Thus, upon entering, they encountered no vast numbers of tourist corpses, but rather only the occasional pool of blood and remnants of human skeletons. Under Zhao Bingbing's guidance, the 4 followed the vehicle access path into the zoo, meticulously adhering to their pre-planned route to avoid the red areas marked on the digital map, successfully gaining entry to the expansive underground tunnels of the zoo. In the pitch-black subterranean passage, the sound of rushing water echoed clearly. The group appeared quite experienced. The cheerful twin brother retrieved a flashlight from his backpack and illuminated the path ahead. A collective gasp escaped their lips as they tightened their grips on their firearms. A faint blue glow emerged in Zhao Bingbing's pupils as she surveyed her surroundings, and suddenly, her gaze fixed upon the sewage channel in the center of the drainage. Her pupils constricted slightly as she urged, "Hurry, get away from the drainage." Chapter 25. Genetic Energy, Second Update, Roar. In the filthy gutter, a small bulge suddenly emerged, and as the water shattered around it, a massive maw lunged forth, revealing sharp fangs. A putrid stench erupted from its gaping mouth, causing a wave of dizziness. The burly man closest to the gutter felt the monstrous jaw clamp down on his muscular arm, prompting a swift change in his expression as he growled, "Defend." His arms swelled with formidable strength, veins protruding like coiled serpents, turning crimson and steaming with heat. In a startling display, this creature, capable of crushing steel, found itself unable to bite down further, its razor-sharp teeth merely grazing the surface of his skin, ensnared by his iron-like muscle fibers. At that moment, the onlookers finally discerned the true form of the beast. Its body was adorned with small, claw-like scales, characteristic of reptiles, with a head resembling that of a crocodile, dorsal fins sprouting from its back, and cruel, bloodthirsty emerald eyes. Bang! The barrel of Zhao Bingbing's gun emitted a plume of smoke as the creature's head exploded, its body collapsing rigidly. Just before it fell into the water, the burly man, quick-witted and agile, caught it deftly. "Are you all right?" inquired the young man in the crimson jacket. The burly man shook his head. His arm had returned to its original state, but 2 rows of sharp puncture wounds remained, still oozing blood. Zhao Bingbing, adjusting her glasses, approached with a calm demeanor, her eyes gleaming with a ghostly blue light. The creature's weaknesses lie in its head, the heart in its chest, and the dorsal fins on its back, she articulated. Its bone density and muscle strength should be approximately double that of a human, with a biting force of 1 ton. There is a slight toxin present in its teeth that requires immediate disinfection. Otherwise, your arm will swell to nearly the size of your thigh within an hour. The burly man, having absorbed the information about this creature, carelessly tossed it aside and muttered, "Thank goodness my special ability is defense, which can instantly double my physical strength. If it were any of you, I reckon that arm would be lost." Zhao Bingbing replied coldly, "If it were us, we would never venture so close to the drainage ditch." The burly man paused, his face flushing as he scratched his head in embarrassment. The younger twin brother produced some disinfectants from his backpack, and under Zhao Bingbing's guidance in cleaning and bandaging, they swiftly wrapped the burly man's wound. "What a disastrous start. We haven't even begun and already have injuries," he grumbled. Zhao Bingbing patted the bandage on his arm, indifferent to his grimacing in pain, and remarked, "This is merely a low-tier creature expelled from the high-end biological chain, forced to lurk in sewage. If you let your guard down again, you might find yourself spending the rest of your life here." The 4 of them wore solemn expressions, immediately quickening their pace to keep up with her. After a few minutes of advancement, Zhao Bingbing suddenly halted. Before them, at the corner of a drainage ditch, lay a massive dark silhouette. Judging by its outline, it appeared to be a crocodilian creature, its size nearly twice that of an adult crocodile. A glimmer of ethereal blue light sparkled in Zhao Bingbing's eyes as she cast her gaze towards the shadowy figure before her. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed her face, and disregarding the presence of her companions behind her, she hastened towards the dark silhouette. The burly men accompanying her were struck with alarm. Zhao Bingbing was not particularly robust, and engaging in close combat with a monster could easily lead to her injury. As they caught up, they quickly illuminated the creature with the faint beam of their flashlight, only to be met with astonishment. It appeared that the monster lay lifeless. This creature bore a resemblance to the one they had encountered earlier in the drainage ditch, albeit several times larger. It was sprawled across the pathway by the ditch, a torrent of foul, dark blood seeping from its abdomen, while its head was utterly obliterated. Brain matter splattered across the wall and cables. Could it be that another monster had slain it? The four burly men exchanged wary glances, their senses heightened. "It has been killed by someone," exclaimed the youth clad in a crimson jacket, his voice rising in shock upon spotting the bullet. Zhao Bingbing's eyes shimmered with an otherworldly glow as she murmured, "This is a bullet. Judging by the bullet's position and the creature's body temperature, it has been dead for less than half an hour. This indicates that someone must have entered here half an hour before us, traversing the same route. Furthermore, given the surroundings, it is evident that the monster did not struggle much. The shot must have struck its vital core in the head, ensuring its instantaneous demise without a chance for thrashing or convulsing." The youth in the red jacket stared in disbelief. "Half an hour ago? How is that possible? I was observing this place through binoculars the entire time. There is no way anyone could have slipped in under my watch. What if the evolutionary beings are akin to us?" Zhao Bingbing gazed intently at him. The young man in the crimson jacket was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Bingbing casually discarded the bullet, her demeanor cold. She remarked, "It is highly probable that this individual's unique ability is invisibility or burrowing, thus enabling him to evade your detection. Moreover, he is a marksmanship expert, well versed in the weaknesses of this creature. I suspect he may also be an evolved individual like myself, possessing enhanced vision." "How is that possible?" the burly man exclaimed in astonishment. "Can one person truly possess two unique abilities? I am uncertain. From a genetic standpoint, it seems implausible. However, given the emergence of such extraordinary viruses, the existence of an evolutionary being with dual capabilities cannot be entirely dismissed," Zhao Bingbing replied calmly. "What brings him here? Could it be that he, like us, has discovered that small entity?" The young man in the crimson jacket furrowed his brow. "If that is the case, we have an additional formidable rival to contend with." Zhao Bingbing shook her head. "The odds are rather slim, approximately 12-8. The walking grass has consistently remained within my tracking range. If this individual possesses invisibility, I should have been able to detect him. Therefore, it is likely that his presence here serves another purpose. As for what that may be, I conjecture it could be related to the creatures present here. Perhaps there is something about these monsters that has captured his attention, which may indeed be linked to evolution. If Lin Chao were here, he would undoubtedly marvel at this woman's intellect, as her deductions are nearly spot on." "Evolution?" A glimmer of light flashed in the young man's eyes as he spoke. "Are you suggesting that these creatures possess something that could propel us towards further evolution? Can you discern what this is?" Zhao Bingbing cast a glance at the crawling creature and remarked, "I do not know. At least this monster bears no signs of dissection. Therefore, all my conclusions are mere conjectures. Nevertheless, I believe it prudent not to approach. I sense it is quite perilous." The youth in the crimson jacket smiled and retorted, "Even if it is formidable, it is still but one individual. We are 5, with 3 possessing abilities and armed with firearms. No matter how powerful it may be, it shall meet its end." Observing her icy gaze, the youth could only exhale softly, offering a wry smile. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Lin Chao emerged from the sewer. According to the map etched in his memory, this area should correspond to the habitat of herbivorous animals within the zoo. However, the herbivores corrupted by the virus have all transformed into carnivorous beings. Lin Chao chose this location primarily because these mutated herbivores are relatively weak in their initial stages. His objective was to acquire the gene energy within them. Though this substance is not as potent as the evolutionary energy found within special corpses, it is abundant. Nearly every mutated creature harbors some semblance of gene energy. The landscape stretched before him, a vast expanse of grassland interspersed with woods. Within those trees, he could vaguely discern some moving figures. Turning to the golden dog, he instructed, "Wait for me here." The golden dog obediently licked his shoe and nodded repeatedly, signaling its trust in him. Lin Chao patted its head and then affixed a miniature bomb to its collar, whispering, "Should you wish to flee, this device shall go off with a bang, obliterating your head." The golden retriever immediately froze, its tongue hanging out, too timid to retract it. It gazed at Lin Chao with a pitiful expression, blinking its eyes in a display of innocence. Lin Chao smiled gently and patted its head before manipulating the light to conceal his presence as he stealthily made his way toward the thicket. Chapter 26. The Art of Stealth, Third Update. Lin Chao treaded softly upon the lush grass, inching closer to the woods. Before him stood two black-striped zebras, their heads bowed as they foraged in the underbrush. Suddenly, one of the zebras, seemingly alerted by a sound, raised its head warily, revealing a human arm clamped tightly in its jaws, the fangs of the virus-enhanced beast embedded firmly in the flesh. Lin Chao's heart raced, and he halted abruptly. He was now merely 20 meters away from the mutated zebras. Although the light could distort his appearance and shroud him in invisibility, his breath and sounds remained undeniable, necessitating utmost caution to approach successfully. With delicate steps across the grass, he advanced, one foot after another, akin to a nimble feline, quietly moving forward. The two mutated zebras continued their gruesome feast. Beneath them lay the remains of a human clad in the tattered uniform of a staff member, the clothing in shreds. The flesh nearly devoured, leaving behind a skeletal frame. The head, with its nose and cheeks gnawed away, lay discarded in the grass nearby. Lin Chao gripped his iron rod tightly. He refrained from using his firearm, as the noise would surely attract other lurking monstrosities. 10 meters, 8 meters, he edged closer in silence. Suddenly, the previously alert zebra raised its head once more, its gaze locking onto Lin Chao's position, a predatory glint igniting in its emerald eyes. Lin Chao silently cursed his luck. It must have been the slight heaviness of his footsteps that alerted them. He immediately steadied his heartbeat, striving to reduce it to a rhythm of once every 60 seconds. Calm. Remain composed. Lin Chao gripped the iron rod tightly, prepared to strike swiftly should they approach. However, to his dismay, the mutated zebras remained fixated on his position without any intention of closing in. After several minutes, they resumed their gnawing on the remnants of the ground. Lin Chao exhaled softly, carefully inching closer. Simultaneously, the two mutated zebras lifted their heads, their eyes glinting with menace as they locked onto Lin Chao's location. Moments later, they abruptly turned and sprinted away into the distance, quickly vanishing from sight. Lin Chao felt a twinge of frustration. His stealthy approach had failed. While he managed to control the light and conceal his body within the visual blind spots, his experience in stealthy ambushes was regrettably limited. Upon reflecting on the reasons for his failure, he concluded that the primary issue lay in the volume of his footsteps. Despite his efforts to tread lightly, the physical prowess of these mutated creatures was remarkable. Even beings not particularly adept at hearing experienced a significant enhancement post-mutation, amplifying their sensitivity to even the faintest sounds. How could he move without making a sound? Lin Chao found himself deep in thought. 10 minutes passed without a single clue, leaving him somewhat despondent. He resolved to retrace the steps of the two mutated zebras, intending to glean experience through practice. Following their tracks, Lin Chao soon spotted the two mutated zebras once more, wandering across the grassy expanse. Lin Chao immediately controlled his breathing and cautiously approached from behind, soon reaching the 10-meter danger zone once more. He became even more vigilant, silently repeating to himself, "They cannot see me, they cannot see me," as he prepared to step forward. Just then, one of the mutated zebras raised its head, warily observing Lin Chao's position. Lin Chao inwardly cursed. Indeed, in the next moment, two mutated zebras let out low whinnies and bolted away, quickly disappearing from sight. Frustrated, Lin Chao felt an urge to draw his handgun and eliminate them on the spot. Suddenly, a long cry echoed through the sky. A dark silhouette obscured the sunlight as it soared from the heights, racing towards the distant horizon, an imposing blackbird with a wingspan of approximately 9 feet. A few dark feathers drifted down from the sky, carrying a faint scent of decay. Lin Chao reached out to catch one, inhaling its aroma and feeling a sense of relief. This blackbird exuded an overwhelming aura, and should a confrontation arise, even if he survived, it would come at a tremendous cost. Wait, wind. A sudden flash of insight struck Lin Chao. He realized the truth. True stealth does not stem from silence, but rather from blending sounds with the gentle breeze, rendering it impossible to discern footsteps from the whispers of the wind. Who would suspect a mere gust? With this revelation, Lin Chao felt a surge of excitement and promptly resumed his pursuit of the two mutated zebras. Minutes later, he finally caught sight of them once more. In that moment, Lin Chao swiftly accelerated towards the mutated zebras. Upon closing in within a 10-meter radius, his speed remained impressive, yet he emitted no sound at all. The faintest whisper of noise was akin to the gentle rustle of grass stirred by the wind, utterly unobtrusive. The two mutated zebras remained oblivious, continuing their aimless wander across the lawn. 5 meters, 3 meters. Suddenly, Lin Chao sprang forth with ferocity. His speed surged. His body became a mere specter as he struck down with the iron rod upon one zebra's skull, simultaneously driving his knee into the neck of the other. With a resounding crack, the bones in its neck shattered. The iron rod effortlessly crushed the skull of the first mutated zebra. This blow harnessed nearly all of his strength. There was no time for respite as he raised the rod once more, aiming for the incapacitated zebra's neck. With a thunderous impact, the skull fractured, and the creature convulsed twice before finally collapsing, blood pouring from its sunken head like a crimson spring seeping into the grass. All of this transpired within a mere 1.5 seconds. Throughout the approach, Lin Chao had repeatedly envisioned this moment of combat in his mind, rendering all his movements fluid and unhurried. His chest heaved slightly. This brief eruption of violence had nearly drained 1/3 of his stamina. Yet he did not relent. He immediately crouched down, retrieving the throwing knife strapped to his leg. With precision, he slashed open the bellies of the two mutated zebras, swiftly eviscerating and dissecting their carcasses. Before long, Lin Chao discovered a mass of white tissue within their chests, quivering like jelly amidst the flesh, encased in a delicate membrane. Lin Chao deftly pinched the two clumps of genetic energy and promptly consumed them. These morsels bore no distinct flavor, resembling the texture of thick white rice. Yet they slid smoothly down his throat and into his stomach. Without delay, Lin Chao rose and departed from the area, keen to avoid attracting other monstrous entities with the scent of blood. Moments later, he sensed that his stomach had entirely assimilated the genetic energy. His body felt lighter, and his physical attributes had marginally improved. Once more, Lin Chao ventured into the woods to hunt. Concealed within the shadows, he meticulously analyzed the footprints on the ground, gauging the number and type of targets based on their tracks, selectively pursuing those creatures most suited to his current capabilities. After half an hour, he had successfully slain 6 mutated zebras and 2 mutated camels. Mastering the art of stealth allowed Lin Chao to approach these aberrant beings with ease, dispatching them effortlessly. However, certain creatures with acute senses of smell and hearing remained elusive. He leaped onto a tree and nestled among the branches to rest. After more than half an hour of relentless hunting, his stamina had significantly waned, and his cellular energy was dwindling, making it increasingly difficult to manipulate light. Leaning against a withered tree, he sought to relax and swiftly replenish his energy and cellular reserves. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emanated from above. Startled, Lin Chao glanced upward, only to behold a slender green snake's head extending down from a branch no more than half a meter away. Chapter 27. Plant-based monsters. First update: Hiss. The green serpent bared its fangs, striking with the swiftness of lightning. Lin Chao's pupils contracted, and instinctively, he retracted his head, compressing his cervical vertebrae against his chest, causing his skull to retreat several inches, as if he possessed no neck at all. This mere distance narrowly evaded the serpent's lethal bite. The cellular energy within Lin Chao ignited instantaneously, amplifying his speed. With a whoosh, his body flickered like a phantom, his palm deftly grasping the serpent's body. He refrained from striking it with an iron rod, for such an action would only allow the green snake to coil around him with its own force. Once he secured the creature with both hands, the triangular head of the snake immediately twisted its smooth form, snapping back to bite at Lin Chao's hand. Lin Chao released one hand, seizing its tail and fervently spinning it, wielding the serpent like a green whirlwind. This emerald serpent was evidently a mutated being. Despite its unchanged size, it exuded a palpable aura of venomous terror. As Lin Chao whirled its body, rendering its soft, nervous structure incapable of coiling, his other hand swiftly reached for the pistol at his waist, aiming at the periphery of the green tempest. Bang! The bullet erupted with a cacophony, and a few droplets of searing blood splattered forth, cascading onto his arm. It corroded like lava, leaving several dark green spots on his skin, which gradually expanded. Lin Chao ceased his rotation. The serpent's head had vanished, obliterated by the bullet, yet its body continued to twitch and writhe, ensnaring Lin Chao's arm. Lin Chao swiftly drew a flying dagger, pinning the green serpent's vital point to the tree trunk. With his other hand, he grasped its tail, stretching its body taut. He then produced a second dagger, slicing open its belly and extracting the dark red gallbladder, which he promptly swallowed. Although the gallbladder could not completely neutralize the venom, it significantly mitigated its potency. Since he had only been contaminated on the surface of his skin by the serpent's blood, the dark green spots soon began to fade. Lin Chao skillfully stripped the serpent of its skin, and within the slender flesh, he discovered a green soft mass, roughly the size of a soybean. His eyes brightened with realization. This was a mutated creature of the green source. Despite its diminutive size, the genetic energy it contained was remarkably concentrated. This small orb was equivalent to the total amount of all the white genetic energy he had previously acquired. Without hesitation, Lin Chao consumed it. Moments later, he felt his vision sharpened significantly, his body lightened, and his physical constitution enhanced, with both stamina and cellular energy thoroughly replenished. Lin Chao promptly descended from the tree, resuming his hunt. In this region teeming with herbivorous animals, including zebras, elephants, monkeys, and various avian species, he soon spotted his next target, a solitary ostrich. The bird was busy pecking at the corpse of a spotted deer, which had long since perished, its flesh decayed and blurred. The majority of its white bones had been stripped clean, with only the neck and legs still bearing remnants of rotting meat, crawling with maggots. Lin Chao quietly approached. As the ostrich remained engrossed in its meal, oblivious to any disturbances, he stealthily positioned himself about 3 meters behind it, an optimal distance for a surprise attack. Lin Chao gripped the iron rod tightly and surged forth with a ferocious intensity. His speed amplified, his body resembling a predatory beast pouncing upon its prey. As the ostrich, startled, raised its head in alarm, the iron rod struck down heavily upon its slender neck. With a resounding thud, the rod connected, and the pink neck snapped abruptly, folding like the letter V. In his other hand, Lin Chao wielded a flying knife, which he deftly swept across. With a swift whoosh, the keen edge, combined with lightning-like speed, severed the neck completely, causing the head to roll away and crimson blood to gush forth from the elongated neck. The ostrich staggered, its legs wobbling, before collapsing weakly beside a spotted deer mere moments later. Without delay, Lin Chao employed the flying knife to dissect the creature's body, swiftly excavating a substantial mass of white genetic energy from within. He tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. The genetic energy was remarkably tender, sliding down his throat with ease into his stomach. Within minutes, Lin Chao felt his physique enhancing once more, coupled with the previous ingestion of green genetic energy. His physical prowess had escalated to approximately 7 times that of an ordinary person. Should he activate his speed amplification, he could instantly achieve a staggering 14-fold velocity. Having just traversed that area, Lin Chao was acutely aware that the soil was neither quicksand nor marshland. A glimmer of insight crossed his gaze as he stealthily approached. At a distance of around 8 meters, he beheld a sight. The majority of the ostrich's body was ensnared within the underbrush, its carcass ensconced in verdant vines. These tendrils resembled serpents, their green forms opening toothy maws, incessantly gnawing at the remnants of the ostrich. Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback. Were these creatures of the botanical realm? Under the relentless onslaught of the virus, it is not only living beings that undergo mutations. Certain extraordinary plants also exhibit transformations, developing rudimentary forms of cognition. The peril posed by these botanical anomalies rivals that of the mutated golden beasts. Lin Chao was taken aback to encounter a plant-based monster in this desolate place. With a fleeting glance, he stealthily approached the corpse of an ostrich, positioning himself approximately 2 meters away. Gripping his iron rod tightly, he observed that the plant creature remained blissfully unaware of his presence. In an instant, Lin Chao sprang into action, raising his weapon and forcefully thrusting it down towards the ostrich's carcass. The tip of the iron rod plunged into the soil, and under the tremendous force of his strike, despite being a blunt instrument, it penetrated half a meter deep into the earth. The verdant vines entwined around the ostrich's remains began to thrash wildly, lashing towards Lin Chao's ankles. Simultaneously, the earth beneath the carcass erupted, and a green vine shot forth, its upper portion resembling blades of grass, while its lower section bore claws akin to those of a monstrous creature, firmly anchoring itself in the soil. The root was adorned with tendrils, and at that moment, one of its leaves unfurled to reveal a gaping maw filled with menacing fangs. rather than fear. Lin Chao felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, it was a plant-based monster. Such creatures were exceedingly rare, as precious as the golden beasts. Within its form resided life energy capable of healing any injury, even restoring severed limbs, making it a veritable treasure for survivors. It is crucial to note that aside from a select few with abilities of immortality or healing, most individuals rendered incapacitated would be relegated to a fate of utter helplessness. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, survivors engage in daily battles against monstrous creatures, with injuries being a commonplace occurrence. Thus, the life energy capable of healing all wounds is a coveted treasure that incites envy among all. No one can guarantee immunity from injury forever. A gleam of delight sparkled in Lin Chao's eyes. The energy contained within this life source far surpasses that of the green gene energy, rivaling the golden blood found within the bodies of golden beasts. In addition to its healing properties, it possesses another purpose, the ability to enhance genetic resilience. Without hesitation, Lin Chao drew his pistol, for a plant-based monster was indeed worth the bullets. Upon spotting the firearm, the small, grass-like creature trembled in fear, as if recognizing the weapon. Its fierce aura dissipated instantly, and it swiftly retreated into the soil. Naturally, Lin Chao would not grant it the opportunity to escape underground. He immediately pulled the trigger, unleashing 3 consecutive bullets that pierced through its partially submerged root. With a swift motion, Lin Chao seized the root of the creature, quickly pulling it from the earth. As the tendrils of its roots detached from the soil, they appeared like fish out of water, their vibrant green luster fading rapidly as they withered, hanging lifelessly. The small grass monster emitted sharp cries from its peculiar mouth, shaking its leafy upper body and flailing a few soft tendrils against Lin Chao's arm, causing no harm. Lin Chao disregarded its desperate struggles, roughly kneading its green leaves and stem into a compact ball. Its leaves, remarkably smooth akin to human skin, could be folded without damaging their intrinsic veins, soon transforming into a fist-sized green mass. After binding its body with its tendril-like vines, Lin Chao tucked it into the pocket at the back of his trousers. The life energy within this plant-based creature was not accessible through mere decomposition like that of monsters or corpses. It required specific refining tools. To prevent its demise, Lin Chao carefully inserted a few grains of soil into the pocket, sufficient to sustain its fragile existence. Having completed this, Lin Chao patted his hands with satisfaction and swiftly departed. With an increasingly adept mastery of the art of stealth, Lin Chao's hunting speed escalated rapidly. Within a mere afternoon, he had dispatched 8 mutated zebras, 1 rabbit, and a wild goose. Among these, the most formidable challenge was the rabbit. The mutated white rabbit could raise its fur as a warning, protecting itself much like a hedgehog, exhibiting astonishing speed, agility, and an acute sense of smell. Just as Lin Chao stealthily approached within 3 meters, he had not yet made a move when it detected his presence. Although he had managed to suppress his sweat glands, the pores around his eyes and ears remained uncontrollable, still exuding a faint human scent. It was this very trace that alerted the white rabbit, which, unlike other animals that opted to flee, bristled its fur and lunged toward Lin Chao's location. If it were to collide into his embrace, the astonishing force of its leap could drive those hairs through the pores of Lin Chao's skin, piercing his heart with countless wounds. Fortunately, Lin Chao reacted swiftly, evading its impact with a daring roll and retaliating with a strike to its skull. The cranium of this mutated rabbit was remarkably resilient. The blow landed with the force of striking iron, yet Lin Chao skillfully absorbed the recoil. The excruciating pain did not deter the mutated rabbit from its frenzy. Instead, it incited its ferocity, leading it to charge recklessly. Concealing himself within the shadows, Lin Chao's presence dissipated into the air, rendering him indistinguishable to the mutated white rabbit. After several chaotic charges, he seized the opportunity to deliver 2 fatal blows. In contrast to the mutated white rabbit, the swan was dispatched with surprising ease. Resting aloft in a tree, Lin Chao stealthily approached within 20 meters, employing a throwing knife to eliminate it with minimal effort. As night descended, the atmosphere within the zoo grew increasingly somber. Darkness enveloped the realm, devoid of light or moon, even the stars obscured by the thick haze of dust in the air. Occasionally, distant roars of monsters echoed, some filled with rage, others with anguish, creatures of the night venturing forth to hunt. The familiarity of wilderness life resurfaced vividly in his mind. Gripping an iron rod, Lin Chao gradually drifted into a light slumber beneath the gentle caress of the cool breeze, ready to awaken instinctively at the slightest disturbance. When the brilliant dawn broke anew, it heralded the arrival of another day. Upon opening his eyes and once again beholding the world, Lin Chao felt a profound sense of happiness. He plucked a few non-toxic leaves and chewed them, utilizing them to scrub his teeth, a primitive method of dental hygiene. After stretching his body slightly, Lin Chao glanced at the small grass creature. It still lived, albeit with a faint breath. The minuscule amount of soil he had placed in his pocket the previous day had been entirely consumed by it. Lin Chao could only gather another small handful of earth to offer. Instantly, the grass creature activated its delicate tendrils, entwining them around the soil and slowly decomposing it to extract the nutrients within. Grasping his iron rod, Lin Chao melded into the dawn light, venturing deeper into the mist-shrouded woods. After only a few steps, he suddenly caught sight of a dark figure leaping across his line of vision. A gorilla. Though the shadow moved swiftly, Lin Chao's dynamic vision clearly registered its form. It was a mutated black gorilla, its eyes a fierce crimson, with menacingly sharp fangs. And it clutched a furry beast's leg in its mouth. Clearly, it had not noticed Lin Chao, who lay concealed in the shadows of the light. On the gorilla's forehead, Lin Chao discerned a tuft of pale green fur. A glimmer of light sparked in his eyes as he immediately set off in pursuit. If fortune favored him, this would be a variant gorilla of green origin. The black gorilla moved with remarkable speed, soon leaping out of the woods. As it sprinted, it voraciously gnawed on the beast's leg, finishing it off in mere moments before carelessly discarding the remnants and surging forward. After a few bounds, it landed atop an iron fence. Within the confines of this iron enclosure lies another realm, at the center of which rests a grand reservoir. Along the verdant banks of this pool, a multitude of creeping monstrosities sprawls, all of them grotesquely mutated crocodiles. As Lin Chao hastened his pursuit, he beheld a gorilla leaping into the crocodile pit. A crocodile beneath the iron bars, catching the scent of the gorilla, swiftly advanced, jaws agape. Yet, the gorilla remained unperturbed. Instead, it nimbly vaulted onto the back of the mutated crocodile, using its dexterous fingers to seize the creature's upper jaw, forcefully tugging its head upwards. The mutated crocodile let out a pained roar, its tail elongated and transformed, ending in sharp bony spines that swept across from behind. The gorilla, reacting with remarkable agility, not only evaded the sweeping tail but also grasped it, leaping off the crocodile's back. With the sinewy muscles beneath its dark fur bulging like steel, it emitted a low growl as it hurled the crocodile's body with great force beyond the iron bars. Lin Chao watched in astonishment, finally understanding why the genetic energy within this gorilla had reached the green level. It had evolved through the predation of these mutated crocodiles. After the crocodile was flung from the enclosure, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the pool, its resonance shaking the very air, causing Lin Chao, standing outside the enclosure, to wince at the pain in his eardrums. Suddenly, from the murky waters, an oval waterfall surged upward, reaching heights of 7 or 8 meters, revealing a gaping, fearsome maw, from which torrents of water cascaded through the gaps of its jagged teeth, exposing its terrifying form. Lin Chao's pupils constricted in response. This is an extraordinarily colossal super crocodile. While its appearance is reminiscent of a mutated crocodile, its size rivals that of a heavy-duty truck. Its enormous jaws alone could easily engulf 4 or 5 mutated crocodiles, resembling a behemoth lounging in a pool. Upon sighting this gargantuan aberration, the chimpanzee trembled in terror, swiftly leaping over the iron bars, disregarding the mutated crocodile it had just expelled, and fled in a frantic dash, vanishing into the forest in the blink of an eye. The titanic crocodile let out a furious roar, its eerie green pupils suddenly fixating on Lin Chao's concealed position. This is dire. Lin Chao's expression shifted dramatically. This crocodile had undoubtedly undergone 2 or perhaps 3 evolutionary transformations, likely possessing thermal vision capabilities. Regardless of how adept his stealth techniques were, under thermal vision, nothing could remain concealed. Even burrowing into the soil would not guarantee safety. Roar. The colossal crocodile seemed to have found its target for rage, its massive limbs propelling it from the pool, sending torrents of water crashing upwards, creating towering waves. Some mutated crocodiles floating on the water were swept off and tumbled onto the lawn. Boom, boom. The giant crocodile advanced with thunderous strides, shaking the very ground. charging towards Lin Chao with terrifying speed, covering more than 10 meters in mere strides. The towering iron bars stood before it like a fragile spider's web. Chapter 29. A Desperate Escape. Third update, Flee. Lin Chao felt every hair on his body stand on end, his muscles taut with tension. Without uttering a word, he took off in a frantic dash. In his mind, he lamented the situation. It had been scarcely 10 days since the outbreak of the virus, and this mutated crocodile had grown to an astonishing size, defying all biological logic. He could only wonder how many other mutated creatures it had consumed to evolve to such an extent. With a resounding crash, the sturdy iron bars crumpled like a spider's web, effortlessly pushed aside by the forelimb of the colossal crocodile, offering no resistance whatsoever. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble slightly, leaving deep impressions in the earth. Suddenly, an enhancement surged through Lin Chao's speed, doubling it to a level 16 times that of an average human. He became a dark phantom, traversing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery a blur that rushed past him. Were it not for his dynamic vision, he would have surely collided with a tree trunk at such an extraordinary pace. With a swift motion, he plunged into the thicket. Run, run, run. Lin Chao sprinted with all his might, expending every ounce of energy he possessed. In a desperate bid to gain even a fraction more speed, he discarded the iron rod that had accompanied him in vanquishing numerous corpses and monsters. Boom, boom, boom. The super crocodile moved with alarming speed. Its massive bulk allowed it to cover great distances with each stride. Despite Lin Chao's augmented velocity, the gap between them did not widen. Rather, it rapidly diminished. It was only upon entering the woods that their distance stabilized, remaining approximately 100 meters apart. With a thunderous crash, the towering trees suffered under the onslaught of the colossal super crocodile, splintering and toppling to either side, creating a wide, gaping ravine. The forest quickly came to an end, revealing a vast, flat expanse of grassland ahead. Damn it! Lin Chao clenched his lips tightly, the searing pain jolting his nerves into a semblance of calm. In a sudden motion, he pivoted and dashed out of the woods, immediately veering right towards the grassy field. The super crocodile emerged from the thicket, roaring in pursuit, its thunderous growls akin to a tempest, snapping small branches like twigs. Lin Chao's complexion turned pale as he urged his body to accelerate with frantic desperation. Faster, 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 he mentally screamed, yet his physical speed had already reached its zenith. Unable to increase further, above him, a shadow loomed ominously. The sunlight was eclipsed, and a chilling, metallic scent wafted into his nostrils, sending a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, a herd of mutated zebras materialized in his line of sight. A fierce will to survive ignited within Lin Chao's eyes as he roared and surged toward the herd, akin to a screeching black projectile. Upon reaching the periphery of the mutated zebras, they were immediately startled by the monstrous figure behind Lin Chao, shrieking in terror and scattering in all directions. Though these aberrant creatures had adopted a bloodthirsty and savage nature, they retained a degree of intelligence and instinct, instinctively fearing a behemoth like the super crocodile. The super crocodile, however, paid no heed to the fleeing zebras, its cruel, emerald eyes fixated solely on Lin Chao, as if vowing not to relent until it had captured him. Lin Chao swiftly discerned this phenomenon. His entire body turned icy. He had initially believed that luring this super crocodile among a herd of beasts would compel it to abandon its pursuit. After all, he was merely a trifling morsel to it, while the mutated zebras, both in size and number, were ample enough to satiate its hunger. Yet, the crocodile's animosity towards him was evidently excessive, even suppressing its desire to feed. Lin Chao immediately recalled that accursed chimpanzee. This crocodile lord must have perceived him as its accomplice, harboring a profound hatred. Frustrated, Lin Chao could only continue his frantic dash. Fortunately, the panicked mutated zebras provided considerable hindrance to the super crocodile. Some zebras, in their frenzy, collided with its claws, while others, too slow to escape, fell victim to its crushing step, blood splattering across the ground. Lin Chao moved like a nimble fish, deftly weaving through the throng of mutated zebras. The distance between him and the crocodile had not widened. It merely remained tenuously stable. There was no respite for Lin Chao. He pressed on in a straight line. Before long, he reached the edge of the herbivore territory, where an iron fence separated the two areas. Beyond the fence lay a vast expanse of woodland, teeming with various birds. There were mutated peacocks, golden eagles, black swans, and more, all protected species. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chao leaped over the iron fence and plunged into the verdant sanctuary. Immediately, several mutated peacocks wandering near the fence squawked and charged toward him. Their fan-like plumage resembling a multitude of menacing eyes, vividly fixated on Lin Chao. Lin Chao was undoubtedly unperturbed. With an extraordinary velocity amplified by his speed, he swiftly darted past the monstrous creatures without a moment's hesitation. Boom! The colossal super crocodile surged forward, crushing several mutated peacocks underfoot as if they were mere insects. Upon entering the avian section, Lin Chao steered towards the densest clusters of beasts, hoping to incite the super crocodile's appetite through these aberrant creatures. However, after infiltrating 2 or 3 flocks of birds, the super crocodile showed no inclination to pause for a meal, relentlessly pursuing him instead. Lin Chao had no choice but to sprint in a straight line, determined to reach the human activity zone beyond the zoo. There, he could leverage the corpses, devoid of fear, to distract the super crocodile and buy himself precious time for escape. Crossing the avian area, the next ecological zone mirrored the previous one, characterized by small groves, shallow pools, and expansive lawns. On the lawn lay several mutated tigers, one of which was as massive as an elephant, likely a product of a second evolutionary mutation. Lin Chao immediately sprinted toward it. Upon noticing Lin Chao, the mutated tigers abruptly rose from their languid repose, their eyes ablaze with ferocity as they charged at him. Yet, just a few paces into their pursuit, the tigers halted, gazing back at the towering behemoth chasing Lin Chao. Instantly, they were struck with terror, resembling mice fleeing from a cat, trembling as they scattered in all directions. Even the colossal, mutated tiger, which dwarfed the others, quaked in fear, its stature dwarfed by the mere footprint of the super crocodile. Chapter 30. The Golden Beasts in the Tiger Zone, Bear Zone, and Leopard Zone. Lin Chao traversed through various animal territories. Upon his arrival, the mutated creatures initially lunged at him with bared teeth, only to retreat in terror at the sight of the colossal crocodile looming behind him. After a few minutes of frenzied sprinting, Lin Chao felt his cellular energy depleting at an alarming rate, barely managing to sustain himself for another minute before exhausting all his reserves. Once the energy stored within his cells was depleted, the recovery rate would slow to an agonizing crawl. In the lion zone, Zhao Bingbing and her companions cautiously navigated around a pack of 8 lion monsters, an overwhelming number for their small group to contend with. Among the 5 of them, only Zhao Bingbing possessed the capability to single-handedly take down a lion monster. Despite her limited prowess in close combat, her ability to detect weaknesses and perceive through the god's eye allowed her to accurately dispatch a lion monster with a single shot. As for the 4 young men clad in crimson jackets, they were once ordinary citizens. Although they came from affluent backgrounds, they had never encountered firearms before. Despite several days of rigorous practice with their newfound weapons, mastery was not something achieved in mere days. Their shooting skills could only be considered rudimentary. Even with a stationary lion monster, they struggled to hit their target, and the challenge was compounded by the beast's swift movements. More often than not, they would miss entirely, with any successful shot being purely by chance. Their firearms failed to perform as hoped, and in close quarters, only the young man in the crimson jacket and the burly figure could hold their ground, the former wielding the mysterious power of flame manipulation. However, he is currently merely an F-level evolved being, with a limited capacity to generate fire energy within his cellular structure. He is unable to unleash extensive flames, being capable only of lighting a cigarette, illuminating with small fireballs, or heating cold weapons to enhance their lethality, which proves less effective than that of a robust man. The defense of the sturdy man belongs to the combat category, whose abilities manifest most rapidly in the early stages. For instance, Lin Chao's speed augmentation initially results in a doubling of speed, far surpassing the meager capabilities of light manipulation at the outset. Among the group, the twin brothers can barely aim while shooting at ordinary corpses with handguns, but when faced with the lion monsters, whose physiques typically exceed that of humans by 8-fold, even capturing their fleeting forms with the retina becomes a formidable challenge, let alone shooting them. Collectively, the 5 of them can only manage to contend with 3 lion monsters. Any more would lead to their utter annihilation. I believe it is prudent for us to withdraw, the sturdy man whispered cautiously. These lion monsters are exceedingly powerful. Even with a machine gun spray, It would be challenging to slay a few, and the ammunition expenditure would be excessive and unwise. We are already at this juncture. It won't be long before we can capture that walking plant. The youth in the crimson jacket clearly expressed his reluctance, offering solace. Zhao Bingbing adjusted her glasses and calmly stated, I think it would be best to retreat. We have already searched 2/3 of this lion territory. Yet we have not even caught a glimpse of that little creature. If my conjecture is correct, it has likely vacated this area. Indeed, we must avoid the lion monster horde. Our search is progressing too slowly, and given that little creature's speed, it may have already departed from this place unbeknownst to us. The brother, characterized by a cold demeanor among the twins, spoke calmly. The youth in the crimson jacket wore a grim expression and turned to Zhao Bingbing, asking, Is there truly no way? After a moment of silence, Zhao Bingbing replied, There is indeed a method. What method? The youth in the crimson jacket's eyes brightened instantly. Zhao Bingbing tilted her head slightly, gazing at the azure sky, and said, We can utilize a light source to lure it out. Although this plant has mutated, its innate habits have not been entirely lost. By employing the principles of photosynthesis, we might entice it to emerge, though the probability is rather low. Rather low? The youth in crimson jacket was taken aback. Firstly, we lack the necessary tools, and crafting them will require time. Secondly, I have a foreboding sense that a calamity may unfold here. Thus, I suggest we abandon this endeavor. Zhao Bingbing stated with composure. Calamity? The youth in crimson jacket's heart skipped a beat, and he chuckled nervously. Surely, that cannot be the case. Although your previous premonition came to pass, it does not mean that it will happen every time. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble erupted, interrupting his words. The group was startled and quickly turned towards the source of the sound, their mouths agape in disbelief. Emerging from the distant woods was a terrifying creature reminiscent of the Jurassic period, a colossal crocodile towering 2 stories high. Zhao Bingbing's expression changed dramatically, and a ghostly blue light flickered in her eyes. In her sight, the world transformed into a vibrant tapestry, and within that swiftly moving giant crocodile, crimson heat surged like flames, rolling fiercely and emanating an astonishing aura. Bone density, muscular strength. She endeavored to utilize her ocular prowess to analyze the fundamental physique of this colossal creature, yet her vision was engulfed in a haze, dominated solely by an astonishing crimson heat. Such an occurrence was unprecedented for her, revealing that this monster's constitution far surpassed the limits of her analytical capabilities. Instantly, she summoned her ocular energy, fixating intently on the crimson point, and a deluge of information swiftly transmitted from her pupils to her brain, forming a cascade of data. Bone density and muscular composition, 8-fold that of a typical human. Through meticulous analysis and synthesis, Zhao Bingbing arrived at the conclusive data, her heart fluttering as the cerulean hues in her pupils contracted slightly. 8-fold. This was the most formidable human she had ever encountered. Her own physique was approximately thrice that of an average human, while the youth in the scarlet jacket and the burly man were quintuple that. Yet this enigmatic individual boasted an 8-fold capacity, nearly exceeding their strength by another factor. Zhao Bingbing could not help but recall the lifeless monstrosity in the sewers. It was him. The quartet clad in scarlet jackets had turned pale with terror, their legs trembling, barely able to maintain their footing. As the prehistoric crocodilian beast extinguished any flicker of combat desire within them, the burly man stammered. How can such a creature exist? It's utterly absurd. Even a tank could be effortlessly overturned by it. How are we to slay it? The youth in the scarlet jacket, teeth chattering, urged, We must flee, quickly. The burly man decisively discarded his machine gun and several metal cartridges, hastening toward the direction of the sewer. The others followed suit, abandoning their heavy firearms and ammunition, and sprinted away without hesitation. Run. Lin Chao felt utterly exhausted, as if his body were on the verge of collapse. His vision blurred and swayed, a physiological response to the oxygen deprivation from his frantic sprint. Although his evolved lungs could store air for approximately 10 minutes, the intensity of his running rendered him breathless and hastened the depletion of oxygen within him. Dizziness and visual disturbances plagued him. His steps felt as if burdened by 1,000 weights. He relied solely on an astonishing will to survive, mechanically propelling himself forward. The colossal crocodile behind him closed in rapidly, and he could almost perceive the foul stench emanating from its maw and the warmth of its exhalations. Was this how it would end? Just then, a thunderous roar reverberated from the distance, easily overshadowing his own cries. compared to this ferocious call. His voice was but a faint whisper beneath a torrential downpour. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and with a tremendous shake, a massive golden figure leapt forth from the front. Chapter 31, 12-fold, Super Evolution. Fifth update. Sunlight cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the creature and reflecting a blinding golden glow. It was a golden lion, unlike ordinary lion monsters. Its physique was exaggeratedly large, standing as tall as the towering crocodile, with fur that appeared woven from golden threads, exuding an aura of wild ferocity. Upon the emergence of the golden lion, the pursuing colossal crocodile abruptly halted, seemingly sensing an air of danger emanating from it. It bared its sharp fangs, roaring twice at the golden lion, as if to assert its claim over the prey. "This quarry is mine. Step aside." The golden lion fixed its cold gaze upon the creature, raising its head to roar with the majestic presence of a beast king. Instead of retreating, its powerful forepaw advanced a step forward, seemingly asserting dominion over the territory, proclaiming, "This is my domain." Lin Chao observed this golden-blooded monstrosity, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Within the confines of this zoo, the emergence of a mutated creature bearing golden lineage was not particularly surprising. However, unlike the golden hound, this lion was not in its juvenile phase, but had evidently evolved through 3 to 4 stages, possessing true golden blood within its veins. At that moment, Lin Chao dared not entertain any mischievous thoughts. He could only stand there quietly, striving to diminish his presence and avoid attracting their attention. The two colossal beasts roared at each other, their tremendous sonic waves causing Lin Chao's eardrums to throb painfully, his heartbeat reverberating like a drum, quivering uncontrollably. After a tense standoff, the golden lion finally lost its patience, roaring as it swiped its lethal claws at the giant crocodile. The crocodile took a step back to evade the strike, and just as Lin Chao thought it might turn to flee, it launched a sudden and electrifying ambush, opening its menacing jaws to bite at the lion's neck. If caught in the crushing grip of such a formidable jaw, escape would be nearly impossible, likely resulting in a fatal, blood-drenched demise. However, the golden lion reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly evading the unexpected attack. It countered by delivering a powerful headbutt to the crocodile's jaw, causing its massive body to tilt and lose balance. Seizing the opportunity, the lion opened its jaws to bite into the crocodile's dark, scaly hide. However, the crocodile's hide was exceedingly tough, seamlessly connected, and its surface had mutated to reveal sharp, protruding scales. This hasty counterattack yielded little effect. Upon witnessing the two colossal beasts engage in battle, Lin Chao instinctively recoiled, cautiously maneuvering around their battlefield, seeking to slip away unnoticed. Suddenly, one of the giant crocodile's forelimbs lashed out, as swift as lightning, precisely in the direction Lin Chao had chosen to evade. His pupils constricted as he surged forward, accelerating to the side. With a resounding thud, although he managed to dodge just in time, his right hand was grazed, and an immediate wave of numbness coursed through his entire arm, propelling his body uncontrollably forward. He tumbled onto the grass, feeling a surge of blood and energy churn within his chest. He fought to suppress the urge to retch, lowering his gaze to his right hand. His arm hung limply, dislocated. Without hesitation, Lin Chao grasped his shoulder, twisting and pushing with force, and he heard the bones click back into place. His arm regained mobility, yet it remained devoid of sensation, blood oozing from his pores. As he gently probed it, he instantly realized that the bones within his arm had shattered. If he did not receive prompt medical attention, he risked permanent damage to his limb. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chao cradled his arm and sprinted towards the rear of the giant crocodile. Zhao Bingbing and her companions had already taken refuge at the sewer entrance, with Zhao Bingbing being the last to enter, her toes perched on the iron ladder leading down, only her head visible above the manhole cover. Her eyes shimmering with a faint blue light as she watched Lin Chao's retreating figure, a hint of contemplation flickering in her gaze. Lin Chao maneuvered around the battle circle of the colossal crocodile and approached the damaged iron fence at its rear. He vaulted over the broken barrier and entered the cheetah habitat. His cellular energy was utterly depleted, rendering him incapable of utilizing speed enhancement and forcing him to maintain a velocity of approximately 8 times his normal pace. Boom, boom. Behind him, 2 titanic beasts clashed, each impact causing the nearby ground to tremble gently, akin to a tremor of magnitude 3 to 4. A dark, muddy trough stretched out from the distance, bordered by an unending array of footprints. Wherever this trough passed, the landscape lay utterly devastated. Small woods and ponds alike were rendered unrecognizable. This vividly illustrated the catastrophic nature of the giant crocodile. Lin Chao sprinted along the blackened trough, formed by the crocodile's massive belly, and soon discovered within the footprint depressions some mutated creatures crushed under the creature's weight. Their bodies were embedded deeply in the soil, flattened like parchment, with their innards and blood splattered outward, resembling a vivid crimson mark. Taking a daring risk, Lin Chao turned back, driven by the prospect of these mutated corpses. During his earlier frantic flight, he had deliberately dashed towards a herd of beasts to shake off the crocodile, resulting in countless mutated creatures being trampled or smashed beneath the giant's chaotic steps. These were all sources of genetic energy. How could Lin Chao allow such a splendid opportunity to slip away? The trough still emanated the crocodile's potent scent, ensuring that no creature dared to approach in the short term, leaving him free to scavenge. Lin Chao retrieved a throwing knife and approached the fragmented bodies, swiftly slicing through their hides to unearth the obscured genetic energy within the mangled flesh and blood. After consuming several clusters of genetic energy, Lin Chao felt a significant healing of his injuries, and the cellular energy within him was replenished. He immediately activated his speed enhancement, sweeping down the concave path. In the leopard zone, bear zone, and tiger zone, he achieved a tenfold increase. This was the limit for an F-class evolver. Any further advancement would result in evolving into an E-class evolver, enhancing both abilities and physique. Upon returning from the avian zone, Lin Chao was met with the sight of numerous birds trampled to death, including mutated peacocks and swans among other aberrant creatures. As he gathered resources, he unexpectedly discovered a cluster of green genetic energy within the corpse of one peacock. After consuming it, Lin Chao immediately felt a substantial boost in his physique, increasing from tenfold to approximately 12-fold. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated genetic metamorphosis and evolution did not occur. It was merely a physical enhancement. Confounded, Lin Chao pondered why, despite surpassing the tenfold threshold, he had not evolved into an E-class. Could it be due to his status as a multi-evolver, resulting in a relatively higher saturation of his cells? Chapter 32, Departure and Invitation. Once the cellular saturation reaches a certain threshold, a qualitative change occurs, leading to a new evolution. For ordinary F-class evolvers, the cellular saturation is 5 times that of an average human. Upon reaching this limit, the cells will spontaneously undergo metamorphosis, initiating a new cycle of evolution. The F-level special evolvers possess a cellular saturation that is tenfold. In his previous life, Lin Chao was a special evolver, leading him to subconsciously believe that by enhancing his cells to 10 times, he would ascend to an E-level evolver. However, it has now become evident that the cellular potential of multiple evolvers far surpasses that of special evolvers. Is my cellular saturation 15 times, or perhaps even 20 times? Lin Chao felt a surge of anticipation within him. With a swift motion, he soared past the avian habitat and rapidly entered the herbivore zone he had first arrived at. He raced along the earthen trough, witnessing countless mutated zebras, rhinos, and giraffes trampled to death along the way. After gathering resources, Lin Chao managed to consume over 30 clumps of white genetic energy, barely elevating his physique to 13 times its original state. As his physical attributes improved, the efficacy of these white genetic energies gradually waned. He found that it took nearly 10 clumps to perceive even the slightest advancement in his body. Boom, boom. A distant, thunderous roar echoed from a nearby direction, the result of a fierce battle between 2 Lord-level monsters, causing the mutated creatures in the surrounding areas to flee in terror. After a brief glance, Lin Chao quickly darted into the sewers, making his way toward the zoo's exit. He yearned for a second evolution. The burly man and the twin brothers felt a stirring within them. Earlier, while hunting in the lion's den, Zhao Bingbing had detected a white, soft mass within the body of a lion monster, capable of enhancing physical strength. Given the colossal size of these 2 beasts, the white masses within them must be astonishingly large. This was a fortuitous opportunity. The young man in the crimson jacket, his heart racing and his face slightly flushed, exclaimed, "If we were to evolve again, perhaps we could ascend to the rank of general upon joining the army." However, his expression shifted to one of concern as he replied, "It can't be as dire as you say. If I see that they Haven team mutually annihilated each other, I'll simply stay put and not venture out. How could there possibly be any danger to my life? Zhao Bingbing adjusted her glasses with a detached demeanor and stated, firstly, the aura they emit during battle will incite chaos among all the mutated creatures in this zoo, leading to widespread panic. If we remain here any longer, we may be overwhelmed by the rampaging beasts before the two parties even inflict mutual destruction. Secondly, given their level of evolution, their intelligence should not be beneath your meager brain cells, rendering the likelihood of a stalemate exceedingly low, at most, a mere 3. Conversely, there is an 89% chance that one side will triumph and consume the fallen, thus evolving further. To take it a step further, even if they were to engage in mutual annihilation, do you truly believe that bullets or our modern weaponry could harm their formidable bodies? The young man in the crimson jacket felt his hope shatter instantly. Unable to contain himself, he questioned, how did you arrive at that 3 probability? You wouldn't comprehend it even if I explained, given your limited intellect, Zhao Bingbing retorted coldly. The burly man scratched his head, having faith in Zhao Bingbing's words, and promptly suggested, regardless, it is quite likely that they will provoke a riot among the other mutated creatures. We should make our exit swiftly. The youth clad in a crimson jacket could only sigh, nodding gloomily. After they advanced for a short while, a sudden monstrous roar echoed from ahead. Zhao Bingbing's pupils instantly illuminated with a ghostly blue light, her vision extending far beyond the beam of their flashlight. Before her lay the inky blackness of the sewer, where 2 faint red dots flickered. One was a vivid crimson, pulsating with a thick warmth, while the other dimmed rapidly, its heat dissipating swiftly. She pressed her finger to her brow, pushing her vision to its utmost limit, and immediately discerned the specifics of the 2 red points, her pupils involuntarily narrowing slightly. With her foundational physique enhanced tenfold, she had acquired the ability of night vision. Both dynamic and nocturnal sight were abilities gained through physical enhancement. However, rare visual capabilities such as thermal vision and extended sight were special powers, attainable only by those who had undergone visual evolution. Other evolved beings, regardless of their physical augmentation, could never attain such gifts. Suddenly, a 5-member team emerged swiftly from the shadowy passage of the sewer, one woman among them possessing an eastern visage, her eyes shimmering with a faint blue glow, indicating she was a sensory-type visual evolver. Before long, this small group quickened their pace to catch up. The youth in the crimson jacket cast a swift glance at the lifeless bodies of several monsters strewn across the ground, his pupils contracting slightly. Tentatively, he inquired, "Are you an evolver?" The burly men, having taken in the gruesome scene, felt a surge of caution rise within them. The young man in the crimson jacket felt a surge of anger as he noticed Lin Chao completely disregarding him. However, recalling Zhao Bingbing's earlier remarks, he realized that this individual was likely the one who had ventured into the sewer ahead of them. Coupled with the myriad of monster corpses strewn about, he doubted his own capability to vanquish so many creatures. Observing the youth, who bore no visible wounds, was nothing short of astonishing, compelling him to suppress his irritation. Zhao Bingbing hastened a few steps to catch up, walking alongside Lin Chao without an ounce of caution. Extending her delicate hand, she introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Zhao Bingbing. It's a pleasure to meet you. Would you care to join us?" "Not interested," Lin Chao replied coldly. Zhao Bingbing, unfazed, naturally withdrew her hand and adjusted her glasses. "Where are you headed?" she inquired. "None of your concern," Lin Chao retorted, his demeanor unyielding. "If you're going to the military, we could go together," Zhao Bingbing suggested, tilting her head to look at him, her tone carrying a hint of sincerity amidst its chill. Lin Chao remained impassive, responding, "Not interested." Zhao Bingbing remained undeterred, stating, "If you change your mind, you can find me in the military. I hope to become your companion." Lin Chao frowned slightly, but remained silent. Chapter 33. The Golden Beast most afraid of death, including this woman. There are 3 evolved beings. The remaining 2, though ordinary individuals, are armed with firearms. Thus, this group can be deemed an exceptionally rare elite among survivors, and their composition is remarkably harmonious. The team comprises no elderly or weak individuals, only youth, and among the 3 evolved beings, one possesses perceptual abilities related to vision. While a perceptual evolved being may not thrive in solitary survival within a collective, their contribution surpasses that of other evolved beings by far. From the woman's demeanor, Lin Chao deduces that she has likely utilized her unique abilities to glean some fundamental information about him, analyzing his physique through aspects such as bone structure, muscle composition, and heartbeat, which explains her lowly posture in attempting to forge an alliance. Zhao Bingbing. This name is unfamiliar to him. Perhaps she is a notable figure from a future era. His interest in historical figures is scant, and were it not for the numerous sculptures of Chu Shanhe found in various base cities, he might not even recognize this illustrious contributor to humanity's milestones. He is solely concerned with his own survival and the duration of his existence. Do you trust your companions? Lin Chao inquires, tilting his head to observe her fair visage. Zhao Bingbing pauses, slightly taken aback. She bows her head in silence for a moment before responding. I do not know, but I hope my companions can earn my trust. Hope, is it? Lin Chao smiles faintly. Zhao Bingbing raises her gaze to meet his, saying, if there comes a day when you are willing to become my companion, I believe I would trust you. Lin Chao raised his gaze to confront the encroaching darkness ahead and remarked, I am temporarily disinterested. This was a benediction from one survivor to another. Lin Chao nodded in acknowledgement and replied, the same applies to you. At that moment, the group had arrived at the entrance of the sewer. Without a trace of hesitation, Lin Chao ascended into the sewer and promptly ventured forth into the distance. The young man in the crimson jacket, along with his companions, immediately advanced, while the burly man exhaled in relief, patting his chest as he said, Ice Girl, you were in grave danger just now. If this individual had ulterior motives and taken you hostage to threaten us, we would have all been at risk. Thankfully, he harbored no ill intentions. Zhao Bingbing gazed in the direction where Lin Chao had departed, calmly stating, if he intended to kill us, even if we were on high alert, we would still lack the means to resist. The young man in the crimson jacket furrowed his brow and countered. It is undeniable that his combat prowess is formidable. In a one-on-one confrontation, none of us would be his match. However, we are numerous, and with our cover, you could easily take him down with a single shot. He is hardly a threat. Zhao Bingbing sighed softly and replied, just now, I utilized my ocular power to analyze his physique, yet I was utterly unable to discern its nature. His physical condition must far exceed that of a lion monster, potentially reaching tenfold or more. Furthermore, I remain unaware of his special abilities. If he possesses a formidable power, coupled with such a physique, he could eliminate us in the blink of an eye. Not only would we be unable to shoot him, but we might not even be able to catch a glimpse of his figure, tenfold or more. The young man in the crimson jacket and the burly man widened their eyes, almost doubting their own hearing. What does tenfold truly signify? The distance of 100 meters can be traversed in but a fleeting second or two. And what of a mere 10 meters? Such prowess is indeed astonishing, evoking a sense of arrogance. Has he undergone a second evolution? The four youths in crimson jackets were taken aback, silently relieved that the other party did not harbor ulterior motives. Otherwise, their firearms would have been at risk. As Lin Chao approached the zoo's exterior, poised to depart, a golden figure suddenly darted from behind a dilapidated vehicle. The Golden Hound? Upon discerning the identity of this creature, Lin Chao's expression turned peculiar. He was astonished that it had not seized the opportunity to flee, but instead awaited him outside the zoo. With a playful bark, the Golden Hound trotted over. Crouching before Lin Chao, it lifted a paw, panting with a hint of servility and grievance, pointing at its own neck. Lin Chao could not help but chuckle in exasperation. This wretched creature was evidently terrified of death. Both were aberrations of golden lineage. Yet recalling the majestic golden lion and then observing this pitiful display of tail-wagging solicitude rendered the disparity starkly evident. With a sigh, Lin Chao deactivated the miniature bomb encircling its neck and affectionately patted its head, setting forth in the direction of home. Man and dog strolled leisurely along the desolate streets. Within the uppermost chamber, Fan Xiangyu caressed Lin Xiu's visage, her red lips curling into a playful arc as she remarked, such smooth and tender skin. Tell me, are you truly siblings with that peculiar individual? Seated by the balcony, Lin Xiu gazed at the wandering corpses below, her tone languid as she replied, why do you ask? Fan Xiangyu, with her crimson tongue delicately caressing the corner of her mouth, remarked, he leaves you here all alone. Does he not fear that I might devour you? Tell me, if I were to inflict wounds upon you, rendering you a putrid corpse, and subsequently manipulate your remains to threaten him, would he obliterate your body? Is this the extent of your malevolence? Lin Xiu cast a fleeting glance at her. Fan Xiangyu's hand glided down to her neck, speaking softly, little girl. Do be mindful of your words. Otherwise, should I find my mood soured, it would be all too easy for my hand to slip. Lin Xiu adjusted her glasses and replied, I believe it would be prudent for you to release your grip. TSK, such an infuriating tone. Fan Xiangyu shook her head in mock sympathy, yet the pressure of her hand gradually intensified. Lin Xiu raised her gaze to meet hers. After 3 seconds of silent confrontation, Lin Xiu suddenly moved. Her neck arched back, freeing herself from Fan Xiangyu's grasp, and her slender, delicate arm swung out to seize Fan Xiangyu's wrist, forcing her elbow to twist. Simultaneously, her foot struck towards the back of Fan Xiangyu's knee. Bang! Fan Xiangyu staggered and promptly sank to one knee. Captured by Lin Xiu's deft maneuver, the corners of Fan Xiangyu's mouth twitched slightly as she bitterly implored, "Let go. I acknowledge my fault. Please do not inform him of this. Be honest now. Xiao Chao's heart is not malevolent. As long as you refrain from underhanded antics, you shall not be wronged." Lin Xiu released her grip, adjusted her dress, and resumed her seat. Fan Xiangyu stood, rubbing her knee, feeling a wave of defeat wash over her. "Xiao Chao." Suddenly, Lin Xiu sprang to her feet, gazing with surprise at the street corner. Upon hearing those 2 words, Fan Xiangyu trembled in fear. She gazed at the silhouette of Lin Xiu, who was within arm's reach, contemplating a sudden strike that might yield success. However, after a moment of hesitation, she ultimately succumbed to despair and abandoned the thought. Chapter 34. The electric corpse. As the door swung open, a soft little body leaped into Lin Chao's embrace. The cold lines of his face immediately softened, revealing a hint of gentle warmth as he smiled and reassured her, "Do not worry, I shall be fine." Lin Xiu nestled in his arms, nodding vigorously, unsure whether she was affirming his words or silently praying for their eternal truth. Fan Xiangyu's heart overflowed with tears, realizing that this man was indeed prepared for contingencies. Lin Xiu lifted her head and smiled, saying, "She is very well behaved." Upon hearing her words, Fan Xiangyu instantly breathed a sigh of relief, eagerly nodding. Yes, I have been good to your sister. Last night, a horde of corpses approached, but I managed to divert them, didn't I, sister you?" Lin Xiu shot her a warning glance, subtly indicating that she should refrain from embellishing the tale too much. Fan Xiangyu promptly fell silent, embarrassed. Lin Chao settled onto the sofa, retrieving a small grass creature from his pocket. This little being appeared to be on the brink of death. After administering a few drops of water, its dull green leaves shimmered with a vibrant emerald glow, gradually unfurling and regaining a semblance of vitality. "Are those moving plants?" Lin Xiu and Fan Xiangyu exclaimed in wonder, gathering around to observe. Lin Chao nodded and remarked, "This is a mutated plant-type monster, extremely rare. Its body is remarkably nourishing. Consuming a single leaf can heal minor wounds." "How marvelous!" Lin Xiu exclaimed, adjusting her glasses and leaning closer to the little grass monster's tendrils, pulling out a magnifying glass to observe it. If it were poisoned, could it heal itself? Fan Xiangyu's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Lin Chao cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "You could always give it a try." "Perhaps not," Fan Xiangyu said reluctantly. Lin Xiu inquired with intrigue, "Do you intend to keep it?" Lin Chao shook his head, stating, "Once I acquire the necessary tools, I shall consume it directly to enhance my strength." Suddenly, the little grass monster lying in his palm, weak and feeble, curled up tightly, its tendrils quivering gently, apparently frightened. Lin Xiu chuckled, "It can actually comprehend our words. How astonishing." Lin Chao replied calmly, "This indicates it has encountered humans before." At that moment, Lin Xiu's laughter faded, and she nodded decisively, "Then we should consume it." The little grass monster shrank even closer, trembling visibly. Fan Xiangyu suddenly paused, her expression thoughtful. "I believe I just sensed its bioelectric signals. It is pleading with you." "You can perceive the bioelectric signals of plant life?" Lin Chao asked, slightly astonished. A faint smile appeared on Fan Xiangyu's face as she responded, "Although it is somewhat challenging and not entirely accurate, I can discern some information. It claims that if provided with soil, it can yield fruit and will offer the fruits to you." Lin Chao nodded and remarked, "I am aware that the fruit it bears is called the fruit of life. Although it possesses immense value, its growth is exceedingly slow, and we lack a designated area to cultivate it. Unlike you two, we cannot monitor it around the clock. The moment you relax your vigilance, it will swiftly vanish into the earth." Fan Xiangyu was momentarily taken aback. She had only learned this information through her communication with the grass creature, while Lin Chao, who evidently could not converse with it, seemed to possess even greater knowledge. What else was he privy to? A sense of wariness crept into her heart as she cautiously glanced at Lin Chao and hesitantly inquired, If I can control it, would that be considered an achievement? Lin Chao was momentarily stunned. You can control it? Fan Xiangyu nodded fervently. I just attempted it. Although I cannot fully dominate it like a corpse, I can interfere with its biological electrical signals, rendering it unconscious. Lin Chao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The folly of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs was apparent. If they could cultivate it, it would be far more advantageous than consuming it. Very well, I shall leave it in your capable hands, he declared, handing over the feeble grass creature with a sense of delight. As a reward, I shall grant you one reasonable request. What is it that you desire? Fan Xiangyu's heart leapt with joy as she promptly replied, I wish to evolve. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chao shook his head and stated, that is not feasible at the moment. Fan Xiangyu, unfazed by his response, had not anticipated his acquiescence. This was merely a prelude. She swiftly articulated her true wish, saying, then I request 10 corpses, specifically those that have undergone evolution. Lin Chao stroked his chin and remarked, my time is quite limited, and I am unable to assist you in capturing the special corpses. Even if I managed to catch one, I would need it for myself. However, I can grant you access to 10 special corpse slots. You must devise your own strategy to capture them. Fan Xiangyu rejoiced, exclaiming, all right, with 10 special corpse slots, my overall strength could potentially double or even triple. Although these 10 special corpses may not be sufficient to overthrow Lin Chao's dominion over me. This is merely the first step of my plan. With these 10 special corpses, I can secretly cultivate my own power. Once I accumulate enough strength, it will be my time to rise as the master. As these thoughts filled her mind, she felt a surge of delight. At that moment, a series of electronic beeps emanated from Lin Chao's wrist. He paused in surprise, noticing that the biological detector he wore was vibrating slightly, its screen displaying a small red dot. Judging by its position relative to the crosshair on the screen, this red dot was located in the lower left, not far from their current location. Woof! The golden dog had just descended the stairs and began barking at a nearby wrecked vehicle. Lin Chao turned his gaze in that direction and observed a corpse slowly emerging from the car. Its neck was contorted grotesquely, eyes rolled back, and the decaying flesh on its face was nearly falling off. From its attire, it appeared to be a middle-aged man, around 30, with a suit and tie stained with large patches of dried blood. Upon spotting Lin Chao, the corpse immediately charged towards him with astonishing speed, covering the distance of several dozen meters in less than 2 seconds. Roar! The middle-aged corpse opened its mouth to howl, and a crackling arc of electricity emanated from the saliva dripping between its fangs. An electric-type corpse? Lin Chao felt a stir in his heart and immediately stepped forward. For him at this moment, the five-fold physique of the special corrupted corpse was utterly insufficient. He could completely overpower it with his foundational strength alone. With a resounding crash, he unleashed a punch. His fist struck the face of the special corrupted corpse like a hammer, violently tearing away a large portion of its decayed flesh, revealing the stark, white bones beneath. Although this blow did not sever its head from its body, it caused the creature to tilt backward. Seizing the moment, Lin Chao advanced a step and delivered a decisive punch to its throat. With a sickening crunch, the flesh of its throat was reduced to a pulpy mess, splattering everywhere. As the cervical vertebrae shattered beneath the force of his strike, sending the head of the middle-aged corpse flying, Lin Chao then drew a throwing knife and swiftly sliced open its chest. Within the bloody mass at the location of the heart, he discovered a fingernail-sized pale blue crystal nestled among the flesh, resembling a beautiful jewel. Chapter 35. The Trial of the Ruins. After acquiring this evolutionary energy, Lin Chao did not hastily consume it. Instead, he intended to reserve it for Lin Qiyu. Given his current physique, such a special evolutionary energy would only enhance his strength by a mere half-fold, whereas for Lin Qiyu, it could transform her into a special evolver, granting her a threefold increase in strength. In this way, even if she were to be placed within the city base, she would be able to survive. This little gem could amplify her power 2 or 3-fold. Lin Qiyu gazed at the pale blue crystal in her hand, which resembled a gemstone, astonished that such a beautiful object could be hidden within these grotesque and decayed corpses, possessing such wondrous effects. Fan Xiangyu gazed intently at the pale blue crystal, acutely aware of the rich, compressed energy contained within. She pondered that if ingested, it might enable her to evolve once more. Following Lin Chao's instructions, Lin Qiyu punctured the delicate membrane of the crystal and tilted her head back to swallow the viscous azure liquid within. The liquid shimmered with a faint blue luminescence, exuding a subtle and alluring fragrance as it slid down her throat and into her stomach. Moments later, she felt an overwhelming reaction coursing through her body, every muscle fiber, cell, and bone ignited in excruciating pain, as if set ablaze. Her alabaster skin gradually flushed crimson, and beads of sweat poured from her pores, soaking her black and white dress in no time. The agony was unbearable. Gritting her teeth, a singular thought consumed her. She must endure, and never allow her brother to falter. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and just as the pain began to wane slightly, an unbearable itch erupted within her bones, as if countless insects were crawling beneath her skin. This signified the fortification of her skeletal structure, the flesh enveloping her bones undergoing a metamorphosis. Lin Chao resolutely bore the torment. Soon, both the peculiar itch and the searing pain began to dissipate, succeeded by an extraordinary surge of power that welled up from within her. As she opened her eyes, clarity flooded her vision. Her myopia had vanished completely, allowing her to see vast distances with ease. Her body felt weightless, as though she could simply lift herself into the air with the slightest push of her toes. Crackling sounds echoed as small purple arcs of electricity danced within her flowing black hair. My extraordinary ability is the control of lightning? Lin Chao extended a slender finger, and immediately, a violet arc of electricity flickered at her fingertip, twisting and writhing like a tiny serpent. Lin Chao smiled slightly. Both his lightning and her light belonged to the realm of mystical abilities. Although they did not yield results as swiftly as combat skills, their breadth of application was vast, and their potential for growth immense. In the later stages, practitioners of mystical abilities would prove far more formidable than those of combat skills. Having newly acquired her exceptional powers, Lin Chao was eager to test them. He did not hinder her, but allowed her to descend and seek out ordinary corpses for practice. Now that she was a special evolved being, even if she were to sustain injuries, she would not be susceptible to infection. The biological detection device had a range of 30 kilometers, and after a night's wait, 11 special corpses were lured in, all of which Lin Chao dispatched with precision. With the acquisition of 11 evolution energy orbs, Lin Chao's physical prowess was enhanced to 15 times its original state. However, his cells had yet to reach saturation, preventing him from evolving to E-grade. Lin Chao remained unperturbed. He, along with Lin Chao and Fan Xiangyu, returned to the entrance of the ruins. Although he had not ascended to E-grade evolved status, he was confident in his ability to enter. The previous dangerous entity had also not been E-grade, yet it had gained access to the ruins. Thus, Lin Chao surmised that there was an additional hidden condition for entry, a tenfold enhancement of physical prowess. As he gazed at the obsidian wall, Lin Chao reached out to touch it, and waves rippled across its surface. Suddenly, a powerful suction surged from his palm, drawing him into the depths. Once again, he found himself in that silvery space, surrounded by an expanse of blankness, with only a dark golden orb suspended in the center. Detection of intruder, Gene F grade, disqualified. Physical prowess E grade, meets hidden conditions, entry granted. A luminous projection emerged from the dark golden sphere, revealing the ethereal image of an exceptionally beautiful woman. Her exquisite features were nearly devoid of any imperfections. The only notable distinction was her icy, expressionless countenance, accentuated by a faint golden vertical pupil adorning her forehead. Upon hearing the voice, reminiscent of advanced artificial intelligence, Lin Chao felt an immediate sense of relief, confirming the presence of hidden conditions. Welcome to the ruins of Gendaya No. 6. Do you accept the trial? At that moment, the three-eyed woman on the dark metallic sphere moved her lips, and a voice devoid of any emotional fluctuations resonated within Lin Chao's mind. Gendaya No. 6? Lin Chao was taken aback. He had assumed this was merely one of the smaller ruins he was familiar with in the Huaxia region, never anticipating it to be one of the renowned 10 great ruins of the future. In later times, this ruin was located in a small town in North America, drawing countless survivors who sought its treasures, all of whom ultimately met with failure. Unlike exploratory ruins, which could be thoroughly excavated with sufficient manpower and time, this was a rare trial-type ruin. To obtain the treasures within, one must successfully navigate the challenges presented by the ruin itself. Lin Chao had heard whispers of this ruin's trials, which were not overly complex, comprising 3 distinct assessments: genetics, willpower, and skill. It was said that achieving the coveted 3S rating in all 3 evaluations simultaneously would grant one the unique treasure of this ruin. No one knows the true nature of this treasured artifact, yet it is known that one of the triumvirate of North America, Zeus, ascended from a rank exceeding 90 to the 7th position on the global leaderboard merely by obtaining a 2S level evaluation and the corresponding treasure. This singular achievement has propelled this relic into the ranks of the world's top 10 relics. To everyone's astonishment, this relic emerged in the Chinese region during the early apocalyptic days over a century ago. Lin Chao, pleasantly surprised, promptly opted to undertake the trial. As the assessment commenced, the first challenge was unveiled, a test of skill. The expressionless three-eyed woman, emanating from the dark metallic orb, uttered her final words, and immediately, Lin Chao found himself enveloped in darkness, subsequently appearing in a pitch-black, confined chamber. "Please select your weapon," echoed the voice of the three-eyed woman in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chao declared, "Long spear." As soon as his words resonated, a radiant white light materialized, coalescing into a platinum long spear. Lin Chao surmised that he was within a cerebral simulation, distinct from reality, where even death would bear no consequence. "Please select the difficulty level for the trial." I suppose. He refrained from hastily choosing the highest difficulty, opting instead for a warm-up. The A-level trial commenced. Time: 60 seconds. Task: eliminate 20 low-level corpses. The countdown began. Chapter 36. Pain Index. Roar. The surrounding darkness suddenly brightened, revealing Lin Chao standing on a dilapidated street, flanked by abandoned vehicles. From behind these forsaken cars, a series of grotesque, decaying corpses emerged, their expressions twisted in anguish. Grasping the heavy barrel of his rifle, Lin Chao felt a long-lost familiarity wash over him, distinct from the iron rod he was used to. A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes as he charged towards the approaching corpses. With a feral roar, the grotesque figures lunged at Lin Chao, their visages contorted and eyes gleaming with a ravenous thirst for blood. They moved with a swiftness akin to that of leopards, capable of running and leaping, endowed with rudimentary cognition. Suddenly, Lin Chao thrust his platinum spear forward, its motion fluid and agile. As its sharp tip pierced the skull of one of the corpses, the creature, unable to evade, succumbed to the blow that shattered its nervous system, collapsing forward. Seizing the moment, Lin Chao deftly twisted his body, withdrawing the spear and sweeping it horizontally to confront the three encroaching corpses. The spear's shaft struck one creature's neck with a resounding crack, fracturing its vertebrae. With a swift flick of his arm, the spear became an extension of his will, piercing the throat of another corpse lunging from behind. As he shook the spear, the throat ripped apart and the head tumbled away. Employing a myriad of techniques, stabbing, smashing, thrusting, and slicing, Lin Chao exhibited remarkable prowess. In a span of roughly 10 seconds, 6 corpses lay defeated at his feet. Unlike the corpses from the outside world, these possessed a vitality 20 times greater. Brute force alone could not vanquish them, requiring instead a mastery of technique. The remaining corpses swiftly closed in, compressing Lin Chao's movement range to a mere 1 meter, rendering him incapable of wielding his spear effectively. No matter where he aimed, the encroaching cadavers could easily leap upon him, tearing him to shreds. This moment epitomized the most formidable challenge of the assessment. Having encountered such encirclement numerous times, Lin Chao maintained his composure. He pointed the spear's tip towards the ground, leveraging it to propel himself high into the air, akin to a great rock spreading its wings. As he landed atop one of the corpses' heads, escaping their siege and re-establishing distance. Subsequently, he swung his spear, dispatching the first corpse that lunged at him. As the remaining corpses once again surged forward, Lin Chao employed the same tactic, repeatedly creating distance until he swiftly eliminated them one by one. Ding! The rapidly changing time froze at the figure of 48 seconds. Assessment complete, skill rating, A3. Would you like to continue the challenge? Without hesitation, Lin Chao chose yes. The difficulty of the subsequent challenge was rated S, categorizing it as top tier. Uncertain if he could succeed, Lin Chao felt a blend of anticipation and anxiety. He had attempted to break through to S-level marksmanship countless times, and he wondered if this assessment might serve as the pivotal moment. The S-level trial commenced. Task: survive for 60 seconds. The countdown began. The voice of the intelligent synthesis echoed in his mind, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Before Lin Chao could ponder the situation, a multitude of corpses suddenly emerged from behind the dilapidated cars, a dark mass surging forth, accompanied by a pungent stench of decay, numbering at least in the hundreds. So many. Lin Chao was startled, realizing why it was a matter of survival rather than extermination. Given the sheer number of these decaying corpses, even if he managed to maintain distance and eliminate them one by one, he would likely exhaust his stamina long before achieving his goal. The ghoulish roars of the undead surged forward like a dark tide. How swift! Lin Chao's pupils constricted, nearly cursing aloud. Not only were there countless numbers, but their physical capabilities far surpassed those of the previous corpses, exhibiting at least 30 times the strength, a complete doubling of his own. If he could employ his special abilities, he might have had some confidence. However, with those abilities restricted, he was left to rely solely on his fundamental physicality for combat. With a deep breath, he wielded his spear, fending off several corpses while weaving through the encroaching throng, seeking not to vanquish, but merely to survive. The overwhelming numbers of the undead were too great. As time passed, they quickly converged upon him. Lin Chao attempted to leap out of their encirclement, but as he sprang, several agile corpses seized his pant leg, yanking him back down. In the next moment, his body was engulfed by a multitude of undead. Suddenly, Lin Chao opened his eyes, finding himself still standing in a pristine white space. That prior scene felt like a nightmare. Yet the agonizing pain of being gnawed and torn apart by the corpses lingered in his sensory memory. Is this what an S-class difficulty entails? Lin Chao's mouth twitched slightly. At that moment, the screen on the dark metallic sphere displayed his recent data. Survival time, 23 seconds. Corpses eliminated, 8. Skill evaluation, A3. Assessment failed. Lin Chao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It had only been 23 seconds, yet it felt as though several minutes had passed. He was still 40 seconds away from achieving the S rank. Below, the second assessment commenced, genetics. The three-eyed woman on the dark metallic sphere moved her lips slightly, detecting target genes. Suddenly, a faint golden beam shot forth from the golden vertical pupil on her forehead, illuminating Lin Chao's body like a spotlight on stage. Gene acceptance, 1, 2, 3. Cell analysis, 1, 2. The screen on the dark metallic sphere was inundated with an array of unfamiliar symbols, cascading down like rain. This process lasted for approximately 3 minutes. All data symbols vanished, plunging the screen into complete darkness. A few seconds later, a string of information re-emerged. Gene evaluation, S rank. Lin Chao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, the genes of those who acquired the dangerous evolutionary energy of multiple evolutions were of the highest caliber. In the future's top 100 rankings, at least 80 individuals possessed A-rank genes, classifying them as special evolvers. Once a gene was selected, it became irrevocably fixed and could not be replaced. Thus, many exceptional talents, despite honing their skills to S rank, could only attain an S1 evaluation due to the inadequacy of their willpower and genes. The only individual to achieve an S2 evaluation, Zeus, relied solely on his S-rank gene. Lin Chao felt immensely satisfied. Even an S1 evaluation would grant him access to precious treasures. As for an S2 evaluation, he dared not indulge in such aspirations for the time being. The final assessment was willpower. What is willpower? Most individuals initially conceive it as tenacity and perseverance. However, from a scientific perspective, willpower is fundamentally about control, the absolute ability to govern all instincts of the body. As the assessment commenced, with the sound of synthetic intelligence echoing, Lin Chao immediately sensed himself lying on an operating table, his body bound by white bandages, immobilized. The first comprehensive analysis commenced. Pain index collection. Please select the challenge level. A. Lin Chao, somewhat apprehensive, decided to first experience the A-level pain index. As soon as he made his selection, the word start resonated in his mind, and abruptly a hovering small knife materialized, soaring towards his 10 fingers. The razor-sharp blade swiftly sliced through his nails, severing his fingers in two. As the nails were torn away, causing an excruciating pain to surge like a tidal wave, making his brain's nerves tremble uncontrollably, with veins bulging on his forehead. Lin Chao gritted his teeth, striving to endure. Yet, before he could acclimate to this agony, he suddenly witnessed the small knife dancing around him, inflicting a myriad of wounds upon his flesh, resembling a web spread across his body, while relentlessly cutting into several sensitive nerve organs. The searing agony caused Lin Chao to roll his eyes back, for though he had sustained countless injuries since childhood, he had never before experienced the sensation of being sliced 1,000 times. Gasping for breath, he held his breath, desperately persevering. Time slipped away unnoticed, and suddenly, all suffering vanished as if conjured from a dream. Immediately thereafter, an artificial voice echoed in Lin Chao's ears. Pain Index 62. 8. Grade A Assessment Passed. Would you like to proceed to Grade S Pain Index Evaluation? Chapter 37. The Evolutionary Tree. First update. Lin Chao's lips twitched slightly. Yet he gritted his teeth and chose to continue. The Grade A Pain Index hovers around 60, while the pain index experienced by a woman in labor ranges from 9.2 to 9.4, indicating that the agony Lin Chao had just endured was over 6 times that of childbirth. What might the Grade S Pain Index entail? Commence. Upon making his selection, Lin Chao was immediately engulfed by an intense agony that coursed through every nerve, every sinew, and even the most primitive cells of his being. If the pain of having 20 bones fractured could be quantified as a 9, then Lin Chao's current suffering soared to a minimum of 90. For all of his over 200 bones had shattered, and in a pulverizing manner. Beyond his skeletal anguish, every muscle fiber and pain receptor was ensnared in a tormenting assault, the pain penetrating to the very marrow of his bones. Lin Chao felt on the brink of madness, yearning to succumb to unconsciousness. However, such surrender risked failure in the assessment. He attempted to hypnotize himself, believing that time would swiftly pass. Yet the excruciating pain left his mind blank, rendering coherent thought impossible. The evaluation of the Grade S Pain Index tested not only willpower, but also encompassed aspects such as tactile sensation, gustation, auditory perception, and desire. It is noteworthy that the pathways for itch and pain sensations are distinct, hence the necessity for separate assessments. After enduring the torment of an S-level pain index, Lin Chao felt as though he had died once. He believed that this was the pinnacle of suffering. However, upon experiencing the S-level itch test, he realized what true hell was. His entire body itched intensely, yet he was unable to scratch. Whether it was his hair, face, or limbs, every part of him was consumed by an insatiable itch, as if the very blood coursing through his veins was aflame with irritation. Thump, thump. Lin Chao recklessly slammed his head against the experimental bed, his body writhing in desperation, attempting to alleviate the itch through friction. Yet, the more he rubbed, the more unbearable the itch became. In that moment, he even thought that experiencing the S-level pain once more would be a blessing. Lin Chao himself was unaware of how he had managed to pass the S-level itch assessment. It was as if his mind had gone blank upon hearing the word begin. When he regained consciousness, he was astonished to discover that he had indeed succeeded. He exhaled in relief, though still haunted by the memory of that torment. The subsequent assessments of taste and hearing were significantly easier. Although they were also S-level, they merely caused him mild discomfort, a triviality compared to the relentless itch he had endured. The final challenge was desire. This test examined mental fortitude, shifting away from pain to the realms of exquisite pleasure. This pleasure was not merely a superficial simulation of beautiful women or delectable foods. It directly stimulated the nerves that govern joy through wave sensations, providing an overwhelming sense of euphoria, 100 times more intense than climax. This boundless ecstasy rendered one utterly defenseless, especially after the preceding trials of pain and itch. Lin Chao found himself utterly unable to resist such delight. He yearned to remain in that moment forever. However, the assessment for this level is not about how long one can endure, but rather about regaining consciousness within 60 seconds to complete the task. He desperately pinched his thigh, yet the pain receptors seemed to be numbed, to the point where he almost drew blood, only then registering a faint sensation of pain. The amalgamation of pain, itch, taste, hearing, and desire culminated in a serene silence, which intensified Lin Chao's anxiety. A few minutes later, the final evaluation arrived. S rank. Lin Chao was so ecstatic that he nearly leaped from his seat. The preceding tests had nearly shattered his composure. At last, fortune favored the diligent, and he achieved the coveted S rank. The evaluator's final judgment, SS rank. The evaluator possessed the authority to enter the relic retention list. Please provide a name. Upon hearing the cold voice of the three-eyed woman, Lin Chao felt a surge of joy. An SS rank was a distinction only attainable by Zeus in his past life. Lin Chao announced his name. During the input process, the evaluator recorded Lin Chao as having attained an SS rank, temporarily securing the top position on the retention list. Evaluation, SS rank. Lin Chao understood that this retention list would endure, allowing future entrants into this relic to behold it. Now, the evaluation rewards were to be bestowed. The three-eyed woman's voice remained frigid. For achieving a 2S evaluation, you are awarded an evolution tree, in addition to the privilege of selecting 3 items, with a maximum item level of S rank. At this moment, a beam of light emanated from the golden vertical pupil on the forehead of the three-eyed woman, revealing a virtual list that materialized before Lin Chao. This list displayed numerous images of items alongside various filtering criteria, inviting him to select 3 objects. Each image depicted relics of an ultramodern caliber, including advanced firearms, rare cold weapons forged from titanium alloys, precious potions, and peculiar artifacts from this civilization. The Gendaya Civilization, known as the first civilization of the Solar Era, is often referred to as the civilization of superpowers. The individuals of this society are self-awakened evolvers, with the source of male special abilities stemming from the third eye upon their foreheads, while females derive their powers from their wombs. According to the myths of this civilization, a woman's womb can communicate with the cosmos. Furthermore, the inhabitants of this civilization possess no hearts. Their critical vulnerabilities lie in their skulls and third eyes. During the first solar era, their technological advancements were extraordinarily sophisticated, far surpassing modern technology by tens of thousands of years. Every Gendaya relic harbors items related to evolution, such as evolution potions and evolution armors. Lin Chao began by examining the S-grade items, scrolling through the virtual list to the S-grade category. The list featured only a few dozen items, yet each one was a remarkable treasure. Lin Chao's heart raced at the sight of these artifacts. He had never even touched such items, let alone utilized them. For instance, the S-grade evolution potion boasts a 30% chance of elevating an A-grade evolver to S-grade, a prospect that could incite fervent competition among countless individuals. There exist nuclear force bombs and compressible nuclear energy explosives capable of instantaneously obliterating an entire base city. As for the S-class Gene Dragon armor, it is even more extraordinary. It can integrate into one's genetic makeup and manifest during combat, providing an unparalleled level of defense that renders modern weaponry utterly ineffective. Only items of equivalent S-class relics possess the ability to inflict harm. Truly, these are the finest S-class artifacts, each one a treasure capable of exchanging for an entire base city. Lin Chao's heart surged with excitement. Yet he refrained from making a selection, choosing instead to delve into the A-class items section. After spending a considerable amount of time, he had examined nearly all the items, ultimately deciding upon 3, one S-class item, accompanied by an A-class and a B-class. The S-class item he chose was a dimensional folding space. This concealed realm exists in a different dimension, spanning an area of 100 square kilometers, allowing for the storage of various items, including living beings. This was the sole S-class item he could utilize. The others, like the nuclear force bomb, while capable of annihilating a base city, would likely result in his own demise before he could escape the blast radius. As for the S-class evolution serum, it could only be consumed once he attained the status of an A-class evolver. Possessing it now would render it utterly useless. The A-class item he selected consisted of gene-modified dragon wings. In the early days of the apocalypse, the destructive potential of an A-class relic was known to all who wielded it. The B-class item he chose was named the Black Hole Bomb. Although its power does not rival that of a nuclear bomb, this explosive leaves no nuclear radiation in its wake. It is a bomb resulting from the compression of an alternative substance, capable of obliterating all matter within its explosive radius. Lin Chao's choice of this bomb serves but one purpose: the zoo. Chapter 38. The Proud Intelligence, Second Update. The feeling of scoring 59 on an exam is undoubtedly disheartening. This is precisely how old Gu feels now, having fallen just short of success, left to roll on the ground in despair. Upon Lin Chao's selection, a dark metallic sphere slowly revealed a black aperture beneath, from which emerged a mechanical arm, approximately the size of 3 human palms. It held 3 small boxes, each the size of a fist, resembling the ominous black box contained within the endangered species. The peculiar carvings on the boxes bore identical designs, differing only in color: red, gold, and silver. Lin Chao meticulously took note and proceeded to open each box in turn. The first contained a dimensional folding space. This S-grade relic was housed within the dark red box, revealing a ring of obsidian, inscribed with strange etchings. Lin Chao, intrigued, picked it up and, after a few moments of contemplation, tentatively slid it onto his finger. Suddenly, upon donning the ring, sharp metallic spikes emerged from its inner band, piercing Lin Chao's finger and drawing his blood. Concurrently, a series of intelligent voices resonated in his mind, blood type being recorded. Neural connection in progress. Beep. Master identification complete. Dimensional folding space instruction manual copying in progress. Copy complete. For further inquiries, please visit our company's service points. A voice manifested directly within his mind. The utilization of this dimensional space was remarkably convenient. With but a thought, Lin Chao could unveil an invisible entrance. Except for himself, he could entrust the surrounding objects into this space. Moreover, he had the ability to adorn the dimensional realm according to his desires. As chronicled in the manual, this artifact was once a symbol of aristocracy during the era of the Gendaya Civilization. Nobles would embellish it for grand soirees, some transforming it into arenas for gladiatorial contests to invite friends for spirited bouts, while others fashioned it akin to a modern amusement park, allowing their children to frolic within. Truly a marvel of convenience. Lin Chao's dimensional space remained barren and desolate, inhabited only by two agricultural robots graciously provided by the Dimensional Folding Space Manufacturing Company. Regardless of what he wished to construct, these robots could swiftly bring it to fruition, given the necessary materials. Next was the second item, the A-class modified dragon wings. Encased within a golden box, its form bore no resemblance to wings. Rather, it was a dark-hued gene injector. Lin Chao grasped it, casting a few glances, unable to restrain himself from inquiring of the three-eyed woman. Is it sufficient to simply inject this into my body? You do not possess the authority for intelligent responses, the three-eyed woman replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Lin Chao nearly erupted in frustration. Must she be so haughty? In resignation, he examined the injector once more, recalling some tales from his past life. And with a determined sigh, he rolled up his sleeve and injected it into his arm. Just after completing the injection, he suddenly pondered, this injection in my arm. It won't result in the wings manifesting from this very spot, will it? If that were the case, it would be quite embarrassing. Just imagine a pair of wings sprouting from one's arms. Could one truly take flight? Soon, he realized his concerns were unfounded. As the dark liquid from the syringe coursed into his arm, it swiftly transformed into a black line that raced along his limb, making its way toward the nape of his neck. Almost immediately, a peculiar itch and pain erupted along his spine, as if something were struggling within. The wings, entirely black, shimmered with an inky brilliance, each feather exuding an aura of profound darkness. Together, the wings spanned approximately 5 meters. Lin Chao reached back to touch the feathers, feeling their icy surface, as hard and sharp as iron. At the center of the wings lay a prominent, smooth entity, presumably the energy core that powered these modified dragon wings. Attempting to exert control, Lin Chao found it surprisingly effortless. The wings seemed to be intricately linked to his neural pathways, responding to his thoughts with the precision of a well-trained appendage. With a gentle flap, he soared into the air. He touched his back and noted that aside from the torn fabric from the dragon wings, his skin remained unblemished, smooth without a scar. Such were the advantages of genetic enhancements, capable of expansion and retraction. Lin Chao marveled at this. Next came the final item, the black hole bomb. Within the silvery box lay a pitch-black sphere, which Lin Chao hesitated to grasp. The thought of it detonating was too perilous to contemplate. Upon detecting a hazardous object, the third golden eye on the forehead of the three-eyed woman scanned him, casting a beam of golden light that enveloped Lin Chao's brow. He felt an influx of information, and after a swift perusal, he realized it contained the operational instructions and precautions for the black hole bomb. Lin Chao pondered. Wasn't it said that there was no intelligent response capability? The three-eyed woman spoke expressionlessly. You do not possess the authority for intelligent responses. Once again, Lin Chao thought maliciously. Could it be that you fear I might inadvertently detonate and cause your demise? Where's the evolution tree? Lin Chao inquired, surveying his surroundings. You do not possess the authority to determine whether the evolution tree should be injected now, the three-eyed woman began, but abruptly vanished, as if experiencing a power failure. Yet, in less than a second, she reappeared atop a dark metallic sphere, her expression unchanged as she questioned Lin Chao. Lin Chao, feeling exasperated, replied, of course. The mechanical arm beneath the dark metallic sphere extended once more, holding a green syringe, which it presented towards Lin Chao's chest. From one of its mechanical fingers, a smaller mechanical arm emerged, deftly parting Lin Chao's shirt to gently insert the syringe towards his heart. Lin Chao shivered slightly, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Is this going to be injected into my heart?" "Indeed," the three-eyed woman nodded, then recalled something and coldly stated, "You do not possess the authority for intelligent responses." "How ironic. You have already spoken it." As the syringe pierced his chest, Lin Chao watched helplessly as the green liquid was injected into his body. When the syringe was withdrawn, he immediately felt a surge of electricity coursing through him. His vision darkened, and he lost consciousness. After an indeterminate period, Lin Chao gradually awakened, his first instinct being to look at his chest. To his astonishment, he noticed a green bud on the skin over his heart, vividly resembling a tattoo, as if adorned with dewdrops, tender and fresh. "Is this the evolutionary tree?" Lin Chao stared, realizing it was merely an evolutionary sprout. "Indeed," the three-eyed woman nodded. "What purpose does it serve?" Lin Chao sensed his body. His vision, hearing, and strength had not enhanced at all. "You do not possess the authority for intelligent responses," the three-eyed woman stated expressionlessly. Lin Chao rolled his eyes, feigning a fierce expression, and declared, "If you do not speak, I shall blow this place up." Chapter 39. The Golden Giant Crocodile, third update. After a moment of silence, the three-eyed woman began, "This is one of the most remarkable inventions of this civilization. Once you close your eyes, you will be able to perceive it." "Close my eyes." Lin Chao obediently shut his eyes. Suddenly, a jolt surged through his body, a force unexpectedly thrusting against his chest, causing him to stumble backward. When Lin Chao hurriedly opened his eyes, he found himself staring at the wall of the alley. He had been pushed out. Lin Chao nearly spat blood. This relic's intelligence was utterly shameless. "Xiao Chao." Lin Xiu, waiting outside, noticed Lin Chao's tattered appearance and rushed over to examine him. Expressing her concern, "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, just my clothes are torn." Lin Chao smiled at her reassuringly. "That's good." Lin Xiu, seeing no wounds on his back, believed his words. Fan Xiangyu chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and remarked, "It is rare to witness you in such a predicament. Could it be that you were cast out?" Lin Chao's expression darkened as he cast her a sidelong glance. He felt a twinge of frustration. The intelligence of this relic was exceedingly unreasonable. It had rewarded him with treasures, yet failed to provide a manual. Had that being known as Zeus in his previous life also discerned the workings of this evolutionary tree through mere trial and error? After a moment's contemplation, he abandoned the idea of re-entering to issue threats, realizing that the moment he stepped back inside, she would likely expel him once more. Thus, he resolved to explore on his own. After all, he had acquired the items. He would eventually learn how to utilize them. Turning, Lin Chao said, "Let us depart. I have a task to attend to. You all wait for me nearby." "Are you going hunting?" Lin Xiu, upon hearing of his impending departure, instinctively grasped the hem of his garment and pleaded, "I am an evolutionary now as well. Take me with you." Lin Xiu swatted his hand away and frowned. "Do not pat my head as if you were my brother. Why can't you take me along? Is it perilous?" Lin Chao smiled gently, and after securing a pinky promise with her, turned to Fan Xiangyu, saying, "Take good care of my sister, and also, look after Xiao Chao." "Understood." Fan Xiangyu replied with a hint of annoyance. She could sense that this demon had seemingly acquired something extraordinary, rendering her hopes of overturning him even more elusive. Lin Chao beckoned the golden dog, which promptly trotted over with enthusiasm. After escorting Lin Xiu to a safe location, Lin Chao immediately set off with the golden dog towards the direction of the zoo. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of Longhai Zoo. Before the entrance for the walking tour, a scene of utter desolation unfolded. The ground was strewn with dried bloodstains and numerous corpses of mutated beasts. Chaotic footprints of these creatures were evident, clearly indicating that the last battle between the two colossal entities had frightened away the other mutated monsters. This time, Lin Chao's objective was precisely these two giants. With a mere thought, he summoned the modified dragon wings within him. Instantly, a pair of obsidian feathers unfurled from his back, sharp and resilient like black iron, reflecting a chilling luster under the sunlight. The golden hound startled, nearly fleeing in terror in its understanding. Such appendages could not possibly belong to a human. Moreover, it sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the wings, a soul-crushing pressure that even the previous two giants had not instilled in it. Lin Chao cast a glance at the hound and commanded, "Wait for me here." The golden hound trembled, cautiously nodding in response. With a gentle flap of his modified dragon wings, a gust of wind surged forth, propelling him into the sky. From above, he surveyed the entire zoo, taking in all the animal enclosures. He first soared toward the closest lion habitat. Upon surveying the area, he discovered that not a single lion beast roamed the grasslands or forests. He promptly flew to the site where the two colossal entities had clashed previously. And what greeted his eyes was a large pool of congealed blood and the remains of a massive corpse, gnawed to the point of revealing only its white bones. The skeletal structure was unmistakably not that of a crocodile. Lin Chao was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that the two colossal behemoths would engage in battle until the very end, resulting in the demise of one, and notably, it was the golden lion with a lineage of golden blood that had perished. Lin Chao immediately ascended to a greater altitude and then soared towards the Crocodile Island region. As he gazed down from above, he observed that the surrounding iron fences of Crocodile Island had been toppled, and the lawn was sprawled with a multitude of mutated crocodiles basking lazily in the sun. A small portion of them sluggishly crawled towards the broken fence, seemingly in search of nourishment. In the center of the island, there lay a dark, murky pond, within which faintly glimmered a pathway of pale gold, stretching across the entire expanse of the pond, resembling a walkway provided by a zoo for visitors to explore. Wait, Lin Chao suddenly froze. The last time he visited, there had seemingly been no pathway in that small pond. Even if there had been one, it would likely have been obliterated after the emergence of that supergiant crocodile. Thus, what lay before him now was this pale golden pathway. Before he could scrutinize it further, a colossal, umbrella-like water curtain erupted from the murky depths of Crocodile Island's pond. As the water curtain shattered, a fearsome maw with razor-sharp teeth opened wide, lunging towards him. Lin Chao's instincts kicked in swiftly. With a slight movement of his wings, he surged to maximum speed, soaring nearly 100 meters in less than 0.1 seconds, narrowly evading the monstrous bite. As the massive jaws descended, the water of the entire pond surged into tumultuous waves, revealing a terrifying silhouette reminiscent of a prehistoric creature, which emerged slowly from the depths of the pond. It was indeed the super-giant crocodile. However, unlike before, its size has increased significantly, reaching nearly 15 meters in height. Adorned with numerous golden speckles that blend harmoniously with its original ebony-scaled hue, presenting a profound dark golden hue. Lin Chao squinted his eyes, astonished to discover that this super-giant crocodile had assimilated the golden lineage after devouring the golden lion, and it would not be long before it completed its metamorphosis into a true golden behemoth. With a fierce roar, the colossal crocodile bared its fangs and bellowed at Lin Chao, the sound waves reverberating in his ears, causing a slight tingling sensation. Had this been in the past, with his five-fold physical strength, such a close-range roar would have rendered him unconscious. Yet now, he merely found it somewhat grating. Following the failure of its ambush, the supergiant crocodile appeared exceedingly enraged, its serpentine tail whipping violently, crashing into the muddy waters of the lake, stirring up towering waves that submerged the mutated crocodiles floating on the surface. Lin Chao smirked slightly, retrieving a black hole bomb from the dimensional space. There are 3 methods to detonate this bomb. The first is to achieve a certain level of impact force. The second is to expose it to a degree of high temperature, and the third involves striking it with a substance known as magnetic stone. According to current weight units, an impact force of 1 ton would trigger its explosion. Lin Chao tightened his grip on the black hole bomb, the veins in his arm becoming prominent as his blood coursed rapidly, causing his entire arm to swell noticeably. With a swift motion, he hurled the bomb, which soared like a black meteor directly towards the head of the super-giant crocodile. The enraged creature roared, disregarding the black hole bomb, perceiving it merely as a provocation from this insignificant being. Chapter 40. 20-fold. On the brink of evolution in terms of size, the black hole bomb appeared as inconsequential as a mere fly to the colossal super crocodile. Yet, at the precise moment this seemingly insignificant black sphere collided with its crown, the very air in the world seemed to cease its flow. All matter, wind, moisture, light, dust, and more, halted in its motion. Time appeared to freeze in place. Then, the entire sky suddenly quivered, erupting with a dazzling, intense black radiance from the sphere, as if it aimed to engulf the entire universe. This black luminescence swiftly expanded, enveloping the head of the golden giant crocodile. There was no thunderous roar, no explosion. The black sphere shrouded most of the crocodile's massive form, resembling a monstrous black maw intent on devouring it whole. A pained roar echoed from within the obsidian sphere, resonating with anguish. Lin Chao was taken aback. This black hole bomb truly deserved its classification as a B-grade consumable. In terms of potency, it nearly rivaled that of A-grade artifacts. Within this dark sphere, all matter was swiftly disintegrating, reverting to its primordial particles. Given the physique of this super crocodile, it should not face complete annihilation, should it? If a few bones could remain, they would serve excellently as raw materials for crafting cold weapons. Moreover, the marrow within those bones could be extracted for experimentation. Holding immeasurable value, Lin Chao fixed his gaze intently upon the black sphere. Moments later, as the dark orb gradually diminished, the scene within was revealed. Yet it starkly contrasted with Lin Chao's expectations. The colossal crocodile still lived. Its body was drenched in blood, and at the apex of its head, the entire upper jaw had been obliterated, exposing the sharp teeth of its lower jaw alongside a charred half of its tongue. Its head bore severe injuries. With half of its skull vanished, brain matter and blood cascading down in a gruesome mixture. One of its left eyes was missing, while the right eye was half closed. Devoid of its previous ferocity and rage, now filled with agony and terror, Lin Chao stood in astonishment. How could it still be alive? It was well known that the destructive power of a black hole bomb was nearly equivalent to that of a nuclear warhead. Even a tank could be utterly annihilated. Yet this flesh and blood behemoth had endured. What extraordinary density of bone and muscle strength must it possess? Less than half a month had elapsed since the calamity began, and this giant crocodile had already reached such formidable growth. If granted a few more months, it could potentially ascend to the status of an S-class beast. At that juncture, not even tanks or artillery, nor a nuclear bomb capable of obliterating an entire city, would suffice to bring it down, unless it could be struck with precision. The once menacing giant crocodile was now stripped of its ferocity, gazing up at Lin Chao in fear. From this diminutive creature, it sensed the looming shadow of death. Should another bomb of that caliber befall it, its demise would be inevitable. As the sovereign of this zoo, it experienced fear for the first time since gaining consciousness. With a low growl, it turned away, its massive frame resembling a small mountain, and swiftly bolted into the distance. The ground trembled beneath its retreat. The earth trembled along the way, reminiscent of an earthquake, as all the trees and structures were obliterated, swiftly vanishing into the horizon. Observing its hasty retreat, Lin Chao couldn't help but smile ruefully. It was astonishing that it could maintain such velocity, a testament to its formidable vitality. Even if he were to catch up, it was unlikely he could extinguish its life. This B-grade black hole bomb would be rendered a futile expenditure. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have exchanged it for an A-grade bomb. However, that would likely leave nothing but remnants, offering no benefit to himself either. As he descended, the ordinary mutated crocodiles immediately detected his presence, swarming around him with gaping mouths full of sharp teeth, roaring wildly. Their intelligence was quite limited. Completely oblivious to the fact that even their leader had been driven away, how could they possibly hope to prey upon this human? Suspended at an altitude of approximately 7 meters, Lin Chao activated the modified dragon wings upon his back. With a rapid succession of sounds, steel-like black feathers shot forth from the wings, faster than bullets, and possessing remarkable penetrating power, effortlessly impaling the surrounding mutated crocodiles into the ground. Yet, the onslaught of mutated crocodiles continued unabated, rushing forth in a relentless wave. Lin Chao soared through the air, his modified dragon wings firing sharp black feathers like a machine gun, dispatching the attacking mutated crocodiles with lethal precision. After encircling Crocodile Island, not a single creature remained alive. All the mutated crocodiles perished beneath the onslaught of black feathers. Among them were a few towering specimens, reaching heights of 2 meters, as well as one particularly massive mutated crocodile, measuring 12 meters in length, clearly indicating a physique far superior to that of ordinary mutated crocodiles. Yet beneath the dark feathers, there remained no discernible difference. All were pierced through the skull by sharp quills, succumbing to a single feather. Had it not been for the modified dragon wings, Lin Chao could have slain them, but certainly not with such ease. He withdrew a throwing knife and methodically dissected them. Clusters of white genetic energy were harvested, and among them, the larger mutated crocodiles contained green genetic energy. Intriguingly, within the 12-meter-long mutated crocodile, he discovered a mass of dark silver genetic energy, which brought him a measure of delight. He ingested over 200 clusters of white genetic energy, only to double his physical strength, on average. 100 clusters augmented his physique by a single fold. Yet, upon reaching 17 times his original strength, he estimated that over 300 clusters of white genetic energy would be required to elevate him to 18 times. The further he progressed, the more arduous it became. At this juncture, the disparity in the quality of genetic energy became evident. He had only utilized 8 clusters of green genetic energy to attain 18 times his strength. Subsequently, upon consuming the dark silver genetic energy, his physical prowess surged dramatically, propelling him directly from 18 to 20 times. A remarkable increase of twofold. This singular mass of dark silver genetic energy was likely equivalent to 10,000 clusters of white genetic energy. As Lin Chao clenched his fist, he reveled in the sensation of saturation. Upon reaching 20 times his strength, he felt a familiar swelling within his body, a sensation indicative of cellular saturation. Should his physical prowess be further enhanced, it would lead to evolution and transformation. It appeared that the saturation threshold for multi-evolutionist cells was indeed 20 times. Consequently, upon evolving to E grade, his foundational strength would rival that of a D grade special evolutionist. Lin Chao murmured to himself, pondering the extent of foundational physical enhancement required to evolve to D grade. Rising to his feet, he prepared to depart from the location, but mid-flight, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to visit Crocodile Island's center. Instantly, he flapped his dragon wings and soared over the murky pond, arriving above the island. What is this? A golden egg? Upon reaching this spot, Lin Chao beheld a nest of golden crocodile eggs nestled on the sunlit grass at the island's edge. There were 9 in total, each egg towering 2 men high, their shells resembling gilded gold, starkly contrasting with the ordinary gray shells typically seen. Chapter 41. Golden Transformation. Are these the eggs of the super giant crocodile? Lin Chao descended before the 9 golden eggs, a subtle briny scent wafting through the air. On one of the golden eggs, a few delicate strands of blood clung, indicating it had been laid not long ago. Golden quality eggs? Lin Chao meticulously examined the eggshells. Discovering no trace of discoloration, they gleamed with a pure golden luster. His heartbeat quickened at the thought. Eggs of such pristine quality, if hatched, would undoubtedly yield golden creatures. Each golden being possesses boundless potential for growth, limitless in its evolution, provided there are sufficient resources. Lin Chao was cautious, not wishing to be overwhelmed. His interest was piqued due to the pure golden blood coursing through these golden creatures. For any evolutionist, golden blood holds an irresistible allure, capable of enhancing cellular growth potential and transforming genes to elevate their grade. To attain greater strength, one must not only enhance foundational physicality and evolve cellular structures, but also elevate the genetic level. Within certain primordial relics, remnants that can marginally augment genetic levels exist. However, their effects are subtle and not immediately apparent. Nonetheless, they incite fierce competition among formidable individuals, leading to frenzied purchases or even outright plundering. In contrast, the golden blood is currently recognized as the most potent enhancer of genetic efficacy. The quantity of golden blood from 9 crocodile eggs prompts a tantalizing question. To what extent could it transform one's genetic makeup? With a swift motion, Lin Chao activated the dimensional space, promptly securing the golden crocodile eggs within. He then unfurled his dragon wings and departed from Crocodile Island. Shortly after his departure, the ground of Crocodile Island trembled, and the murky waters of the lake rippled ominously. Suddenly, a colossal creature surged forth from the distance. Unmistakably the giant crocodile that had previously fled in terror. Though its head was no longer bleeding and the wounds had scabbed, its appearance remained gruesome. Nevertheless, it maintained remarkable speed, traversing the lake with determination towards the island's center. Upon discovering that the nest of golden crocodile eggs had vanished, it let out a thunderous roar, filled with anguish. As Lin Chao flapped his dragon wings and soared outside the zoo, he spotted a golden dog lying nearby, feasting on the entrails of a decaying corpse. The golden dog, alerted by the rustling of the wind, cautiously raised its head. Upon recognizing Lin Chao, it eagerly leaped off the carcass and affectionately rubbed against his pant leg. In response, Lin Chao kicked it away, exclaiming irately, "Clean yourself up." The golden hound, feeling aggrieved, turned away and made its way to the adjacent green belt, where it rubbed its golden fur, stained with thick, rotten flesh, against the foliage. Only then did it trot back to Lin Chao's side. Upon arriving at the temporary abode of Lin Xiu, Lin Chao instructed both women not to disturb him. before retreating into his room and closing the door. Eagerly, Lin Chao opened the dimensional space and retrieved a golden crocodile egg. The 2-meter-high golden giant egg descended onto the bed, its considerable weight causing the soft mattress to sag beneath it. Lin Chao immediately activated his transformed dragon wings. The tips of the black feathers were exceptionally sharp, encircling the upper portion of the golden giant egg in a graceful embrace. With a crisp sound, as the black feathers sliced through, a fine crack appeared in the golden shell, which possessed a hardness akin to steel, allowing a rich golden liquid to seep forth, exuding an alluring fragrance tinged with a hint of fishiness. Lin Chao lifted the top portion of the oval shell, revealing the viscous golden liquid within. Reminiscent of whisked egg yolks, still unformed and nurturing a small golden crocodile. His eyes glinted with fervor. Golden blood was something he had only heard of in his past life, never having witnessed it firsthand. This was his inaugural experience across 2 lifetimes. Swiftly, he shed his garments and climbed atop the golden crocodile egg, allowing himself to descend through the opening of the cracked shell. As he immersed himself in the viscous golden liquid, it overflowed slightly. It felt icy. The thick golden blood, akin to icy water, permeated his body, as if imbued with life, instinctively burrowing into his pores. As the golden blood permeated through him, Lin Chao immediately felt a searing heat engulfing his body, as if a fiery blaze had ignited within his chest, with his bones and flesh serving as mere fuel for the flames, incinerating every inch of his being. This agony, for one who had endured the S-class pain index, was hardly a challenge. He could withstand it effortlessly, his eyes unblinking. Suddenly, Lin Chao sensed a slick mass colliding with his abdomen. He paused momentarily, then reached out to grasp it, discovering a mass of golden flesh. Roughly the size of a fist, presumably an unformed young golden crocodile, its head and body lacking any distinct contours, hardly qualifying as life. Without hesitation, he thrust it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it whole. The taste was somewhat fishy, reminiscent of sashimi. Minutes later, Lin Chao observed that the golden blood within the crocodile egg had, unbeknownst to him, receded by several centimeters, seemingly digested by his own body. The searing heat persisted within him, with the pain index soaring above 20 points, equivalent to twice the agony experienced during childbirth. An ordinary person would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. Lin Chao remained composed, focusing his consciousness and acutely sensing the transformations occurring within his body. Under the influence of the golden blood, his entire skeletal structure, blood, and muscle fibers were ablaze, including his outer skin, which underwent subtle metamorphosis, becoming more resilient, smooth, and fair, as if shedding a layer of skin. Time flowed by, and 8 hours had elapsed. As the clock approached 10 o'clock in the evening, the city outside was shrouded in darkness, the streetlights extinguished. Lin Chao remained standing within the confines of the crocodile egg, where the golden blood had completely dried up, entirely absorbed by him. His physique had not swollen. Rather, it appeared even more slender than before. Could it be that all this golden blood has burned away within me? Lin Chao pondered, feeling a sense of disbelief as he touched his arm. Upon assessing his body, he realized that his physical capacity had not improved. It remained at 20 times the norm. However, the previous sensation of cellular engorgement had vanished, indicating an increase in his cellular growth potential, allowing him to endure several more times his base physique before experiencing a transformative evolution. Additionally, he sensed a cold current swirling within him, located around his abdomen. Lin Chao attempted to control it, initially expecting difficulty, but with a mere thought, the icy flow moved seamlessly to his palm. In an instant, the skin of his hand turned a radiant gold. Chapter 42, The Assault on the Capital Base, First Update. From his fingertips to his wrist, his entire palm gleamed as if forged from gold, radiating a magnificent golden luster. Golden transformation? Lin Chao was taken aback. After genetic modification, it was expected that only the genes within would undergo change, invisible to the naked eye. How could his body become a golden hue, resembling a creature of gold? As he caressed this golden hand, the sensation was frigid, devoid of any warmth, smooth as metal. Tentatively, Lin Chao extended his hand toward the eggshell. Crack! The eggshell, comparable in hardness to ordinary steel, shattered effortlessly beneath his golden fingers. Lin Chao's pupils constricted slightly, although he anticipated that this golden hand would possess some extraordinary qualities. He was astonished by its sheer power. It felt as though he exerted only minimal strength, yet he could crush steel with ease. If he were to unleash his full strength, he could likely dent a steel plate several centimeters thick. Such terrifying power surpassed his physical capabilities by at least twofold. Was this the might bestowed by the golden transformation? Lin Chao was profoundly shaken. This augmentation rivaled the enhancement of a combat-oriented strength ability. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lin Chao's mind. He attempted to manipulate the mysterious current within his palm, directing it toward his ears. Before long, as the chilling currents coursed through the various channels within his ears, he immediately perceived a dramatic increase in his hearing. Sounds that had previously eluded him became crystal clear, the faint rustle of leaves several kilometers away, the shuffling footsteps of decaying corpses from miles beyond, all resonated distinctly in his ears. Indeed, a hint of amazement crossed Lin Chao's face. This enigmatic current was nothing short of extraordinary, enabling the transformation of any part of his body into gold. Once transformed, the organs in those areas would experience a twofold enhancement. He had not anticipated that golden blood possessed such miraculous properties. No wonder the elite powerhouses of his former life would go to great lengths to seize it. Lin Chao couldn't help but marvel. After he placed the empty eggshell into his dimensional space, he retrieved a crocodile egg. The chilling current within him was too scant, allowing only a small area to undergo the golden transformation. If only he could harness a substantial flow of this icy energy, perhaps he could achieve a full-body golden state simultaneously. Such an increment is terrifying to contemplate. Lin Chao skillfully employed the modified dragon wing to slice through the tough eggshell and ventured inside, immersing his body in the golden liquid. 8 hours elapsed, and as the first rays of dawn illuminated the world outside, Lin Chao opened his eyes to find that all the golden liquid within the egg had been absorbed. The frigid energy circulating within him had doubled in strength. He attempted to divide this energy into 2 streams, directing them toward his palms. In an instant, both hands transformed into a golden state. Lin Chao's heart leaped with joy. It was indeed effective. He promptly retrieved a 3rd crocodile egg to continue his absorption. 3 days later, Lin Chao had absorbed 8 out of 9 crocodile eggs, and the icy energy within him had thickened to the width of a finger, enabling both arms to achieve a golden transformation. He intended to reserve the remaining egg for his sister, Lin Xiu, having already absorbed 8. He felt no urgency for the last. Yet if Lin Xiu were to undergo the transformation from this golden crocodile egg, her overall combat prowess would multiply several times. However, given Lin Xiu's current physique, she was not yet capable of absorption. It would require at least a 10-fold enhancement to withstand the potency of the golden liquid, lest she risk an explosive demise from the overwhelming infusion. Gazing at the 8 empty eggshells within the dimensional space, Lin Chao felt a tinge of helplessness. The total quantity of golden liquid from these 8 crocodile eggs was at least 2 to 3 tons, yet he could only achieve the golden transformation of his arms. To fully transform his body, he would require approximately 4 times that amount. Reflecting upon the top-tier powerhouses of his previous life, who utilized golden liquid in drops or grams, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly, donning his clothes and departing the room. At this moment, it was morning, and Lin Xiu and Fan Xianyu had set out for a hunt, bringing along the little grass monster. For now, only Fan Xianyu possessed the ability to manage the creature's earth-burrowing skills. Lin Chao could only acquiesce to her, reassured by her presence and her status as a unique evolver. As long as they did not encounter any dangerous species, they could retreat safely. In the house, only a golden retriever lay languidly at the door, its long tongue lolling out as it yawned, ears drooping comically on its face, displaying an unmistakable lack of sleep. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the golden retriever sprang to attention, quickly rising from the floor and turning to see Lin Chao stepping outside. Its eyes narrowed into a playful squint, revealing a charming smile as it trotted over eagerly. Lin Chao patted its head and retrieved the leftover congee that the 2 women had not finished that morning, mixing in some spicy sauce. After savoring 2 bowls, he felt invigorated and casually inquired, "Have you eaten?" The golden retriever shook its head, gazing longingly at the remaining half-bowl of congee in Lin Chao's hands. Without hesitation, the golden retriever plunged its tongue into the bowl, devouring it hungrily. However, the next moment, it coughed violently, the congee spewing forth as it rolled on the ground, clutching its belly in distress. Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized the mistake. He cleared his throat and poured a cup of tap water into the dog's bowl, saying, "I forgot. Dogs can't eat spicy food. Here, drink this." The golden retriever, looking up at Lin Chao with a pitiful expression, quickly began lapping up the water. After a satisfying belch, it obediently jumped down from the chair and dashed out of the house in a few swift strides. "Xiao Chao, you're out." Upon seeing Lin Chao, Lin Xiu joyfully dashed over and leaped into his embrace, tilting her head to gaze at his chin, her face radiating delight. Lin Chao chuckled softly, inquiring, "Are you unscathed?" "Of course," Lin Xiu replied, a mischievous smile blooming on her youthful face. "These ordinary corpses are far too weak, even when surrounded. I had little Xiangxiang to help manage a few. They pose no challenge at all." "Little Xiangxiang?" Lin Chao glanced at the sullen-faced Fan Xiangyu, a smile inadvertently creeping onto his lips. With a slight nod, he instructed, "You all should pack your belongings." Lin Xiu pointed at the expressionless Fan Xiangyu, asking, "What about her?" "She's a corpse. If she enters the base, she be captured for dissection?" Fan Xiangyu's demeanor shifted instantly, her expression betraying concern. If any special abilities were to reveal her true identity, she could very well be taken as a test subject. Lin Chao couldn't help but laugh, reassuring her. "Do not frighten her. She appears human, and no one will suspect she is a corpse as long as she doesn't expose herself. Even an ability user with perception won't be able to detect it." With a sigh of relief, Fan Xiangyu felt the cold sweat trickle down her back. She shot an annoyed glare at Lin Xiu, thinking to herself that this insidious little demon was far too cunning. After tidying up, the group set off towards the capital. In the desolate streets, dilapidated vehicles lay strewn about, obstructing the path, while the remains of humanity were scattered everywhere, most reduced to mere skeletons. Decaying corpses wandered aimlessly, their flesh in a state of putrefaction. Suddenly, a few figures raced towards them from afar, led by a young man clad in a black tracksuit, his demeanor impassive. Despite his rapid pace, he exhibited no signs of breathlessness. Following closely behind him were two girls. One appeared to be around 7 or 8 years of age, her cherubic face radiating innocence, adorned with black plastic frames devoid of lenses, which she frequently adjusted. The other girl seemed to be around 16 or 17. Dressed in an exquisitely opulent European-style black gown, her head adorned with a dark veil that concealed the upper half of her face, only revealing her exquisitely sculpted, porcelain-white chin. The voluminous black skirt enveloped her feet, occasionally fluttering in the wind to unveil a glimpse of her delicate, alabaster ankle, exuding an astonishing beauty. Trailing behind them were 7 or 8 rotting corpses, creating the illusion that the trio was being pursued. Lin Chao glanced at the dimming sky. Twilight had descended, and the stench of decay in the air seemed to intensify. He murmured, "Let us find a place to rest. We shall continue our journey tomorrow." "Indeed," Lin Xiu acquiesced. Fan Xiangyu questioned, "With your formidable strength, is traveling by night truly a concern?" Lin Chaodao remarked, "Though few can threaten me in this city, many possess the capability to end your life." Fan Xiangyu curled her lip, thinking to herself, "If only you hadn't prevented my evolution, I would have long since ruled this place." Lin Chao casually selected a skyscraper as a temporary refuge. Just as he was about to approach, a faint sound of breathing reached his ears from behind the building. "Survivors?" Lin Chao furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, the subtle breathing sound began to move closer, and soon, a woman's face emerged from the alley behind the skyscraper, waving her hand and urgently whispering, "Come here, over here." The expressions of Lin Chao and his companions turned peculiar. Suddenly, Lin Xiu clapped her hands in realization, exclaiming, "I understand. She must think that a few of the corpses controlled by Xiao Xiangxiang are after us, and she wants to save us." "Save people? Are there still such foolish humans?" Fan Xiangyu exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Chao halted, casting a glance at the woman, hesitating to approach, as he did not wish to engage deeply with these survivors. Yi Fei, hiding at the alley's entrance, saw the three standing there in a daze while the pursuing corpses were fast approaching. Panic surged within her. Without time to contemplate further, she dashed out of the alley, sprinting towards the trio. Breathlessly, she urged, "Follow me. I have a refuge. They are about to catch up. Hurry." Speaking rapidly, she bent down to scoop up the little girl among the three and swiftly turned to flee towards the alley. Fan Xiangyu was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished that someone would dare to confront the demon and audaciously carry away his sister in plain sight. She turned to Lin Chao and asked, "What shall we do?" "She has taken your sister." Lin Chao shot her an irritated glance and replied, Keep your monsters at bay. We will follow. With a soft O, Fan Xiangyu issued a command for the few pursuing corpses to remain on guard before promptly trailing behind Lin Chao. A smile broke on her face. She found the woman somewhat adorably foolish. Had the three of them been ordinary survivors, those corpses would have dispatched them long ago, rather than pursuing them for such an extended time. Lin Chao cast her a warning look, a hint of chill in his gaze. Under the weight of his frigid stare, Fan Xiangyu barely suppressed her laughter, though a smile lingered on her face. She covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Lin Chao rolled his eyes in exasperation and shot a glance at Lin Xiu, who was draped over his shoulder, silently urging her to conceal her abilities. Lin Xiu nodded and began to play with the woman's hair, her innocent visage evoking a pang of tenderness within her. Gently stroking the strands, she reassured, "Do not fear. Your sister is here." Fan Xiangyu could no longer contain herself and nearly burst out laughing, stifling a giggle as she quickly covered her mouth when Yi Fei glanced her way, yet her shoulders continued to tremble with amusement. Lin Chao found himself at a loss for words. Was it truly that amusing? Would she perish if she refrained from laughter? "What is the matter with you?" he inquired. Yi Fei observed her actions and, contemplating something, sighed. "Do not be disheartened. At least we are alive, and as long as we breathe, there is hope." Fan Xiangyu turned her head away, her shoulders trembling even more violently. Lin Chao, noticing that the woman was about to utter more words, hastily interrupted her. Fearing that her continued lamentations might suffocate this woman, who was already prone to despair, he said, "It is growing late. Do you have a place to stay?" Yi Fei cast him a glance, reflecting on the fact that this young man, even in the face of the undead, had been accompanied by a little girl and another girl who seemed equally defenseless. A sense of admiration flickered in her eyes as she replied, "Yes, follow me." Under her guidance, Lin Chao and the others arrived at what appeared to be a garage-like basement. To Lin Chao's astonishment, there were 7 or 8 survivors present, each clad in tattered clothing and exhibiting a listless demeanor, gathered in a circle around a small fire for warmth. As Lin Chao and his companions entered, the survivors lifted their heads. He distinctly noticed that their initial expressions were filled with anticipation. However, upon recognizing Lin Chao and his group, their expressions swiftly morphed into disbelief, followed by disappointment and even a hint of veiled anger. "An officer?" Lin Chao's gaze instinctively drifted to the holster at the woman's waist, where a firearm was secured. "The second update is in progress, and I will proceed to write the third update, which I anticipate completing before 1 a.m. Chapter 44, Infighting. Uprisings, third update. Lin Chao nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent, for he was merely a transient presence, destined to depart with the dawn. Yi Fei noticed that Lin Chao had no intention of introducing himself, and concerned for his unease, she gently reassured him, "Please take a moment to rest. You must be exhausted. Are these 2 your relatives?" Lin Chao nodded. Lin Xiu exhibited no visible reaction. Yet Fan Xiangyu felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart upon witnessing his nod, for the term relatives as mentioned by Yi Fei also encompassed her. "Humph. Who would want to be related to this fiend? Once I evolve, I shall torment him 100 times each day, humph." Fan Xiangyu thought fiercely to herself. Noticing the thin garments worn by the trio, Yi Fei promptly removed her scarf and draped it around Lin Xiu's neck, expressing her concern. "Are you still cold?" Lin Xiu shook her head. "Come, let us gather around the fire." Yi Fei led Lin Chao and the others to the warmth of the flames. Addressing a girl in a school uniform, "Shaoli, could you please shift a bit over there?" Everyone, squeeze in. The girl, clearly reluctant, stood up and made a token adjustment to her position. "Officer Yi, did you fail to find any food today?" At that moment, a middle-aged woman looked at Yi Fei with worry etched on her face. Beside her sat an 11 or 12-year-old girl, leaning against her shoulder to warm herself by the fire, clearly a mother and daughter duo. Yi Fei shook her head, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry. There were quite a few monsters across the street today, making it challenging to enter the supermarket. I will try again tomorrow." Upon hearing her words, the expressions of those gathered around the fire darkened. "Mama, I'm so hungry," the young girl whispered, her voice barely above a sob. A middle-aged woman gently patted her back, offering a few words of comfort, before raising her head and gazing at Yi Fei with pleading eyes. "Officer Yi, do you have any food? Just a little will suffice." A flicker of compassion crossed Yi Fei's face as she reached into her pocket and retrieved a lone white rabbit milk candy. "This is the last one. Give it to the child." The woman eagerly accepted it, expressing her gratitude profusely. Lin Chao, witnessing this scene, felt a profound shock. She had not anticipated the hardships and humility that these ordinary survivors endured. Meanwhile, she enjoyed fragrant rice daily, indulged in candy as a snack, had access to clean water at her leisure, and could revel in warm baths and a comfortable bed. All of this was granted to her by Lin Chao. Without her brother, she too might have lived a life as pitiful and humble as these people, akin to a worm. As she observed a little girl receive the white rabbit candy, nearly tearing off the wrapper before hastily stuffing it into her mouth, a pang of compassion stirred within her. Instinctively, she reached into her pocket to retrieve a few pieces of chocolate she had intended for herself, wishing to share them with the girl. However, her hand was suddenly grasped. Lin Chao looked at her and gently shook his head. Lin Chao felt a sense of confusion. Although she understood Lin Chao's intention, she could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Acquiring food was an effortless task for them, as the corpses that lingered in supermarkets and some residential buildings were a nightmarish reality for these ordinary survivors, yet were trivial in the eyes of Lin Chao and her. It seemed so simple to save these people with just a small portion of their provisions. She struggled to comprehend why Lin Chao advised her against such actions. Nevertheless, despite her confusion, she chose to comply and place her trust in him. The sight of the little girl savoring her candy stirred an involuntary reaction in the others, causing them to swallow hard. Yi Fei sighed and settled by the fire, seeking warmth. In the spacious underground chamber, the only sound that resonated was the little girl's delightful chewing of the milk candy, which seemed particularly pronounced. A middle-aged woman, sensing the atmosphere, gently nudged the little girl, signaling her to finish her treat swiftly. The girl promptly swallowed the candy. As they gathered around the fire, hunger rendered them too weary to converse, each lost in contemplation of their own uncertain futures, or whether they had any future at all. In the midst of this silence, an unexpected upheaval occurred. A seemingly ordinary young man sitting beside Yi Fei suddenly sprang to his feet. The others remained entranced by the flickering flames, oblivious to the unfolding drama until they heard Yi Fei's voice, laced with anger and alarm, urging them to look up. To their astonishment, the young man was wielding a firearm, Yi Fei's firearm. "What are you doing?" Yi Fei exclaimed, her chest heaving with anxiety and fury as she stared at him. The young man, with a menacing expression, aimed the gun at her and barked, "Don't come any closer." None of you. Except for Lin Chao, everyone was taken aback, bewildered by his erratic behavior. Fearing an accidental discharge, Yi Fei implored, "Put down the gun. We can talk this over calmly. There's no need to be agitated." The young man took a deep breath, his face contorted in rage as he declared, "I've realized that staying here means certain death from starvation. Now that I possess a gun, I can venture outside in search of food. I refuse to languish here with you, slowly starving to death and decaying." The young man quickly realized the gravity of the situation. He pointed at her forcefully and shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will shoot." All right. Yi Fei immediately halted, adopting the calm tone learned from her police training. "Do not be hasty. There will always be a resolution. A person like you, even with a gun, would find it difficult to survive." Yi Fei felt somewhat helpless, uncertain of how to persuade him. The other survivors had already retreated in fear, and among them, a middle-aged man, whose attire was relatively neat, spoke up, "Xiao Lu, don't act impulsively. Let's think of a solution together. If you feel the food is insufficient, we can simply send these three away. Just remain calm. Even if you possess a firearm, it will be challenging to survive alone. And there aren't many bullets left." He took a deep breath and darkly remarked, "Fine, but we must expel these three, as well as the mother and daughter. Otherwise, even if we find food later, it will still be inadequate." Upon hearing his words, the middle-aged man felt a surge of joy. He had long wished to rid himself of the mother and daughter, but had been too hesitant to voice it. With his experience, he discerned that his suggestion would likely not be accepted by Yi Fei and would instead offend the mother and daughter, so he had kept his thoughts to himself. "Absolutely not," Yi Fei declared resolutely. "Forcing them to leave would be tantamount to condemning them to death. How could you possibly commit such a cruel act?" Xiao Lu was taken aback by her swift refusal, a surge of anger swelling within him. Is kindness truly useful? Can kindness fill one's stomach? Can kindness prevent hunger? Can kindness stave off death? I simply want to eliminate them. What of it? You are the police. Arrest me." Yi Fei's cheeks flushed with anger. The middle-aged man hastily advised, "Officer Yi, please comply with him to prevent him from leaving with a handgun. We all might starve. You will not have a good end." Huang. Upon hearing their exchange, The mother and daughter grew agitated, terrified at the thought of Yi Fei conceding. The mere idea of leaving this place to confront the monstrous threats outside sent waves of fear through their minds, distorting their expressions. The other 4 survivors remained silent. Lin Chao cast a dark gaze at Lu and the middle-aged Huang, her lips sealed, her eyes simmering with fury. Had she been certain of subduing Lu before he could fire, she would have acted already. Fan Xiangyu sat by the fire, her demeanor as indifferent as Lin Chao's, as if the quarrel nearby were non-existent. Finish your tasks and sleep. We will continue tomorrow. By the way, I must clarify that the earlier dimensional space measures 100 square kilometers, not kilometers as I mistakenly noted. I beg your pardon. Chapter 45. The onslaught of decaying corpses. You lot, leave immediately. Lu barked, his expression twisted with malice, pointing at Lin Chao's trio and the mother and daughter. Depart now. The middle-aged woman retorted angrily. You will not let us go. Lu swiftly aimed his handgun at her, bellowing, repeat that. Are you leaving or not? Do you believe I will shoot you? As she gazed at the ominous muzzle of the gun, the middle-aged woman instinctively recoiled several paces. Her pallor evident and her tone weakened. She pleaded, please, do not drive us away. If you must, let it be those 3 instead. We require but a meager amount of food each day. I implore you. Lin Chao, who had initially felt sympathy for them, found herself trembling with indignation. The middle-aged woman shot her a fierce glare, exclaiming, what do you mean by you? If it were not for your 3 arrivals, we would not be quarreling at all. It is entirely your fault. You are the spark that ignited this conflict. Lin Chao's anger surged, and she was poised to retort, yet Lin Chao suddenly grasped her arm. Whispering, it's all right, let us depart. Fan Xiangyu looked at him in astonishment, asking, are we simply leaving? Her tone implied disbelief, suggesting that with his temperament, he would not let them off so easily. Lin Chao cast her a sidelong glance, took Lin Chao's hand, and stood to leave. His acute hearing had detected the presence of decaying corpses nearby, seemingly roused by the commotion of the argument, gradually ambling toward their location. It was only a matter of time before the entrance to the basement would be swarmed with the undead. Fan Xiangyu shrugged nonchalantly, rising to dust off her elegant gown, and perched like a bird behind him. Witnessing Lin Chao and the others' decisive actions, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, for they were acutely aware that outside lurked flesh-eating monsters. Venturing out into the night would be tantamount to courting death. Yi Fei felt a sense of urgency, taken aback by Lin Chao's impulsiveness. She hurriedly stopped the trio, saying, these creatures possess a keen sense of smell at night. The moment you step away from here, they will detect your presence. If you truly intend to leave, I will accompany you at dawn. Lin Chao cast her a glance and replied, for your sake, I shall offer you a warning. A multitude of monsters is converging towards this location. Yi Fei's expression shifted. Are you speaking the truth? As Lin Chao brushed past her, he remarked, believe it or not, it matters not to me. The faces of the others altered, a mix of skepticism and concern washing over them. The middle-aged man surnamed Huang scoffed. Who are you trying to fool? We've been here for several days without a single monster appearing. And you expect us to believe that they are coming simply because you say so? Do you think you possess some extraordinary foresight? Or is it that you wish to elicit our sympathy to remain here? Upon hearing his words, the others sighed in relief, pondering the logic behind his statement. If monsters were indeed approaching, how would Lin Chao know? With a cold glance at the man, Lin Chao said nothing further and strode towards the door. Lin Chao shot a furious look at the group, but restrained herself, aware of Lin Chao's desire to conceal his identity as an evolved being. Fan Xiangyu, relishing the sight of Lin Chao being mocked, found no reason to interject. Xiao Lu sneered, what a charade. You two should just get lost. With that, he pointed his gun at the mother and daughter. The mother and daughter shivered, and the middle-aged woman immediately knelt down, fervently bowing her head in supplication. Xiao Lu, I implore you, do not act this way. Your great kindness and virtue will forever be etched in our memories, in our next life. We shall repay you by serving you as cattle and horses. As she spoke, her forehead struck the ground repeatedly with a resounding thud. This abject display elicited no sympathy. Rather, it invited further disdain. Xiao Lu advanced, delivering a fierce kick to her shoulder, bellowing, scram. I have no need for your gratitude. Leave at once, lest you compel me to take action. The middle-aged woman, knocked to the ground yet enduring the excruciating pain, quickly rose and clung to his thigh, weeping. Xiao Lu forcefully kicked her away, shouting, you too, drag her out. The nearest middle-aged man surnamed Huang and another handsome young man hesitated, glancing at the sobbing woman. To drag or not to drag? Xiao Lu brandished his firearm, roaring in anger. Accustomed to navigating the workplace with diplomatic finesse and reluctant to offend, the middle-aged man, seeing that there was no escape, revealed a ghastly expression and took the initiative to seize the woman's arm. The handsome young man, witnessing the other's decisive action, relinquished his doubts and swiftly grasped the woman's other arm, pulling her towards the door. "No, please, don't." The middle-aged woman cried out in desperation. Xiao Lu's gaze fell upon the 11 or 12-year-old girl, and he kicked at her, saying, "Why aren't you moving? Do you want me to strike you?" The girl, tearfully scrambling to her feet, rushed towards her mother, the only source of safety she knew. Xiao Lu's gaze was fierce as he swept over the remaining 3 individuals. Among them was a young man with a simple demeanor, a mature woman in her late 20s, and a student named Xiaoli. Xiao Lu's attention fixated on Xiaoli. She seemed to perceive the coldness in his eyes, shivering slightly, and pleaded, "Please don't drive me away. I can be of service in many ways. If you need anything, I can share your bed. I am still a virgin, I swear. Please, don't cast me out." Xiao Lu felt a stir of interest in his heart, his gaze instinctively drifting to her bosom. Though merely 15 or 16, she had developed impressively. He then glanced at the mature woman's figure. The woman trembled slightly in fear, forcing a smile as she said, I can also accommodate you." Xiao Lu regarded both women silently for a moment before finally nodding slightly. The 2 women, relieved that he had not ordered their expulsion, felt a weight lift from their hearts. "What about you, Officer Yi?" Xiao Lu's eyes roamed over her prominent chest, a flicker of greed passing through his gaze. Yi Fei, unable to contain her fury, retorted, "You wish." Xiao Lu's expression darkened, and he shook the gun in his hand, warning, "You better think this through." Yi Fei, filled with indignation, declared, "Even if I die, I will never let you touch me. I want to leave with them. I truly regret saving someone as heartless as you. You wretched woman." Xiao Lu aimed his gun at her, anger boiling over. "Don't think I hesitate to kill you." Yi Fei, standing her ground, glared defiantly, "Go on. Shoot." Xiao Lu's arm trembled with anger, and the kind-hearted youth, unable to bear the sight, advised, "Let it go. After all, Officer Yi saved us. If she wishes to leave, we should allow her to do so." Although Xiao Lu was furious, deep down he harbored no desire to harm Yi Fei. He merely felt his newfound authority had been provoked, leaving him at a loss for how to retreat gracefully. Upon hearing the kind-hearted youth's words, his anger slightly abated. With a cold snort, he declared, "Considering you saved me, you may leave." Outside the door, the mother and daughter continued to weep bitterly, pleading for the middle-aged man surnamed Huang and the handsome youth to let them in. Yet, they held firm, regardless of the mother's desperate attempts to force her way inside. Lin Chao and the others approached the door, passing by the grieving pair. Lin Chao maintained an impassive demeanor, walking straight past them without casting a glance. Following closely behind, Fan Xiangyu danced lightly past, shaking her head in gleeful malice. Lin Xiu, witnessing the pitiful state of the mother and daughter, felt a flicker of sympathy despite her anger towards them. Suddenly, Lin Chao whispered, his ears attuned to the distant sound of decaying corpses converging rapidly towards their location. They were no longer aimlessly wandering but had entered a predatory state, having picked up the scent of prey. Evidently, they had heard the cries of the mother and daughter. Heartfelt gratitude to the 3 individuals on the celebrity list. The first donation, Zhang Jinyu. First vote. Titum, this book has received a total of 105 votes, which astonished Lao Gu momentarily. First comment. Greenwo, it is often said that even if you possess nothing, you still have your health. Ahem. Friends who are not financially well off can cast more recommendation votes. This costs nothing and can be done daily. If you run out of votes, you may also leave your precious comments in the comments section, as Lao Gu will certainly read them. Chapter 46. The Lament of the Despairing Wait for Me. Just as Lin Chao was about to hasten his departure, Yi Fei's voice resonated from behind. She trotted forward, crouched down, and embraced Lin Xiu, then turned to Lin Chao and said, "Let us leave together. I know of an unoccupied house nearby where we can spend the night, and when dawn breaks, we can seek a way out." Fan Xiangyu cast her a surprised glance and remarked with interest, "Aren't you afraid of being devoured by monsters? It would be much safer to hide here." The night was deep and dark. Yi Fei did not notice Fan Xiangyu's expression. She shook her head and replied, "They have gone too far. Even if I were to die, I would not be with them. Well, there truly are those who fear nothing. I hope that when you are beset by those monsters, you can still hold on to such thoughts, Fan Xiangyu said with a playful grin. Yi Fei looked at her quizzically and asked, aren't you scared? She found it incomprehensible that this girl, forced to flee and likely to be devoured by monsters soon, could still maintain a light-hearted demeanor. Scared? Fan Xiangyu chuckled. Now that you mention it, I am indeed quite frightened. Lin Chao cast a glance at her and said, if you remain silent, no one will consider you a mute. Let's go, and be swift about it. Fan Xiangyu stuck out her tongue, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes brimming with mirth. Yi Fei, observing the middle-aged woman on the ground still pleading desperately, hurriedly remarked, get up, they won't allow you inside. Even if you do manage to enter, they will demand you to offer your body. Let us leave this place together. Yi Fei felt a sense of astonishment, not anticipating her thoughts to be so grim. Fan Xiangyu shook her head in disapproval, giggling mischievously. Oh dear police sister, you are without a firearm. Do you truly believe these individuals will heed your words? Had you been armed, she would have crawled over to plead with you. Yet, without a gun, you are merely a woman in her eyes, indistinguishable from her, both of you considered as vulnerable entities. At that moment, the middle-aged woman cried out in anguish to those within, please let me in. I can accompany you to bed. If I am not to your liking, at least allow my daughter to enter. She is still so young, she cannot just perish like this. Yi Fei was once again taken aback, incredulous as she stammered. Have you lost your senses? Don't you have a husband? How can you even think of being with someone else? You. Anger rendered her speechless, her upbringing and beliefs making it unfathomable to comprehend such a shameless individual existed. Seeing their endless exchanges and the rotting corpse drawing nearer, Lin Chao, growing impatient, took Lin Xiu from Yi Fei's arms and strode purposefully into the enveloping night. Fan Xiangyu shrugged, placing her delicate, snow-white hands behind her back, skipping joyfully like a cheerful black butterfly in pursuit of him. Yi Fei glanced at Lin Chao and his companions, then at the mother and daughter pair, and, after a moment of hesitation, gritted her teeth and chased after Lin Chao. Just as she took a few strides, a sudden roar erupted. From a corner of the street to her left came a raspy growl, a sound she was all too familiar with, the distinctive cry of those monsters with decayed throats. Watching Lin Chao and his friends about to vanish from her sight, Yi Fei's expression soured, but she ultimately clenched her teeth and continued her pursuit. Outside, the middle-aged man surnamed Huang and the handsome young man, upon hearing the roars of the undead, were instantly taken aback. Realizing that the young man had spoken the truth, monsters had indeed arrived. In their fright, they hastily shoved the mother and daughter aside and quickly retreated into the house, pulling the door shut behind them. Just as the door was halfway closed, the mother and daughter lunged back, desperately grasping the door in an attempt to enter. The middle-aged man, in a fit of panic, delivered a brutal kick to the woman's face, breaking her nose, and cursed, "Get lost, you wretched creature." After casting the mother and daughter aside, he swiftly closed the door and locked it, retreating into the basement of the room. The middle-aged woman pounded on the door with all her might, only to find it securely locked, while the monster's growls drew nearer. Despair flickered in her eyes as she suddenly steeled herself, disregarding the blood streaming from her nose, and urged her daughter, "Quick, go follow that police officer. I will hold it off here." "Mom, no." The girl cried, tears streaming down her face. The middle-aged woman spoke fiercely, "Be obedient, hurry. Do not let your mother die in vain." She understood that given the monster's speed, if both of them attempted to flee together, they would inevitably be caught. One must remain behind as bait. The roar of the creatures grew alarmingly close, seemingly just a few meters away. The girl, with tears blurring her vision, ultimately turned and ran, chasing after the receding figure of Yi Fei as it vanished into the night. The middle-aged woman watched her retreating silhouette, a flicker of regret flashing in her eyes. Had she heeded Lin Chao's words and left with them, perhaps she could have survived, but now it was too late for remorse. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she murmured, "Xiao Yu, your mother cannot accompany you any longer." She wiped the blood from her face, smearing it on the door, then forcefully slammed her head against it, filled with venomous fury, even in death. "I will not spare you." The first decaying corpse that rushed forward was immediately drawn to her scent of blood, eagerly lunging towards her. As she beheld the rotting visage emerging from the darkness, her heart nearly ceased in terror. Instinctively, she struggled and clawed, but the creature's strength was overwhelming. It seized her throat, eliciting a cry of anguish as her body convulsed in agony. Lin Chao and the others, already 200 meters away, instantly heard the chilling screams echoing from behind. Yi Fei trembled in fear, recognizing the voice of a middle-aged woman. At that moment, from the darkness behind her, a faint sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by a sobbing voice calling out, police sister, wait for me." She had evidently heard her mother's anguished cries, and tears streamed down her face like a relentless torrent. Yi Fei quickly urged, "Hurry, come over here." The little girl nodded through her sobs, but just as she took a few steps forward, a shadow darted past. Suddenly, a decaying corpse lunged from the shadows, poised to pounce on the little girl, when it abruptly halted and collapsed to the ground. In this darkness, only Lin Chao and Fan Xiangyu could perceive the fleeting glimmer of silver that had pierced through the head of the corpse with a throwing knife. Yi Fei had already reached the little girl. Although she was bewildered by the creature's sudden demise, she seized the opportunity to scoop the girl into her arms and fled, pursuing the frantically running Lin Chao and the others. Chapter 47, Lifeguard Station, third update. To Lin Chao's keen hearing, the movements of these corpses were as conspicuous as fireflies. At that moment, 7 corpses had emerged from various alleyways, closing in on their location through the darkness. Lin Chao cast a glance at Fan Xiangyu and said, "You handle this." He had little desire to deal with the ordinary corpses himself. Fan Xiangyu pouted, saying, "Always making me do the work." Though reluctant, she released her cerebral waves to control the 7 corpses, directing them to scatter and divert the attention of other approaching corpses. Before long, several individuals adeptly distanced themselves from the horde of decaying corpses, arriving at the end of the street. Lin Chao selected a 24-hour convenience store as their shelter for the night. At the entrance of the store lay a grim tableau of a dozen human remains, gnawed upon until their white bones were exposed, the scant remnants of flesh already putrefying in the air, infested with maggots. Relying on his acute sense of hearing, Lin Chao discerned the presence of 3 more corpses within the convenience store. It appeared that the human remains outside had been driven by hunger to seek sustenance within, only to become prey for the 3 corpses lurking inside. Lin Chao gently set Lin Chao down, taking her hand as he advanced towards the store. Yi Fei, carrying the little girl, hurried to catch up, panting heavily. Upon witnessing Lin Chao's intent to push open the store's door, her face blanched with terror, and she exclaimed, "No, there are monsters inside." Creak. The transparent glass door of the convenience store swung open. Yi Fei thought to herself, "This is disastrous." She had witnessed the monstrous speed of these fiends, far beyond that of any human. Once targeted, it was nearly impossible to evade them, especially at such close range. Roar. A chorus of growls erupted from beyond the door, and out of the darkness emerged 3 shadowy figures, their bodies grotesquely decomposed, faces rotting and ghastly under the soft glow of the moonlight. Yi Fei had anticipated such a scenario, gritting her teeth. She chose not to flee, but instead placed the little girl down and charged forward. At that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. The young man in his 20s, unbeknownst to her, had brandished a fire axe, striking fiercely at the foremost of the undead. Swift as lightning, the reanimated corpse lunged from behind the door, only to meet its demise as its head was severed, its rigid body collapsing forward. 2 other corpses continued to roar and charge forth. Lin Chao did not falter. After wielding his fire axe, he pivoted and delivered a powerful kick to one of the corpses' midsection, sending it tumbling into the darkness of the store. With fluidity, he swung the axe downward, cleaving into the skull of another corpse with tremendous force, splitting its cranium as the blade followed the path of its decaying forehead, slicing down to the bridge of its nose, its lips, and then to the chin. The fire axe slightly angled, bifurcating its head. As brain matter spilled forth from the wound, Lin Chao nudged the body with his axe to prevent it from toppling onto him, thus avoiding the tarnishing of his attire. This fire axe was a find during his journey, concealed alongside the golden retriever and the little grass monster in a dimensional space, ready for use in battle. At that moment, the corpse that had been kicked into the store rose once more and lunged at him. Once again, Lin Chao swung his axe, this time slicing through the neck and decapitating it. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 10 seconds. 3 corpses dispatched with remarkable efficiency, leaving Yi Fei, who had rushed to assist, in stunned disbelief. When Lin Chao and his companions stepped inside and the glass door closed, the female police officer regained her senses. Hastily, she took the little girl by the hand and followed suit, pushing open the store door to behold the 3 lifeless corpses sprawled on the floor. A shiver of fear coursed through her. It felt as though they might rise again at any moment to bite. Lin Chao pressed the light, only to discover a power outage. He retrieved a flashlight from the dimensional space, collected during a stop at a supermarket, and handed it to Lin Xiu, suggesting, "Let us find a place to rest. We must set off early tomorrow." Lin Xiu nodded, illuminating the shelves of goods with the flashlight. She noticed an abundance of snacks and alcoholic beverages, casually grabbing 2 bags of chips, opening one, and offering the other to Fan Xiangyu. Fan Xiangyu accepted it naturally, tore it open, and began to munch, smacking her lips as she remarked, not bad. However, it pales in comparison to human flesh." Just as she uttered this, a piercing gaze shot towards her. She awkwardly shut her mouth, well aware that it was Lin Chao's disapproving look. Yi Fei and the little girl stepped into the store, and with the light from Lin Xiu's flashlight, they immediately beheld the shelves brimming with food. It felt surreal. She had observed this convenience store for several days, longing to enter. Yet, the presence of 3 decaying corpses had deterred her. Though she possessed a handgun, she hesitated to fire, knowing the sound could easily attract other monsters, thus relegating this place to a forbidden zone. To her astonishment, she now stood within this store, surrounded by an abundance of food, tantalizingly close. She swallowed hard. Since the apocalypse began, she had not enjoyed a fulfilling meal, and her rations had dwindled with each passing day, leaving her with only a single piece of candy for her last few meals. Gazing at the bountiful supplies, she refrained from rushing to eat, instead turning to Lin Chao with uncertainty, asking, "Are you not an ordinary survivor?" Lin Chao casually grabbed a snack and sat in the swivel chair behind the cash register, his demeanor indifferent as he replied, "Do you have any objections?" Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback. She gazed intently at him and remarked, "Your skills just now are not those of an ordinary person. Are you a soldier? No, you lack the iron-blooded aura characteristic of military personnel. Could it be that you are an international mercenary or perhaps an assassin?" Lin Chao cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, "You are overthinking it. I am merely an ordinary individual, just a common citizen." Naturally, Yi Fei did not believe his words. From Lin Chao's swift dispatch of 3 decaying corpses, she had discerned too many suspicious details. Firstly, his agility was far beyond that of an average person. His strength, speed, and reflexes resembled those of a seasoned veteran. Secondly, his demeanor was calm and composed. As he cleaved through the heads of the 3 monsters, he displayed not a hint of discomfort or hesitation, as if the gruesome scene were the most commonplace occurrence. Such composure was something she, despite having witnessed numerous car accidents and corpses, could not emulate. Furthermore, the reactions of his 2 younger sisters suggested that they were accustomed to such horrors, indicating that he had likely engaged in such acts many times before. In her heart, she had already concluded that Lin Chao was undoubtedly a dangerous figure akin to an international assassin. Lin Chao tossed a few bags of snacks to her and the little girl, saying, "Eat something and get some rest. I will take you to the lifeguard station tomorrow morning." "Lifeguard station?" Yi Fei exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing his words, both she and the little girl brightened with joy, and Yi Fei's eyes glistened with moisture as she exclaimed, "Wonderful. The country has not abandoned us. I knew there would be hope." Lin Chao waved his hand, urging, "Finish your snacks and get some sleep." Yi Fei nodded vigorously, quickly tearing open the snacks and devouring them alongside the little girl. Chapter 48. Pursuit in the heart of the city. Before the government building, soldiers clad in camouflage patrolled the area, armed with submachine guns. High above, snipers, equipped with telescopes, observed the movements within a 10-mile radius. Should any decaying corpses wander near, they would promptly alert headquarters via radio to dispatch a squad to eliminate the threat. On the exterior of the building, bright red paint emblazoned the words, "Lifeguard Station." During the initial stages of the catastrophe, most major cities established such stations, equipped with medical supplies, airlifted food provisions, firearms, and ammunition. Soldiers were assigned to patrol the premises daily. Lin Chao stood atop a dilapidated car on the desolate street, gazing towards the distant lifeguard station building. His enhanced vision allowed him to easily penetrate the myriad of dust particles in the air, clearly discerning the 3 blood-red characters on the building from 10 miles away. Yi Fei paused momentarily, her expression filled with curiosity as she looked at Lin Chao. "Aren't you going?" she inquired. Lin Chao shook his head. "We have other destinations." "Where to?" Yi Fei pressed on. Lin Chao cast her a sidelong glance. "Does it concern you?" Fan Xiangyu chuckled lightly. "We're doing just fine. You should hurry along. No need to dawdle." We've already done our part by bringing you here. Instinctively, she feared the congregation of humanity, wishing Lin Chao would depart immediately. Yi Fei remained silent for a moment before suddenly looking up at Lin Chao and saying, "If you all do not go, then I shall not go either. Take me with you. I wish to learn how to slay these monsters. Given my status, even if I were to reach the rescue station, I would merely be assigned to the ranks of soldiers as a substitute, and I would inevitably perish during one of the countless rescue missions." Lin Chao calmly replied, "Do you not enjoy saving others?" Yi Fei gently bit her crimson lip and responded, "To save without the capability is merely to harm both others and oneself. If I possessed the same abilities as you to procure sustenance, they would not resort to infighting, and her mother would not have perished. This is all my doing. Therefore, I have resolved to live well, to strive for strength, and one day, I will eradicate these monsters from the earth." Lin Chao was somewhat taken aback, surprised by her awakening. He smiled faintly and said, "In that case, you should definitely go to the rescue station. They can protect you." Yi Fei's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Though I am uncertain how to articulate it, I feel a greater sense of security when I am by your side." Fan Xiangyu remarked, "A woman's intuition is indeed remarkably accurate. I cannot claim much, but one thing is certain. This demon will undoubtedly outlive others." Lin Chao shot her an exasperated glance and said, "No one considers you mute." Fan Xiangyu immediately covered her mouth with her hand. Lin Chao looked at Yi Fei and said, "I am under no obligation to carry someone like you, a burden. I advise you to obediently go to the rescue station. If you choose to follow me, I will offer you no protection. Do you understand?" Yi Fei's complexion was slightly pale, and she gently bit her delicate teeth, saying, "I will not be a burden to you." Lin Chao had no desire to engage further. He turned and grasped Lin Qiu's small hand, saying, "Let us go." Yi Fei, frustrated, stamped her foot, astonished by her own humble words. Yet this young man remained ungrateful. The little girl quickly interjected, "Big brother, please let me accompany you." Tears welled in her eyes as she watched the silhouettes of Lin Chao and the others fade into the distance. Suddenly, a glimmer of resentment flickered in her gaze. She believed Lin Chao had fabricated the tale of a rescue station merely to rid himself of them. Buzz. At that moment, a small truck came rushing in from the distance. The little girl, taken aback by the arrival of actual military support, felt her face flush with excitement, completely disregarding Yi Fei's words. Observing the approaching truck, Yi Fei realized she had no time to say anything more and immediately turned to chase after Lin Chao and the others. The truck arrived swiftly, and several soldiers aboard were taken aback upon seeing the little girl. One middle-aged veteran jumped down and asked, "Little sister, were there not a few others here just moments ago?" He had received word from a sentry that survivors were present, yet only a solitary girl remained. Had he arrived too late, only to discover that the others had been devoured by monsters, or had they fled to hide elsewhere? The little girl noticed the gun in his hand and felt an immediate sense of security. She instinctively wanted to nod, but suddenly remembered something and shook her head, saying, "It's just me." The middle-aged veteran cast a skeptical glance at her, yet upon considering the innocence of such a young girl, he reasoned she would not lie. Perhaps the sentinel had merely misjudged. Gently, he lifted her and carried her to the truck, saying, "Little sister, come, I shall take you to the rescue point. You must be quite famished." The little girl nodded earnestly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Chao and his companions swiftly traversed the street, encountering ordinary corpses along the way, which Lin Chao dispatched effortlessly with a single swing of his axe, their momentum unwavering. "You humans are remarkably foolish," Fang Xiangyu remarked with a hint of boredom. "You still set up rescue stations, while countless soldiers perish daily, saving only a handful of ordinary individuals. What is the point?" Lin Chao replied coolly, "Who says they are merely saving ordinary people? These rescue stations are established only in first-tier cities, primarily to evacuate elite personnel, such as scientists and relatives of military officials. They are prioritized for rescue, while ordinary individuals come second." "I see now. How selfish," Fang Xiangyu realized. Lin Chao responded indifferently, "This is not selfishness. If it were you, would you first save your own kin or unrelated ordinary individuals?" Fang Xiangyu fell silent. Lin Chao continued, "Moreover, ordinary people in the rescue stations often find themselves conscripted, while women are relegated to the auxiliary areas, performing tasks such as mending and cleaning to earn sustenance. This is a time of great duress. Do you think they are being cared for free of charge? Then does this little girl also have to work?" Fang Xiangyu inquired, looking at him. "Of course. Lin Chao replied. Though her existence may be arduous, at least she will still be alive. Fan Xiangyu and Lin Xiu nodded in agreement, not delving deeply into the nature of the hardships Lin Chao had mentioned. In a future world, surviving in a densely populated area, girls as young as 12 had already undergone multiple abortions. Their prolonged experiences had imparted to them an understanding of all the methods to please men, rendering them lower than mere laborers, slaves of the most abject kind. Although this was still the early stage, an order had not yet completely disintegrated. As time progressed, these ordinary individuals would find life increasingly arduous. This subtle transformation would lead them to become true remnants of a post-apocalyptic society, forsaking any notion of life as pursuits, the meaning of existence, and devoid of any expectations for a quality life. They would no longer contemplate suicide over trivial despair, setbacks, or suffering. They would merely exist in a state of numbness. Suddenly, Fan Xiangyu exclaimed in astonishment, "That female police officer seems to be pursuing us. I can sense her presence." Lin Chao had sensed her earlier and quickened his pace, coldly instructing, "Shake her off." There was no savior complex, nor were there foolish characters. The protagonist's character was designed not to engage in blind rescues, yet would lend assistance when it posed no threat to himself. This was the ideal characterization for a protagonist in a post-apocalyptic narrative. The mother-daughter duo was destined to perish, and their demise was justified. However, the reasons behind their deaths played in Lao Gu's mind, yet he could not articulate them, leading others to perceive them as innocent. The thought of reconstructing their malevolence felt unsatisfactory, prompting a slight adjustment in the storyline while maintaining its overarching direction. Friends using the mobile version of the Qidian software can remove this book and re-download it to access the revised content. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. We warmly welcome all book lovers to enjoy reading. The latest, fastest, and most popular serialized works await you. Chapter 49. The Crimson-Scaled Giant Serpent. After a morning of travel, Lin Chao and his companions successfully arrived at a highway. Along the way, they encountered no formidable monsters, only 5 or 6 peculiar corpses and a few ordinary mutated beasts. Lin Chao leaped onto the roof of a wrecked vehicle, gazing into the distance along the highway. Before him lay a multitude of cars haphazardly strewn across the road, with several large trucks overturned. Around the tires, bloodied corpses wandered, having feasted on human flesh. Their rate of evolution accelerated beyond that of their natural state. The highway resembled a sinuous black serpent, stretching toward the horizon, where the layers of thick clouds heavily shrouded the sky, obscuring the meager winter sunlight. A chilling breeze swept through the air. Lin Chao had previously shared his insights about the dimensional space with the two women. Initially, they were filled with wonder, but they had since acclimated. As Lin Chao savored a mouthful of instant noodles, he suddenly felt a shift in his demeanor. He lifted his gaze to the street behind the highway, and moments later, a slender figure emerged, staggering and gasping for breath. It was Yi Fei. To his surprise, she was still here. Fan Xiangyu expressed her astonishment, not expecting this woman to be so persistently determined. At that moment, Yi Fei spotted Lin Chao and his companions perched atop a road bicycle, her face lighting up with delight. She took a deep breath and hastened towards them, though by the time she reached their side, exhaustion had rendered her unable to lift even a finger, her body drenched in sweat. Resembling someone just pulled from the depths of water, gasping for air, Lin Xiu promptly handed her a bottle of water, saying, "You must be exhausted. Why not take a seat and rest?" Grasping the bottle, Yi Fei expressed her gratitude with a brief thank you, then gulped down several mouthfuls, nearly choking in the process. Once sufficiently quenched, she exhaled a sigh of relief and offered Lin Chao a gentle smile, saying, "Please take me with you. I want to be a burden." Lin Chao, disinterested, turned away. Yi Fei could only beseech Fan Xiangyu with her eyes, silently asking for her to intercede on her behalf. Fan Xiangyu shrugged, conveying her helplessness. She thought to herself, if I had any sway, would I find myself in such a predicament? With no other option, Yi Fei turned to Lin Xiu for assistance. Observing her friend drenched in sweat from the chase, Lin Xiu felt a pang of sympathy and urged Lin Chao, "Xiao Chao, can't you really take her along?" Suddenly, a massive crimson-scaled serpent, stretching 30 meters in length, slithered swiftly along the highway, its sheer force knocking several obstructing vehicles off the overpass. The creature's might was extraordinary, and the stench of decay drew nearby carrion feeders, who excitedly lunged towards it. However, the The serpent's remarkably smooth scales rendered them incapable of grasping hold, and they were swiftly flung aside. Lin Chao's expression shifted with concern as he implored Lin Xiu, "You all need to hide, quickly." At that moment, Lin Xiu and Fan Xiangyu also caught sight of the approaching crimson-scaled giant serpent, their expressions shifting dramatically. The sheer enormity of the creature made it evident that this mutated serpent was no trifling adversary. Lin Xiu understood that remaining there would not only be futile, but could also hinder their escape. Thus, she swiftly embraced Yi Fei and dashed toward the alley behind them. Yi Fei wore a bewildered expression, unaware of the unfolding peril. Once they had retreated, the crimson-scaled giant serpent slithered closer, its forked tongue flicking in and out as its upper body rose majestically, casting a menacing gaze upon Lin Chao. Its wine-red, vertically slit eyes reflected Lin Chao's figure, resembling two burning flames. Lin Chao's demeanor grew grave, the skin on his back writhed, suddenly giving rise to a pair of sleek, obsidian dragon wings that tore through his clothing. They unfurled like those of a falcon, the modified black feathers glinting like sharpened blades, producing a metallic clashing sound as they brushed against one another. Lin Chao soared into the air, locking eyes with the crimson serpent in a tense standoff. With a thunderous roar, the serpent opened its vast jaws, revealing two ivory fangs dripping with venomous saliva. It struck first, its head lunging toward Lin Chao with the speed of lightning. Lin Chao, enhanced with a 20-fold increase in neural reaction speed and dynamic vision, barely managed to track the serpent's swift motion. As he willed it, the modified dragon wings on his back propelled him upward with electrifying speed, allowing him to narrowly evade the serpent's lethal bite. Lin Chao felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated the formidable nature of this crimson-scaled serpent, whose physical prowess might well be 30 times that of a human, had it not been for his modified dragon wings. Engaging in combat on solid ground would have compelled him to be wary of its tail. Even with a speed augmentation, evading its onslaught was far from certain. Hiss! The massive serpent lunged but missed its target, seemingly incensed. It reared back and unleashed a thunderous roar towards Lin Chao, who was suspended high above. The serpent lunged once more. Utilizing his modified dragon wings, Lin Chao adeptly evaded the attack, retreating step by step. Before long, he found himself cornered onto the street by the relentless crimson serpent, which grew increasingly furious with each failed strike, charging at him with relentless ferocity. Lin Chao narrowly escaped into a narrow alley. Within this alley lurked a wandering corpse, which, upon sensing the presence of both Lin Chao and the crimson serpent, immediately charged forth with a fierce roar. Thud! The crimson serpent collided with it, crushing the corpse with a violent impact. Finally, Lin Chao came to a halt, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary glint. This was the most advantageous battlefield in the vicinity. In an open area, he would have been utterly powerless against such a massive creature. Golden transformation. Lin Chao summoned the golden energy within him, channeling a tenth of it into his eyes, which instantly turned a radiant gold. The remaining golden energy coalesced into his hands, which transformed into a gleaming gold from fingertips to wrists. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Chao activated his modified dragon wings and launched himself forward. Kill! A flash of black splendor ignited as the dragon wings propelled his form, akin to a tempest of ebony, descending vertically from the lofty heights. The golden radiance in his grasp trailed a luminescent tail as it surged forth. With a thunderous impact, his golden fist struck the jaw of the colossal crimson-scaled serpent, unleashing a wave of golden light that erupted like an explosion. The gigantic serpent, akin to being struck by a missile, involuntarily recoiled, its head crashing against the wall of a narrow alley behind it. The ceramic-coated concrete wall shattered with a resounding roar, the embedded rebar within the earth snapping under the force, leaving a considerable portion of the serpent's head ensnared within the debris. Lin Chao felt the potency coursing through his golden fist, his blood surging with exhilaration. As he gazed upward, he saw that the crimson serpent yet lived, though its upper jaw bore the imprint of his strike, slightly deformed and indented. With a furious roar, the serpent's primal instincts were roused by its agony. It extracted its head from the wall and lunged at Lin Chao with ferocious intent. With a graceful flicker, Lin Chao evaded its onslaught. His vision sharpened in this gilded state, his perceptive abilities doubled, allowing him to effortlessly discern the serpent's movements. Coupled with the supersonic speed granted by his A-grade modified dragon wings, The serpent's rapid motions appeared languid before his eyes. After deftly dodging several of its ferocious strikes, Lin Chao ascended with a flourish of his modified wings, resembling a demon as he soared above the crimson serpent. He channeled the golden energy within him, transferring all of it from his left hand to his right. In an instant, his entire right arm shimmered with golden brilliance. With a clenched fist and a forward lean, he plunged downward like a falcon in pursuit of its prey. To ensure a gradual release of the new book, the pace should be moderated. In the future, there will only be 2 explosive updates per week. This will allow for ample time to contemplate the plot, thereby minimizing revisions, as frequent modifications can be quite disheartening for those who revisit the text. Once we reach 200,000 words, the world and characters will be fully developed, and we shall rise again. Chapter 50. The Serpent Among Men. Boom. It was as if a black lightning bolt had descended from the heavens. Lin Chao's golden fist crashed violently upon the crown of the crimson-scaled giant serpent, the combination of supersonic speed and a dive, leaving the creature no chance to react. The red scales atop its head met the golden fist with a metallic clash, producing a sound akin to the friction of metal. The proud serpent's head plummeted forcefully onto the concrete of the alleyway. Lin Chao landed atop its serpent head, raising his fist to strike down once more. His golden arm, muscles swollen and taut, unleashed a torrent of power that surged through him, a force exceeding twice his own physical capacity. Boom! As his fist descended, the vibrant red scales atop the giant serpent's head caved in instantly, blood seeping through the gaps in the scales, causing the entire head to shake violently against the concrete ground, accompanied by the sound of cracking bone. Agonizing pain drove the crimson-scaled giant serpent into a frenzy, writhing and shrieking as it attempted to throw Lin Chao off its head. It opened its jaws wide, and from the depths of its venomous maw, a torrent of seething flames erupted forth, akin to molten lava. Lin Chao momentarily paused, then swiftly maneuvered his modified dragon wings, soaring back to the serpent's head to deliver another crushing blow. Boom! With a powerful strike, the head of the crimson-scaled serpent twisted to one side, unleashing a torrent of molten lava from its mouth. This fiery stream surged forth like a blazing beam, sweeping across the walls of the nearby building, which was soon met with a cacophony of roaring sounds. The lava penetrated through the security window grills, igniting the entire structure in flames. Lin Chao, taken aback by the sheer magnitude of destruction, marveled internally at the serpent's capabilities. It must have mastery over fire and undergone 2 or 3 evolutionary stages. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for it to wield such immense flames. It is noteworthy that its cognitive evolution was limited, rendering it incapable of true control. Otherwise, its lethality would have been exponentially greater. Following the eruption of molten lava, the crimson-scaled serpent immediately weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chao lunged forward once more, his golden right arm swinging ferociously. With a series of powerful punches, he brought the serpent crashing to the ground, its body convulsing in a state of unconsciousness. Lin Chao felt a twinge of concern. If only he had a spear, he could end its life with a single thrust. After an extended battle, the golden energy within him was nearly depleted. Lin Chao reverted to his normal state, his pupils and right arm returning to their original form. This golden energy was derived from his genetic essence, requiring sustenance to expedite its recovery. Beneath the scales lay a blurred mass of flesh and blood. Lin Chao relentlessly struck downwards with a fire axe against the colossal red-scaled serpent. Apart from the invaluable genetic energy within, this magnificent creature possessed numerous other treasures. Its formidable scales could be fashioned into battle armor, boasting a defensive capacity rivaling that of steel, yet devoid of its cumbersome weight. Furthermore, these scales exhibited remarkable flame resistance, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures. Even when standing at the mouth of a volcano, one would feel no discomfort. Additionally, the serpent's venomous fangs, along with their accompanying venom sacs, were of great significance. Although the red-scaled giant was not originally a venomous species, its mutation had amplified the toxicity of its fangs to at least 3 times that of a cobra. A mere trace of this venom applied to a weapon could lethally incapacitate most mutated creatures. As Lin Chao meticulously dissected the massive serpent, Lin Xiu and Fan Xiangyu observed the conclusion of the battle, exhaling in relief as they cautiously beckoned Yi Fei to approach. Yi Fei permitted their tugging, her mind still blank, utterly bewildered by the surreal events unfolding before her. The The spectacle of a super-giant serpent spewing fire and humans sprouting wings had shattered and distorted her worldview, leaving her mind struggling to keep pace. Were it not for the lifeless serpent carcass before her, she would surely have believed herself ensnared in a dream. "It's dead?" Fan Xiangyu whispered as she approached the serpent's tail. Lin Chao, crouched at the serpent's head and continuing his excavation, casually replied, "Come closer, it's safe." With this reassurance, the two women ventured forth, their courage bolstered as they confirmed the creature's demise. Fan Xiangyu, emboldened, reached out to touch the serpent's scales, discovering them to be not cold, but rather searingly hot. She attempted to pry open a segment of the scales, eager to sample the flesh within and discern its flavor. However, the scales were as formidable as steel. She exerted every ounce of her strength to pry open a single plate. Tears streamed down her face as she contemplated the sheer horror of such a monstrous creature, slain by this demon, rendering her aspirations to overthrow his rule a distant dream. Her countenance darkened with despair as she reluctantly peeled away the serpent's scales, extracting its flesh and chewing vigorously, blood staining her mouth. Against her snow-white chin, this gruesome sight evoked a chilling sensation. Lin Xiu nudged her and exclaimed, "How can you eat raw meat? Isn't it unpalatable?" Fan Xiangyu touched her lips, displaying a lack of interest, and replied, "Not at all. It tastes far superior to the fare prepared by humans. You should try it. The flavor of raw meat and blood is quite delectable." Lin Xiu grimaced in distaste, declaring, "You truly have no taste." Yi Fei listened to their conversation, utterly bewildered. Eating raw snake flesh? Claiming that the taste of raw meat and fresh blood was sweet? Were they truly human? After considerable effort, Lin Chao finally managed to dissect the giant serpent's head, harvesting its two venomous fangs and venom sacs to store in a dimensional space. He then proceeded to dissect its body, meticulously removing scales, peeling the skin, and using a fire axe to cut the flesh, searching for genetic energy. Given the immense size of the serpent, locating the genetic energy was no simple task. Each piece of flesh had to be meticulously opened to avoid missing any vital components. At this moment, Lin Chao could not help but feel envious of the perception-type evolvers. If only a perception-type evolver were nearby, they could effortlessly locate the hidden genetic energy without the arduous search. After 2 hours of laborious effort, Lin Chao finally discovered the genetic energy nestled within the upper abdomen of the colossal serpent. To his delight, this genetic energy was substantial, roughly the size of 2 fists, and possessed a dark silver hue. Given Lin Xiu's physique, she would be unable to withstand the dark silver genetic energy. Therefore, Lin Chao did not hesitate to consume it entirely. As he ingested the 2 masses of flesh and blood, Lin Chao immediately felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, with his cells and blood bubbling with vitality. Within mere minutes, he sensed a gradual enhancement of his physical constitution, amplifying to an astonishing 23 times, a remarkable tripling of his previous state. Furthermore, with each increment, the requirements would double. This dark silver genetic energy was nearly equivalent to the evolutionary energy found within 200 special corpses. Satisfied, Lin Chao clapped his hands and resumed his task of dissecting the gigantic serpent. As he meticulously carved through the serpent's 10-meter-long abdomen, he encountered a multitude of human skeletal remains, grotesquely eroded by gastric acid, barely recognizable as human. In addition, he stumbled upon a well-preserved human body, its clothing completely corroded away, yet the body itself remained intact, indicating it had likely been consumed not long ago. Lin Chao casually pushed aside the lifeless body, preparing to continue his dissection. At that moment, a chilling scene unfolded. After Lin Chao rolled the human corpse, it suddenly raised its hand to rub its eyes and mumbled, "Stop it, I'm trying to sleep." Chapter 51. Passive abilities. Lin Chao was stunned. Alive? How could this be? He had not heard a single heartbeat. This was undoubtedly a genuine corpse, devoid of any pulse or the sound of flowing blood. As the corpse spoke, Lin Chao was taken aback to find that his own heartbeat and pulse had inexplicably revived, as if he had been resurrected from death. An exuberant vitality emanating from his pores. Lin Xiu and Fan Xiangyu exchanged bewildered glances. This individual had been swallowed by a colossal serpent. And not only had he avoided suffocation, but he was also asleep. Lin Chao uncovered a patch of serpent scales covering the man's vital area and then gently patted his face. Upon hearing "Stop it," the man turned his head, seemingly prepared to resume his slumber. Suddenly, a realization struck him. and he jolted awake, immediately confronted by several unfamiliar faces. "Who are you?" he exclaimed, sitting up in astonishment. Aside from the strange men and women surrounding him, the pungent, decaying body of the giant serpent lay nearby. The vivid, fiery scales triggered a deep-seated memory in his mind, and he shuddered, exclaiming, "Wasn't I swallowed by it? How is it dead?" "Indeed, we were the ones who killed it," Fan Xiangyu replied, her arms crossed and her gaze condescending as she looked down upon him. "You must be an evolved being, capable of sleeping inside its belly. Quite the tough nerve you have. What is your name, and what is your special ability? What is an evolver?" The young man scratched his head and replied, "I don't understand what you are saying. My name is Yu Qian, and I am 24 years old." Suddenly, he noticed that he was completely exposed, and he nearly jumped in shock, hastily covering himself with the serpent scales that Lin Chao had draped over him. Fan Xiangyu, with a tone of impatience, remarked, "Enough with the theatrics. With your level of modesty, I have already seen everything." Yu Qian, looking quite aggrieved, responded, "How can you say that? I am still a virgin, and I haven't even started dating yet." "Wait a moment, who exactly are you? Did you kill this giant snake? How is that possible? What did you use, a gun?" "No gun. Perhaps explosives? Why do you have so many questions?" Fan Xiangyu interrupted him with exasperation. "So, you mean to say you are unaware of your own special abilities?" Yu Qian, bewildered, asked, "Do I have special abilities? How would I know?" Fan Xiangyu rolled her eyes, dismissing him. "So, you must have evolved without even realizing it. Try to see if you can control the objects around you," Lin Xiu suggested, adjusting her glasses. Yu Qian mumbled, "Little girl, have you watched too many cartoons? Control objects? Do you think I have superpowers?" Lin Xiu clenched her fists, revealing her small tiger teeth as she glared at him fiercely, saying, "Just try to control it. Are you listening? Brainwashed by anime. How pitiful." Yu Qian shrugged, expressing his sympathy. A glinting silver dagger pressed against his throat, the sharp blade emanating a chilling aura that pricked the skin of his trachea like needles, provoking a cascade of goosebumps. It is worth noting that within this colossal serpent resided an astonishingly high temperature, consistently hovering around 90 degrees Celsius, with its gastrointestinal tract harboring minimal oxygen. Furthermore, its gastric acid possessed the capacity to corrode steel. To survive within its confines, one would require at least 3 extraordinary abilities: air, regeneration, and control of flames. Only by possessing all 3 concurrently could one hope to endure. Otherwise, even Lin Chao's formidable constitution would falter upon being consumed. Feeling the blade's coldness, Yu Qian was terrified, his scalp prickling as he stammered, all right, I will comply. Just lower the knife, be cautious, and do not tremble." Once Lin Chao sheathed the dagger, Yu Qian exhaled in relief, refraining from further words and obediently following Lin Chao's lead. He tapped into the latent power within his cellular structure, attuning himself to the myriad substances present in the surrounding air. Under Lin Chao's guidance, Yu Qian endeavored to harness the forces of wind, light, and flame. But to no avail. It seemed not to pertain to the mysterious arts. Lin Chao then prompted him to attempt combat-related experiments, enhancing speed and strength. After an array of trials, none yielded progress. Could it be an anomalous ability? Lin Chao furrowed his brow, contemplating the complexities of such powers, which were often peculiar and vast in scope, rendering them nearly impossible to discern. Moreover, judging by Yu Qian's demeanor, it was highly probable that his ability was of a passive nature. In general, active abilities allow the body's cells to emit signals to the brain, which then perceives the function of these abilities, akin to the natural understanding of how to raise an arm or clench a fist, an instinctive response. However, passive abilities differ significantly. They typically require specific environments to be activated and are exceedingly rare. Many individuals possessing passive abilities may live their entire lives unaware of their unique gifts. Lin Chao gazed thoughtfully at Yu Qian, who instinctively recoiled under Lin Chao's penetrating gaze, feeling a sense of unjustified apprehension. You don't have any peculiar preferences, do you?" he stammered. Lin Chao, undeterred by the interruption, remained focused, seldom distracted by external stimuli, even in the face of a raging fire. After a brief moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. He retrieved a set of clothes from his dimensional space and tossed them to Yu Qian, then effortlessly produced a map of the city, quickly pinpointing the nearest first-rate hospital. "So, you're a magician," Yu Qian muttered, recognizing the sudden appearance of the garments. Before hastily retreating behind the corpse of the giant snake to change, Lin Chao crouched down, continuing to dissect the scales from the serpent's body. Once all the scales had been removed, he instructed Fan Xiangyu and Lin Chao to take Yi Fei and Yu Qian away from the location. Subsequently, he stored the scales and the serpent's carcass in his dimensional space, as this substantial remains were sufficient to cultivate the golden hound to its juvenile maturity. Having completed his tasks, Lin Chao rose and made his way towards the nearby Grade A hospital. Securing a microscope from there would enable him to discern the specific abilities and characteristics of Yu Qian. This ability could potentially be an unparalleled passive skill that had not appeared in subsequent generations. Had he not slain the giant serpent, the evolution and growth of that creature would have ultimately led to Yu Qian's demise, regardless of the formidable survival instincts possessed by this unique power. He was eager to ascertain whether the individual he had inadvertently rescued, a person destined to perish in the annals of history, would be but a speck of dust amidst the relentless gears of time, or a substantial stone capable of obstructing their relentless motion. Chapter 52. Obsession. Upon arriving outside the alley, several individuals awaited him. Yu Qian was beside Lin Chao, inquiring about the nature of evolvers. Lin Chao, recognizing Lin Chao's intent to be forthcoming, did not withhold information. Given that Yi Fei had witnessed the earlier battle, any attempts at concealment would be futile. So she succinctly explained the concepts of evolutionary energy and self-aware evolvers. Upon learning that he belonged to the rare category of self-aware evolvers, Yu Qian beamed with delight, proclaiming, "I knew my brother was extraordinary. This means that even if I am scratched by those monsters, I won't get infected. Tonight, I can finally enjoy a relaxing bath." Yi Fei fell into silence upon hearing this. If only I possessed such power, she thought, her fists clenched tightly. Lin Chao approached Fan Xiangyu and instructed, "Bring him along, follow me." Fan Xiangyu let out a soft exclamation as she approached Yu Qian, grasping his arm. With her other hand, she pointed towards Yi Fei, inquiring, "What about her?" Lin Chao, his expression devoid of emotion, replied, "Even if you possess the mightiest strength, you will still face death." "Why?" Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback. "Obsession." Lin Chao cast a glance at her and calmly continued, "A person's obsession is their Achilles heel. Some individuals rely on their obsessions to become formidable, yet it is also their obsession that leads to their downfall. Thus, the longevity of one's life hinges upon the correctness of their obsession. Your fixation, while perhaps commendable in a bygone era, will only serve as your fatal flaw in this cannibalistic apocalypse." Yi Fei stood in stunned silence. Yu Qian, held by Fan Xiangyu's grip, instinctively sought to break free. However, to his astonishment, the strength of this girl, merely 16 or 17, was akin to that of a ferocious beast. No matter how he struggled, he could not loosen her hold. Fan Xiangyu playfully tapped his head and admonished, "Behave yourself, and refrain from unnecessary movements." Yu Qian, like a frightened maiden abducted by a brute, cried out in panic, "Let me go. Where are you taking me? I am a law-abiding citizen. They say gentlemen resolve matters with words, not force. Miss, dear sister, I shall call you mother if you release me." Fan Xiangyu snorted in response, "I am no gentleman. And heed my warning. If you continue to shout, I shall not hesitate to strike you." As she spoke, she waved her delicate, fair fist before him. Had this been a previous time, Yu Qian would have surely scoffed at her. After all, what difference was there between such a tiny fist and a mere massage? However, after tasting the formidable strength of Fan Xiangyu and Wu Zixin, he realized that she was a girl of extraordinary might. A single blow from her would likely cost him half his life. He decisively chose to yield, murmuring, "I shall obey. Let us speak amicably. It is rather unbecoming for a lady to resort to violence. Wouldn't you agree?" Fan Xiangyu huffed, raising her head in defiance, thinking to herself, "This lady intends to become the queen of the undead in the future. What does being ladylike even matter?" The group strode along the desolate street towards the hospital, soon encountering a wandering corpse. Lin Chao opted not to engage directly, instead pushing Yu Qian forward. "Me? Kill that!" Yu Qian exclaimed, his eyes wide with horror. "Have you any humanity left? How could I possibly slay such a monstrous being?" Lin Chao delivered a swift kick. Yu Qian's body flew through the air, and just as he landed, the corpse caught a whiff of his scent and lunged eagerly towards him, resulting in an unexpected collision. Yu Qian's palm brushed against the corpse's back, feeling the soft, decaying flesh beneath its clothing, akin to mud. He fought against the overwhelming stench of rot. Lowering his gaze to the 160 centimeters tall corpse, from whose nostrils a maggot was crawling out, He forced a smile and said, "Hello there, shall we shake hands?" With a terrifying roar, the corpse lunged at him, snapping its jaws. Terrified, Yu struggled to break free and swiftly turned to seek refuge beside Lin Chao, who slightly raised his leg. He let out a sigh of relief, squatting down with a sense of pride, saying, "You climb up. I'll be right here waiting for you. Please, do come up." Lin Chao waved his hand at Fan Xiangyu, and then continued on his way. Understanding his intention, Fan Xiangyu controlled the decaying corpse to twist its head off, then approached the car, beckoning to Yu with a finger, saying, "Get down." Yu was taken aback, staring incredulously at the scene before him, exclaiming, "Did it just commit suicide? Is this your special ability?" "Speed it up," Fan Xiangyu replied impatiently. Yu obediently slid down from the car window, being pulled along by Fan Xiangyu as they pressed on. From the earlier battle, Lin Chao discerned that Yu physique was approximately 3 times that of an average human, akin to other self-awakened evolvers, yet he was not a multiple self-awakened evolver. This only intensified Lin Chao's curiosity about what his special ability was. To survive within the belly of a giant serpent with just one ability was truly formidable. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, they were met with a scene of devastation, littered with debris and swarming with numerous decaying corpses. Among them were crawling baby corpses. Upon detecting the presence of Lin Chao and his companions, these corpses seemed to awaken, their eyes gleaming with malevolence as they surged forward. Lin Chao forged ahead, wielding a fire axe, effortlessly cleaving through the approaching corpses. Each swing struck true, severing heads with precision and decisiveness. His steps unwavering as he carved a path through the throng of decaying bodies, leaving behind a trail of dark blood and lifeless forms beneath his feet. The decaying corpses on either side surged forth, yet Fan Xiangyu and Lin Xiu swiftly engaged with the undead on the left. As the grotesque figures approached within a mere 3 meters, they abruptly halted, each twisting their own necks to death in a bizarre display. Leaving Fan Xiangyu unfazed as she clutched Yu and advanced leisurely, as though the demise of these corpses bore no significance to her. Lin Xiu wielded a steel pipe, which emitted a violet electric glow upon her swing, augmenting its lethality as she effortlessly crushed a skull with a single blow. Yu watched in astonishment, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg whole, until a drop of viscous black blood splattered from a corpse and fell into his mouth, prompting him to sputter and spit violently. The group continued their slaughter through various buildings of the hospital, soon locating a precision microscope. Lin Chao stowed the microscope within a dimensional space and extracted a drop of blood from Yu arm, handing it to Lin Xiu to assist with the experiment within the dimensional realm. Lin Xiu, an ardent researcher, readily accepted the task. Subsequently, Lin Chao, along with Fan Xiangyu and Yu resumed their journey. With Monday approaching, a new week of competition loomed ahead, filled with bursts of activity and recommendations. Chapter 53, Cannibalism. After 3 days of travel, Lin Chao and his companions successfully arrived in Tianjin, just half a day's journey from the capital base. The number of evolvers at the base was a matter of concern. Fan Xiangyu stood atop a vehicle, gazing into the distance. A hint of worry etched upon her snow-white cheeks beneath the black cap. Lin Chao sat atop the car hood, savoring a cup of instant noodles, while several decaying heads lay scattered around the vehicle. The pungent, metallic scent of blood did little to diminish his appetite as he meticulously chewed each fried noodle. "There should be plenty," he remarked casually, "but you need not worry. Apart from a few top-tier sensory abilities, others are incapable of discerning your kind." "What if someone detects it?" Fan Xiangyu inquired, her unease evident. "I'm here," Lin Chao replied nonchalantly. Those 3 simple words left Fan Xiangyu momentarily stunned. Moments later, a delicate smile graced her pale lips as she raised her slender fingers. Instantly, the 10 special corpses behind her dispersed with the precision and grace of a royal guard, heading several miles away to ambush ordinary corpses drawn in by the presence of a few individuals. Fan Xiangyu had cultivated these 10 special corpses using the remains of smaller mutated beasts, such as the corpse rat and bloodclaw cat. Their average physique was approximately 5 times that of a regular corpse, and upon reaching 10 times, they would trigger an evolution, becoming E-class special corpses with significantly enhanced abilities. At that point, the combat prowess of these 10 special corpses could effortlessly annihilate a well-equipped battalion. This was a feat achievable only by those with the lightning control ability. Current analyses revealed that Yu cells exhibited 4 distinct ability traits, while further evaluations were still underway. Regardless, based on the information gathered thus far, this ability was already among the elite. Yu Qian remained at triple physical enhancement, and until Lin Chao could ascertain the full extent of his capabilities, he had no intention of bestowing any further enhancements upon him. After finishing their meal, Lin Chao noted that the hour was late, and continuing their journey could pose some danger. He chose a nearby establishment called the Buoyancy Forest Cake Shop as their lodging for the night. Upon pushing open the door, he observed 3 ethereal figures standing at the counter, engrossed in devouring something. At the sound of the door creaking, the trio instantly turned, revealing 3 grotesquely decayed visages. In their grasp, they clutched a snow-white thigh, the flesh nearly gnawed away. With a chilling roar, the 3 female corpses lunged toward him. Before Lin Chao could issue a command, Fan Xiangyu, with a mere thought, compelled the female corpses to halt. Then they twisted their own heads off with their hands. Lin Chao stepped over their lifeless bodies and seated himself on a chair behind the counter, closing his eyes to restore his energy. He had taken on a significant role in their recent endeavors, which had greatly drained his stamina. Fan Xiangyu directed a special corpse to swiftly clear the shop of the remaining cadavers and some human skeletal remnants. Subsequently, 10 unique corpses dispersed, roaming around to patrol the vicinity. As dusk began to settle and the sun gradually sank below the horizon, a putrid odor wafted in from the street outside. Yu Qian closed the shop door and pulled down the roller shutter, then lit a candle. In the enveloping darkness, the flickering flame swayed precariously, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Fan Xiangyu reclined on the cake counter, resting her cheek on her hand. Her body turned to the side as she closed her eyes. Yu Qian, feeling a sense of ennui, stared at the flickering flame for a while, eventually succumbing to drowsiness and dozing off on the floor. As the night faded, dawn inevitably approached. When Lin Chao opened the roller shutter door, he immediately spotted a figure leaning against the wall outside. Fast asleep, it was Yi Fei. Stirred by the sound of the door, Yi Fei rubbed her eyes and awoke. Upon seeing Lin Chao, a bright smile spread across her face as she greeted, "Good morning." Yu Qian, with a piece of bread in his mouth, though slightly tainted, he paid it no mind, for he had evolved, was taken aback upon noticing Yi Fei outside. "Sister, have you been sleeping out here all night? Aren't you afraid of being taken by the undead?" he exclaimed. Yi Fei smiled gently and replied, "With him around, I have nothing to fear." Yu Qian sighed. "It's been 3 days. I can hardly believe you've managed to keep up. Have you had breakfast? You must be starving. Here." He reached into his blue travel bag and pulled out a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water, handing them to her. "Thank you," Yi Fei responded promptly. Yu Qian chuckled heartily, saying, "It's all thanks to him, so I don't mind at all. No need to thank me." Yi Fei smiled inwardly and nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a figure suddenly dashed out from a narrow alley across the street. A small boy, around 7 or 8 years old, disheveled and covered in dirt, with his clothes stained and splattered with blood. He looked apprehensively at Lin Chao and the others, cautiously approaching them. "Survivor?" Lin Chao and the others took notice of him. As the boy stepped closer, his gaze was immediately drawn to the cake and water in Yi Fei's hands. He swallowed hard and timidly asked, "Excuse me, could you please spare me a bit of food?" Lin Chao observed the boy's speaking teeth, his brows slightly furrowing, and a flicker of imperceptible cold light flashed in his eyes. Yi Fei, noticing his pitiful appearance, immediately handed him the cake and water in her hands, tenderly smoothing his hair as she said, "Take these to eat." Yu Qian rummaged through his backpack, producing another bottle of water and a bag of cake, stating, "If that is not enough, there is more." The young boy eagerly grasped the cake and water offered by Yi Fei, devouring them hungrily, his gaze lingering greedily on Yu Qian's backpack. Soon, he finished a piece of cake, took several sips of water, and then accepted the cake and water from Yu Qian's hands. His courage seemed to swell as he cautiously said, "Thank you, big brother and sister. Could you help my mother? She is ill and on the brink of death." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fei sprang to her feet and asked, "Where is she?" "Take me there." Yu Qian promptly added, "I will go too." Just as he spoke, a thought struck him, and he glanced at Lin Chao, seeking his approval. Fan Xiangyu let out a cold snort, ready to interject, but Lin Chao raised his hand to stop her, indifferent as he said, "You may go." "Yes," Yu Qian exclaimed joyfully upon receiving his consent. The young boy, timidly eyeing Lin Chao and Fan Xiangyu, asked, "Aren't you coming?" Fan Xiangyu shot him a glare, her gaze sharp as a blade, causing the boy's heart to clench, instinctively retreating 2 steps and hastily lowering his head. Without further contemplation, Yu Qian and Yi Fei seized the boy's hand and dashed away. As they watched the figures of several individuals gradually recede into the distance, Fan Xiangyu could not help but express her concerns to Lin Chao. Why allow them to proceed? That child is not benevolent. The scent of human flesh and blood lingers between his teeth, indicating he has likely partaken in cannibalism. If they venture forth, they could very well encounter peril. Although Yu Qian is an evolved being, his triple physique renders him rather feeble. Thank you all. At 3 a.m. last night, Reboot surged onto the recommended list of the Sci-Fi Weekly. Though it swiftly fell off the rankings, the brief ascent brought me joy, and I am grateful to everyone. Chapter 54, Self-Awakening, Second Update. Lin Chao responded calmly. It is beneficial for them to broaden their horizons, preventing future complications. Fan Xiangyu whispered, you truly can bear this. If your sister were to accompany them, I wonder if you would remain so indifferent. Yi Fei and Yu Qian followed the young boy, navigating through a series of twists and turns until they reached a narrow alleyway, littered with decaying remnants and permeated by a pungent stench. Yu Qian remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings for any lurking corpses. Yi Fei, guided by the boy, arrived at a green metal door. The boy produced a key and swiftly unlocked it, gently pushing it open. As they entered, a strong, nauseating odor of decay and the metallic scent of blood wafted towards them, prompting a slight furrow in their brows. Yet they dismissed their unease and followed the boy inside. The rented room was modest, comprising a living area of merely a few square meters and a tiny kitchen. A bed was situated in the living room, directly facing a television and a refrigerator. At this moment, a woman lies on the bed, her hair disheveled and her complexion pale. Upon seeing Yi Fei and Yu Qian, a peculiar glimmer flickers in her eyes. She weakly attempts to sit up, but as soon as she moves, a violent fit of coughing ensues. A little boy rushes over, throwing himself at the bedside, presenting her with cake and water, sobbing, Mom, please hold on. This food is from this big brother and big sister. Have a bit first. The woman looks up at Yi Fei and Yu Qian, her eyes filled with gratitude, exclaiming, thank you so much. As she prepares to turn and kneel in thanks, Yi Fei and Yu Qian quickly step forward, with Yi Fei urging, no, it's merely a small gesture. Before she can finish her sentence, a heavy object suddenly crashes down from above, striking her head. Her mind goes blank, and her body instinctively lurches forward, her vision blurring and her ears ringing. It is then that she sees the little boy turn around, clutching a pair of scissors stained with dried blood. The woman, once frail on the bed, now sits upright, her face as pale as a specter, contorted into a grotesque and greedy smile. Yes, Mommy. The little boy nods vigorously, grinning widely. It is only then that Yi Fei notices his teeth, tinged with red. Blood caught between them, creating an unsettling and sinister contrast with his innocent smile. Why? Yi Fei gasps for breath, struggling to rise. But the pain in her head is unbearable, and her body is devoid of strength. When you meet the King of Hell, ask him to take you away. The woman let out a sinister laugh as she retrieved a rope from beneath the bedding, forcefully pinning Yi Fei to the ground and swiftly binding her. Yi Fei attempted to resist, but the woman's strength was surprisingly formidable and compounded by the dizziness clouding her mind, akin to a severe fever. She found herself utterly powerless. In no time, she was tightly restrained. The woman stood up, dusting off her hands, and produced another rope to secure Yu Qian as well. With these tasks completed, she exhaled in relief and remarked to the young boy, next time, position yourself a bit further forward. You nearly struck only one. The boy nodded vigorously, replying, I understand. Mother. The woman affectionately ruffled his hair before approaching the refrigerator, pulling open its door, from which a faint, putrid odor wafted forth. Yi Fei turned her body slightly, and in the dim light, her eyes widened in horror as she beheld the contents within the fridge. Her pupils constricted, her heart momentarily halting. Inside lay a dozen bones, encrusted with flesh and blood, alongside neatly piled pieces of human skin. Atop these skins rested two severed heads, their eyeballs extracted, cheekbones hollowed out, and noses cruelly severed, an abhorrent sight indeed. Additionally, an iron basin contained clumps of flesh, including two crimson-hued palms and a half-foot. You are cannibals, Yi Fei exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. The boy, however, grinned broadly and nodded enthusiastically. Yi Fei felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Her mind momentarily fogged, until the woman's voice pierced through her stupor as she spoke of bloodletting. The woman, wielding a blood-stained kitchen knife, advanced step by step towards Yu Qian. Let us eliminate this male first, to prevent him from awakening and causing a commotion. The woman crouched down, casting a menacing smile at Yi Fei, and said, "Do not rush. Your turn will come soon." Instantly, Yi Fei struggled desperately, tears streaming from her eyes. It was not fear of her impending fate that tormented her, but the realization that she had endangered Yu Qian. This man had come because of her. She suddenly recalled Lin Chao's words from 3 days prior. Obsession is a weakness. All of this was the consequence of her fixation. She had brought this upon you. Painfully, she gazed at Yu Qian, her heart filled with boundless regret. The woman grinned wickedly, raising the butcher's knife to strike at Yu Qian's throat. "No!" Yi Fei screamed, pushing herself off the ground and lunging at the woman's chest. The blade struck her back, tearing through her clothing, and a searing pain coursed through her veins, quickening her blood's flow. The woman staggered back a few steps, regaining her footing and glaring at Yi Fei with fury. "Since you are so eager to die, I shall oblige," she declared, gripping the knife tightly and bringing it down forcefully towards Yi Fei's neck. With hot tears streaming from her eyes, Yi Fei fixed her gaze on the woman, oblivious to the descending knife, and continued to charge at her with reckless abandon, consumed by a single thought, echoing in her mind, "I will kill you. I will kill you." The intensity of her murderous intent reached an unprecedented level of hatred, causing her to almost forget the pain coursing through her body and the dizziness clouding her mind, as she collided with the woman without restraint. Bang! The woman's body was violently propelled backward, flung several meters away by Yi Fei's collision, crashing heavily against the refrigerator. Yi Fei's eyes were crimson, her tear ducts seemingly on the verge of collapse, exuding torrents of fresh blood. 2 streams of sanguine tears cascaded down her delicate face, contorted in a grotesque expression of intense murderous intent and revulsion. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" She lunged towards the woman, violently battering her head against her. Bang! 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 The woman raised her hand in an attempt to block the assault, but her palm was struck by Yi Fei's head with the force of a sledgehammer, resulting in a cacophony of cracking bones. She shrieked in agony, her body pinned against the refrigerator, several ribs fracturing under the pressure. Yi Fei appeared to be in a frenzied state, relentlessly charging forward with each brutal impact. Despite the woman's anguished cries, Yi Fei seemed oblivious to any sound. After what felt like an eternity, when Yi Fei's consciousness began to resurface, she beheld the woman before her, now silent and lifeless, her chest resembling a carcass trampled by iron hooves, grotesquely sunken and smeared with blood and visceral remains, her mouth agape, oozing black blood and shattered innards, utterly deceased. Chapter 55. Reaper, Black Moon, Third Update. Upon witnessing the murderous glare in Yi Fei's eyes, the young boy trembled, his complexion ashen, biting his lip as he retreated step by step until he fell onto the bed. Yi Fei's hair was matted with the woman's blood, her disheveled appearance akin to a demon from the depths of hell. She approached the boy, wielding a blood-stained butcher's knife. The boy quaked in fear, tears streaming down his face, seemingly unable to bear such terror, and suddenly burst into a wailing cry. The tender voice of a child, the tears of sorrow, seemed to touch a soft spot deep within Yi Fei's heart. The chilling intent to kill that had filled her eyes suddenly cleared, and as she looked down at the sobbing boy, she remained silent for a long moment. Ultimately, the bloodied knife in her hand slowly slipped from her grasp, clattering to the ground. In the fleeting moment of her turning away, the boy abruptly ceased his weeping, his eyes ablaze with intense resentment and hatred. He seized the knife from the ground and thrust it fiercely towards her back. A gasp escaped as blood erupted forth. The boy's body froze, the knife raised high, his eyes wide open, and his youthful face twisted by fury. That profound hatred pierced deeply into Yi Fei's heart. A knife was lodged in the area of his temple, an unexpected flying blade. The door creaked open gently, revealing Lin Chao and Fan Xiangyu at the threshold. Lin Chao cast a glance at her before instructing Fan Xiangyu, "Lift Yu Qian out and tend to his wounds. We must prevent any further deterioration." With her heightened sense of smell, Fan Xiangyu detected not only the stench of decay and blood, but also hints of excrement and urine. She delicately covered her nose and commanded the 2 special corpses. They immediately streamed into the room, lifting the fallen Yu Qian. Fan Xiangyu placed him on the vacant street outside the alley and rummaged through his backpack, retrieving some emergency bandages to wrap around his head. In the dimly lit room, only Lin Chao and Yi Fei remained. Yi Fei stared blankly at the boy's face. Lin Chao walked unhurriedly to the young boy, extracting the flying knife from his skull. Blood gushed forth from the wound as he meticulously wiped the blade clean on the boy's clothing before stowing it away into the dimensional space. Just as he prepared to step through the doorway, he suddenly noticed Yi Fei bending down to grasp the butcher's knife lying on the ground. Lin Chao furrowed his brow, poised to utter a word, when he was taken aback by the sight of the girl directing the blade toward her own face and forcefully dragging it down. Blood streamed from the sharp edge, cascading down her smooth, porcelain cheek. Lin Chao frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Yi Fei lowered her head, the butcher's knife clattering from her grip. No one could discern her expression, but upon hearing Lin Chao's words, she let out a soft laugh and murmured, "I've suddenly come to understand something." Lin Chao inquired, "What is it?" Yi Fei remained silent for a moment, then shook her head, lifting her gaze to reveal a smile. The bloodstains on her face, juxtaposed with her smile, evoked a hauntingly beautiful sense of tragedy. She whispered, "It's nothing. I merely wish to remember this lesson. From this day forth, I want to live under a different name." Lin Chao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is a name truly significant?" Yi Fei nodded earnestly, then smiled and said, "I want to live for myself, for my own beliefs. Given that the world is now engulfed in apocalypse and civilization has plunged into darkness, I shall call myself Black Moon." Black Moon? Lin Chao was taken aback, his pupils narrowing in surprise as he regarded Yi Fei with uncertainty. "Are you aware of your unique abilities as a self-awakened evolver? Special abilities?" Yi Fei inquired as she assessed her own body. After a brief moment, she nodded and remarked, "I understand now. It's enhancement. Its specific function must be to amplify the strength within me." Indeed, Lin Chao felt a profound shock, and his gaze towards her grew peculiar. The name Black Moon is not widely recognized in later generations, yet the title it represents is known by all, including the undead, mutated beasts, and even the creatures of the sea, death. Black Moon, the Reaper. Much like the Western counterpart, Zeus, the title Reaper serves as an alias for Black Moon. She is always cloaked in a dark robe that obscures her form. Resembling a Shura lurking in the shadows, none have ever witnessed her visage, only that she is a woman. Unlike other prominent figures from the early days of disaster, Black Moon rose to fame quite late, emerging dramatically 2 decades later. According to investigations, prior to her rise, she had served as a lieutenant in a base city within the Yanhuang region, living in obscurity and garnering only minor accolades that were hardly noteworthy. However, upon her emergence, she swept across the globe like a tempest. Her initial claim to fame occurred outside a certain base city, where she single-handedly felled an A-rank royal beast with a single stroke. Although such an achievement pales in comparison to figures like Chu Shanha, no one could have anticipated that this was merely the beginning. In the subsequent 3 months, she traversed the globe, venturing into territories that instilled fear in many, dispatching one formidable monster after another. Among her notable conquests was the Lord of the Silver Hand, one of the 3 giants of the undead world, whom she also vanquished. Causing a sensation at the time, she appeared like a comet, rising swiftly and falling just as rapidly. At the pinnacle of her fame, she plunged into the sea alone. Lin Chao could scarcely believe that such a renowned figure stood before him, and that she had previously implored him to allow her to follow him. Were it not for his awareness of her unique abilities aligning with those of Black Moon, the Reaper, he would have dismissed it as mere coincidence. However, the ability known as enhancement, a godly power, was possessed by only 3 individuals globally, the most formidable of whom was Black Moon. Enhancement is an extraordinary ability, belonging to the zenith of powers, far more than what Yi Fei suggested, merely enhancing oneself. She had yet to unearth the true terror of this capability. Who could have anticipated that the historically fearsome Reaper, Black Moon, at the onset of calamity, was, in fact, a remarkably kind girl? Lin Chao stood in a daze for quite some time, suddenly struck by a realization. Black Moon, a figure destined to emerge 2 decades hence, had appeared 2 decades early, meaning that due to his involvement, her fate had been advanced by 20 years. The butterfly effect. Lin Chao thought of the golden giant crocodile. Without his presence, perhaps the golden lion and the supergiant crocodile would not have turned against one another. If the golden giant crocodile's existence was a consequence of his actions, then the magnitude of the butterfly effect it unleashed would be unfathomable. Perhaps, within a decade, fully matured king beasts would emerge upon the land. Lin Chao took a deep breath. Regardless of the circumstances, he must accelerate the enhancement of his own strength. He stepped out of the door and beheld the street outside, where Yu Qian had already awakened and was engaged in conversation with Fan Xiangyu. He waved his hand and declared, "Let us embark for the capital." The temporary recruitment of companions had concluded, and they were finally poised to enter the base, igniting a fervor within them. Chapter 56. The Ability Camp. Upon arriving in the capital, Lin Chao and his companions distinctly sensed a dwindling number of the undead they encountered along the way. By the time they reached the inner ring, it was evident that not a single wandering corpse could be seen down 2 or 3 streets. The ground was strewn with overturned and charred military transport vehicles, as well as the imprints left by tank treads, alongside numerous dismembered bodies of soldiers clad in camouflage. The acrid remnants of gunpowder and the scars of battle lingered upon the streets, while the towering, straight buildings nearby stood like cold tombstones, commemorating the souls lost in combat. Bold red characters, painted in a hasty manner, adorned the sides of the structures, directing towards the city center, humanity's bastion, the last line of defense for this nation. The vivid red arrows shone like a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness and despair. How many survivors in this city had found salvation due to these guiding signs remained unknown. From another direction, a military transport vehicle sped back, its cargo bay filled with personnel, many of whom were disheveled and emaciated survivors. Lin Chao summoned Lin Xiyu from the dimensional space, and together they proceeded towards the entrance gate. The middle-aged soldier on duty at the entrance saluted the returning transport vehicle and, upon its passage, approached Lin Chao and his companions. The middle-aged soldier cast a glance over the few individuals before him, astonished to discover that these survivors appeared remarkably clean, unlike the others who were caked in filth and exuded a variety of unpleasant odors. Moreover, there was even a 7- or 8-year-old girl among them, undeniably a burden. Yet she had not been abandoned, truly astonishing. His gaze softened slightly, and with a smile, he said, "You all, follow me." Lin Chao was the first to match his pace. With Lin Xiyu, Fan Xiangyu, Yu Qian, and He Yu following suit, all willingly trailing behind him. Fan Xiangyu observed the human base with a hint of inexplicable anxiety in her eyes. She had remained remarkably quiet throughout the journey, not uttering a word. As for the 10 special corrupted corpses under her command, they had been absorbed into Lin Chao's dimensional space. Before long, the group followed the middle-aged soldier through the massive gates. Inside, numerous military transport vehicles were parked along the roadside, with the recently arrived vehicle stationed at the forefront, where soldiers were assisting the survivors disembarking. Follow them to the vaccine testing center. Once it is confirmed that you are uninfected, arrangements will be made for your placement. The middle-aged soldier instructed, gesturing toward the group of survivors. Yu Qian chuckled nonchalantly. "Don't worry, we have never been infected. Look, we bear no injuries." The soldier replied sternly. "That is the protocol." Yu Qian shrugged and muttered under his breath, "Such rigidity." The young lieutenant cast a glance at Lin Chao and his companions, revealing an astonishment akin to that of the middle-aged soldiers. However, he refrained from further inquiry and firmly commanded, "Everyone, follow me to the vaccine center for a health examination. Do not lag behind." A dozen survivors followed him in a grand procession. Among these survivors, Lin Chao and his companions stood out like nobles among beggars, strikingly noticeable. Upon arriving at a building designated as the Virus Examination Center, adorned with paint, they were promptly approached by 2 staff members clad in white isolation suits, who engaged in a brief conversation with the young lieutenant before ushering Lin Chao and the other survivors inside the building. In a state of anxiety, Fan Xiangyu pondered the implications of a virus test. After all, she was essentially a corpse. The viral load within her could easily infect millions, rendering her a veritable source of contagion. Lin Chao offered her a reassuring glance, signaling her to remain calm. Comforted by his gaze, she inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her inner turmoil. The personnel within the building were all dressed in white isolation suits and donned antibacterial masks. One individual organized Lin Chao and the other survivors into a line at the counter for examination. The sole procedure was a blood test. It was highly likely that any infected individual would be detected through their blood. When it was Fan Xiangyu's turn, she was about to extend her hand when Lin Chao swiftly whispered from behind her, "Stay in line and pay no mind." Momentarily taken aback, she questioned whether she had misheard, yet her body instinctively complied, as she ignored the phlebotomist and continued to follow the line. She was immediately taken aback to discover that the doctor seemed oblivious to her presence and proceeded to draw blood from Lin Chao behind her. Suddenly, it dawned on her that Lin Chao had cleverly manipulated the refraction of light. Upon entering the building, he had distorted the doctor's perception based on their positions, rendering them unable to see her and thus evading detection. A sense of calm washed over her as she quickly rejoined the group. Before long, Lin Chao and the others had completed their blood draws and joined the line of survivors seated in the building's waiting corridor, anxiously awaiting their results. Hours passed, and a middle-aged doctor accompanied by a soldier clad in camouflage approached. The doctor held a paper in his hand and scanned the room, filled with survivors before inquiring, "Who is Zhao Hua?" The survivors exchanged glances, and suddenly a timid voice spoke up, "I am. It's me." The speaker was an unremarkable young man. The middle-aged doctor regarded him with a blank expression and replied, "You've consumed tap water, mild infection. You must be taken to the isolation zone for treatment." The young man, named Zhang Hua, paled and protested, "I haven't." The soldier beside the doctor stepped forward with an air of indifference, commanding, "Follow me." "No, I don't want to go," Zhang Hua exclaimed, his voice filled with agitation. The soldier's eyes remained cold as he retrieved a white glove from his pocket and swiftly seized Zhang Hua's wrist, locking it in handcuffs. In a chilling tone, he warned, "Resist again, and you will be shot on the spot." The corridor fell into a hushed silence. The other survivors watched in trepidation as Zhang Hua was dejectedly led away, their hearts heavy with fear. The middle-aged doctor, exhibiting a sense of detachment, declared, "The others show no signs of infection. You may proceed to the entrance where accommodations will be assigned to you. You will return for examinations every 10 days. The survivors exhaled in relief and expressed their gratitude hastily. Lin Chao, accompanied by Lin Qiyu and several others, made their way outside, where they soon spotted a military transport truck approaching. From the driver's seat emerged a robust man adorned with the insignia of a second lieutenant. After offering a cigarette to a young lieutenant, he gestured toward Lin Chao and the other survivors, stating, "This must be the group of youngsters." The young lieutenant patted the man's shoulder and replied, "Well done. There are a few promising candidates among them that we can arrange for." Chapter 57. Ability Camp 2. Upon arriving at the imposing second lieutenant's truck, Lin Chao and his companions were ushered into the impoverished living quarters of the base. This area had once been a vast square, now transformed into a makeshift camp filled with numerous tents. Outside, a variety of ragged survivors were engaged in various activities: pregnant women, elderly individuals, and children, all representing the vulnerable demographics of this post-apocalyptic world. Hearing the rumble of the military truck, they paused in their tasks, their unwashed faces revealing stark, contrasting eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed at the vehicle. As the truck came to a halt, Lin Chao and the others disembarked one by one. The robust second lieutenant swung open the door and addressed the survivors with a booming voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, this will be your living area from now on. Soldiers will deliver food here daily. Anyone aged between 12 and 60 is required to work. Failure to do so will result in a lack of sustenance." He cast a frigid gaze over the crowd and proclaimed, "You all have two options. The first is to enlist in the military and venture forth to slay the monsters. If you are too cowardly to face death, then remain in the base, where arrangements will be made for your work." A young man in his early 20s mumbled, "I have no intention of joining the military. Those monsters are invincible." He then asked, "What kind of work will we do in the base?" The burly lieutenant regarded him coolly and replied, "Upon entering the base, I trust you observe the ongoing construction of the city walls, which requires a substantial workforce." "You want us to do manual labor?" The youth exclaimed incredulously. "Is there no other work available? I am a university student. I have never done such tasks. Is there anything related to computers?" The lieutenant coldly responded, "If you have no experience, you can learn. Shortly, someone will come to register your information. If you possess any specialized skills, suitable work will be assigned to you. However, if you are merely an ordinary university student, would you prefer to toil as a laborer or be cast out of the base to become fodder for those monsters?" Hearing the menace in his voice, the young man shivered and fell silent, fearing to stand out. The lieutenant's tone turned icy as he commanded, "Next, those who wish to enlist, step forward." The lieutenant's face took on a somewhat ashen hue as he prepared to speak, when suddenly he noticed a figure emerging from the crowd, a refined young man with fair skin. In his previous assessments, such delicate features had signified weakness, yet in this moment, he found this young man to embody true courage and fortitude. Behind Lin Chao, For individuals, Heiyue, Lin Xiu, Fan Xiangyu, and Yu Qian stepped forward. The other survivors were taken aback by the unexpected willingness of so many to enlist, particularly with 3 girls among them, one of whom was merely a 7 or 8-year-old child. Are you certain you comprehend what you are undertaking? The burly lieutenant cast a glance at Lin Xiu, a faint smile breaking through his stern demeanor as he remarked, "Little sister, well done. A woman's courage rivals that of men. Your bravery surpasses that of many timid souls. I, old Xiong, greatly admire you. However, your age is indeed too tender for military service. You shall remain in the living quarters, for the army has the duty to care for you. Should you find yourself hungry, simply inform me, and I shall provide for you." Lin Xiu looked up at Lin Chao, seeking his counsel. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chao addressed the burly lieutenant. "Are you acquainted with General Chu Shanha? Could you assist me in an introduction? I am a friend of his." The lieutenant was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing Lin Chao closely before responding. "You know General Chu? Regardless of the veracity of your claim, these are extraordinary times. Even if you were once a friend of General Chu, there exists no shortcut to meeting him now." Lin Chao felt a stir of surprise. He had not anticipated that Chu Shanha had ascended from captain to general. After a brief pause, he turned to Lin Xiu and advised, "Stay in the living quarters for now. Once I have an audience with General Chu, I shall arrange your matters." With a sense of resignation, Lin Xiu replied, "Very well then." After dissuading Lin Xiu from enlisting, the burly lieutenant surveyed the crowd and called out, "Is there anyone else?" Moments later, a middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, his demeanor somber as he clenched his fists and declared, "I wish to enlist. I seek vengeance for my daughter and yearn to vanquish these vile creatures." The robust lieutenant nodded slightly and replied, "Follow me." Lin Chao and a few others climbed back onto the large truck, which transported them to the enlistment center on the opposite side of the base. This facility had been repurposed from a supermarket. Its original signage had been removed, and the words Enlistment Center were hastily painted over the faade. The task of filling out the registration forms fell to a woman dressed in a black uniform, adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant. She handed each of Lin Chao's group a form that required basic information such as name, gender, age, previous occupation, and a section for special skills. Name: Lin Chao. Gender: male. Age: 20. Previous occupation: university student. Special skill: long gun. Upon completing his form, Lin Chao glanced at Fan Xiangyu, Heiyue, and Yu Qian as they filled out their own. Heiyue noted her special skills as marksmanship and the blade. Fan Xiangyu pondered for a considerable time before writing down calculation, while Yu Qian inscribed sleep. Lin Chao nearly kicked him for that. Yu Qian hastily added, "I meant to say." The lieutenant regarded him coldly, stating, "This is no trivial matter. Your special skills are pertinent to the military camps you will be assigned to. If you wish to prolong your existence, it would be wise to reflect sincerely on your true abilities." Yu Qian rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment, then asked, "Does eating count?" The lieutenant set aside the forms and replied, "Very well." She gestured towards Lin Chao and the others, commanding, "Now, we shall commence the military fitness assessment. Little Lu, take them over." A young private waiting nearby stepped forward and addressed Lin Chao and the others, "Follow me." Behind the registration point lies a vast open space, adorned with a plethora of military equipment. The young private explained, "Here, we will assess your vision, physical strength, speed, endurance, and various other attributes. Based on your comprehensive performance, you will be allocated to different military camps. The camps are categorized into 4 tiers: A, B, C, and D. Tier A is the elite camp. Tier B is the exceptional camp. Tier C is the commendable camp, and Tier D is the standard camp. I hope you will give your utmost effort during the evaluations. The better the camp assigned to you, the more advantageous the benefits you will receive." Lin Chao and his companions nodded, aware of the unspoken truth. A superior camp significantly enhances one's chances of survival. "Are there only these 4 tiers of camps?" Yu Qian inquired curiously. The young private shook his head, replying, "Beyond these, there exists an S-tier camp, known as the capability camp. It is said that the individuals in this camp are superhuman, possessing unimaginable strength, speed, and endurance. Even without training, they can effortlessly slay a ferocious tiger. To gain entry into the S-tier camp, you must achieve a score exceeding 200 kilograms on this strength testing machine. Moreover, this is merely one criterion. All other evaluations must also be passed to qualify." Chapter 58, Capability Camp 3. A single punch delivering 200 kilograms? The middle-aged man, who had enlisted alongside Lin Chao and others, was taken aback, exclaiming, "How is this possible? An ordinary person can deliver a punch of at most 50 kilograms. Only seasoned champions could potentially reach 200 kilograms." The young private smiled faintly and replied, "That is precisely why I mentioned that those in the S-class battalion are superhumans. Each of them can effortlessly strike at 200 kilograms. All you need to do is your utmost. If you can qualify for the B-class battalion, your benefits will significantly improve, with seasoned veterans guiding you on hunts, ensuring a low level of danger." The middle-aged man inquired anxiously, "What are the requirements for the B-class battalion?" The young private responded nonchalantly, "You need not concern yourself with that. Simply give it your all." With a serene smile, he added, "Let us begin forming a line. Who will step forward first?" Yu Qian, brimming with eagerness, declared, "I will go." The young private took out a ballpoint pen from his pocket and a notepad from his back, stating, "Let us commence. The first test is the punching power assessment. Just exert yourself to the fullest." Approaching the punching power tester, Yu Qian felt a surge of excitement. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful punch. Whoosh! His fist sliced through the air, striking the apparatus with tremendous force. The numbers on the display began to leap wildly from zero, finally settling at an impressive 218 kilograms. The middle-aged man and the young private widened their eyes in astonishment, gazing incredulously at the figure on the screen. Rubbing his fist, Yu Qian, upon seeing the power reading, beamed with pride and exclaimed, "So, what do you think? Am I likely to pass?" The young soldier cast a perplexed glance at him, then approached the testing device and delivered a powerful punch. The display screen flickered, its values plummeting swiftly before finally settling at 67 kilograms. Yu Qian, feeling a sense of pride, declared, "It is only natural." The young soldier hurriedly noted down his punching force, exclaiming with excitement, "Wonderful! We have yet another superhuman. Others can wait for a moment. Mr. Yu, please test your vision and endurance. If you pass all these, I shall report your results immediately." Startled, Yu Qian quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need. Let us test everyone together." The young soldier regarded him with a hint of respect, nodding, "As you wish. Now, let the others come forward for their tests. Let us be swift." A middle-aged man approached cautiously, his eyes revealing a tinge of envy as he looked at Yu Qian. Gathering his breath, he struck the testing device with a fierce punch, his gaze fixed intently on the fluctuating numbers, silently wishing for them to rise higher. The result settled at 52.6 kilograms. The young soldier glanced at it and nodded. "Not bad. There is hope for entering the sea-level military camp." Fan Xiangyu stepped forward, raising her delicate and slender fist to strike the testing device. Just as the young soldier was about to urge her to apply more strength, an important factor in her subsequent military assignment, he was taken aback as the numbers on the device began to oscillate rapidly, soaring to over 200 in less than a second before ultimately stabilizing at 289 kilograms. Given Fan Xiangyu's physique, which was approximately 6 times stronger, such a figure was hardly surprising. The young soldier Zhang gaped in astonishment at the elegantly attired girl, struggling to fathom the terrifying strength concealed within her delicate fists. Yet another superhuman, he mused, a tremor coursing through him as he swiftly noted his observations with a pen. Next, He Yu, with an impassive expression, stepped forward, delivering a punch with the swiftness of lightning. Bang! The sound reverberated, striking the eardrums violently, under the astonished gazes of the young soldier and the middle-aged man. The power reading surged rapidly, soon surpassing the 200-kilogram mark, ultimately reaching an impressive 253 kilograms. The young soldier's hand trembled slightly as he gripped the pen. Although other tests had yet to be conducted, he had already surmised that all 3 individuals were indeed superhumans. Next, he thought. His gaze fell upon the last contender, Lin Chao, his eyes brimming with hope. Lin Chao approached the power testing device and casually threw a punch. Bang! The reading fluctuated violently before settling at precisely 200 kilograms, neither more nor less. The soldier's heart raced anew, despite his mental preparation. He couldn't suppress an indescribable thrill. 4 out of the 5 were superhumans. Yu Qian, Fan Xiangyu, and He Yu exchanged astonished glances with Lin Chao, aware that his strength was far beyond this mere figure. Yet, Lin Chao had managed to calibrate his power to just the right threshold, indicating an astonishing mastery over his own abilities. Subsequently, the young soldier guided Lin Chao and his companions through various assessments, and they did not disappoint him. achieving an impressive S grade in each task. The lieutenant, a woman engrossed in her paperwork, lifted her gaze upon hearing the news, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment as they scanned the quartet. "For?" she inquired. The young soldier nodded earnestly, unable to conceal his delight. The lieutenant responded with a slight nod, stating, "Excellent. Please escort them to the S-grade training camp." Rising from her seat, her eyes fixed on Lin Chao and his companions, she added, "I must inform you that even if you are extraordinary beings, it is prudent to maintain a low profile in the S-grade military camp. Avoid provoking trouble." Yu Qian, feeling displeased, merely pouted. The young soldier, familiar with the lieutenant's temperament, promptly led Lin Chao and his companions away from the hall, driving them in an off-road vehicle to the S-grade energy camp within the base. Along the way, he elucidated the primary areas of the base, including the impoverished living quarters on the outskirts, the military zone in the inner ring, the Central Technology Institute, and the 4 military camps in each direction, with the S-grade energy camp adjacent to the military zone. The training grounds and accommodations of the S-grade energy camp had been repurposed from a university. Upon their arrival at the camp entrance, they were greeted by a middle-aged major standing at the gate, holding several documents. Noticing Lin Chao and his companions alight from the vehicle, the major promptly approached to verify their identities. Upon confirmation, he immediately led them into the military camp. "Greetings. I am Zhang Dong, the assistant instructor responsible for your training. Should you have any inquiries related to daily life or personal matters, feel free to seek my guidance." Major Zhang Dong remarked with a smile. Yu Qian gazed upon the vast campus and curiously inquired, "How many empowered individuals are there here?" Zhang Dong chuckled softly. "Approximately 700 or 800. "Such a multitude," Yu Qian exclaimed in astonishment. "There are 700 or 800 people like us." Chapter 59. The Aura of Danger. When shall we embark on our mission? Hey Yu inquired quietly. Yu Qian, intrigued, asked, "Is further training still required?" Yu Qian grinned and said, "I may not boast of much, but when it comes to survival skills, I am confident I can secure first place." Zhang Dong smiled and replied, "Survival is not merely a straightforward subject. It requires adaptability to diverse environments and mastery of various survival techniques. Once you experience it firsthand, you shall understand that relying solely on special abilities is insufficient. I recall a competent individual in our survival class whose ability was botany. He could make all trees flourish, and as long as he carried a pouch of seeds, he could cultivate an endless supply of food in any soil. He was virtually guaranteed to never starve. Yet, he only scored 72 points, placing third. Yu Qian listened in awe, exclaiming, "Such strength! Just a pouch of seeds can yield a plethora of vegetables. And yet this person struggles to survive?" Survival encompasses more than just sustenance. It also involves battling various monsters and evading others. "It is indeed one of the most challenging subjects," Zhang Dong remarked with a smile. Lin Chao's gaze flickered slightly. The abilities of plants extend far beyond mere vegetable production. Currently, these abilities remain in their nascent stages, yet to be fully realized. This is a premier capability of the mysterious type, encompassing a formidable array of functions such as food production, reconnaissance of enemy positions, medical assistance, and combat control. Lin Chao contemplated the little grass monster. If the plant ability user were to lend their support, the little grass monster could swiftly reach maturity. A fully matured plant-type creature is invaluable, capable of yielding an endless supply of life fruits. These fruits can heal the majority of injuries, serving as the most crucial medical supply for warriors. Lin Chao resolved to learn more about this individual at his earliest convenience, to assess the worthiness of a potential collaboration. At that moment, Major Zhang Dong led Lin Chao and his companions to a campus bulletin board, which illustrated various sections of the military camp, including the dormitory area and training grounds. There were 6 or 7 training fields, each corresponding to different subjects, such as survival training, combat training, and shooting practice. The dormitory offered numerous rooms for their selection. Major Zhang pointed towards the dormitory area and said, "Formal training will commence tomorrow. As the day is drawing to a close, make sure to rest well." Lin Chao nodded in acknowledgement. Once Major Zhang departed, Lin Chao, accompanied by Yu Qian, proceeded towards the men's dormitory, while He Yu and Fan Xiangyu made their way to the adjacent women's dormitory. The dormitory building is replete with vacant rooms. Lin Chao and Yu Qian select an unoccupied chamber to reside in. The floor and corridors of the dormitory are stained with dark, ominous blood, a testament to the calamity that once unfolded here. now merely scrubbed away, leaving behind indelible traces of crimson. Leaning against the window, Lin Chao gazes towards the direction of the slums, a flicker of concern evident in his eyes as he ponders the fate of his sister, Lin Xiu. Given her capabilities, surely nothing in the impoverished enclave of the apocalypse could pose a threat to her. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approaches. Lin Chao, seated in the dormitory, perks up as the footsteps halt before the door. The next instant, the door swings open. 3 youths stand at the threshold, with the foremost clad in military garb, his dark skin and short black hair exuding an aura of formidable strength. Yu Qian, currently in the midst of a shower, hears the door creak and shouts, "Boss, who's there?" Leaning against the wall, Lin Chao regards the trio with a calm demeanor. "You two must be the newcomers," remarks the military-clad youth as he strides into the dormitory with nonchalance, as if it were his own room. He approaches Lin Chao's bed, towering over him and grinning with interest. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Xian. It's a pleasure to meet you. Here is a small token of our acquaintance. Please accept it." With that, he produces 2 green vials from his pocket and extends them to Lin Chao. This is the latest therapeutic agent developed by the Institute of Technology, known as DH2. It possesses the capability to treat the vast majority of injuries. For instance, if you were to find yourselves in battle and had your arm severed by a monster or suffered a fracture, this DH2 would proficiently remedy such ailments. One might say it serves as a second life for warriors, Zhou Xian remarked with a smile. Lin Chao cast a fleeting glance at the 2 green test tubes, but did not take them. Zhou Xian, with a slight smile, reassured him. "There is no need to worry about its authenticity. You are still unfamiliar with us, but in a few days, you will come to know that this is undoubtedly an official, legitimate remedy." Lin Chao replied calmly, "No merit, no reward. If there is a request, please state it plainly." Zhou Xian was momentarily taken aback, realizing the true reason behind Lin Chao's refusal to accept the agent. He laughed heartily and said, "How refreshing. I shall speak candidly. It cannot be deemed a request, but rather an invitation to forge a friendship. You need only join us and pledge your allegiance to Commander He." Commander He? A flicker of recognition crossed Lin Chao's eyes as a figure from his memories emerged. Zhou Xian, with a beaming smile, continued, "Indeed. To speak frankly, during the outbreak of the catastrophe, the military was thrown into disarray. While ordinary soldiers, being robust, had a significantly low chance of infection, many of the senior officers, including colonels and generals, were in their 50s, 60s, or even 70s. They could not withstand the onslaught of the virus, and most were transformed into monsters. Among them, only a handful of high-ranking leaders survived. Commander He was one of them." Lin Chao regarded him intently and suddenly smiled, asking, "Who else, besides Commander He, holds power in the current base?" Zhou Xian was taken aback, not anticipating Lin Chao would suddenly pose such a question. When he persuaded other ability users, they would typically agree eagerly after he finished speaking. There exists a common psychology among these individuals. They believe themselves superior to ordinary people and deserving of better, convinced that this is their era to rise and become significant figures. Zhou Xian's words had precisely ignited their innermost desires, and naturally, few would refuse. Even if they did, he possessed alternative methods. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Xian remarked, "There are 2 individuals, one being our Commander He, and the other Commander Su. However, Commander Su is currently in decline. His age, coupled with the lack of capable subordinates, means he will inevitably step down. At that point, the base will be entirely under Commander He's control." Lin Chao nodded and replied, "I understand. Thank you for your kindness. But I do not wish to join for the time being." Zhou Xian was stunned, his gaze fixed on Lin Chao as his expression darkened. "Why? There is no reason," Lin Chao replied, already weary of further discussion. Zhou Xian, suppressing his anger, responded calmly, "You may not be aware, but our ability camp comprises approximately 800 individuals, of which 700 are loyal to Commander He. I have no reason to deceive you. You may verify this yourself. The 100 loyal to Commander Su are veterans he once led. Do not be unappreciative. If you agree now, it is still possible to obtain DH2. Think carefully." "I have stated, I do not wish to join," Lin Chao replied, gazing at him indifferently. Zhou Xian, consumed by rage, laughed bitterly and said, "Ah, truly. One does not relent until they have seen the Yellow River. You are courting your own demise. Do you think you can simply refuse? Since you are unwilling to join, your existence is rendered unnecessary. What an insensible fool." The two young men behind Zhou Xin cast malevolent glances at Lin Chao. The one on the right sneered, "Brother Zhou, leave this to me. We shall simply claim he committed suicide by jumping from a building. Make sure to avoid leaving fingerprints and handle it discreetly," Zhou Xin replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Chao before turning to step outside, where he pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and began to smoke. Chapter 60. A flurry of fatal shots. Yu Qian, having overheard their conversation, sensed the impending danger and quickly donned his clothes before emerging from the restroom. He surveyed the two unfamiliar young men in the dormitory and exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" "To escort you on your journey," the two youths replied, grinning maliciously as they deftly retrieved white gloves from their pockets to avoid leaving any fingerprints. They then lunged toward Lin Chao, who was leaning against the wall, his expression one of indifference. At the moment they pounced, he suddenly propelled himself forward, his fist striking the forehead of the taller, leaner youth with tremendous force. Bang! With 26 times the power, it surged forth like a torrent. The tall youth felt as though Lin Chao had vanished from his sight, only to be met by a fist crashing toward him. His instincts took over, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes and raise his hands in defense. With a resounding crack, as he lifted his arm, he was suddenly met with an overwhelming force crashing against him, unyielding and formidable, akin to a roaring freight truck. A wave of terror surged within him, leaving no room for thought as his arm was swiftly fractured. Yet, Lin Chao's fist did not relent. It continued its unforgiving descent toward his forehead. With a thunderous impact, the unmistakable sound of shattering bone echoed within his skull. The high, slender youth's brow was deeply indented, blood oozing profusely from the ruptured skin, his eyes bulging in terror as life slipped away from him. A single punch, and his fate was sealed. All this transpired in the blink of an eye, as Lin Chao swiftly retracted his fist and directed his assault toward the slightly plump youth on his left. The visual stimuli from this shocking event reached the plump youth's brain just as Lin Chao's fist was already descending upon him. A wave of fear engulfed him, rendering his mind a blank slate as he instinctively summoned every ounce of strength within him, activating his unique ability for defense. Metal. His power lay in the manipulation of metal. Any metallic object within a 3-meter radius fell under his command. Furthermore, he possessed the capability to transform his own skin into a metallic form. As he raised his arms in defense, a faint golden hue shimmered upon them, reminiscent of gilding, albeit far less formidable. With a ferocious might, Lin Chao's fist came crashing down like a wild beast, imbued with the power to obliterate all. The plump youth immediately sensed his arms losing sensation, twisting at a grotesque angle as they shattered. The fist expanded rapidly within his vision, moving with such velocity that his brain was incapable of processing any response. A resonating hum filled the air. In the next instant, his mind was struck as if by a heavy hammer, leaving him in a realm of silence, while a torrent of crimson seemed to surge from his eye sockets. The world before him transformed into a vivid scarlet haze, and his body felt weightless, propelling him backwards. The final image imprinted in his vision was that of a youth, whose gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade, amidst the blood-soaked chaos. Lin Chao cast a detached glance at the two corpses. Although both were special evolvers with formidable abilities, they stood no chance against the overwhelming force of sheer physicality. Controlling metal? Their speed was outpaced by Lin Chao's punch. Even if the two had not underestimated their opponent and had fought with their full capacities, the outcome would have remained unchanged. Yu Qian, having witnessed Lin Chao's might, was astounded to find it far beyond his expectations. These two individuals were evolvers like himself, yet they barely lasted 3 seconds against Lin Chao. He even harbored doubts that if Lin Chao were to unleash his full fury, the entire cohort of abilities would be insufficient to withstand his onslaught. Standing at the doorway, Zhou Xin was momentarily stunned, having just ignited the cigarette dangling from his lips, which now fell to the ground. His gaze was vacant as he stared at Lin Chao, almost questioning his own reality. He had a comprehensive understanding of the strength of these two subordinates, who ranked within the top 300 in the ability camp, more than capable of handling a newcomer. Yet, the reality was entirely the opposite. He stammered, pointing at Lin Chao, as a flood of information congested in his mind, rendering him utterly bewildered, unable to articulate a coherent thought. In a blink, Lin Chao vanished from the bed, only to reappear like a specter at the doorway, scrutinizing Zhou Xin from a close distance. Zhou Xin felt as though his heart was on the verge of ceasing. The air weighed heavily upon him like metal, piercing his pores with its intensity. He forced a grotesque smile onto his face and said, "Please, don't take offense. I was merely jesting." Lin Chao's gaze was devoid of emotion, cold and unyielding. He seized Zhou Xin by the throat, twisting gently, and with a sharp crack. Zhou Xin found himself unable to struggle or even summon his special abilities before his neck was snapped, extinguishing his life. Yu Qian observed Lin Chao's swift and decisive execution of 3 individuals, the dormitory now saturated with the pungent scent of blood. In the wilderness, such an aroma would undoubtedly attract a swarm of decaying corpses and mutated creatures, instilling a sense of dread within him. "Boss, you've killed someone. What are we to do now?" he stammered. Though he had witnessed Lin Chao slay undead creatures, he had never seen him take a human life. In his mind, murder remained an exceedingly grave matter, leaving him feeling uneasy. Lin Chao raised his hand and summoned the golden hound from the dimensional space, instructing, "Drag them inside." Once it reached maturity and its golden blood attained a significant quantity, he could occasionally extract some to enhance his own physique. After disposing of the 3 corpses, Lin Chao stepped outside. "Where to?" Yu Qian hastily inquired, following closely behind. "The girls' dormitory," Lin Chao replied indifferently. Realization dawned upon Yu Qian as he quickened his pace. Upon arriving at the foot of the girls' dormitory, Lin Chao utilized his heightened auditory and olfactory senses to discern that there were a total of 7 individuals within. Among them, the scents of He Yu and Fan Xiangyu were unmistakable, emanating from the 6th floor. Lin Chao immediately manipulated the light to obscure the figures of himself and Yu Qian as he entered the female dormitory. Along the way, he skillfully evaded several other female ability users, ensuring that none of the perceptive ones detected their presence. He arrived at the door of a dormitory on the 6th floor. Utilizing his heightened auditory and olfactory senses, Lin Chao, despite the barrier of the door, had already constructed a comprehensive mental image of the room based on the information he gathered. At that moment, aside from He Yu and Fan Xiangyu, there were 2 other women in the room. One had already lost her breath, while the other sat on the ground, evidently subdued. Lin Chao pushed the door open. The scene before him aligned almost perfectly with the mental panorama he had envisioned. He Yu and Fan Xiangyu occupied the empty beds on either side. While on one of the beds lay the lifeless body of a young woman, her eyes rolled back, fingers curled like claws, her face frozen in an expression of terror and agony. Beside her, a mature woman sat on the adjacent bed, her shoulders stained with blood, her visage marred by fear. Chapter 61. C. 8. Zone. Upon seeing Lin Chao enter, He Yu and Fan Xiangyu were taken aback, bewildered by his sudden appearance in the female dormitory. However, in the next moment, both quickly grasped the reason. Fan Xiangyu, with curiosity, inquired, "Did you encounter something similar?" She shrugged and added, "You cannot blame me. After all, this child possesses the peculiar ability of mental control. When she attempted to exert her influence over me, I merely resisted slightly, and this was the outcome." She gazed at Lin Chao with a look of innocence. Lin Chao nodded, his gaze fixed on the subdued woman, and coldly inquired, "Are you also under Commander He's command?" Upon witnessing the female dormitory, the mature woman was taken aback to find 2 imposing men present. In response to Lin Chao's words, she instinctively inquired, "Who are you?" Lin Chao gestured dismissively, stating, "Eliminate her." The woman, known as Black Moon, was startled and asked, "Why?" Lin Chao regarded her with a measured glance and explained, "If we spare her, the matter of her demise, along with our presence here, will inevitably be divulged. Although we lack concrete evidence, the implications could allow others to deduce our capabilities from the slightest hints." Black Moon nodded in understanding. "Please, do not kill me," the mature woman pleaded in terror. Fan Xiangyu raised her alabaster chin with a charming smile and replied, "I do not intend to kill you. I merely wish to grant you liberation, devoid of any pain." With a swift motion, the blade glided across her throat. The mature woman's eyes widened in shock, her gaze fixed in a final, unyielding stare. Fan Xiangyu clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "How could I have forgotten about the dimensional space? TSK, TSK. Several living beings have vanished just like that. I wonder what expression their leader will have, hee hee." The following day, as dawn broke, Lin Chao and Yu Qian were roused from slumber by Zhang Dong, who summoned them to the training ground. Upon arrival, they beheld a vast assembly of over 800 individuals, impeccably arranged in a square formation. At the forefront stood their instructor, a robust man in his 30s. his piercing gaze akin to a hawk's, adorned with the insignia of a major general on his shoulder. "Stand at attention," he commanded. The major's gaze was piercing as it swept over everyone present. "Among you, half are ordinary individuals who have suddenly awakened to become superhumans. Your strength, speed, endurance, and so forth surpass that of the average person. However, it is imperative that you do not succumb to arrogance. Your combat skills, survival instincts, operational capabilities, and willpower pale in comparison to those of seasoned military veterans. Just a few days ago, Liu Cheng faced off against a veteran from an A-class military camp. One a superhuman with physical attributes 3 times that of a normal human, the other merely an ordinary man. The outcome was evident to all. He was defeated within 10 seconds. The major's tone was chilling as he continued. I expect you to train diligently and seriously, transforming from mere superhumans into formidable super soldiers. You are the nation's ultimate weapon, each one of you invaluable. The country needs you, and the people depend on you. All those survivors still suffering from hunger in various cities require your assistance. I understand that, for many of you, the lives of others may seem inconsequential. You seek wealth and power, promotions and authority, and the accolades of success. Yet, I must remind you, if humanity were to face extinction, what value would it hold for you to ascend to the presidency? To take it a step further, even if your ambitions are solely for personal gain. Know this, the higher echelons will never entrust the command of an army to someone devoid of intellect. A profound silence enveloped the group. Except for a few newcomers like Lin Chao, the rest had witnessed the terrifying prowess of this instructor. None among them could withstand a single blow from him. The instructor not only possesses combat skills of an elite caliber, but is also a genetically enhanced F-level evolver, with a physique approximately 6 times that of an average human, and strength twice that of these ability users. Although the current scientific institute has yet to detect the unique evolutionary energy within the special decayed bodies, they have managed to collect other materials, resulting in the development of a limited quantity of gene enhancement serums, albeit with side effects. These precious serums can augment physical capabilities, but the downside is a reduction in genetic potential. For instance, this major instructor originally needed to reach a 10-fold physique before undergoing a second evolution to become an E-level evolver. However, after taking the gene enhancement serum, he will evolve to E-level once his physique reaches 8 times that of a normal human. Premature evolution is not advantageous. When he reaches his limit, his foundational physique will be approximately 10% lower than that of other special evolvers. In 2 days, the military will organize a mission for you to conduct practical hunting in the C-8 sector. Utilize these 2 days to train diligently. Enhancing your strength now will increase your chances of survival on the battlefield. The major instructor stated coldly, training begins now. Suddenly, a young man in the ranks raised his hand. The major instructor barked, speak. Instructor, today, Zhou Xian, Zhang Zitao, and Huang Rong did not come. The young man declared loudly. The major instructor cast a stern glance over the team, his expression darkening. Why are they absent? Who shares a dormitory with them? The major instructor's gaze turned icy as it fell upon Lin Chao and a few others. Where have they gone? Lin Chao replied calmly. I do not know. They left after the gathering. Lin Chao regarded him with a cold indifference and remarked, do not slander the innocent. One must speak with evidence. Many witnessed the events. After they entered your dormitory, they never emerged again. How do you explain that? The young man retorted loudly, indeed. Instructor, I saw with my own eyes that they were responsible for the deaths of Zhou Xian and Huang Rong. Such malice. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. Yu Qian, aware of the truth, felt a pang of guilt and refrained from countering. Lin Chao cast a discerning glance over the assembly and immediately recognized them as subordinates of Commander He. Maintaining his composure, he said, one must speak with evidence. Is it truly gratifying to conspire and slander others together? Who exactly is forming factions, and who has defamed you? The facts speak for themselves. Do not presume we lack evidence. It would be wise for you to confess, as it may lead to leniency. The major general furrowed his brow, fully aware of the rivalry between the 2 factions within the ability camp. He could not fathom that Lin Chao and the 2 newcomers could have vanquished 3 rigorously trained ability users. Even a surprise attack would be fraught with challenges, likely causing a significant commotion. Let us quiet down. The major general pondered before adding, I will inform higher authorities and dispatch a professional team to investigate. Results should emerge within 2 to 3 days. Should the allegations prove true, Lin Chao and Yu Qian You will receive the appropriate consequences. Instructor, these two are treacherous. They must be dealt with swiftly, echoed voices from Commander He's faction, who remained resolute in their intent to target Lin Chao and his companions. The major instructor reprimanded, "Enough. What is all this commotion? You should focus on the practical exercise in 2 days. The individual who secures first place will be rewarded with a bottle of high-grade gene enhancement serum, and the top 10 will have the privilege of selecting any item from the National Treasury. Now, continue with your training." The mention of the National Treasury piqued Lin Chao's interest. Chapter 62. Guiding the landscape. The National Treasury is akin to a minor relic. It houses an extensive collection of treasures from ancient times to the present, each more fantastical than the last. Some treasures were offered as tributes from distant lands, others excavated from ancient tombs, and still others sourced from the explorations of outer space. These are classified as top-secret artifacts, forbidden from media exposure. Lin Chao had heard of a particularly precious metal within the Yanhuang National Treasury, collected during lunar voyages, possessing a composition akin to his modified dragon wings, both being classified as Grade A materials capable of crafting Grade A relic items. It is noteworthy that, according to the classification of relic items, a tank is merely considered a Grade D item. On the training grounds, the factions of Commander He and Commander Su were distinctly separated, the vast training area resembling the boundaries of a chessboard, with clear divisions. Lin Chao and his companions aligned themselves with Commander Su's faction. The members of Commander Su's faction were overjoyed by the addition of Lin Chao and his friends, as since the establishment of the base, all external abilities had been drawn to Commander He's faction. Some of those who had joined them had been secretly eliminated, resulting in a situation where out of more than 100 ability users, only veterans from the previous forces remained, with none like Lin Chao, the external ability user. "My name is Lao Tang. You may consider relocating to the dormitory beside mine. Those young rascals would not dare to trouble you. You possess remarkable discernment. Let me tell you, although our numbers barely exceed 100, we are all seasoned veterans. When it comes to combat, one of us is worth 2 of them. Their numbers may be overwhelming, but most of them were ordinary individuals in the past, lacking any true combat prowess. Indeed, joining us would be a prudent choice." Commander Su's faction surrounded Lin Chao and his companions, excitedly chattering away. Lin Chao smiled faintly. While it is true that these veterans possess formidable combat skills, the adversary outnumbers them by more than 6-fold. Should a battle ensue, they would likely be swiftly overwhelmed. His allegiance to Commander Su's faction was not motivated by the numbers or strength of either side, but rather due to the fact that Chu Shanhe was a member of Commander Su's inner circle. Though advanced in age, this Commander Su is a man of great wisdom. According to historical accounts, he not only seized ultimate power but also expelled Commander He's faction from the base. Meanwhile, at the heart of Commander He's faction, several individuals were coldly fixated on Lin Chao and his companions. One young man remarked, "Zheng Laoda, those newcomers are extraordinary." Just now, Zhuiqing utilized her perceptive eye and discovered that among the 4, only 2 possess a physical constitution approximately 3 times that of an average person. Notably, the delicate girl in the black gauzy dress possesses a constitution 6 times that of a typical human, on par with our instructor. Furthermore, the man who spoke earlier eluded Zhuiqing's perception. His constitution is likely above 8 times. Zheng Feng's gaze was sharp as he coldly observed Lin Chao and his companions encircled by Su's faction. It seems they must have powerful figures backing them in the shadows, providing them with enhanced genetic serums. Has Commander Su finally lost his composure and dispatched a few covert operatives? Nevertheless, even if that individual possesses 10-fold strength, it matters not. I shall apply for approval from above to acquire some genetic enhancement serums, and in 2 days during the live drill, I will eliminate them all. Indeed, let these clowns prance about a little longer. Zhou Xin, unfortunately, had crossed paths with some hidden adversaries. Zheng Feng remarked indifferently, "Train diligently and strive to improve your combat skills." Understood. The surrounding individuals nodded in unison. During the noon break, after Lin Chao had finished his meal, he was suddenly approached by Old Sun from Su's faction, who informed him that a significant figure wished to meet him. Lin Chao felt a stir of interest and smiled faintly as he followed Old Sun out of the military camp to a nearby leisure hotel. Upon entering the designated private room, he found 3 individuals seated inside, 2 of whom he recognized well, Chu Shanhe and his trusted aide, Officer Xiaosong. The third person appeared to be a young evolver, akin to Officer Xiaosong in status. Upon seeing Lin Chao, Chu Shanha immediately rose to greet him, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "Brother Lin, you have finally arrived. Had I not heard of several evolvers going missing from the ability camp, I would not have realized that the new addition to the camp was you. I trust your journey here has been smooth." Lin Chao nodded casually and took a seat, stating, "I joined the ability camp primarily to see you. I require your assistance." "Assistance?" Chu Shanha cast a strange glance at him, and then, as if struck by a thought, the fervor on his face slightly diminished. He smiled and said, "Rest assured, with your capabilities, as long as I recommend you to Commander Su, you will undoubtedly attain the rank of Major. If you exert yourself further and accumulate sufficient military merits, you can certainly rise to the level of General." Lin Chao shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, "I sense that your intentions are not solely for this matter." "Oh." Chu Shanha paused, taken aback, and then inquired with curiosity, "What, then, is the matter?" "I mentioned it before," Lin Chao replied, locking eyes with him. "I have an elder sister, and I hope you can look after her. I fear that should I perish during my hunts, she would be left all alone, without support." "Is that all?" Chu Shanha's realization dawned upon him, a hint of contrition gracing his features. "I truly apologize, Brother Lin. My thoughts wandered astray just now. I shall punish myself with 3 cups. No, a whole bottle," he exclaimed, opening a bottle of liquor and guzzling it down as if it were mere water. Lin Chao observed him in silence, permitting him to drink without interruption. Young Officer Song also displayed a trace of remorse and declared, "I shall partake in a bottle as well, in honor of Brother Lin." After downing a bottle of liquor, a slight flush crept onto Chu Shanha's face. He belched contentedly and smiled at Lin Chao, saying, "With your skills, Brother Lin, you are surely safe." "Whoever said that was wise? Those who frequently tread by the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet," Lin Chao replied calmly. "Can you promise me this?" "Rest assured. It is a matter I shall take to heart," Chu Shanha proclaimed, thumping his chest with bravado. "I will protect her as if she were my own sister. You need not worry." Lin Chao slightly nodded. Given his understanding of Chu Shanha, he should be a man of his word. He inquired, "What is the current situation in the base?" Chu Shanha was taken aback, and the smile on his face instantly faded. He took a seat and sighed softly. During the outbreak of the disaster, many high-ranking officials in the military perished, with only a few surviving. Their first thought was not to save lives or combat the monsters, but to vie for power. As he spoke, a hint of indignation appeared on his face. Among them, some high-ranking officials, unable to compete for power, took their armies and departed, intending to establish their own bases and proclaim themselves as kings. Currently, only 2 commanding generals remain in the base, General Su and General He. General He, cunning and treacherous, has been rallying numerous evolved beings with plans to oust General Su, and the situation is dire. Lin Chao nodded slightly and asked, "What about the Science Institute? It is under General Su's control, correct?" "The Science Institute?" Chu Shanha was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Lin Chao would inquire about this matter. He responded with suspicion, "How do you know?" "The director of the Science Institute has been a close associate of General Su for many years. However, if General He resorts to force, the Science Institute will be of little use. Historically, claims to power have relied on brute strength. Only martial prowess is absolute, while all else is but a soft blade, a feeble influence." Lin Chao replied calmly, "What if I told you there is a method to produce numerous evolved beings?" Chapter 63. A fortuitous greatness. Chu Shanha gazed at him in astonishment and remarked, "The ability to create numerous evolved beings. How is that even conceivable? Not even the Technology Institute can achieve such a feat. They can merely produce gene-enhancing serums. However, the burden of these serums is too great. Only those who have evolved can endure them. The physique of an ordinary person cannot withstand genetic enhancement." Lin Chao had no intention of concealing the existence of the evolution energy. According to the course of history, this phenomenon would be discovered by the Technology Institute in a fortnight, becoming a trump card for Commander He, while he was merely revealing it a fortnight earlier, a gesture of goodwill. "Have you noticed that among these corpses, there are some particularly unique ones? Their strength and speed are double that of the ordinary corpses." Lin Chao casually tapped the dining table as he spoke. Chu Shanha paused, realizing indeed, this type of corpse is what our military refers to as enhanced corpses. "What do you mean?" "Within these enhanced corpses lies a crystalline substance, which I have named evolution energy. If ingested, it can transform an ordinary person into an evolved being." Lin Chao smiled as he conveyed this revelation. Chu Shanha's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chao, questioning, "Are you speaking the truth?" Lin Chao responded with a calm smile, "Of course. If you have the Technology Institute capture 1 or 2 for experimentation, you will soon find out. The Research Institute is currently operational. I will promptly inform them to commence the experiment. If what you assert is true," Chu Shanha feels the blood within him boiling, his gaze fervently fixed upon Lin Chao, declaring, "If it is indeed true, you will be hailed as a great benefactor of humanity, and Commander Su will undoubtedly reward you handsomely." "A great benefactor?" Lin Chao replied with a gentle smile, "I merely hope that you will take good care of my sister. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure that not a single hair on your sister's head is harmed." Chu Shanha responded resolutely. Lin Chao nodded, "Then I shall be at ease. My sister is currently in the living area. Her name is Lin Xiu. Please go and assist her. I expect to depart from the base in approximately 2 days." "You intend to leave?" Chu Shanha exclaimed in astonishment. "The outside world is fraught with danger. Even if you are an evolved being, encountering a few enhanced corpses still poses a significant threat." Lin Chao smiled faintly. The dangers he was about to face were far beyond the mere enhanced corpses. Yet, voicing such thoughts seemed futile. He patted Chu Shanha on the shoulder and said, "I have matters to attend to. We shall meet again another time." With that, he rose, opened the door to the private room, and departed. After hanging up the communicator, Chu Shanha immediately stood up and said to Officer Xiao Song, "You all head to the living area to assist Lin's sister. I will go personally." With that, he dashed out of the room like a gust of wind. The young man, somewhat bewildered, could not help but inquire, "Brother Song, who is that person? He seems quite familiar with General Chu. Is what he said about the evolution energy true?" Officer Xiao Song's expression turned grave as he spoke. "He is the first evolver I have ever encountered. I once mentioned to you that there are individuals capable of destroying helicopters with a handgun, and you dismissed it, claiming I had been influenced by too many war dramas. Yet, it is indeed true. That individual is Brother Lin. If what he speaks of regarding the evolutionary energy is genuine, humanity may indeed have hope." "Is it him?" The young man gasped in astonishment, his face a picture of disbelief. After arranging for his sister's affairs, Lin Chao felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He entered his dormitory, retrieved a wooden stick from his dimensional space, and began practicing his marksmanship, using it as a substitute for a firearm. His movements were fluid, reminiscent of Tai Chi swordplay, as he immersed himself entirely into the practice, as if the stick were an extension of his own arm. With each swing, the air parted like heavy stones, emanating a natural grace. Having achieved an A-level proficiency in marksmanship, Lin Chao was able to attain a state of unity between man and gun. However, the aspiration to elevate his skills to an S-level felt insurmountable, as if he were trapped in an unyielding abyss. In his previous life, he had viewed various videos showcasing S-level swordsmanship and knife techniques, yet he found no significant distinction from his own practice. He understood that he was merely scratching the surface, failing to grasp the essence within. Though he yearned to delve deeper, he struggled to find a clear direction for his studies, a source of profound frustration. All he could do was repetitively refine his man-gun unity, hoping that through diligent practice, he might glean the elusive essence of S-level mastery. 2 days swiftly passed. Perhaps due to the impending C8 practical evaluation, the factions have refrained from disturbing Lin Chao and his companions. The past few days have been remarkably tranquil, with skirmishes between the factions significantly diminished, creating an atmosphere of cordiality. Yet, it is clear to all that a tempest is on the horizon. The entire S-class military camp buzzed with activity as numerous helicopters descended upon the open grounds. Under the guidance of the Major General and several aides, personnel gradually boarded the helicopters. As the aircraft filled to capacity, over 100 helicopters ascended, heading towards a disaster-stricken city outside the capital. This city had been scouted and cleared by the Air Force, which had lured the larger monsters away to other cities, inciting these creatures to turn upon one another. Within the C8 district, remnants of rotting corpses and smaller monsters awaited the army's intervention. Lin Chao and his comrades aimed to enter this area to eliminate the decaying bodies, with their success measured by the number of kills, all under the watchful eyes of the Air Force. Should a crisis arise, they would be ready to render assistance. As Lin Chao made his way to the C8 district, several high-ranking officials from the Su faction at the Research Institute erupted in excitement. 2 days prior, under the guidance of Chu Shanha, they had conducted a clandestine experiment. Not only had they discovered mysterious crystals within the bodies of several enhanced corpses, but they had also successfully utilized these crystals to empower several trusted aides of Commander Su, transforming them into evolved beings. Following the success of the experiment, an air of exhilaration and fervor permeated the group, with some individuals even moved to tears when they learned of the news, which was disclosed by a person named Lin Chao from the Capability Camp. Director Guo of the Research Institute was instantly filled with tears, wishing to summon Lin Chao to convey his utmost respect and gratitude. However, it was well understood that the cunning old director's true intention was to recruit Lin Chao into the Research Institute. Similarly, Commander Su was intrigued. He recognized that, due to this remarkable discovery, Lin Chao would undoubtedly be immortalized in history, his contributions to humanity rivaling those of 10 Newtons. Nevertheless, in order to avoid arousing the suspicions of his faction, they momentarily suppressed their desire to meet with Lin Chao, choosing instead to deliberate in secrecy, deciding to reward him only after toppling Commander He. Meanwhile, Lin Chao and his companions had already arrived at Zone C8. Chapter 64, Gene Particles, Arbitrary Extra Update. No votes required. Upon arriving at Zone C8, the helicopter dispersed into various corners of the city from the sky, preventing soldiers from converging and fighting over the corpses. On Lin Chao's helicopter, there were 9 individuals in total, 8 of whom were affiliates of his faction. As Lin Chao boarded the helicopter, he realized he was being targeted by these faction members. However, he paid it little mind. His sole concern was for Yu Qian, whose physique resembled that of these individuals. Given that Yu Qian possessed a passive ability, he could potentially be in grave danger if confronted by a mob. Yet, prior to their departure, Old Tang had specifically advised Yu Qian and assigned 3 seasoned veterans to accompany him on the same helicopter. Additionally, Lin Chao had provided him with a handgun for self-defense. If such precautions were insufficient, then there would truly be no recourse left. As for Black Moon, although her physique is only 3 times that of an ordinary person, her martial prowess and survival instincts far exceed those of the average individual. Coupled with her unique ability of enhancement, she may not yet wield it flawlessly, but she can at least augment her own capabilities, effectively doubling her strength to achieve a physique 6 times that of a normal human. When combined with her combat skills, she could effortlessly escape even when surrounded by 7 or 8 evolved beings. Her deficiency lies not in strength but in psychological vulnerabilities. However, the moment she adopted the name Black Moon, her mental weaknesses began to diminish gradually. Once she fully transforms into Black Moon, the deity of death that instills terror in countless corpses and monsters shall return to the world. The only concern left for Fan Xiangyu is the other humans aboard the same helicopter, hoping they do not become her next meal. The helicopter descended upon the rooftop of a towering building, after Lin Chao and the others jumped down one after another. The helicopter pivoted and flew away to replenish its aviation fuel at the base. Just as the helicopter vanished from sight, the remaining 8 individuals immediately surrounded Lin Chao, their faces adorned with mocking smiles as they scrutinized him with a sense of amusement. "Kid, you're quite audacious. Be honest. What is Commander Su's true intention in sending you to the ability camp?" The leader, a young man clad in camouflage military attire, wore an arrogant expression, chewing gum while casually toying with a military knife, casting a scornful glance at Lin Chao. Lin Chao offered a faint smile and replied, "Perhaps the King of Hell might know." With that, he stepped forward, his figure abruptly vanishing, only to reappear before the young soldier in an instant. Reaching out to grasp his throat, the young soldier's pupils constricted, his face a mask of horror. "You, how is this possible?" With a swift motion, Lin Chao twisted his wrist, snapping the soldier's throat with a sickening crack. He seized the military knife from the lifeless hand, weighing it briefly before discarding the body, which tumbled several meters away like a rag doll, eyes wide open in a final gaze at the ashen sky. Lin Chao toyed with the knife, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes as he cast a chilling glance at the remaining 7. Impossible. Ding Shan consumed a gene-enhancing serum. His physical prowess has reached 7 times that of an ordinary human. How could he possibly die without a fight? The realization struck them. He was not human. Run. The remaining 7 wore expressions of disbelief, their once docile companion transforming into a ferocious beast. The stark contrast left them pale, their legs trembling, reminiscent of the first encounter with a corpse in the wake of a disaster. Almost instinctively, they turned to flee in panic. Speed enhancement. Electric stimulation. Two of the evolved individuals unleashed their special abilities, their speed doubling that of their companions. They did not expect to outpace Lin Chao, but merely sought to outdistance those beside them. In a blur, Lin Chao moved like an afterimage, weaving through the fleeing evolved, the military knife in his hand gliding across their throats with the finesse of a maestro playing a piano. Splashes of brilliant blood erupted from their severed necks. Their bodies continued to sprint a few more steps before collapsing weakly to the ground. Among the two swiftest individuals, before they could reach the iron gate leading to the rooftop balcony, Lin Chao swiftly caught up with them, effortlessly extinguishing their lives. In less than 30 seconds, 8 lifeless bodies lay upon the ground. Just as Lin Chao halted his pursuit, he suddenly felt a gentle warmth emanating from his chest. Frowning slightly, he lowered his gaze to unfasten his shirt, only to behold the evolution tree, inscribed upon the position of his heart, faintly glowing. Tender green shoots appeared to awaken, growing imperceptibly. Genetic particles? Synthesis capabilities? Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the astonishing power of the evolution tree. According to the information conveyed to his brain, its primary function was to collect blood samples from various evolved beings, analyzing their unique abilities from these samples, and subsequently forming genetic particles. Upon reaching a certain quantity, these particles could synthesize new special abilities. This revelation implied that as long as Lin Chao amassed a substantial number of genetic particles, he could acquire 3, 4, or even more extraordinary powers. It was no wonder that Zeus experienced such rapid enhancement within mere months after obtaining the evolution tree. Truly, it was a treasure only attainable after receiving a 2S grade evaluation, its value surpassing that of S-grade items. He pondered what the ultimate treasure of 3S grade might be. Lin Chao mused that once his marksmanship reached S grade, he would certainly undertake the assessment again. After all, if humanity faced extinction, his own life would be of little consequence. Reflecting on this matter, Lin Chao concluded that he could only allow events to unfold naturally. Furthermore, he had yet to fully master the light ability. Even if he were to synthesize a new power, his lack of proficiency would render it less effective. It would be wiser to hone his abilities to mastery one by one before proceeding further. After coming to a realization, Lin Chao crouched down and discarded the corpses of these individuals beneath the building, utilizing the gruesome scent of their shattered bodies to attract the wandering undead. The rich, fresh stench of blood swiftly summoned a multitude of corpses, gathering at the base of the 18-story structure. Lin Chao leaped directly downwards, employing several air conditioning units affixed to the building's exterior to aid his descent, and effortlessly landed among the throng of decaying bodies below. A rough estimate suggested that this horde of undead numbered at least in the hundreds, with more continuously drifting in from the nearby streets, akin to sharks drawn to blood. Armed with a military knife, Lin Chao plunged into the mass of corpses, his figure a blur with each pass. The knife pierced the skulls of the undead or sliced across their throats. Thanks to the blade's sharpness coupled with his formidable strength, he easily severed their fragile cervical vertebrae. For Lin Chao, this was not mere combat training but rather a feast of slaughter. Within a matter of minutes, every corpse in front of the building lay slain. Their bodies sprawled haphazardly across the ground, some with shattered skulls, others with severed heads, and dark, putrid blood pooled everywhere, creating a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Lin Chao's military boots sank into the crimson liquid, leaving behind droplets of mingled blood and dust as he strode purposefully down the street, presenting a solitary, gaunt silhouette against this hellish landscape. His acute sense of hearing and smell amalgamated to collect a vast array of information, which rapidly coalesced into a panoramic image within his mind. This three-dimensional tableau vividly illustrated a myriad of red and green points. The red points represented the undead, while the green points signified human presence. Soon, Lin Chao sensed the presence of several ordinary survivors in the nearby buildings, yet he had no intention of rendering assistance. He knew that once their assessment concluded, the military would dispatch ground forces to cleanse the area, and naturally, these individuals would be rescued in the process. Lin Chao rushed towards regions abundant with red dots. Unlike other evolvers, his primary focus was not on hunting the undead, but rather on traversing the landscape. In no time, he had eradicated all the corpses on 2 streets, totaling over 1,000. At that moment, several green dots entered his panoramic perception. These green dots were moving at high speed, far beyond what ordinary survivors could achieve. Unable to sleep, he rose to write. As mentioned previously, He aimed for at least 2 bursts of creativity each week. He had already experienced one on Monday, so this instance would not count, as it was merely a gift. He would continue his creative surge the following Sunday. Chapter 65. The Bloodstained Sea, 8 Zone Brother Zone. There are 3 corpses wandering at the corner 100 meters ahead. Shall we eliminate them? A faint red light flickered in Zhuqing's eyes. In her vision, the walls and vehicles of the street transformed into virtual lines and structures, while the 3 corpses ahead appeared as red humanoid flames, meandering slowly. Zhang Feng nodded slightly and asked, "Are they all ordinary corpses?" The term corpses was a recent nomenclature adopted by the higher-ups at the base to refer to humans infected by the virus, which had already gained traction within the military. The two exchanged easy smiles and swiftly approached the 3 ordinary corpses, which for them were merely a light appetizer. "Zhuqing, could you check if that newcomer is nearby? I recall his helicopter landed in this vicinity. Lu Gui and the others have yet to send any updates. They must have encountered some misfortune. Perhaps that individual's physical prowess exceeds 8-fold, possibly reaching 10-fold. Zhang Feng spoke in a grave tone. Zhuqing was taken aback and exclaimed, 10-fold physique? How many gene enhancement serums would that require? Even with a 10-fold physique, given the skills and abilities of the 8 of us, we should be able to eliminate him. Moreover, Lu Gui possesses a handgun. No matter how formidable he is, he cannot outrun a bullet. There is something suspicious about that newcomer. I suspect he has other hidden cards. From the moment he boarded the helicopter, I sensed something was amiss. He appeared excessively composed, showing no signs of panic despite seeing Lu Gui and the others. Don't you find that peculiar? Zhang Feng's gaze was piercingly cold as he fixed it upon her. Zhuqing hesitated for a moment, a sense of foreboding washing over her. She nodded and said, "Understood. I will utilize my utmost sensing power." "There's no need." At that moment, a light, ethereal voice resonated behind the two. "It's you." Zhang Feng's expression shifted dramatically. This was precisely the newcomer he was searching for. Zhuqing's face paled. As a sensing-type evolver, her perception was acute, yet she had failed to detect how this person had appeared behind them. Without a whisper or hint of presence, like a lifeless specter. "Do you have a communicator?" Lin Chao's gaze fell upon Zhang Feng, intrigued. He had not anticipated that the green dots detected in his mental panorama were, in fact, them. What a narrow path for enemies to cross. Zhang Feng's expression darkened as he declared, "Your physique is undoubtedly more than 10-fold. Otherwise, I would have sensed your presence. Who exactly are you?" Commander Su certainly could not have nurtured such a formidable individual. Lin Chao responded with a soft smile. "Why is it that people tend to ask so many questions when they are on the brink of death? Is it so?" Suddenly, Zhang Feng drew a pistol from behind him, his face contorted with malice as he coldly remarked, "You are mistaken. It is you who will die." With that, he ruthlessly pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire echoed, yet the anticipated splatter of flesh did not follow. Instead, a cacophony of clashing metal resonated through the air. Zhang Feng and Zhuqing stood frozen in shock, their pupils dilating to the point of almost bursting. As they beheld an astonishing sight, from the man's back emerged a pair of ebony wings. These heavy and expansive black wings enveloped Lin Chao's form, deflecting the bullets that struck the modified dragon wings, which fell harmlessly at his feet. Through the gaps in the wings, Lin Chao suddenly flickered, appearing before Zhang Feng and Zhuqing like a wraith. He grasped Zhang Feng's wrist, which held the gun, and gently twisted. Crack! The wrist bent at a 90-degree angle, eliciting a pained gasp from Zhang Feng. Despite his past as a soldier and his evolution beyond that of ordinary humans, the agony of his shattered wrist contorted his face in anguish. Lin Chao seized the weapon from him and retracted his dragon wings, speaking softly, "Hand me the communicator." Zhang Feng, gripped by pain and drenched in cold sweat, gritted his teeth and retorted, "What do you intend to do, you monster? You are certainly not human. You are a new breed of abomination." Lin Chao effortlessly twisted, causing his elbow to bend and break. He then glanced at the 2 evolved beings who had just slain 3 decaying corpses. Upon witnessing such a bizarre sight, they were about to rush over for support, only to be met with the horrifying scene of the terrifying dragon wings that had just sprouted. Frightened, they immediately turned to flee. Lin Chao raised his gun, and with 2 precise shots, struck their skulls. They fell to the ground without uttering a single cry. Nonchalantly, Lin Chao holstered his pistol and rummaged through Zhang Feng's belongings to retrieve a communicator, stating, "This communicator can relay messages to each of you, correct?" Zhang Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he seemed to grasp Lin Chao's intentions. He bellowed angrily, "Bastard, you demon! I will haunt you even in death." Zhuo Qing's face turned pale as she gently bit her lip, addressing Lin Chao. "I know you possess the power to kill us, but if we all perish, the S-class military camp will dwindle to just over 100 individuals, severely weakening our strength. In the future, we may face extermination in our struggle against the monsters." Lin Chao regarded her with a smile, saying, "So now you recognize the importance of the bigger picture. If we were to encounter members of the Su faction here, would you show them mercy?" Zhuo Qing and Zhang Feng found themselves at a loss for words, rendered speechless by his inquiry. "You bastard! Even if you have the communicator, they will never come without my command. I would rather die than submit to you," Zhang Feng shouted. Lin Chao chuckled softly, pinching his Adam's apple before activating the communicator, declaring, "Everyone, gather at the square in front of the Huadong Street shopping mall. There is a crucial discovery. All must come immediately." Zhang Feng and Zhuo Qing were momentarily taken aback, their eyes glazed as they stared at Lin Chao, scarcely able to believe their ears. Just moments ago, the voice that had emerged from Lin Chao was unmistakably Zhang Feng's. Zhang Feng, wide-eyed with astonishment, recalled having heard of certain folk artists who could mimic voices. Yet such a skill required practice, unlike Lin Chao, who seemed to execute it effortlessly. After terminating the communication device, Lin Chao tossed it aside and declared, "It is time to send you on your way." He seized Zhang Feng by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Zhang Feng struggled to breathe, his face reddening with rage as he exclaimed, "You are no human. You are a beast. If you kill them all, humanity will face extinction because of you. I will haunt you even in death." Crack! Lin Chao snapped Zhang Feng's neck, observing the unblinking, furious gaze that lingered upon him. Almost to himself, he mused, "Do not overestimate your own importance. Even without me, you would all perish at the hands of Commander Su in just half a month. It is merely a matter of time. I am simply hastening your demise, and perhaps making some use of your wasted lives." Chapter 66. The Cleansing. "Please, I beg you, do not kill me. I will do anything you ask. I am willing to comply. I will sever ties with He Pai immediately and pledge my loyalty to Commander Su." Her body trembled slightly as she spoke fervently. "Who you pledge your loyalty to is of no concern to me." Lin Chao lifted her chin, gazing into her delicate, fair face, and smiled. "May I see the gun you are holding?" Zhuo Qing's body suddenly stiffened, her eyes filled with a frozen plea. In the next moment, she resembled a startled cheetah, swiftly raising her hand, gripping a military-grade Type 57 pistol. Just as she pulled the trigger, Lin Chao seized the firearm from her grasp. With a swift twist of his wrist, he snapped her neck. Lin Chao discarded the two confiscated guns into a dimensional space and proceeded to sever the bodies of Zhuo Qing and Zhang Feng with a military knife, utilizing the evolution tree to collect their blood samples and generate genetic particles. This was an exceedingly formidable ability, if evolved to its later stages. It could become a catastrophic force capable of unleashing widespread disease upon a base with ease. Zhuo Qing's unique power was a perception-based ability known as decomposition vision, allowing her to disassemble all matter into its primal particles, a power equally potent. Lin Chao approached the two slain youths, collecting their blood, which swiftly formed 2 additional genetic particles, bringing the total to 16. With such an accumulation of formidable abilities, one could only wonder what exceptional powers might ultimately be forged. Lin Chao felt a flicker of anticipation within. Just then, several green dots intruded upon his panoramic detection in his mind, swiftly moving towards the square he had previously designated. With a flash of determination, Lin Chao soared towards the green dots. From a distance, 6 individuals could be seen, forming a hunting party, each smeared with varying degrees of blood, likely having dispatched zombies or other evolved beings along their path. "Where's Brother Zhang? We are the first to arrive, haha." The group glanced at the disheveled square, scanning their surroundings in search of Zhang Feng's whereabouts. Lin Chao emerged from the street corner, stepping into the plaza. It's you." The moment they spotted Lin Chao, they paused momentarily, their eyes gleaming with malicious delight as they scrutinized him, gradually encircling him. "You truly are unfortunate." Stumbling upon our temporary gathering place, boomed a burly young man clad in military attire, bursting into laughter. Another taunted, "Let us capture him and wait for everyone to arrive before we make him suffer." "How about that? Boring. Just kill him outright. Don't damage the body. We wouldn't want Brother Zhang to fail to recognize him." The group exchanged jests as they approached Lin Chao, perceiving him as a hapless lamb ready for slaughter. Lin Chao assessed their positions and suddenly darted forward. Uft! The sharp blade of his military knife plunged into the throat of the leading youth, and as he withdrew it, blood sprayed across the skin, collected by the evolutionary tree as a specimen. Like a streak of black lightning, Lin Chao swiftly lunged at the remaining individuals. What? Captain? Uft! In a flash of darkness, the youth who had just reached for his gun, his palm still on the weapon, widened his eyes in shock as blood erupted from his throat. Bang! Bang! The others drew their handguns, attempting to aim and shoot, but Lin Chao's speed was overwhelming. Their retinas could only register a fleeting shadow of black. Having evaded several errant bullets, Lin Chao had already reached the third individual. Under the gaze of the man's terror-stricken eyes, Lin Chao deftly wielded his military knife, slashing across the man's throat in a single, lethal stroke. Without the slightest pause, he surged toward the fourth target, his figure distorting in the flickering light as he vanished from sight. The sudden disappearance left the remaining assailants momentarily stunned. In a fleeting moment, Lin Chao reappeared before the fourth man, his blade sweeping through the air to extinguish yet another life. The last two individuals, pale with fear, realized that in the blink of an eye, only two of them remained. Desperate to shoot, they found themselves unable to discern Lin Chao's presence and hastily abandoned their plans of resistance, turning to flee. Lin Chao swiftly closed the distance, his knife plunging into the back of one man's skull, the sharp tip piercing through bone and into the depths of his brain. The final moments were marked by a scream of terror as he frantically raised his weapon to fire. Lin Chao's figure shimmered, tracing a graceful arc before emerging from the side. In the man's horrified gaze, Lin Chao drove the blade into his eye, shattering the brain within. With the 6 adversaries dispatched, Lin Chao felt the infusion of 6 genetic particles within him. He casually disposed of their bodies, casting them into a supermarket adjacent to the square. Having completed this grim task, Lin Chao settled into an inconspicuous corner, patiently awaiting the arrival of the second wave. Meanwhile, in the command base, the intelligence department's monitoring center was bustling with activity. Numerous screens lined the walls of the expansive room, where a dozen or so staff members intently observed the footage displayed on each monitor, their focus unwavering as they kept watch over the C8 sector. At the entrance of the Hongxing supermarket on Xiujiang Street in Zone C8, an evolver finds themselves in peril. We urgently request Air Force assistance. In front of the Baiyang Street agricultural market, another evolver is besieged by a horde of decaying corpses, seeking immediate support. At the S-Class military camp, Shiqing has eliminated 67 zombies, logging the achievement into the system. The personnel in front of the large screen report information in an orderly manner. These surveillance images are captured by intact satellites. Following the outbreak of the disaster, although many devices became inoperative due to lack of human oversight, they have been revitalized under military command. Suddenly, a young woman in a business suit stands up, covering her mouth in astonishment, pointing at a 32-inch screen. Chapter 67, Premature Termination. The surveillance footage reveals a vast plaza, littered with countless human corpses. Judging by their attire, they are all combat evolvers from the military, now lying haphazardly on the ground like discarded straw. Dark blood seeps through the crevices of the marble slabs, flowing into the gutters at the plaza's edge, thick and ominous, reminiscent of a hellish blood pool. The personnel in the monitoring room are left in stunned silence, shivering in fear, hesitant to speak. The middle-aged supervisor's face turns ashen, commanding, "Keep your eyes wide open. If another person dies, you shall accompany them to the grave." The atmosphere is thick with dread, and all present tremble slightly, steeling themselves with utmost vigilance. After the reprimand, the supervisor stepped outside, retrieved a communicator, and dialed the next number. Moments later, the call connected, and he hurriedly said, "Is this Secretary Zhang? I have an urgent matter to report to Commander He. Please hold." "Hello, Xiao Wang, what is the urgent issue?" Upon hearing Commander He's voice on the other end, the supervisor's expression darkened, and he quickly replied, "We have lost many personnel as captured by the surveillance footage." There was a moment of silence on the line before Commander He grimly inquired, "How many have perished?" The supervisor hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Roughly estimated. It should be around 400 to 500. What? The tone from the communicator suddenly escalated several decibels, and the supervisor could almost envision Commander He rising from his seat in a fit of rage. He immediately divulged all the information he possessed. In Zone C8, Lin Chao glanced at the time, 30 minutes had elapsed, yet no one had arrived. The remaining members of his faction either had not arrived due to the distance or had sensed the trap and retreated. It was not difficult to discern the situation. If a squad possessed telescopes or similar reconnaissance equipment, they could easily observe the circumstances here. Additionally, those endowed with unique abilities, such as distant vision, air manipulation, or blood-sucking, could also perceive the scenario. Lin Chao stood up, restored the natural lighting above the square, and then turned to leave the bloody plaza. Soaring towards the outskirts of the city, he sped down the street like a black leopard, his military knife slicing through the air with a chilling gleam, dispatching every corpse that crossed his path, leaving in his wake a bloodied and desolate thoroughfare. Half an hour later, Lin Chao arrived at the outskirts of the city, having effortlessly slain 6,000 to 7,000 zombies along the way. Such remarkable achievements should secure him the top rank. Continuing the hunt would merely be a waste of time. The duration of this practical assessment was 24 hours, and barely 8 hours had elapsed. With the remaining time, Lin Chao planned to stealthily navigate the suburbs, hoping to encounter a solitary, formidable, mutated beast. Just as he was about to set off, his communicator suddenly vibrated. Lin Chao furrowed his brow and activated the device. Immediately hearing a booming voice, "The practical assessment has been terminated. All soldiers are to remain in place and await air support." Lin Chao raised an eyebrow. While he had anticipated the assessment would conclude early due to the significant casualties, he had not expected it to happen so soon. He reluctantly abandoned his plan to hunt in the suburbs and leapt onto the rooftop of a nearby building, waiting for the helicopter to arrive. Upon returning to the open area of the S-class military camp, everyone disembarked from the helicopter in an orderly manner, standing firm in the clearing. Once the helicopter departed, they suddenly realized that the number of survivors was less than half. "Instructor, where are the others?" Someone couldn't help but inquire. The Major General Instructor's expression darkened as he replied, "There was an incident during the operation. The rest are dead." Dead? A chilling silence fell over the crowd. How long had they been in Zone C8? With the Air Force on standby for immediate rescue and satellite surveillance continuously monitoring, one would assume that the mortality rate would be exceedingly low. However, within a mere span of 7 or 8 hours, a significant portion of the population perished. Observant individuals soon noted that nearly all of the deceased belonged to the He faction, while the Su faction suffered only a few casualties, sustaining almost no damage overall. "Instructor, how did they die?" inquired a soldier from the He faction in a solemn tone. The members of the Su faction, including the Elder Tang, curiously looked towards the Major General Instructor. Although they were filled with delight at this news, they were equally intrigued by the circumstances surrounding the deaths. "The cause is still under investigation," the Major General replied, shaking his head. "You all should rest. The operational results will be compiled tomorrow. No need for an investigation. It is undoubtedly their machinations." A member of the He faction exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Tang and the others from the Su faction, his face contorted with rage. "Indeed, their losses are remarkably minimal. It is exceedingly strange. Without a doubt, they are up to no good." Instantly, all members of the He faction directed their ire towards the Su faction. "Nonsense. I have never even encountered them. How could I possibly know how they met their end?" retorted one of the Su faction members. "Exactly. Perhaps they were simply negligent in their training and fell victim to a zombie bite. How shameless of you. Just because they died, you seek to lay the blame at our feet." The Elder Tang and his companions were infuriated, engaging in a heated debate, their confidence unwavering as they knew full well they had hardly encountered any members of the He faction, let alone conspired against them. Amidst the crowd, Yu Qian, He Yu, and Fan Xiangyu found their gaze irresistibly drawn to Lin Chao. Observing his serene countenance, they immediately concluded that he was indeed the principal culprit. In the intelligence department's monitoring room, the supervisor and several of Commander He's subordinates were repeatedly scrutinizing the footage from the square. Their eyes were dry and sore from the relentless viewing, yet they had uncovered not a single clue. The bodies in the square appeared as if they had materialized out of thin air, without any prior indication. I suspect that there may be individuals with special abilities capable of disrupting satellite signals. Moreover, the surveillance did not reveal any large monsters nearby. And ordinary corpses or mutated beasts could not possibly have slain so many individuals. Forensic investigations indicated that most of the victims had sustained wounds inflicted by military blades, suggesting that their assailants were indeed members of the military. Those responsible must surely belong to the traitorous faction of Su Pai. However, according to the surveillance from other regions, during the incident, Everyone else was accounted for in different areas, all captured on camera, with only a select few entering the building to hunt, thus lacking alibis. Suddenly, a young man's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the monitor. "What's wrong?" the others inquired, glancing over. "I remember this individual. He is a newcomer. Isn't he? Just him alone? Is it even possible?" Though it seemed implausible, he appeared to be the prime suspect. Furthermore, I recalled that Zheng Feng and his companions had arranged for 8 individuals to share a helicopter with him. Yet, he had survived, while those 8 had perished. Do you not find that exceedingly strange? Upon hearing the analysis from this individual, the others were taken aback, instantly realizing that this newcomer possessed a significant potential for wrongdoing. Chapter 68. The first place, arrest. Second update, dawn broke, casting its light from behind the clock tower. In the S-class military training ground, nearly 300 individuals gathered in an open space, arranged neatly in a square formation. The expression of the Major General Instructor remained indifferent, with a hint of gloom lingering in his brow. As he observed that everyone had assembled, he coldly announced, "Today, we shall disclose the results of this practical assessment." He produced a list from his hands, his gaze settling on the first name. His previously somber countenance brightened slightly, akin to the sun emerging after a snowstorm. In a resonant voice, he declared, "First, I will announce the results from 2nd to 10th place. The 2nd place in this practical assessment is Fan Xiangyu, with a staggering total of 892 undead slain." 892? Everyone was left speechless. Who was Fan Xiangyu? How could she possibly have killed nearly 900 undead? It seemed absurd, particularly given that the assessment had been curtailed, allowing only 8 hours for the task. Even with a heavy machine gun, such a feat appeared unattainable. Members of the Su faction, including Old Tang, stared at Fan Xiangyu in disbelief. This oddly dressed girl, with her dark veil, had managed to slay 900 undead? They found it nearly impossible to reconcile the image of this picturesque young woman with that of a superhuman capable of annihilating such a number. Standing beside Lin Chao, Fan Xiangyu cast him a proud glance, as if to convey, "What do you think? Am I impressive?" 3rd place, Hey You, with a total of 208 slain. The Major General's gaze was calm and indifferent, unperturbed by the commotion within the crowd, as he steadily continued to announce the results. In truth, when he received the list the previous night, his reaction was more pronounced than anyone else's. He could hardly believe the scores displayed before him. He insisted on reviewing the surveillance footage personally, only to be dissuaded by the head of the intelligence department, yet he remained incredulous. The score of the 2nd place was already astonishing, while the terrifying number of the 1st place made his eyelids twitch with each glance. Old Tang and the others were once again taken aback. "Hey you?" Their eyes fell upon the delicate and charming young girl amidst the crowd, who had supposedly slain 200 undead corpses. It is worth noting that even ordinary undead possessed a physique 3 times that of a human, comparable to those among them who had awakened and evolved. Moreover, the undead were fearlessly aggressive, devoid of pain, making their fighting style even more frenzied. Relying solely on combat skills, even with weapons like military knives, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with them. Even if one were to manage to slay a few, injuries would be inevitable. To claim the feat of killing 200 was an unattainable aspiration, let alone 20. The 4th place was occupied by Yu Fan, who had dispatched 93 undead. Members of the He faction turned their attention to a young man nearby, who was being patted on the back with laughter and congratulations. The 5th place was secured by Yu Fugua, who had taken down 72 undead. Cheers erupted once again from the He faction, for Yu Fugua was also one of their own. From the 6th to the 10th place, all were members of the He faction, which rendered the expressions of Old Tang and others somewhat grim. Although they possessed considerable combat experience, their physical capabilities were merely thrice that of an average individual. Conversely, the top contenders from the He faction had consumed gene-enhancing potions, elevating their physical attributes to match those of a major instructor. "How many did you slay?" Lin Chao inquired. "Well, I only managed to kill 1, but I assure you, there is a reason," Yu Qian hastily clarified. Lin Chao nodded in understanding. Yu Qian cautiously asked, "Boss, you aren't angry, are you?" "Not at all," Lin Chao replied calmly. "Once we leave the base, ensure you make up for it by eliminating 1,000. Yu Qian then announced, "Now, I shall reveal the results for the 1st place." As the major instructor spoke, a sudden hush fell over the crowd. The previously lively members of the He faction fell silent, and then the name of the peculiar girl, Fan Xiangyu, from the Su faction, resonated through the air. She had dispatched nearly 900 foes, a figure that nearly rivaled the combined totals of those ranking 2nd through 10th. Yet this remarkable achievement only secured her the 2nd position. Who was in 1st place? The major instructor's gaze settled on the name at the forefront, his eyelids fluttering slightly. Taking a deep breath as if summoning all his strength to pronounce the name, he declared in a deep, resonant voice, "1st place, Lin Chao." With a kill count of 6,829, a profound silence enveloped the assembly. Moments later, someone incredulously asked, "Instructor, how many did you just say?" The Major General cast a glance at him, then surveyed the rest of the assembly, discovering that everyone wore expressions of utter bewilderment. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he solemnly declared, "You have not misheard. The number of kills is 6,829. All present widened their eyes in astonishment. The troubled Yuqian gaped, and after a prolonged silence, managed to utter 2 words, "Monsters." Fan Xiangyu rolled her eyes at Lin Chao and muttered, "Is it really necessary to slay so many? You've stolen my thunder, humph." Old Tang and the others, along with the members of the He faction, looked at Lin Chao in disbelief. "Over 6,000? How is that possible? Did you bomb them from a fighter jet? It seems you've gone overboard." Lin Chao inwardly lamented. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have restrained himself and killed fewer. He simply couldn't help but reap the rewards, unaware that the gap between his achievements and those of others would be so immense. As the prizes were being awarded, the Major General glanced at Lin Chao. Although he was uncertain of the veracity of these figures, he was a soldier, and obedience to orders was paramount. Just then, a commanding voice rang out from a distance. "General Shah." The Major General, taken aback, promptly saluted and said, "I pay my respects to General Shah." The middle-aged General Shah nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the crowd before landing squarely on Lin Chao. His expression darkened as he bellowed, "Impudent Lin Chao, step forward at once." Lin Chao raised an eyebrow and replied, "Is there something you need? How dare you?" A Major General standing behind General Shah reprimanded, lacking respect. "You do not salute upon seeing a general. Has your instructor not taught you proper etiquette?" The expression on the face of the Major General was somewhat grim as he remarked, "It is my fault." General Shah slightly raised his hand and interjected, "Enough? This does not concern you. Lin Chao, after investigation, your crimes are irrefutable. During the combat in Zone C8, you killed nearly 500 comrades from the military camp. I have been ordered to apprehend you. Take him away." Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. The early termination of the operation was due to the loss of nearly 500 lives, and it was shocking to discover that Lin Chao was responsible for all of it. Coupled with the terrifying number of undead he had just slain, the gaze of all members of the He faction towards Lin Chao was laced with apprehension and disdain. The Major General who had stepped forward to reprimand Lin Chao immediately unfastened a handcuff from his waist and approached him. A glint of coldness flashed in Lin Chao's eyes. Chapter 69. The Sinner, the Great Man, 3rd update. Who dares to lay a hand on my brother? At that moment, a rugged voice resonated from the edge of the square. "General Chu." The Major General's demeanor shifted to one of respect upon seeing this individual, and he promptly saluted. The newcomer was none other than Chu Shanha. Lin Chao noticed that the insignia on his shoulder had changed from Major General to Lieutenant General. Upon seeing Chu Shanha, the expressions of General Shah and the others darkened immediately. "Lin, my brother, I almost arrived too late. Are you unharmed?" Chu Shanha strode forward, scrutinizing Lin Chao closely. Upon confirming that he was unscathed, he let out a sigh of relief. He then cast a furious glance at the Major General holding the handcuffs and bellowed, "You scoundrel! What do you intend to do?" The general, nearing the age of 40, found it quite remarkable to have reached such a position in peacetime. He cast a glance at the military rank on Chu Shanha's shoulder, and his expression soured as he said, "General Chu, I am here under orders to apprehend the human traitor. Please do not obstruct me. How dare you? You have not even offered a salute upon seeing me." Showing such disrespect, Chu Shanha retorted angrily, his fierce gaze fixed upon the general. "Whom do you accuse of being a human traitor?" "It is him," the general replied, his countenance darkening as he stubbornly pointed at Lin Chao. "He has undeniable evidence against him, having harmed over 500 of our compatriots in the S-class military camp." "Get lost," Chu Shanha shouted, delivering a swift kick that sent the general stumbling back, landing on the ground in a daze, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. The middle-ranking general named Shah's expression changed drastically. Regardless of Chu Shanha's rank, he could not resort to personal attacks, especially when the other party had committed no wrongdoing. Even though they had suffered significant losses in the S-class military camp, their faction's overall strength still surpassed that of Su's. "What are you doing?" General Sha exclaimed. His face flushed with anger. "General Chu, what has he done wrong? How can you verbally assault him like this? You are being arrogant and overbearing. I will report you to Commander Su and seek the revocation of your military rank." Chu Shana scoffed. "Who says he has done nothing wrong? He has slandered our great human leaders. I have shown him mercy by not executing him." "What great human leaders? What nonsense are you spouting?" The general surnamed Sha gazed coldly at him and declared, "Could it be that the hundreds who perished in this recent conflict were victims of your covert machinations? Now, you come to shield your accomplices. It seems there is no longer any necessity for you to hold any position. Humanity is destined for ruin in your hands. Enough of your nonsense." Chu Shanha retorted with a sardonic smile. "Let me clarify this for you. Lin Chao is a great figure for all of humanity. His contributions far surpass anything you could ever achieve. The Research Institute has bestowed upon him the honorary title of Vice President, and furthermore, Commander Su has elevated him to the rank of Honorary General, second only to the commander himself. Do you dare to defy such authority?" The general surnamed Sha was momentarily taken aback, while the others nearly doubted their own hearing. The Honorary Vice President of the Research Institute? Such power is formidable. It is essential to recognize that the Research Institute is the heart of the capital base. It holds paramount significance. While the military is indeed important in the apocalypse, the survival and advancement of the base and the continuation of humanity hinge upon the researchers. Only by fundamentally discovering a method to combat or eradicate the virus can humanity be truly saved. If the military represents the limbs, then the researchers embody the brain. Soldiers can be replenished by civilians, but researchers are a scarce resource from the old world. There is no time or environment in the apocalypse to cultivate a scientist. Losing one is irreplaceable. Thus, the status of researchers in the base far surpasses that of military personnel. The honorary vice president, a position second only to the president, may be merely ceremonial and lacking in substantial authority, yet it still encompasses certain fundamental privileges. For instance, a general-level individual must salute upon encountering Lin Chao. Refraining from any semblance of disrespect, failure to do so would be deemed a grave offense, punishable under military law. Similarly, the title of Honorary Grand General, though also an honorary rank, is one of great prestige, situated just below the highest echelons of command. While it wields less tangible power, akin to that of a major general, it offers certain benefits that even a full general cannot rival. Lin Chao was somewhat taken aback by Commander Su's generous offer. For attaining such a position is exceedingly rare, typically requiring contributions of unimaginable magnitude to the base. Even the act of liberating an entire city and presenting it to the base would not suffice to earn such a prestigious honor. "Are you truly serious?" the general surnamed Sha queried, skepticism evident in his tone. Chu Shanha responded with a cold smile. "Indeed. This is the honorary vice president's attire specially tailored for Brother Lin by the Research Institute. You should be familiar with this emblem." He extended his hand, and a young officer named Xiao Song promptly presented a pale blue scholarly robe, which bore a black dragon embroidery on the chest, intricately stitched with the characters Lin Chao at its center. Documentation pertaining to such high-ranking positions is invariably recorded within the military system. What actions had Lin Chao undertaken to merit such an appointment? The sharp-eyed General Sha remarked, "The base is not solely governed by Commander Su's decree. Await tomorrow's high-level conference." Chu Shana scoffed. "I'm waiting. Coincidentally, I've already dispatched individuals to install advertising loudspeakers at the base. Commander Su mentioned that the dawn of a new era will be proclaimed tomorrow, along with the illustrious deeds of Brother Lin Chao. Should you persist in acts detrimental to Brother Lin Chao, I am authorized to terminate you." The lieutenant general surnamed Sha's countenance shifted as he exclaimed, "Announce the. Is Commander Su contemplating secession and establishing his own dominion?" Chu Shanha regarded him with derision, retorting, "That matter is best directed to your commander he. Now be gone." "You." The lieutenant general surnamed Sha glared at him, veins throbbing on his forehead. Despite holding the same rank as Chu Shanha, the latter dared to berate him. He possessed the authority to retaliate, but upon recalling Chu Shanha's words, he ultimately restrained himself. He promptly summoned everyone to depart and report this momentous news. Once they had departed, Lin Chao regarded Chu Shanha with a hint of surprise, inquiring, "Isn't this a bit precipitous?" Chu Shanha winked at him, grinning as he replied, "Not at all. Originally, we were to wait a few more days, but with their sudden loss of over 500 individuals, there's no longer any need to delay. Chapter 70. The ace Lin Chao maintained his usual demeanor and remarked, "It is merely a few hundred evolved beings that have perished. In the grand scheme of things, it bears little significance. If you aspire to overturn Commander He, I presume you possess other secret weapons, do you not?" Chu Shanha cast a sidelong glance at him, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful lad, barely in his 20s, would harbor such astute perceptions. He offered a slight smile and replied, "You are indeed correct. A few hundred evolved beings are inconsequential when juxtaposed with tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers wielding firearms. However, it is often the final straw that crushes the camel's back." He chuckled softly and continued, "To be candid, displacing Commander He is a formidable challenge, an exceedingly difficult endeavor. If we were to quantify the overall strength within the base as tenfold, Commander He commands a staggering 6 to 7 portions. More than half of the military comprises his loyalists, encompassing the Air Force, intelligence sector, city defense forces, and even within the Research Institute, his influence permeates. Were it not for the close friendship between the director of the Research Institute and Commander Su, he too would likely have succumbed to his machinations." Lin Chao refrained from interjecting, patiently awaiting the continuation of his discourse. The loss of these few hundred unripe evolved beings could only be deemed as a fraction of their potential strength. Should they mature, they would be appointed to various positions within the military, spreading their influence like a web. At that juncture, a staggering 90% of the base's total power would rest in his grasp. Chu Shanha gazed at Lin Chao, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "However, this time you have caused them to suffer a significant loss of elite personnel. Their dreams have been shattered, coupled with your remarkable discovery. As long as we capture enough enhanced corpses, we can continuously produce evolutionaries. A few hundred is merely a trifle, given time. We might even amass an army of 10,000 evolutionaries. At that point, cleansing a city would be a trivial endeavor." "Get to the point," Lin Chao interjected, frowning. Chu Shanha's excitement faltered momentarily, and he awkwardly scratched his head. "I got a bit carried away. To return to the matter at hand, I only have a general understanding of Commander Su's operational plan. It is said that most of the officers above the school level under Commander He have been subverted." "Subverted?" A look of astonishment crossed Lin Chao's face. "Indeed," Chu Shanha replied with a smile. "Your extraordinary discovery is Commander Su's ultimate trump card. This can easily entice He's faction. You must understand, although those school-level officials command substantial forces, they have not awakened to become evolutionaries. They are merely ordinary individuals. With such an opportunity now before them, who wouldn't wish to become an evolutionary? Who wouldn't desire power? Who wouldn't yearn for an extended lifespan? Moreover, even if some contemplate resistance, they must consider the immense potential of Commander Su, who possesses such a vital secret. A calamity has erupted, and nations have become estranged. The populace has turned increasingly pragmatic, with few remaining loyal. Thus, the opportunity to overthrow Commander He appears promising. Should this delay persist, it may inadvertently alert Commander He, leading to countermeasures that could prolong the turmoil. It is for this reason that Commander Su has resolved to announce the establishment of a new base and the expulsion of Commander He by tomorrow." Chu Shanha smiled at Lin Chao and remarked, "It is precisely for this reason that Commander Su has bestowed upon you such a significant rank. You must understand that in the bygone era, those who attained the title of general were often the favored ones, blessed with formidable political connections and extraordinary financial resources, coupled with their diligent efforts. It typically took individuals until their 60s or 70s to ascend to such heights. Yet, you are merely 20. Who knows? You might become a contender for the next base commander." Lin Chao cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "In just a month's time. Haven't you transitioned from a mere captain to a major general? Your rate of advancement is hardly inferior to mine." Chu Shanha chuckled awkwardly. "Speaking of which, my promotion to major general is largely attributable to your influence. Commander Su has continually praised my discerning eye for talent. Indeed, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew that you, Brother Lin, were destined for greatness." Lin Chao retorted with a hint of annoyance. "With your newfound rank, it seems your flattery has also improved." Chu Shanha burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, in Commander He's office, General Shah stood before an aged sandalwood desk, bowing his head and recounting the recent developments in meticulous detail. The room fell into a profound silence. Seated behind the desk is a man in his 60s. His hair is silver hue, yet his complexion radiates the vitality of youth, devoid of any signs of aging. In his eyes, a sharp glimmer occasionally flickers, and upon the palms resting on the armrests lie several faint scars, hinting at the fierce battles this hand has endured. His elongated eyes shimmer with profound intensity as he articulates, "His eagerness to expel me cannot merely stem from our loss of 500 evolved individuals. Rather, he must possess something far more significant. Most likely, he has deciphered the codes to the nuclear arsenal." General Shah's heart raced at this revelation. Surely not. The nuclear arsenal is not so easily breached. We have enlisted numerous experts in this field, yet we have made no headway. Moreover, even if he has access to the arsenal, our soldiers are consolidated in a single base. Is he truly willing to face mutual destruction? Commander, he remained silent for a considerable time before responding. As long as he can manage the yield, it may not necessitate mutual destruction to defeat us. If it is not the nuclear arsenal, then there is but one other possibility. What possibility? Queried General Shah. The Research Institute. Commander, his eyes glinted with a chilling depth. Should the Research Institute have developed a super-enhanced genetic serum, they might cultivate several super-evolved beings. If these super-evolved individuals were to target the leaders of our military for assassination, it would be exceedingly difficult to defend against such an assault. Super-evolved beings? General Shah's complexion paled as he exclaimed, "What shall we do?" Commander, he remained silent for a moment before issuing a directive. "You are to immediately order that all officers of school rank and above refrain from leaving the military camp, ensuring they are accompanied by personal guards. Furthermore, please transfer some individuals with perceptive abilities from the Capabilities Battalion for their close protection." The general surnamed Shah bowed his head and replied, "Understood." After his departure, Commander, he gazed at the snow plum blossoms in the courtyard and murmured to himself, "That newcomer has managed to slay over 6,000 cadaverous corpses. Such an extraordinary force, surpassing human comprehension, must surely be the result of Oldgua's research. However, one must remember that there is no such thing as a free lunch. This power undoubtedly comes with significant side effects. Ah, Old Su, you've been repressed for so many years. Surely you are bursting with impatience." The loudspeakers within the base were installed in every alley and thoroughfare. Residents of the living quarters, military district, and idle personnel within the base received word that tomorrow the establishment of would be announced, an event of equal significance to the founding of a nation. The base erupted with excitement, with everyone engaged in fervent discussions. Yet for those at the bottom of the hierarchy, it was merely a spectacle, entirely detached from their reality. Only the higher-ups within the base understood that beneath this festive fade, turbulent undercurrents were at play, a clash between the two most formidable factions within the base, which could, with one misstep, reduce the recently fortified walls to rubble. Today saw the addition of a new helmsman, named Xiaoyang Feifei, to whom we express our deepest gratitude. Tomorrow, an outburst is expected at the third watch. It was originally scheduled for today, but due to a restless night and lingering insomnia, my mind has been somewhat muddled throughout the day. Fearing that my forced writing would diminish the quality, I decided to forego it. Chapter 71. Heavy snow. The first snowfall of this winter descended quietly in the dead of night. The snowflakes, resembling down feathers from a colossal beast, blanketed the world in a shimmering coat of white silver. The biting cold wind howled as it swept through the sentry posts and the slums surrounding the base. The inhabitants of the slums either huddled beneath their blankets, shivering from the chill, or ventured outside to collect the snowflakes, molding them into icy morsels to consume. Hunger, frigidness, solitude, and suffering, the refugees began to learn to endure, adapt, and ultimately accept their plight. Amidst the icy expanse, one could occasionally spot a vivid splash of red, as bright as blood, tied to bamboo poles, adorning the roads and alleyways, announcing a revolutionary proclamation will be established today. The heavy snowfall did not thwart the plans and resolve of certain individuals. As dawn broke, numerous patrolling soldiers appeared on the streets, shoveling snow and maintaining the pathways, while others brought steaming food and hot water to the slums to offer warmth. Everything seemed harmonious, tranquil, and orderly. At this time, around 7 o'clock, with 2 hours remaining until the epic speech, Lin Chao had risen early. After practicing his marksmanship for over an hour in the snow, he joined Yu Qian for breakfast. Following a brief grooming, Lin Chao donned a moon-white scholar's robe, preparing to attend the speech as the honorary vice president and a figure of great significance to humanity. Draped in a pristine white robe that exuded an air of scholarly elegance, Lin Chao's inherently cold demeanor rendered him particularly unrestrained and carefree. He stood by the window, gazing at the snowflakes cascading from the sky, murmuring to himself, "Such a heavy snowfall. When will it cease?" In the headquarters, Commander Su, aged over 70, appeared frail, akin to a balding elderly monkey. His back was slightly hunched, and his face was etched with wrinkles, resembling that of many septuagenarians, albeit with a touch of better maintenance that endowed his skin with a subtle sheen. What truly set him apart, however, were the gentle eyes that occasionally revealed a glimmer of piercing sharpness, reminiscent of a blade concealed beneath cotton, capable of raising the hairs on one's neck in an instant. In the spacious study, 2 to 3 dozen individuals stood, all holding at least the rank of colonel. The snow-clearing operation was about to commence. With his back turned to the assembly, Commander Su gazed at a calligraphic painting adorning the wall, inscribed with 4 grand characters: loyalty and dedication to the nation. Proceed as per the established plan. Let us embark. Su's voice was calm, yet it carried an unspoken weight of seriousness. Understood. Everyone nodded and then withdrew. In an instant, the majority had vacated the study, leaving only Chu Shanha and 2 other generals, a general and a lieutenant general, remaining. "You 3, follow me." Commander Su turned, casting a keen glance at Chu Shanha and the others, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. That old wolf must have anticipated our plans. Let the troops handle the subordinate matters. We shall pursue the head wolf. Chu Shanha and the other 2 generals nodded in agreement. Yes. Commander Su slightly raised his hand, and a middle-aged secretary beside him immediately assisted him. Instead of taking the front entrance, they proceeded to the back door, where a black SUV awaited. Once inside the vehicle, Chu Shanha assumed the role of the driver. The dark SUV, akin to a hunter in a snowy landscape, prowled forth, tracking its prey by scent. Outside the base, a white modified sedan sped across the snow. Had it not been for the 2 dark tracks left by the tires, it would have gone unnoticed. Damn it! In the passenger seat of the car, Commander, he wore a grim expression. His fists were clenched, and beneath his wrinkled, elongated eyelids, his piercing eyes revealed a mix of fury and resentment. He knew he had lost this battle, and utterly so. This morning, before dawn, he received devastating news from a loyal confidant. The message stated that all officers above the rank of school level under his command had been swayed by Commander Su, poised to deliver a lethal blow when he unleashed his fury today. Upon receiving this information, he did not immediately believe it, wary that this individual might be a ploy sent by Su Fox to deceive him. He summoned a psychic evolver to probe the thoughts of this steadfast ally, and only after confirming that he was not a spy sent by Su Fox did he ascertain the truth of the matter. Moreover, from the loyal confidant's mind, he learned that Su Fox's leverage over his subordinates was not derived from the breach of the nuclear arsenal, but rather from a significant scientific breakthrough, the discovery of a miraculous substance that could transform ordinary individuals into evolvers. Though it is difficult to believe such a scenario, his rational mind insisted that it was indeed true. He could only retreat from the limelight, taking a few trusted confidants with him to escape first, for as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Su Huli, you are indeed ruthless. And you, old Gua, you scoundrel, I should have eliminated you both at the outset. Commander He's withered fingers clutched tightly onto the genuine leather seat beneath him, while blood vessels in his eyes spread menacingly, lending him a fierce countenance. Indeed, Su Huli is exceedingly treacherous. Despite the numerous informants we have embedded within the Research Institute, not a single one detected the heretics. Another middle-aged general ground his teeth in frustration. Commander, he gazed grimly ahead at the endless expanse of snow, silent and brooding. Suddenly, a dark speck caught the corner of his eye. This is bad. The others reacted swiftly, drawing their weapons, their expressions darkening. Although they were all generals, many years had passed since they last set foot on the battlefield. With age and the absence of evolution, they were no longer the self-aware fighters they once were. If the pursuers were indeed Su's men, their fates would be grim. Bang! The hood of the black SUV swung open, revealing not an engine, but a mounted cannon. This vehicle had been modified, typically reserved for high-ranking officials and commanders. It was armored and bulletproof, capable of short aerial maneuvers and serving as a temporary yacht on water. Equipped with a propulsion system, the entire vehicle's cost rivaled that of 2 small fighter jets. Chapter 72. The snow ceases. The cannonball soared like a black meteor, roaring as it struck the rear compartment of the white modified vehicle. Despite its formidable destructive power capable of annihilating the car, it inflicted minimal damage to the alloy armor. However, The violent impact caused the vehicle to falter, its tires skidding on the snow and speed diminishing sharply. The black off-road vehicle surged forward like a colossal beast, its exhaust pipe growling ferociously in pursuit. Bang! Bang! The generals seated in the back of the white modified vehicle drew their sidearms and fired through the windows at the approaching black off-roader. The dazzling projectiles ricocheted off the alloy shell, sparking but failing to inflict significant harm. The two modified vehicles raced through the snow, locked in a fierce chase. Commander Su observed the stalemate with a cold demeanor and commanded, "Shanha, take action." Chu Shanha's eyes gleamed with determination as he opened the roof of the modified vehicle. Switching from manual to automatic control, he rose from his seat, roaring as he clenched his fists. His muscles bulged and rippled like iron, resembling a towering monument of strength. "Die!" Chu Shanha bellowed, leaping from the speeding black off-road vehicle like a monstrous figure, landing atop the white modified car. With a resounding crash, he stomped on its roof and seized the arm of a startled general who was firing from the window. The middle-aged general, face pale with fear, attempted to close the bulletproof window, convinced that even if Chu Shanha's physique were tenfold stronger, he could not breach the armored barrier. However, Chu Shanha did not grant him an opportunity. Seizing his arm, he tore it apart, twisting and breaking it off. Blood gushed forth, splattering Chu Shanha's face. While the severed limb's veins writhed like tendrils, droplets of crimson falling onto the snow, resplendent as plum blossoms in bloom. Chu Shanha clenched his fist tightly. The veins on his hand twisted and bulged as a wave of intense heat surged forth, his skin flushing a deep red. With a low growl, he unleashed a punch. Bang! The car window shattered, cracked under the force. The several generals inside the vehicle turned pale with fright, astonished that Chu Shanha possessed such terrifying strength. Capable of breaking the bulletproof glass, a black modified SUV swiftly approached, aligning parallel to the white vehicle. Suddenly, the window of the passenger seat in the white SUV rolled down, revealing the grim visage of Commander He. He turned his head to regard Commander Su in the passenger seat of the black SUV, his tone frigid as he inquired, "Do you intend to eradicate us completely?" Commander He bowed his head in silence for a long while before responding, "I concede. Let me go, and I shall never infringe upon the base again." Commander Su smiled faintly, recalling, "Do you remember 50 years ago, when the three of us first met? At that time, Oldguo was merely a bookworm, consumed by his studies. As for me, I had little formal education. Born into a large family, I was sent to the army, joining out of necessity for food and sustenance, hoping to earn a meager income to support my family. Yet you." He shifted his gaze slightly, regarding Commander He with a subtle intensity, and remarked, "You are unlike the two of us. Your enlistment was driven by the ambition to attain rank, to become a general. Once, you were the most promising among us three. You were the first to be promoted to second lieutenant, the first to ascend to major, and indeed, the first to achieve the rank of general. Both Old Guo and I have long admired and envied you." He chuckled self-deprecatingly, adding, "Ah, how time spares no one. Had this been decades ago, I might have naively released you, urging you to reconsider. But now, Old He, we have grown old and seen through the illusions. It is time to let go. We can no longer withstand the turmoil. This world belongs to the youth, and we ought to step aside." Commander He's eyes suddenly sharpened, resembling those of a hawk as he fixed a cold stare upon him, and replied, "Had disaster not struck, I would have been prepared to retire. However, we now find ourselves on the brink of a new era. This is our opportunity. Moreover, I have heard you have developed a means to transform ordinary individuals into evolved beings. Once one becomes an evolved being, their lifespan increases. Why should we choose to relinquish this chance? Who among us has not experienced youth? Yet, have these newcomers ever known aging? I do not believe that entrusting the base to another will yield greater results than if it remains under my command." The nostalgia that had graced Commander Su's countenance gradually dissipated, his expression returning to a state of cold indifference as he stated, "Anyone can manage the base. But you cannot." Commander He's eyes gleamed with a chilling light as he stared intently at him, demanding, "Why not?" Commander Su gazed at him and said, "Because you are a formidable figure, suspicious and ambitious. If you were to seize control of the base, neither I nor Old Guo would have a path to survival. My contention with you is not for my own sake, but for Old Guo and for my children." Commander He stared back at him, and after a moment, suddenly broke into a light laugh, saying, "You remain as hypocritical as ever, feigning compassion. Let me be frank with you. Regarding your trump card, I already deduced it yesterday. And I also know that General Shah is the mole you have embedded beside me for years. Commander Su's expression shifted slightly as he asked, "What do you mean?" Commander He's lips curled into a cold smirk as he replied, "Everything that needed to be arranged has been set in motion. You could never have anticipated that I would willingly become bait. My moniker from my days at the border was Wolf. Do you know why? Because even in death, I would ensure that someone else pays the price. This time, I have fallen at your and Old Gua's hands. Although I may have lost and am destined to perish, my descendants will continue to rule this new world and become its sovereign. Today, are you not to announce the establishment of? Given our long-standing friendship, I have prepared a grand gift for you, which you shall receive in a few hours." Commander Su's expression wavered, and he glared at him darkly, asking, "What have you done to Xiao Xiao?" "I killed him, of course, Commander," he replied, a serene smile gracing his features. "What fate could possibly await those who betray me?" Commander Su took a deep breath, lowering his head and clenching his fists tightly. After a moment, a hoarse and aged voice, laden with an intense murderous intent, emerged from his throat. "Take them down." Suddenly, two generals seated in the rear compartment leaped onto the modified white vehicle through the open roof, revealing themselves to be evolvers. Under the combined assault of the three evolvers, the white modified vehicle was swiftly compelled to halt. Feathery snowflakes cascaded from the sky and from a high vantage point. The black tracks left by the two vehicles stretched straight into the distant horizon, merging with the hazy silhouette of the base amid the white expanse. Gradually, the snowfall diminished until it ceased entirely. The speech was set to commence in a little over 10 minutes. Lin Chao gazed at the low-hanging clouds. Although the snow had stopped, the weather remained grim. This brief lull seemed to be gathering strength for an even more ferocious blizzard. Chapter 73, Yanhuang Base, Second Update. Realizing the time was nearing, Lin Chao departed from the military camp, where a modified military vehicle awaited him. Officer Xiao Song jumped down from the vehicle, his face beaming with a smile. "General Lin, I'm here to pick you up." Lin Chao smiled slightly and inquired, "Where's Old Chu?" "He is maintaining order at the podium." Officer Xiao Song replied with a chuckle. "Get in, the event is about to start." Lin Chao nodded and stepped into the vehicle. The green military vehicle glided slowly, eventually arriving at the street near the heart of the base. The heavy snow lining the roadside had been meticulously cleared, revealing a multitude of soldiers extending along the street like javelins. Behind these soldiers, a throng of refugees gathered. Drawn to the spectacle, flurries of plum blossoms cascaded from the towering buildings on either side, as if to welcome the triumphant heroes returning home. In this desolate, painful, and frigid world, such a jubilant scene resembled a warm cup of tea, stirring the emotions of many refugees. As the shadows that had long loomed over their hearts seemed to part with a ray of sunlight, a passionate fanfare echoed from the rooftops. Tanks ambled along the spacious thoroughfare, with several of them displaying the lifeless corpses nailed to wooden frames, paraded for the crowds, evoking tears in the eyes of the onlookers. Lin Chao sat in the vehicle, the window rolled down, allowing him to see the excited faces of the refugees. His demeanor remained calm, yet a wave of reflection surged within him. Commander Su truly deserved his rank, possessing an unparalleled acumen for seizing opportunities. With merely the whisper of an evolving energy source, he effortlessly dismantled Commander He's power without a single drop of bloodshed. Were it another, even armed with such a trump card and formidable strength, conflict would likely ensue, fracturing this hard-won sanctuary for humanity amidst the apocalypse. As the vehicle approached the center of the base, Lin Chao looked up to behold a plaza adorned with a carpet of flowers and a lavish red rug, where numerous officers and generals stood in neat, orderly rows before the podium. On the opposite side of the podium stood another formidable institution within the base, the Research Institute. The work attire, as pure as freshly fallen snow, adorned hundreds of researchers standing in orderly formation, each one eagerly anticipating the moment ahead. Before them stood a septuagenarian, lean and bespectacled, clad in the same scholarly robe as Lin Chao, his eyes gleaming with vitality as he gazed up at the podium. Lin Chao surmised that this must be the illustrious president of the Research Institute, Guo Qianhua. At the foot of the stage, like a vigilant bodyguard, Chu Shan's eyes lit up upon spotting Lin Chao alight from the vehicle. He hurriedly approached, his actions capturing the attention of the other researchers, university officials, and generals present. When they observed that this prominent figure was extending a welcome to an exceedingly youthful stranger, astonishment and confusion rippled through the crowd. However, Many quickly noticed the attire worn by Lin Chao, the vice president. Everyone gasped, scarcely believing their own eyes. A youth in his 20s, donning the garments reserved for the vice president of the research institute. The decree Lin Chao had received was known only to a select few senior confidants of Commander Su. While most remained engulfed in the shocking news of Commander He's dismissal, oblivious to these developments. Now, they widened their eyes, seemingly attempting to peer through Lin Chao's very being, eager to discern the essence of this remarkable young man. Has the matter been resolved? Lin Chao inquired as he walked. Chu Shanha smiled and replied, certainly. Was he killed? Lin Chao pressed. Not yet. He remains imprisoned. Commander Su's compassion holds him back. Chu Shanha chuckled. Lin Chao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Chu Shanha brought him before the high-ranking officials of both the military and the research institute, positioning him at the center alongside the president of the research institute and several prominent generals. Lin Chao maintained a calm demeanor, displaying no signs of anxiety as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, quietly awaiting the proceedings. The personnel from the military and the research institute observed his silhouette, whispering among themselves with curiosity in their eyes. Only a select few regarded Lin Chao with profound respect. Though the others were unaware of the underlying truths, they recognized that it was this young man's monumental discovery that enabled Commander Su to seize control of the base, granting humanity the power to contend with the undead. Such a remarkable individual is destined to be etched in history, so long as the spark of hope endures. It shall forever illuminate the hearts of the people. As dawn broke through the mist, the clock tower behind the square ticked steadily, the minute hand advancing from 11 to 12, akin to the resonant chime of history being struck, ushering a hush over the entire base. Accompanied by a few escorts, Commander Su ascended the grand podium with measured grace. All eyes were fixed upon this momentous occasion. Greetings, everyone. I am Su Jiangwo. His voice resonated deep and powerful, akin to a lion awakening from slumber. His gentle gaze swept across the square as he addressed the microphone, declaring, from this day forth, this base shall be officially established, and it shall be named Yanhuang Base. As descendants of the Yan and Huang, I aspire for unity among us all. Lin Chao listened intently, aware that in the future, individuals would scarcely have the opportunity to read, recognize characters, or grasp history. Much of knowledge would be transmitted orally by the elders, rendering truth and falsehood indistinguishable. Yet, at this very moment, he bore witness to a grand spectacle that unfolded over a century ago. The first base in the Asian region shall be established today. Humanity is now entering the era of bases, embarking on a protracted, frigid, and chaotic dark age. Commander Su's impassioned speech stirred the hearts of the majority present, igniting their fervor. After naming the base and marking it with a significant symbol, the display of military might followed. Numerous fighter jets and helicopters soared through the sky, roaring past. Tanks rolled down the streets in orderly rows, advancing slowly. The wild fanfare, coupled with the armed forces, swiftly ignited the fervor of all the refugees, allowing them to glimpse a glimmer of hope for life, rekindling their confidence and courage to persevere. Following the exhibition of military prowess, Commander Su commenced the announcement of appointed officials for the Yan and Huang base. Guo Qianhua, step forward. I appoint you as the director of the Research Institute, responsible for all matters, large and small, with the primary objective of unraveling the virus to rescue humanity from peril. Do you accept? I accept. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to humanity. Excellent. Fall back in line. Guo Qianhua, after 63 years in research, has achieved significant milestones. After recounting the majority of Guo Qianhua's accomplishments, Commander Su proceeded to nominate other generals and officials for key positions within the Research Institute. After half an hour, all the senior researchers and military personnel above the university level had finally been conferred their accolades. Their faces were adorned with smiles, for as long as the base endured, they could continue to live in comfort. At last, I announced an exceptionally remarkable contributor to humanity. Commander Su paused momentarily, capturing the attention of all present. A contributor to humanity? What contribution? The military officials and researchers exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if it pertained to military achievements or scientific breakthroughs. Chapter 74. Monsters Attack the City. Third update. As we are all aware, during this viral storm, the majority of those with weakened immunity fell victim to the virus, transforming into monstrous flesh eaters, whom we refer to as the corrupted. Commander Su surveyed the audience, a smile gracing his face as he proclaimed, "However, among them, there exists a select few who can awaken their inner potential, possessing extraordinary strength, superhuman auditory and visual acuity, along with enhanced senses. We call them evolvers." Everyone listened intently. The tales of the evolvers had long circulated within the base, and even many refugees were aware of this formidable group of individuals. Now, with a smile still illuminating his face, Commander Su raised his voice slightly and announced, "The base's research institute has developed a phenomenon known as evolutionary energy, which has the capacity to transform any ordinary person into an evolver." Astonishment swept through the crowd of refugees and ordinary soldiers as they gazed incredulously at Commander Su. In recent days, the most frequently heard phrase has been evolver. The 5th military camp has been abuzz with tales of the S-class ability camp, whispered about in almost mythical reverence, as though they were invincible superheroes. Each individual yearns to possess such extraordinary power, for it signifies not merely survival, but a life replete with richness and purpose. All those who once served under Commander He, including officers, generals, and researchers, remain silent. They have long been aware of this phenomenon and have been lured and swayed by its allure, thus devoid of any astonishment. Upon hearing this, a wave of agitation rippled through the entire base. The multitude of departments within the base is vast, comprising not only military personnel, but also researchers, staff from the living quarters, and members of the city defense force, among others, who would not aspire to become an evolver. Commander Su smiled and announced, "Next, we invite the contributor to evolutionary energy, Comrade Lin Chao, to the stage." The square fell into a hushed silence, every individual captivated with curiosity. With Commander Su's approving gaze, Lin Chao nodded slightly and ascended the podium, standing beside the commander with an air of calmness, utterly unperturbed. "It is he. Indeed, it is he. I wondered why he was wearing the Vice Dean's attire. Good heavens, the one who discovered evolutionary energy is so remarkably young. He does not appear to be a member of the Research Institute, does he?" The entire square buzzed with chatter as curious onlookers scrutinized Lin Chao. Among them, a faction from the He clan cast glances at him tinged with subtle hostility. They were aware of his background as a rebellious newcomer from the S-level military camp. To their astonishment, this seemingly insignificant ant had shattered the rigid control of the 2 commanding generals over the base, leading to the complete downfall of their allegiance to Commander He. Though they had been swayed, they understood that their future lay in becoming mere evolutionaries. With any hope of ascending to higher ranks within the base dashed, they would gradually be marginalized, far removed from the comforts enjoyed under Commander He's command. All thanks to this detestable newcomer. Lin Chao gazed at Commander Su, encountering him for the first time at such a close distance. This ruler of a bygone era, now the master of the base, emanated a sense of approachability and goodwill. "Lin Chao, I extend my salute to you on behalf of all humanity enduring hardship." Commander Su raised his withered hand in salute, his expression solemn. A faint smile broke on his face as he lowered his hand and continued, "Comrade Lin Chao, I hereby appoint you as the honorary vice president of the Research Institute and as an honorary general of the military department. I hope you will continue to make remarkable contributions to humanity in the future. Do you accept?" "I do," Lin Chao replied, raising his hand in salute. "Excellent." Commander Su smiled. "You may step down now." Lin Chao nodded and descended from the podium. "I hope that everyone can learn greatly from General Lin Chao. We are all members of humanity, and our loved ones and friends are within this space, vowing to defend it to the death and eradicate all the foul corpses." The final words resonate like a heavy hammer, stirring the hearts of all. The soldiers and refugees feel their blood boil. Among the crowd, Yu Qian, He Yu, and Fan Xiangyu stand together, with Yu Qian murmuring, "Why aren't we given any official titles? I don't need to be a general, even a junior officer would suffice." He Yu replied, somewhat irately, "The most they might grant you is a 2nd lieutenant. Those honored here are all above that rank. And even Sister Fan has not been promoted." Fan Xiangyu pouted, "I couldn't care less. What is so great about your trivial human titles? Commander Su is truly senile to call this monster a great man. He must be losing his sight." Yu Qian wholeheartedly agreed, saying, "I feel the same way." He Yu interjected, "His physique is 26 times that of an average person. He can hear you speaking here." Yu Qian retorted, "What did I just say? I merely praised my brother for his unparalleled grace. Did I say anything wrong? My brother is a paragon of humanity." Fan Xiangyu then observed, after Commander Su finished speaking. Someone in the crowd suddenly said, "Commander, I have heard that over 500 individuals in the ability camp were recently assassinated by General Lin Chao during actual combat. Is this true? The speaker was a middle-aged general. Following his words, the previously lively square fell into a momentary silence. Commander Su cast a calm glance at the general, recognizing him as one of the individuals swayed by Commander He. A slight smile graced his lips as he inquired, "Where did you hear that?" Noticing the general's directness regarding the matter at hand, Commander Su responded with a serene smile. "The truth is quite straightforward. Those 500 souls perished due to the assault of a creature, which was, in fact, lured here by certain individuals with ulterior motives, intent on obliterating our elite talents." The general's expression shifted, understanding that further entanglement in this issue would yield no favorable outcome. Historically, victors write the narrative, and the so-called truth is occasionally inconsequential. If the conversation continued, it was likely that Commander Su might directly implicate him as one of those with ulterior motives, leaving him utterly defenseless. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to press on, locking eyes with Commander Su, and stated, "I have one more question." Commander Su maintained his smile, yet his gaze had turned icy. As he calmly responded, "Ask away." The general, in a subdued tone, remarked, "The practical assessment does not permit the use of firearms. I find it hard to believe that within a mere 8 hours, General Lin Chao could eliminate over 6,000 corpses. Everyone knows how terrifying those corpses are. Killing 6,000 is unfathomable, let alone 600. I am aware that many will argue that General Lin Chao is an evolved being, possessing extraordinary strength. However, he scoffed, directing a derisive glance towards Lin Chao in the distance. The individual who ranked second in the practical assessment managed to slay a mere 900, while the third only dispatched 200, and the rest barely succeeded in eliminating 100. Is it not preposterous to think that General Lin Chao's prowess could differ so vastly from theirs? Upon hearing his words, all the ordinary soldiers and refugees were taken aback, astonished by the stark contrast in Lin Chao's kill count compared to other ability users. They had presumed that all evolved beings were equally formidable. In that moment, many gazed at Lin Chao with a mixture of confusion, eager for an explanation. Commander Su's expression darkened, while he could rationalize many things. This particular matter was exceedingly difficult to articulate. Any justification would seem feeble. As he pondered how to convey this, Lin Chao suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fixated on the perimeter of the base, a hint of gravity in his eyes. Almost simultaneously, a small reconnaissance aircraft soared above the square, from which a soldier swiftly descended, disregarding the solemnity of the moment. He dashed to the podium, visibly flustered, exclaiming, "Commander, 2 monsters are approaching the base." Monsters? The revelation stunned everyone present. With the Air Force perpetually patrolling the vicinity and the Army's reconnaissance teams deployed, the presence of large creatures should have been neutralized before they could reach the base, posing no real threat. They were not diverted? Commander Su observed the soldier's expression and immediately grasped the dire situation at the front lines, prompting him to inquire in a low voice. The scout's face was ashen as he spoke. "Commander, those 2 monsters are unlike any others. They are far too large. Tanks and missiles have proven ineffective against them. We have tried various methods, yet we cannot divert their course. It seems they are resolutely approaching our base." Commander Su's expression shifted, and a sudden realization dawned upon him. He murmured to himself, "Is this the grand gift you have bestowed upon me?" After a moment of silence, he abruptly lifted his head, an intense aura irradiating from his aged figure, akin to a divine general commanding a vast army. His demeanor grew solemn as he declared, "All personnel, heed my orders. Fortify the front line immediately to protect the base. Other departments must abandon some duties and lend their full support to the military." Understood. Yet, it appeared as if the monsters had fixated on the base. Could it be that the sheer number of individuals gathered there emitted an overwhelming scent? Or perhaps there was something within the base that drew their attention. Lin Chao pondered for a moment before deciding to investigate further. The senior officials from various departments hastily departed, immersing themselves in their respective duties. Chu Shanha hurried over with Officer Song, his expression grave. "We should take a look. I sense these 2 monsters are extraordinary." Lin Chao nodded slightly. The trio boarded a green camouflaged military vehicle and sped towards the outskirts of the base. The concrete and steel-reinforced walls had been completed, and the previously dismantled bamboo and tree barriers outside the walls had been removed to prevent the climbing of corpses or smaller monsters. The majestic walls, standing several meters high, encircled the entire base like an impregnable fortress. Lin Chao and his companions ascended the staircase along the city wall, swiftly reaching the top where they gazed out upon the expanse beyond the base. Before them lay a vast plain dotted with the remnants of numerous demolished buildings, leaving only deep foundations in their wake. Their reconnaissance vision extended several miles into the distance. Chu Shanha, equipped with binoculars, scanned the horizon, while Lin Chao squinted slightly, basking in the warm winter sun. At the edge of the snow-white plain, two diminutive black dots were rapidly approaching. Within minutes, these dots grew increasingly distinct. Lin Chao's pupils constricted as he recognized these two monstrous figures, enormous serpents of staggering size. Through the enhancement of his ocular perception, Lin Chao estimated their dimensions. The smaller of the two measured approximately 60 meters in length and boasted a diameter exceeding 5 meters, while the larger serpent stretched around 80 meters long, with a girth surpassing 7 meters. Lin Chao inhaled sharply. No wonder the military claimed that tanks and missiles were ineffective against them. Their scale was truly extraordinary, rivaling that of a golden crocodile. It was evident that even a tank, categorized as a mere D-grade relic, could not vanquish these creatures. And B-grade explosives had previously failed to slay the golden crocodile. The prospect of defeating these two serpents seemed to necessitate possession of formidable relics or the deployment of a nuclear weapon, and even then, it would require substantial yield. However, such an action would inevitably endanger the base, exposing soldiers and refugees alike to lethal radiation, resulting in deterioration of health or even death. Chu Shanha, utilizing a telescope, beheld this astonishing scene, his face awash with horror, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching violently. In a daze, he murmured, "How is it possible for such a monstrosity to appear? This is utterly outrageous." Lin Chao, his brow furrowed in deep concern, declared, "The city walls are utterly inadequate for defense. We must mobilize heavy military weaponry immediately to slow their advance and strive to engage them outside the base. Should they approach the walls, the losses would be catastrophic." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Shanha nodded vigorously, saying, "Understood. Little Song, promptly notify all departments to bring forth heavy weaponry. Additionally, let us experiment with hypnotic smoke and tranquilizer grenades." "Understood," Officer Song responded without hesitation, swiftly departing to carry out the orders. "Weapons." For a moment, Chu Shanha was taken aback, then quickly exclaimed, "The treasury only contains cold weapons left from ancient tombs and rare metals detected by extraterrestrial means. We lack any usable firearms. Just delay them as best as you can." Lin Chao wasted no words. After leaving a brief instruction, he leaped directly from the towering city wall. Chu Shanha gasped in astonishment and hurried over to check if he was injured, only to witness Lin Chao landing firmly on the ground, his body slightly crouched. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward like a streak of black lightning, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. His speed several times that of military vehicles. His eyes widened in disbelief. The treasury, situated adjacent to the command center, was a place of utmost importance. Numerous surveillance cameras and infrared devices surrounded it to prevent unauthorized entry, with personnel patrolling around the clock. Not even a mutated fly could infiltrate its perimeter. Lin Chao rushed to the main entrance and swiftly addressed the two major guards. "I must enter the treasury. Open the door." Upon noticing Lin Chao's attire, the two majors immediately recognized him as the illustrious figure who had discovered the evolutionary energy. The younger major on the left's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "It is an honor to meet you, General Lin." Feeling a sense of urgency, Lin Chao thought to himself that the two monstrous entities were approaching rapidly, and it would not be long before they reached the outskirts of the base. The might of the military was akin to ants shaking a tree, posing little threat. After all, the most formidable nuclear weapons would only be deployed if absolutely necessary. "I am pressed for time. Please allow me entry," Lin Chao stated in a low, firm voice. The young major was about to nod in agreement when the older major on the right raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with disdain. "What audacity, General Lin. Even if you are the esteemed honorary vice president and a distinguished general, you cannot disregard the rules. To gain access to the treasury, you must submit a formal request and obtain approval from above. You are not yet the commander," he retorted, harboring resentment towards Lin Chao. It was this obstinate newcomer who had forced Commander He to vacate the base, and despite being coerced, he felt trapped, destined to a life of obscurity under Commander Su. Lin Chao cast a cold glance at him and replied, "Repeat that once more." The aged major felt the intense gaze of Lin Chao upon him, causing his breath to momentarily falter. and every hair on his body to stand on end. It was as if he were confronting not a mere human, but a terrifying and unknown monster. A profound sense of dread enveloped him, such palpable murderous intent he had never encountered, even from seasoned soldiers at the borders. This young man was far from the ordinary university student depicted in the records. What university student exudes such a fearsome aura? What do you want? The elder major leaned back slightly, as if facing a ferocious tiger poised to pounce. Lin Chao's gaze was sharp as a blade, and he enunciated each word with chilling clarity. Open it, or do not. The elder major opened his mouth, eager to utter something, yet under the weight of that profound, cold, and emotionless stare, he felt his heart racing violently, as if it might explode at any moment. Sweat poured from his pores, and within the brief exchange of just 2 sentences, his clothes were drenched in cold perspiration. The muscles in his jaw quivered as he stammered, I will open it. He sensed that any further display of bravado could lead to his demise. His mind was flooded with a palpable signal of danger emanating from this young man. Congratulations are in order for Xiao Yang Feifei, who has recently become the leader, and for Xin Kai, who has also ascended to the role of leader in this narrative. Applause is warranted. Tomorrow, there will be an update, as the story continues to unfold. Chapter 76, The Ancient Gun for the Abyss. The entrance to the treasury is crafted from silver-hued titanium alloy, impervious even to missile assaults. The outermost layer of the protective door is secured by an 18-digit code, with 2 officer sentinels each possessing knowledge of 9 sequential digits. Only through their synchronized input does the formidable door gradually creak open. A few meters down the corridor lies the second protective barrier, its combination lock resembling a convoluted Sudoku puzzle. The 2 officers laboriously spend 2 to 3 minutes before they successfully unlock it. In total, the treasury boasts 6 protective gates, each equipped with distinct locks encompassing codes from various eras and nations. Even the most elite hackers and master thieves would find them inscrutable. As the final protective door swings open, Lin Chao is immediately greeted by the full splendor of this enigmatic treasury. It unfolds as a vast hall, reminiscent of a museum, with shelves adorned by an array of bizarre artifacts, a crystal coffin housing bones, a bloodstained broadsword, and peculiar, fragmented firearms. The 2 officers stand sentinel outside. The younger officer regards Lin Chao with deep respect, politely stating, General Lin, please feel free to select first. Once you have made your choices, I will assist you with the registration. Lin Chao nods and steps into the treasury. His gaze sweeps across the vast collection of mysterious items from both ancient and modern times, each labeled with names and accompanying research notes. Time is of the essence. Lin Chao cannot afford to linger. He swiftly delves deeper into the treasury, searching for a piece of metal that qualifies as an A-grade relic. If he can forge an A-grade spear from this material, he might stand a chance against these 2 formidable entities. He glides through the treasury, scanning the items. The sword of the first emperor? Maya carvings? Weaponry from an unknown civilization? After wandering through the vast treasury, Lin Chao did not discover the extraterrestrial metal he sought, but instead stumbled upon an ancient spear, standing at an imposing 9 feet and 9 inches. The spear was prominently displayed amidst the collection of cold weapons, upright on an equally antique weapon stand. Its sharp tip glistened, adorned with crimson tassels resembling blood, while the dark metal shaft seemed to absorb all light around it. Upon encountering this spear, Lin Chao was immediately enveloped by an inexplicable sensation, as if the weapon were calling out to him. Approaching the spear, which towered over him, he grasped the shaft and lifted it from the antique stand. What a weighty burden! A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Chao's eyes as he realized the spear's heft greatly exceeded his expectations, weighing at least 280 pounds. Even with his 26-fold human physique, he found it cumbersome. Wielding it would undoubtedly render him clumsy and less agile. What manner of metal could be so heavy? Lin Chao's gaze fell upon a white paper affixed to the weapon stand, detailing the spear's provenance. Li family, spear, excavated from an ancient tomb, with tests confirming its origin to the Zhou dynasty. Thus, the Li family spear is an artifact from that era, crafted from a mysterious metal now designated as Ming. The spear measures 9 feet and 9 inches in length and weighs 280 pounds. As Lin Chao perused the information, he glanced down to find an ancient character engraved on the shaft, Li. It was evident that the spear's previous owner likely bore the surname Li. However, in Lin Chao's recollection, there were no renowned generals wielding spears during the Zhou dynasty, especially none bearing the surname Li. It is worth noting that the legendary Green Dragon Crescent Blade of Guan Yu weighs merely 82 jin, which is already considered quite heavy among historical weaponry. Yet this spear weighs an astonishing 1280 jin, far exceeding human limitations. Could it be a masterfully crafted spear, intended solely for display? Was the creator perhaps named Li? Lin Chao shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He hefted the spear, quickly adapting to its feel. Lacking a weapon for the time being, this spear would suffice. From now on, you shall accompany me. I shall call you Ming. Lin Chao mused, stroking the spear. For those who survive in a post-apocalyptic world, the care for one's weapon far surpasses any appreciation for beauty. With Ming slung over his shoulder, Lin Chao continued his search for the extraterrestrial metal. Soon, he spotted it encased within a bulletproof glass display. This metal was unknown on Earth and had been retrieved from lunar explorations. Thus, it was aptly named moon gold. About the size of a fist, it is retractable and possesses properties of memory and morphing metals. Having secured these two items, Lin Chao promptly turned to leave the treasury. The young major, upon seeing Lin Chao's acquisitions, particularly the spear, gaped in astonishment. As the custodian of the treasury, he was acutely aware of the spear's weight, yet here it was, casually resting on Lin Chao's shoulder as if it were weightless. The older officer, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fright. Silently relieved that he hadn't tried to show off earlier, otherwise, this young general could easily crush him, as effortlessly as one would squash an ant. General Lin, are you selecting two items? The young major inquired cautiously. According to the regulations of the military camp, Lin Chao could only choose one. Lin Chao nodded and replied, please take note. I will explain it to the commander. Understood. The young major quickly recorded the information. Outside the base, two colossal serpents had slithered onto flat ground. Despite the barrage of tanks, missiles, and aerial assaults, only a few white spots and black powder remained on the serpents, leaving no significant damage. Their scales were as resilient as alloy steel. With a series of rapid fire, several tanks opened their hatches, and soldiers wielding heavy machine guns unleashed a frantic barrage. Bullets soaring like fiery sparks against the dense scales of the serpents' underbellies. Yet, the two serpents appeared impervious to the onslaught, completely disregarding the chaos as they continued their advance towards the base's walls. The soldiers atop the walls turned pale with fear, each one contemplating a hasty retreat. Although they had been trained to possess a willpower far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, they were now confronted not by humans or the undead, but by genuine monsters. The towering serpents, reaching heights of 70 to 80 meters, with their bared fangs and gaping maws exuding a prehistoric ferocity, instilled a primal dread in these ordinary soldiers. Bang! One of the 60-meter serpents swept its tail, instantly toppling several tanks and snapping their cannons upon impact. Chu Shanha's expression darkened as he gripped the radio and bellowed, hold them off at all costs. Delay their advance. Chapter 77, Never Retreat. Boom. 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 Nearly 100 fighter jets circled above the two colossal serpents, missiles soaring from their silos to strike ferociously upon the monstrous creatures. Smoke enveloped their forms in a shroud of mist, while piercing, shrill roars echoed through the air. Prepare the rocket artillery. The monsters are 700 meters from the minefield. Chu Shanha pressed his palm against the city wall, his gaze fixed upon the advancing serpents, his expression grim. In this effort to delay the serpent's entrance into the base, countless soldiers had been expended. Many from the C and D battalions proved utterly ineffective in the face of such adversity. Their psychological resilience was alarmingly inadequate. Only the elite of the B battalion and the ace troops of the A battalion could barely stand their ground. Though these soldiers were not evolved beings, they possessed extensive knowledge of modern military weaponry and operational skills. Each one was a rare gem, painstakingly cultivated. The loss of even a single soldier was significant. As anxiety gnawed at Chu Shanha's mind, Commander Su ascended the city wall alongside several generals. Having injected himself with evolutionary energy, he had transformed into a special evolved being. His previously hunched back now stood as straight as a javelin, radiating an aura of unyielding authority. His eyes remained fixed on the two serpents several kilometers away. Have the paralysis rounds been effective? He inquired. Yes, they have been deployed. Chu Shanha clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. These monsters have mutated too powerfully. The dosage of the paralysis rounds is insufficient, yielding little to no effect. Commander Su nodded slightly, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. When they enter the minefield, we shall unleash a barrage from the rocket launchers, doubling our firepower. Even if it affects the city wall, It matters not. The wall can be rebuilt. We must eradicate them within the minefield. Chu Shanha nodded vigorously and replied, I understand. You go and evacuate the refugees within the base, directing them to the shelters. Commander Su commanded a nearby general, who affirmed with a resolute yes. You too. Proceed to the Research Institute to retrieve the corrosive acid agent, and also gather some realgar powder from the base's storeroom to see if it proves effective. Understood. Commander Su maintained a calm demeanor, methodically issuing orders. His composed presence instilled a sense of tranquility among the panicked soldiers, gradually restoring their composure as they steadfastly held their positions. Roaring, two colossal serpents writhed their bodies and swiftly surged into the minefield several miles from the base. The moment they entered, a series of explosions erupted. Fire! Commander Su commanded in a deep voice. Hundreds of rocket artillery positioned outside the base, trailing fiery tails, soared towards the two massive serpents. The earth-shattering cacophony was deafening, as if the very eardrums were on the verge of rupture. The rockets struck the serpent's underbelly scales, inflicting significant damage with their immense tearing and impact force. Blood began to seep profusely from beneath the hardened scales, with several scales dislodged and reduced to a gruesome mess. Under the excruciating provocation, two colossal serpents grew increasingly enraged, baring their fangs and swiftly slithering towards the deployed rocket artillery, crushing numerous landmines in their wake. This was dire. Chu Shanha's expression shifted dramatically. The minefield proved to be of little hindrance to these behemoths. Faced with such formidable firepower, the serpents did not retreat. Instead, they were thoroughly incensed. At their speed, they would reach the city walls in less than a minute. Quickly, protect the commander and retreat. Chu Shanha commanded decisively, his voice ringing out. Commander Su's face darkened. The strength of these creatures surpassed his wildest imagination. Even the dinosaurs of the Jurassic era paled in comparison. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to humbly follow several lieutenant generals as they departed from the city walls, boarding vehicles to retreat towards the central command of the base. With a deafening roar, the two serpents lunged at the assembled rocket artillery, their tails sweeping across, toppling the launchers and sending them crashing against the base's perimeter walls. At this moment, the serpents were merely a few hundred meters from the base, standing atop the towering city walls. Chu Shanha found himself gazing up to behold the triangular heads of the serpents. In the presence of these titanic beings, he felt like a diminutive ant. Yet, he did not falter. Instead, he defiantly faced the howling winds, unwaveringly fixating on the monstrous snakes. Most of the soldiers on the city walls had been ordered to evacuate, leaving only a handful who continued to fire their weapons in a desperate attempt to inflict even the slightest damage. Even a mere trace would suffice. Chu Shanha, standing at the battlements, his robust figure braving the tempest, bellowed, "Beasts, I shall slay you." He hefted a rocket launcher and aimed it at the relatively smaller giant serpent. Unleashing a sudden shot, the rocket whistled through the air, striking the creature directly in its eye. Under the onslaught of the Air Force, the diminutive giant snake was unable to evade in time. Its fierce gaze was brutally met by the projectile. It let out a tormented roar, thrashing its upper body in agony, crashing against the city wall, which, at 5 meters thick, trembled and cracked under the impact, sending stones tumbling down. With a furious shout, Chu Shanha discarded the rocket launcher and leaped from the city tower, clutching a military knife. Like a dark gorilla, he lunged at the serpent's ebony head, seizing a patch of its scales, and began to stab wildly with his blade. The sharp knife scraped against the scales, producing sparks, although it inflicted no significant harm. His audacious act incited the serpent's wrath, prompting it to bellow and shake its head violently, flinging Chu Shanha away with tremendous force. The serpent's body towered at a height of 20 to 30 meters. As it swung its head, Chu Shanha was sent hurtling down like a black meteor, crashing directly into the artillery tower of the base, penetrating through the wooden structure and striking the hard ground with immense force. If he were to land, even if Chu Shanha possessed double his strength, he would still be reduced to mere pulp. General Chu, the other soldiers cried out in a frenzy, their eyes aflame with rage, tears streaming down their cheeks as they frantically pulled the triggers of their weapons. Just as Chu Shanha was about to hit the ground, a shadow darted in swiftly, catching his body securely. Lin, brother Lin. Chu Shanha had resigned himself to death when he leaped onto the serpent's head, but to his astonishment, at this critical moment, he was saved by Lin Chao. Lin Chao descended to a certain height, gently placing Chu Shanha down. He raised his gaze towards the two colossal serpents outside the base's walls, his eyes flickering slightly as he murmured, "You have done your utmost. Leave the rest to me." The 78th chapter, Like a God, Like a Demon, second update. Chu Shanha looked up and immediately beheld the modified dragon wings on Lin Chao's back. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered, "Wings? How can a person possess wings?" As he was momentarily bewildered, Lin Chao transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the base's walls. Roar. The two enormous serpents had already reached the base's walls, their robust bodies crashing against the fortifications, causing the 5-meter-thick wall to tremble and crack. Some soldiers, unable to maintain their footing, fell from the walls, suffering fractures and being crushed to death by the tumbling stones. The serpents writhed their bodies, pressing against the base's walls, snatching soldiers from atop the fortifications and swallowing them whole. The remaining soldiers tasked with the rearguard were either paralyzed with fear and fled in disarray or resolutely held their positions, firing desperately in anguish, attempting to impede the serpents' advance with their firearms. However, their efforts were nearly futile, as bullets ricocheted off the serpent scales, barely leaving a mark. The serpent's massive forms blotted out the sky, extinguishing the last vestiges of warmth in the winter sunlight, casting a chilling shadow over the hearts of every soldier and officer at the base. Desolation, despair. Before the colossal serpent, they quivered like ants, utterly powerless, their sole reliance on firearms rendered futile. The roar of the two gigantic snakes resembled wolves unleashed upon a flock of sheep, ravenously hunting their prey. Suddenly, a piercing whistle erupted, and a streak of black light tore through the air at a speed beyond the capacity of the human retina, violently colliding with one of the serpents. At the moment of impact, the entire perimeter of the base trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. With a thunderous crash, the serpent, poised to pounce on an officer, had its head struck as if by a hammer, causing it to tilt uncontrollably and crash heavily into the snow beyond the base. In the smoke-filled battlefield, a profound silence descended. All airmen and the officers tasked with rearguard duties were momentarily paralyzed with astonishment. In the very spot where the serpent's head had been, an ethereal figure emerged, draped in a flowing white robe that billowed in the wind, radiating pure white light as if favored by the gods. However, from his back sprouted a pair of black wings, reminiscent of demonic blades, from which a thick, dark mist seeped, enveloping him in an aura of chilling darkness. Half divine, half demonic. Upon recognizing his visage, astonishment washed over the faces of all present. Was this not General Lin Chao? With a frigid gaze and a dark spear in hand. His arm trembled slightly from the force of the earlier impact, which had primarily relied on the power of the modified dragon wings. His physical prowess alone was insufficient to fell the serpent, which, while not as formidable as the golden crocodile, was perilously close. "You all may withdraw," he commanded. Lin Chao gazed at the soldiers and officers atop the base's walls, his voice low and somber. The soldiers, startled from their stupor, stared at him in disbelief. His demonic form was indelibly etched into their minds, particularly the pair of black wings that exuded a striking visual impact, rendering it impossible to forget. Lin Chao's chilling gaze swept over two massive serpents. He noticed that the giant serpent he had just toppled was clad in glossy black scales, emanating a pungent, noxious odor, indicating it was a species of highly venomous snake. The other serpent, larger in size, sported scales of a muddy yellow hue, with a row of protrusions resembling fish fins along its back. This was a juvenile earth dragon beast. The earth dragon beast, a mutated variant of the serpent species, possessed the remarkable ability to burrow underground. In its mature form, it could effortlessly obliterate a base, representing a nightmare for many small installations lacking energy shields. As no matter how robust the concrete walls were, they held no significance against the earth dragon beast. What piqued Lin Chao's interest was that within the earth dragon beast resided a rare metal known as earth dragon crystal, a concentrated essence refined from vast quantities of mineral metals consumed by the beast, boasting hardness that surpassed both diamond and adamantine, making it an exceptional material for crafting A-grade armor. The two serpents sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Chao. Though his physical prowess was insufficient to instill fear in them, the ominous dark energy swirling around his modified dragon wings evoked a primal instinctual dread. It is worth noting that these modified dragon wings were fashioned from the genuine wings of prehistoric dragons. Roar. Two colossal serpents raised their heads, their forked tongues flickering ominously. Their cold, malevolent eyes fixated on Lin Chao. For a moment, they refrained from launching an attack. A solitary figure stood against two serpents. An intense standoff ensued. The Air Force and ground tanks instinctively ceased fire, hesitant to provoke these fearsome creatures. What a terrifying power! One man managed to halt the advance of two monstrous serpents. It was known that the base had dispatched numerous troops, utilizing various military assets, yet they could not even slow the pace of these beasts. At that moment, Lin Chao alone compelled the two serpents to pause their assault. Although they understood this was merely a temporary reprieve, they could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Their gazes towards Lin Chao brimming with respect and fervor. In the frigid eyes of the serpents, Lin Chao's figure was reflected. They flicked their tongues, their tails writhing outside the base, seemingly deliberating whether to attack. This brief lull did not endure long, as the black-scaled serpent soon grew impatient. It reared its upper body high and, in an unexpected burst, lunged forward with lightning speed. Alarm! All watching airmen and retreating soldiers tensed instantly, yet they refrained from firing. Fearful of hitting Lin Chao, under the collective gaze, Lin Chao tightened his grip on the dark long spear, his eyes glinting with fierce intent. His blood surged, awakening the dormant golden mist within his dantian, coursing through his veins to his arms. Golden transformation. A torrential force surged within his limbs, rendering the spear, which weighed 1,000 pounds, unexpectedly light. With a low growl, Lin Chao chose not to evade but charged forth, spear in hand, to kill. The long spear resembled a dragon emerging from the sea. As it was thrust forward, the myriad rays of light lost their hues. The spear's tip shimmered with a piercing brilliance, trailing a resplendent tail akin to that of a comet from the heavens. Merging with Lin Chao, the spear compressed the air into a bullet-like arc, hurtling madly towards the obsidian-scaled serpent. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I was delayed during the night, and the third update will arrive after midnight. I sincerely apologize for the sluggish pace of today's updates. Tomorrow, I shall make amends with a burst of 3 updates. I warmly welcome all readers to indulge in the latest, swiftest, and most popular serialized works. Mobile users, please visit M for reading. Chapter 79, Evolution Once More, third update, Roar. The serpent's eyes blazed with fury as, in the instant Lin Chao shot forth, it suddenly opened its mouth wide, swallowing him whole, much like a frog ensnaring an insect. The air forces and soldiers stared in astonishment, their mouths agape, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Unable to fathom such a devastating blow, the world fell into a brief silence. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by the sound of blood splattering. A brilliant light erupted from the back of the serpent's head, as if a miniature sun had been compressed within. The searing radiance rendered the entire realm dim in comparison. Amidst this explosion of light, a pitch-black spear pierced through, sending forth a torrential spray of blood, while a figure with black wings ascended heavenward, grasping the spear's shaft. This scene felt like eternity. All onlookers were rendered nearly speechless. Roar. In its violent thrashing, copious soft tissue from the multitude of serpentine heads mingled with blood, which was violently expelled from the creature's nape. This blood, imbued with potent toxicity, splattered against the walls of the base, the streets, and vehicles, swiftly corroding large gaping holes. After a struggle lasting several seconds, the colossal black-scaled serpent gradually lost its strength. Its upper half, once proudly erect, now languished feebly against the ground. Convulsing in its death throes, unable to succumb entirely, yet devoid of any combat capability. The assembled Air Force personnel and soldiers, alongside numerous generals gathered in the intelligence room, observed in stunned silence. How could a creature impervious to missiles and landmines be vanquished by Lin Chao with nothing but his bare hands? Witnessing the black-scaled serpent writhe helplessly on the ground, everyone felt as though they were ensnared in a surreal dream. Among them, the most astonished were the subordinates of Commander He, who stared wide-eyed, speechless, their hearts a tumult of emotions, relief at having distanced themselves from Commander He, yet regret that such an extraordinary individual had not been courted by him. Had he done so, this base, and indeed the entire world, would have been theirs to command. Lin Chao exhaled, feeling a tingling numbness in his arm. The force behind this blow that defeated the black-scaled serpent relied chiefly on the accelerated thrust from the modified dragon wings. Had it been solely his own strength, even in a golden state, he would not have been able to contend with it. Shaking off the serpent's blood that clung to his hair, Lin Chao raised his gaze to the remaining earth dragon beast. Although still in its juvenile stage, its power far surpassed that of the black-scaled serpent. A cold glimmer flashed in Lin Chao's eyes as he tightened his grip on the spear named Ming. With a gentle flap of his wings, he soared ahead. Aware that his golden state was transient, he needed to achieve a swift victory. The earth dragon beast let out a low growl, coiling its serpentine body, measuring 70 to 80 meters in length, resembling a towering edifice. It refrained from repeating the mistakes of the black-scaled giant serpent. Instead of attempting to swallow Lin Chao, it lashed out with its armored tail, covered in formidable scales. With a whoosh, the tail sliced through the air, generating a fierce gust of wind. Lin Chao braced himself with the spear, feeling as though he had been struck by a locomotive, and was involuntarily propelled backward. With a resounding crash, he collided with a gun tower, piercing through it and hurtling forth into a distant building, creating a colossal breach. Before the onlookers could gasp in astonishment, Lin Chao's figure erupted from the building, transformed into a dark streak of light racing towards the earth dragon beast, his weapon and body melding into one. The spear's brilliance radiating with renewed intensity. The earth dragon beast roared, and a misty yellow glow suddenly emanated from its earthy scales, deepening in hue. With a thrust reminiscent of a spiraling projectile, Lin Chao aimed his spear at the beast's underbelly. The sharp tip struck the shimmering yellow scales, igniting sparks upon impact. Yet, driven by the spiraling momentum, it forcefully penetrated deep into its abdomen. The earth dragon beast let out a pained howl, swinging its tail in retaliation. Lin Chao hurriedly attempted to withdraw his spear, but it became ensnared within the beast's flesh. Realizing the penetrating power was not merely due to brute strength, but rather the inherent sharpness of the ancient spear, Ming. He had no time to ponder further and immediately intensified the propulsion of his dragon wings. The dragon wings propelled Lin Chao's body, wrenching the spear from the serpent's scales and narrowly evading the lash of its tail. The earth dragon beast seemed to sense Lin Chao's intentions. Howling in rage yet unable to catch a glimpse of him, forced into a defensive stance. With a sickening thud, another gaping wound was inflicted upon its abdomen. Lin Chao refrained from targeting the serpent's head, recognizing its agility. His capacity to inflict harm was not a result of his own physique, but rather the immense thrust provided by the modified dragon wings. A change in direction would drastically diminish his power, likely rendering him incapable of even piercing its scales. After all, its serpent scales could withstand missiles and landmines. Had it not been for the innate sharpness of the weapon, a lesser blade would have surely shattered upon impact. Once more, Lin Chao distanced himself and surged forward, swiftly leaving behind 7 or 8 bloody punctures upon the earth dragon beast's belly. Though, in comparison to its colossal size, they resembled mere pinpricks, the cumulative effect of those wounds still caused considerable distress to the creature. In a startling turn, the earth dragon beast abandoned its coiled stance and abruptly swam toward the lifeless black-scaled giant serpent. To the astonishment of all witnesses, it opened its fangs and clamped down on the serpent's head, shaking its body as it consumed it whole. Cannibalism? Lin Chao's expression shifted. Instantly grasping the creature's intentions, it aimed to devour its kin and evolve once more. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lin Chao's eyes, should it succeed in evolving again. Even with the aid of his modified dragon wings, he would likely be unable to inflict any meaningful damage. Retreating would be his only option. Thus, he had to eliminate the beast before it could digest the corpse of the black-scaled giant serpent. Lin Chao gripped his firearm tightly, merging seamlessly with it as he charged forth. His figure resembled a bolt of black lightning, swiftly arriving before the earth dragon beast, which was in the midst of devouring the body of the black-scaled giant serpent. The serpent's head was rendered immobile, forced to endure Lin Chao's assault head-on. With a resounding thud, the tip of the gun pierced through the scales atop its head, plunging deep into its flesh. However, after embedding itself halfway, it became lodged, unable to penetrate further. A wave of despair washed over Lin Chao. The scales atop the earth dragon beast's head were significantly more resilient than those on other parts of its body, and its flesh was as tough as tendons, explaining its audacity to consume the corpse of the black-scaled giant serpent right before him. Without hesitation, Lin Chao unleashed his modified dragon wings, transforming them into a streak of black light, repeatedly firing at the beast. The gun's tip punctured the serpent's head time and again, but each time it only sank halfway before halting, inflicting minimal damage. Lin Chao aimed for its eyes, yet the earth dragon beast proved to be exceedingly cunning. Sensing Lin Chao's intent, it swiftly twisted its head, evading the strike and causing his aim to go awry. After a relentless barrage of attacks, Lin Chao's arms had grown weak and painful, the golden mist within him depleting rapidly, rendering him incapable of maintaining the gilded state of his limbs. Without the golden transformation, the combined assault of man and spear would inflict severe recoil upon his arms. It was likely that before he could vanquish the Earth Dragon Beast, his own arms would be rendered useless. At that moment, the Earth Dragon Beast had completely consumed the corpse of the Black Serpent, its body swelling with fullness. A faint yellow glow emanating from its scales, signifying a dramatic increase in its defensive capabilities. The gaping wounds on its abdomen were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. It was in the process of digesting the Black Serpent. Lin Chao's expression darkened as he suspended himself in the air, gripping his dark spear, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Given the extraordinary digestive abilities of the Earth Dragon Beast, it would take merely a few minutes to digest the serpent. Even if he ordered a complete retreat, it would be too late. Moreover, with its heat-sensing vision that disregarded barriers, any attempt to hide would be in vain, as it could easily locate them. With the battle deteriorating to this extent, Lin Chao found himself faced with two choices: to abandon the humanity of the entire base, fleeing with his sister and Fan Xiangyu, or to remain and meet his demise alongside them. The world around him was enveloped in an eerie silence. Everyone awaited Lin Chao's next move or directive. He lifted his gaze, surveying the air force on the fighter jets, as well as the soldiers and commanders retreating in the distance. His enhanced vision capturing every subtle expression upon their faces: tension, anticipation, confusion, fear, and despair. Should he let go? Lin Chao lowered his head slightly. Is a person's blood cold or boiling? In a stifling silence, Lin Chao gently released the dark-hued spear in his grasp. The spear, weighing 1,000 pounds, slipped soundlessly from his palm and struck the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a massive pit. Countless bricks and stones were displaced, forming a chaotic unevenness. As the spear stood embedded in the earth, surrounded by a web of cracked stone, the warm winter light illuminated the spear's shaft, reflecting a desolate and melancholic gleam. An eerie hush enveloped the crowd. Amidst the profound stillness, Lin Chao softly unfurled his dragon wings and ascended slowly above the body of the Earth Dragon Beast. The creature, engaged in the arduous task of digesting the Black Serpent, opened one serpentine eye, its cold vertical pupil fixating on Lin Chao with an icy stare. As Lin Chao soared over its head, he positioned himself near the beast's serpent tail. The Earth Dragon turned its head to regard Lin Chao, seemingly curious about his intentions. Gripping the serpent's tail tightly, Lin Chao took a deep breath, a glimmer of resolute determination shining in his eyes. He let out a low, thunderous roar from his throat, fully activating the propulsion mechanism of his modified dragon wings. "Take off," he bellowed, his voice echoing against the heavens. With his hair standing on end and muscles swelling like coiled dragons, his arms flushed with crimson, exuding torrents of heated air from his pores. Under the force of the modified wings, he lifted the entire body of the Earth Dragon Beast. With an agonizing shout, Lin Chao's arms strained as if tearing apart. His eyes bloodshot with fury as he soared skyward. The Earth Dragon Beast, caught off guard, writhed in a desperate attempt to free itself from Lin Chao's grip. However, having just consumed the Black Serpent, its belly was engorged to the brim, rendering it incapable of exerting much strength, thus allowing Lin Chao to maintain his hold on its tail. Lin Chao soared incessantly upwards, exerting every ounce of his energy. With a splatter, the veins in his arms ruptured, unable to withstand the immense strain. The searing blood splashed onto his face, contorting his features into a mask of rage as he howled madly and surged onward. Continuously, relentlessly he ascended. The modified dragon wings, affixed to his back, began to seep blood through his skin, the excruciating pain stabbing into his brain like needles. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chao roared defiantly, pressing ever upwards. In an instant, the silhouette of the Earth Dragon Beast vanished from the sight of all at the base, only visible on the satellite monitoring screens of the intelligence division. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Chu Shana's eyes were red-rimmed, his fists clenched so tightly that his fingertips pierced into his palms without him noticing. In that moment, both Commander Su and the various generals were completely taken aback by the scene. Through the monitoring footage, they could vividly see the madness etched on the youth's face, as well as his arms, which were continuously breaking apart, yet he still refused to relinquish his grip. That beast-like roar ignited the cells and souls of everyone present. Commander Su silently bowed his head, brushing his fingers across his eyes, and then stood at attention, saluting with the utmost precision. Within the military camp of the base, Yu Qian, Peiyu, and Fan Xiangyu stood atop a tall building, witnessing the scene through binoculars, each of them rendered speechless. After a moment, Yu Qian spoke bitterly. I never expected that the most indifferent among us could be so fervent. Fan Xiangyu, in a daze, remarked, why would someone with his temperament engage in such selfless folly? Could there be a reason? Peiyu bit her lower lip, lowered the binoculars, and turned to leave. Yu Qianlian inquired, where are you headed? To the front line. The words Black Moon lingered as he vanished into the darkness through the balcony door. In the high-rise residential area at the heart of the base, numerous individuals stood atop each floor, gazing in awe at this profound spectacle. Among them was a little girl clad in a black dress, her eyes transfixed on the heavens, tears cascading down her cheeks, pooling on the cold floor beneath her. She repeatedly murmured to herself, I must survive, I must survive. Chilling mist enveloped his body, while the howling wind echoed in Lin Chao's ears. Gripping the tail of a serpent, he surged upward relentlessly, akin to a long-distance runner urging himself onward, step by step. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his arms as muscle fibers tore apart, crimson blood staining much of his moon-white scholar's robe. His vision blurred, and as he glanced downward, the entire base transformed into a mere speck, having ascended to a terrifying altitude. A weary smile graced Lin Chao's face as he gradually released his grip. The tautness of his consciousness unraveled, plunging into an abyss of darkness as he plummeted downward alongside the Earth Dragon Beast. May the recommendation votes soar, he mused. Just as the synopsis suggests, we are cold and unfeeling, fervent and impassioned, formidable as deities, yet humble as ants. Chapter 81. God of War, Second Update. The satellite distinctly captured Lin Chao's expression, and upon witnessing his descent into unconsciousness, everyone was jolted awake. Commander Su was the first to react, frantically pulling out his walkie-talkie and shouting, quick! Everyone, immediately commence rescue operations. Summon the most esteemed doctors from every department to the scene at once. I demand his survival. His aged voice erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to that of an enraged lion. The personnel from various divisions within the base sprang into action, rushing towards the front line like a swarm of ants. At this moment, the high-ranking officials shared a singular thought. Lin Chao must not perish from the fall. The news swiftly reached the Air Force Command Center at the front lines. Others wore grim expressions. Should Lin Chao succumb to unconsciousness, the Great Serpent would inevitably plummet as well. Even if there were a safety net, could it possibly ensnare the serpent too? Just then, a piercing whistle echoed through the sky. Everyone looked up to witness a dark spot descending from the clouds. It was the plummeting Earth Dragon Beast, its body writhing in the air, seemingly engulfed in panic. Yet, no matter how it struggled, it could not decelerate its descent. Under the gaze of the multitude, it fell straight down. Boom! The earth trembled with a cataclysmic roar, shaking as if experiencing a magnitude 12 earthquake. The immense atmospheric pressure generated by its fall shattered rocks and debris, sending them spiraling outward, forcing nearby soldiers to stumble backward. Cracks rapidly spread across the street, and the surrounding base walls collapsed with a thunderous crash. Shortly after the Earth Dragon Beast's descent, another small dark spot fell from the sky. It was Lin Chao, who had briefly lost consciousness. A general shielded himself from the swirling dust, and, upon spotting the falling Lin Chao, his face turned crimson with urgency as he bellowed into the radio. Quickly, catch him! Catch him now! The Air Force soldiers aboard the fighter jets were utterly at a loss, desperately attempting to advance. Yet the tremendous force of the recently plummeting Dragon Beast had stirred the air currents, severely disrupting the propellers and rendering any approach impossible. Personnel in the command center and intelligence monitoring rooms held their breath, fixated on the unfolding scene. Commander Su's gaze was locked onto the young figure descending vertically, his aged hand gripping the intercom with bulging veins. With a resounding crack, he crushed the device, electric sparks igniting against his palm, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. No! Chu Shanha roared towards the heavens, recklessly charging forward, but the distance was insurmountable, forcing him to watch helplessly as that figure fell. Tears, rare for one so stoic, cascaded from his eyes. Black Moon, Yu Qian, and Fan Xiangyu hastened towards the front lines, their faces drained of color. Disbelief etched upon their features as they witnessed Lin Chao's descent. No, it cannot be. Standing atop the building, Lin Qiu's pupils danced with electric light. Her mastery over lightning had reached exquisite precision, enabling her to manipulate currents to stimulate her vision momentarily. In her sight, Lin Chao's unconscious form fell straight down. No, it cannot be, she muttered, her head bowed, as if teetering on the brink of madness. Her dark hair began to swirl spontaneously, and streams of purple lightning coursed across her fair skin. Surrounded by the electric aura, she slowly levitated, while the clouds above her head seemed drawn by an unseen magnetic force, swirling from all directions to form a vortex of dark clouds. Thunder rumbled ominously, and lightning flickered, reminiscent of an apocalyptic storm. The onlookers from the nearby buildings were rendered speechless by the horrifying scene before them. Lin Xiu raised her head, her flowing black hair shimmering with violet sparks, her pupils flooded with the same purple light, transforming into a deep shade of violet. She leaned forward, adopting a diving posture, when suddenly, Lin Chao's reflection in her violet eyes caused his eyebrows to twitch. She found herself momentarily stunned. At that moment, the mechanical dragon wings behind Lin Chao seemed to be infused with vitality, flapping vigorously to arrest his descent, allowing him to glide gently downwards. Upon witnessing Lin Chao's safe landing, her deep violet pupils swiftly morphed into pitch-black irises, as if she had awakened from a trance. The mist above her gradually dispersed, and the lightning that had coiled around her began to fade away, her body softly settling onto the balcony of the rooftop. Looking down at her hands, confusion filled her eyes. With the aid of the mechanical dragon wings, Lin Chao landed softly, his feet touching the ground, though his legs wobbled slightly, nearly causing him to topple over. He was utterly exhausted, barely possessing the strength to remain standing. That was close. Lin Chao exhaled softly, narrowly avoiding losing control and inadvertently failing. Meanwhile, the command center, along with various monitoring rooms in the intelligence department, erupted with excitement upon witnessing the scene via satellite. Everyone was overwhelmed with joy, their eyes brimming with tears, yearning to leap into the screen and cheer for Lin Chao, the Air Force commander, and several advisors. Witnessing Lin Chao's miraculous awakening and the resolution of the crisis, breathed a sigh of relief, their faces alight with exhilaration as they rushed over in person. As the dust settled, the immense crater created by the Earth Dragon beast came into view, its diameter spanning several kilometers. In the center of the pit lay the mangled remains of the creature's upper body, its head utterly shattered, blood splattering over 100 meters away, signifying its complete demise. However, its tail continued to convulse and writhe. Lin Chao, sensing the life force of the beast gradually waning, finally allowed himself to relax, collapsing backward toward the heavens. The modified dragon wings retracted into his body as he gazed up at the winter sky. The once dense clouds of blizzard began to dissipate, heralding a clear sky after the storm. Closing his eyes, the world around him faded into darkness. At that moment, the Air Force repeatedly confirmed the status of the Earth Dragon beast. Once assured of its total demise, they promptly relayed the news via radio to the command headquarters. The command center then disseminated this information throughout the entire base through loudspeakers installed at various locations. Upon hearing the announcement, the refugees who had sought shelter in the bunkers found it almost unbelievable. Yet, witnessing the soldiers responsible for their safety exuberantly rushing out, they hesitantly followed in a stream. Commander Su, accompanied by a cadre of high-ranking officials, immediately arrived in military vehicles, summoning top medical personnel from each department to attend to Lin Chao's urgent treatment. Meanwhile, the other generals and soldiers flooded in from every street and alley, their excitement and enthusiasm palpable as they shouted Lin Chao's name. Preceding his name were two words, "War God." Additionally, I extend my gratitude to a blank sheet drunk in dreams for the generous donation of 10,000, becoming the third helmsman of this book, and to Ling Xiaolu Yuhua for the donation of 5,888, becoming the steward. Congratulations, let us celebrate with flowers and applause. Chapter 82, The Divine Creation Plan, third update. Lin Chao, quietly traversing the endless darkness, was suddenly stirred by a distant call that resonated from behind. A beam of bright light abruptly pierced through the shadows, illuminating his vision. Lin Chao gradually opened his eyes, and before him was a face deeply etched in his memory. Lin Xiu, with a look of profound concern, gazed at him, her delicate, tender hand grasping his larger one. Her porcelain-like face was streaked with tears, her eyelashes glistening with droplets, a picture of vulnerability, clearly having just wept. "You are awake. You are awake." Upon seeing Lin Chao's eyes flutter open, Lin Xiu's face lit up with joy, her body trembling with excitement as she tightly held onto Lin Chao's hand. A warmth surged within Lin Chao's heart as he made an effort to wipe away her tears, smiling gently as he reassured her, "Do not worry, I will be fine." Lin Xiu collapsed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls, nodding fervently. Unsure whether she was affirming Lin Chao's words or wishing for them to become an everlasting reality. Moments later, as Lin Xiu gradually regained her composure, Lin Chao took the opportunity to assess his own condition, immediately noticing that his arms were wrapped in white bandages, enclosing plaster casts to stabilize his bones. Furthermore, several intravenous tubes were inserted into his body, alongside various large instruments beside the hospital bed, which displayed fluctuating data. Lin Chao closed his eyes to savor the moment, discovering that his condition exceeded his expectations by a significant margin. Although his arm was severely injured, it had not fractured completely. At this moment, under the care provided at the base, it had nearly healed, astonishing him with the rapidity of recovery. He could not help but inquire, "How many days have I been unconscious?" 2 days, Lin Xiu promptly replied. "Are you hungry?" Lin Chao smiled gently and shook his head, yet he felt a twinge of surprise. Only 2 days. Despite his robust constitution, recovering from such an injury in just 2 days seemed rather formidable. Lin Xiu, possessing remarkable insight, discerned his thoughts through the subtleties of his expression and chuckled lightly. "After you lost consciousness, Commander Su not only dispatched the finest doctors in the base to treat you, but also summoned all the healing specialized ability users from the ability camp. That is how your arm has been mended." As she spoke, the smile on her face abruptly faded, and she gazed at Lin Chao with a pout, admonishing, "You must not take such reckless risks again. You nearly lost your life." Lin Chao playfully pinched her soft, jelly-like cheek and replied with a smile, "It's nothing serious. It's just an arm injury, and I am well aware of my condition." "Humph, you just love to act tough." "I'm not joking with you," Lin Xiu said earnestly. Lin Chao gave a slight smile and said, "Let them come in." Seeing him change the subject, Lin Xiu could only huff in annoyance and indignantly call out to the 3 individuals outside, "Did you not hear everything? Do I need to invite you personally?" The door to the ward creaked open, and Yu Qian, Pei Yu, and Fan Xiangyu entered awkwardly. Yu Qian chuckled sheepishly, "Aren't we just giving you more time to talk?" "Humph, I see you are merely eavesdropping," Lin Xiu retorted sharply, arms crossed. Yu Qian turned to Pei Yu, who gazed at Lin Chao with concern, inquiring, "How is your health? Are you feeling better?" Lin Chao nodded slightly, responding, "I apologize for worrying you. I'm quite all right. How have things been at the base these past few days?" Fan Xiangyu casually pulled a chair and sat down, elegantly crossing one leg. The dark fabric of her dress cascaded gently, revealing her fair, snow-like calf. With a slight pout of her crimson lips, she remarked, "What could possibly be the matter? You have achieved great merit this time, becoming a hero of humanity. That old man Su is busy crafting a statue in your honor, claiming he wishes to create some god-making project. Such foolishness among humans." Yu Qian inquired with curiosity, "Foolishness?" Fan Xiangyu raised her alabaster chin slightly and replied, "Is it not foolish? Do I not know the nature of this demon? He is not here to save the base. He merely seeks the genetic energy within those 2 monsters. The corpses of the creatures have just been dissected and are still under study. Given his accomplishments, do you think there's any doubt he will secure this genetic energy? Not only will he obtain the energy, but he will also deceive everyone into bestowing upon him the title of a great hero, a perfect 2-for-1 deal. The calculations are rather shrewd, indeed." Yu Qian pondered, "I see now." Pei Yu interjected with irritation, "A crow sees everything is black." "Oh, dear girl, you are still quite young," remarked Fan Xiangyu with an expression of one who has traversed such paths before. It seemed to imply that the objective was to cultivate 10 divine generals tasked with safeguarding the base. Essentially, it meant selecting the 10 most capable individuals from various military camps, pooling resources for their development. The recent monstrous onslaught had evidently served as a wake-up call. No matter how numerous the ordinary abilities may be, when faced with such scenarios, they are destined to be mere cannon fodder, overshadowed by a singularly effective individual. Thus, the plan was to forge 10 extraordinary generals akin to yourself to defend the base, Fan Xiangyu stated casually. Lin Chao nodded slightly. It was hardly surprising that the base would launch such a divinization initiative. Any astute upper management would comprehend that quality surpasses quantity. With the base's military strength exceeding 100,000, whether for reconnaissance against the peculiar corrupted corpses or resource gathering, it was far beyond the capabilities of a single individual. With ample manpower from the base, the divinization project should reach fruition swiftly. Producing 10 individuals of similar constitution would not pose a challenge. This was one of the advantages of joining the base, yet the drawbacks were equally evident. Those who entered the divinization program would be irrevocably bound to the base, dedicating their existence to its service. This implication suggested that, in the face of peril, the first to perish would be the divine generals. Desertion? Rebellion? Given that the base opted to invest all resources into their cultivation, it naturally accounted for such unpredictable elements. The moment the evolution energy was unveiled, it was destined that this day would eventually arrive. If the base city were a product of its era, then the divine generals were the embodiment of the base city's response to the demands of the times. Lin Chao understood that he must swiftly enhance his capabilities. Having chosen the path of solitary exploration, unbound to any base, he realized that only by remaining far ahead of others could he ensure his safety. Otherwise, within the dominion of various bases, he would be forced to bow his head and endure exploitation, effectively stagnating while others surged ahead, a notion Lin Chao could not tolerate. Thus, his next destination was the Abyss Zone number 01, a realm that no one had dared to enter in his previous life. On June 5th, he would launch a vigorous campaign, striving for the monthly ticket rankings. Those with monthly tickets should save them for the impending battle. As the next month promised an explosive surge. Chapter 83. Tasting Trials. Time does not pause for those who stumble. It continues its relentless march. Lin Chao felt that his body had healed about 70 to 80%. Given his cellular regeneration rate, he anticipated complete recovery by the time he entered the Abyss Zone number 01. He propped himself up, pulled away several intravenous tubes, and lifted the stark white bedding, permeated with the scent of formaldehyde, addressing Fan Xiangyu. "Bring me my clothes. I am not your servant." Fan Xiangyu protested immediately, yet her body involuntarily rose to retrieve the folded casual shirt and camouflage trousers from the side. As Lin Chao donned his attire, he remarked, "You are certainly not a servant. You are a captive." "You," Fan Xiangyu huffed, stomping her foot in irritation and turning to leave the infirmary. With thoughts lingering on the Earth Dragon crystal within the body of the Earth Dragon beast, Lin Chao, after changing his clothes, promptly made his way to the Research Institute. Gliding through the streets of the base, Lin Chao encountered a number of refugees and soldiers along the way. Upon seeing him, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly flocked towards him, chattering numerous words of gratitude. Lin Chao felt a tinge of embarrassment after managing to appease several groups. He slipped into a military vehicle parked by the roadside. The middle-aged second lieutenant at the driver's seat barely registered his presence before Lin Chao struck him at the back of the head, rendering him unconscious. Lin Chao then unceremoniously tossed him into the passenger seat and sped off towards the Research Institute. Upon arriving at the street outside the institute, Lin Chao noted the scarcity of refugees. Occasionally, patrolling soldiers would pass by. After parking the military vehicle, he alighted and made his way to the entrance of the institute. A few soldiers were stationed in front of the building, and one of them immediately shouted, "Halt! This is the Research Institute. Unauthorized personnel, General Lin." Before the soldier could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by several other soldiers who had also been on duty. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they quickly surrounded Lin Chao with uncontainable joy. "Lin, General Lin?" The soldier who had attempted to stop Lin Chao gaped in astonishment. During Lin Chao's fierce battle against two colossal serpents, he had been tasked with evacuating the refugees and had not witnessed Lin Chao's visage. He was utterly taken aback to find that this remarkably youthful figure before him was indeed the legendary warrior Lin Chao, whose exploits had been the talk of the base for the past few days. Sensing their eagerness to speak, Lin Chao promptly urged, "Make way. I have urgent matters to attend to." "Indeed, General Lin, please." Several soldiers hastily stepped aside, bowing respectfully as they surrounded Lin Chao with utmost reverence. Upon Lin Chao's entrance into the building, the soldiers erupted in exhilarated cheers. "I cannot believe I have encountered the god of war. It feels as though I am in a dream. Ha ha, if Hermatzi knew General Lin was visiting today, he would surely be filled with regret for his frivolous pursuits. The general is truly extraordinary. You should have seen him soaring through the sky with that massive serpent. He looked nothing short of divine." "Uft, who claims I didn't see? I stood right there the entire time. Spare me your bravado, with your timid heart." Upon entering the Research Institute, Lin Chao approached the reception desk. Just as he was about to state his purpose, the young lady at the front desk suddenly rose. her face a canvas of disbelief as she gazed at him. General Lin, is it truly you? Ah, let me confirm that I am not imagining things, she exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over. After a brief cough, Lin Chao replied, I wish to meet the director. Could you kindly arrange an appointment for me? To meet the director? Absolutely. I will notify him immediately. He will certainly make time for you. The young lady, bursting with enthusiasm, hurriedly set about making the arrangements. Moments later, she placed down the communicator, her face aglow with joy as she turned to Lin Chao. General Lin, the director is on the top floor and has said you may see him at any time. I can escort you upstairs. Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink as she spoke. Lin Chao nodded appreciatively. Thank you very much. No need for thanks. It is my duty, she replied, her face still tinged with color. Lin Chao cast a glance at her and said nothing further. Once they entered the elevator, they swiftly ascended to the top floor. As the doors opened, a slender, aged figure emerged into view. It was none other than the esteemed director of the Research Institute, Guo Qianhua. Lin Chao was taken aback, surprised that he would personally come to greet him, and promptly said, Greetings, Director Guo. With a beaming smile, Guo Qianhua warmly grasped Lin Chao's hand, exclaiming, You've recovered so quickly? Remarkable resilience indeed. Ever since you proposed the theory of evolutionary energy, I've been eager to meet you. During the establishment of the base, I didn't have the chance to converse with you, but now we can finally engage in a thorough discussion. Haha. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Chao articulated his purpose for the visit, stating, Director Guo, I am here primarily to examine the corpses of the two large snakes. Guo Qianhua replied with a chuckle. No need to be so formal. Just call me Old Guo from now on. You wish to see their remains? Certainly, follow me. The laboratory was vast, filled with an array of sophisticated instruments and virtual screens displaying data. Amongst these, several colossal test tubes containing a greenish liquid housed slices of snake flesh, along with snake eyes and cores. These creatures have been dissected for research purposes, Guo Qianhua explained as he guided Lin Chao through the lab. Within them, I discovered a peculiar dark silver substance. After investigation, it was found to harbor certain viruses. However, their state is quite unusual, far from being aggressive. They are entirely different from the viruses found in decaying corpses. Lin Chao was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the genetic energy within these two colossal serpents would possess such remarkable quality, all at the dark silver level. The efficacy of genetic energy refined to this extent far surpassed that of white genetic energy. Administering it, Guo Qianhua exclaimed in astonishment. But this is a virus. If humans consume it, wouldn't they risk infection? Lin Chao casually replied, It is sufficient for the evolved beings to take it. Guo Qianhua lowered his head in contemplation, his expression serious and focused. After a moment, he shook his head, saying, It remains too perilous. Although evolved beings are not fearful of viruses, should the virus enter the bloodstream or the brain, there is still over an 80% chance of succumbing to decay. Lin Chao felt a spark of inspiration and smiled. If you are uncertain, how about I give it a try? No way. Guo Qianhua rejected without a moment's hesitation, but then felt his refusal sounded overly stern. His expression softened a bit as he forced a wry smile. I understand that your constitution is significantly stronger than that of an ordinary evolved being, but this experiment is far too dangerous. I would prefer to test it on other organisms first. After all, this is a matter of life and death, and your status is not that of an ordinary evolved being. If something were to go awry, it would be a loss for all of humanity, and I do not wish to bear the burden of having harmed a great figure of humanity. Lin Chao smiled wryly to himself. After all, this was dark silver-level genetic energy, an extravagant waste if allocated to experiments on other beings. He immediately stated, There's no need for such complications. I have previously consumed tap water contaminated with viruses and emerged unscathed. Allow me to attempt this. Scientific advancements require sacrifices, do they not? Guo Qianhua paused, momentarily taken aback. The final words resonated deeply within him, and he regarded Lin Chao with a complex expression, saying, What if something goes awry? Would you not regret it? Lin Chao shook his head. Guo Qianhua scrutinized him for a moment, sighed heavily, and remarked, I feel quite ashamed. Here I am, half a body already resting in a coffin, yet I lack the courage of a young man such as yourself. Though we dwell in a dark epoch, given your current status and accomplishments, your future is undoubtedly secure, replete with endless wealth and honor. The fact that you can relinquish these prospects and offer yourself for the sake of science is truly commendable. Lin Chao felt somewhat embarrassed and replied, It is not as grand as you say. I merely— You need not be modest. Guo Qianhua interjected earnestly, his demeanor serious. Why not abandon the military and join the research institute? I will immediately appoint you as the vice president. The vice president's position wields real power, unlike the honorary title, which is merely symbolic. Guo Qianhua regarded him solemnly, asking, Are you truly willing to do this? Lin Chao nodded vigorously. Very well. Guo Qianhua contemplated for a moment and said, I will first procure the necessary materials. Should you experience any discomfort, you must inform me at once. Lin Chao nodded in agreement. Upon encountering Lin Chao, the three individuals displayed a hint of perplexity and displeasure. Who was this young man that could gain entry into such a prestigious laboratory, seemingly escorted by Director Guo himself? Noticing their failure to recognize Lin Chao, Guo Qianhua promptly introduced, This is the legendary war god, Lin Chao, our esteemed honorary vice president at the Research Institute. Lin Chao, these three are my most capable aides. The trio's eyes widened in astonishment as they gazed at Lin Chao, one of them exclaiming, You are the Director Lin who discovered the evolutionary energy? Director Lin? Lin Chao touched his nose and replied, Ah, greetings, esteemed seniors. Remarkably youthful indeed. Another exclaimed, Director Lin, please recount how you came upon the evolutionary energy. It is simply extraordinary, akin to Newton's discovery of universal gravitation. It is infuriating. I devoted my days to researching evolutionary energy, analyzing every datum. Yet I failed to conduct a live experiment. Had I done so, this monumental discovery would have been mine. The diminutive elder lamented, striking his chest in regret. Guo Qianhua, somewhat exasperated, remarked, What nonsense are you spouting? Conducting live experiments is not as simple as you make it sound. Chuckling, Guo Qianhua continued, Such is fate. Cease your lamentations. I summoned you here to prepare the 2 clusters of dark silver flesh from within the great serpent. Director Lin intends to personally ingest them to test their properties. At this revelation, the 3 elders stared at Lin Chao in disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. Director Lin, you wish to conduct the experiment personally? But the flesh contains viruses. Director Lin, has the primary function of this not yet been analyzed? Would it not be too perilous to recklessly conduct human experiments? Lin Chao responded with a smile, I have made my decision. There is no need for further persuasion. The 3 individuals exchanged glances, ultimately gazing at Lin Chao with admiration. The diminutive elder remarked, Truly a genius of Newtonian caliber. Your unwavering dedication to scientific exploration is commendable. Old Chao respects you. The other 2 nodded in wholehearted agreement, their faces reflecting genuine admiration for Lin Chao. Guo Qianhua waved his hand, saying, Hurry and get to work. Stop flattering here. Remember to adjust the 3 measurements. Progressing in a gradual manner, the 3 smiled at Lin Chao before taking their leave. Under Guo Qianhua's guidance, Lin Chao continued his tour of the laboratory, encountering other researchers along the way. Each time Guo Qianhua introduced Lin Chao, excitement surged among them. Although they were engrossed in their experiments and had never seen Lin Chao's visage, the name war god Lin Chao resonated profoundly with them. I have already handed over the scales of the 2 colossal serpents to the weapons department. They are preparing to develop new weaponry utilizing these scales. Furthermore, I have instructed them to prioritize the crafting of a set of serpent scale armor for you. Guo Qianhua smiled. Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Director. This is what you rightfully deserve. Guo Qianhua chuckled lightly. It should be ready soon. The entire body of the great serpent is a treasure. Its flesh and blood harbor a plethora of viruses, which can be harvested to nourish decaying corpses, allowing ordinary corpses to evolve into special ones, subsequently vanquishing them to extract the evolutionary energy within. Moreover, the skeletal structure within it can be ground into a fine powder, and through its chemical interactions with other elements, a paralyzing powder can be concocted. Additionally, its blood and tendons. Lin Chao listened intently, when suddenly a golden light caught his eye. On an experimental table lay a crystal, roughly the size of a fist, radiant and resplendent like a jewel, its golden hue captivating. Guo Qianhua noticed Lin Chao's gaze and, following it, exclaimed with a smile, This is what we found inside the large serpent you dispatched. It's unclear how such a magnificent gem ended up in its belly. This gemstone is truly unprecedented, and upon research, we discovered its structure to be remarkably unique. Its hardness is comparable to that of a diamond, yet it softens under high temperatures, a truly astonishing phenomenon. Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Earth Dragon crystal within the Earth Dragon beast would be misinterpreted by Dean Gua as a gem it had ingested. However, considering that the Earth Dragon beast is a newly mutated species, it made sense that the extraction of the Earth Dragon crystal from its body had taken considerable time to be recognized by humankind. Initially, no one knew, nor could they fathom that something as hard as a diamond could be born from flesh and blood. Just then, the three elderly men approached, carrying the prepared genetic energy. The three portions weighed 20 g, 30 g, and 50 g respectively. The diminutive elder handed the dark silver genetic energy to Lin Chao, saying, "Why not try the first portion? Given your physique, it should not induce any severe side effects." Lin Chao nodded, seizing the first slice of dark silver genetic energy. He chewed once and swallowed it without hesitation. Observing Lin Chao's decisive actions, the others were left in utter astonishment. Typically, one would feel a sense of trepidation and anxiety when conducting experiments. Yet, Lin Chao approached this unknown substance as if it were mere sustenance. Adjusting his schedule, he resolved to retire earlier to ensure he could update his findings promptly. Chapter 85, 29 times on the brink of transformation. Gua Qianhua was the first to regain his composure, hastily urging, "Quick, take a seat in the biological chair. I must examine your bodily data." Lin Chao was pulled into a sleek black chair, a colossal experimental apparatus adorned with numerous sensory bands that would convert his bodily responses into clear data. Blood pressure data, heart rate. We must draw blood for analysis to check for any infections. Gua Qianhua and three esteemed professors immediately busied themselves measuring various aspects of Lin Chao's physical condition. The diminutive elder known as Old Chao activated the screen beside the biological chair, his weathered fingers dancing across the interface with the finesse of a virtuoso pianist. Inputting a series of commands. In no time, a humanoid virtual figure materialized on the screen, spinning continuously as a plethora of data emerged alongside it: muscle fiber hardness, explosive strength calculations, bone density, and a comprehensive assessment of physical constitution. 26 times? Old Chao suddenly shouted, retreating a few steps as if he had witnessed something terrifying on the screen. Rubbing his eyes, he approached the data for a closer examination. Confirming there were no calculation errors, he turned to Lin Chao in astonishment, exclaiming, "Your physical constitution is 26 times that of an average human?" Lin Chao, with no intention of concealing the truth, nodded in affirmation. Gua Qianhua and Old Chao exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. Old Chao smiled wryly, stating, "This is truly frightening. To reach such a level, how much evolutionary energy would one need?" Currently, among the few selected divine potential individuals at the base, nearly half of the resources have been expended on training, and their physiques barely reach around 15 times. It's simply incomparable. Gua Qianhua chuckled softly, remarking, "No wonder you aren't afraid of this virus. With such a physique, it would likely take several kilograms of the virus entering your bloodstream to infect you." At that moment, the test results arrived. Another elder suddenly exclaimed, capturing the attention of the group of scientific enthusiasts. "Not infected? My heavens! Have these viruses been eradicated by his body's antitoxin system?" Seeing that Lin Chao was not infected, Gua Qianhua breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze revealing a flicker of excitement. "How about trying 30 grams this time?" Lin Chao, feeling like a test subject under their eager stares, managed a slight smile before decisively consuming the 30 grams. The elderly scientists immediately focused intently on the data displayed on the screen, preparing for another round of blood tests. "Goodness, look at this." Suddenly, Old Chao's body trembled. His eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed excitedly at a piece of data, exclaiming, "The bone density has increased by several percentage points, and the muscle fibers are also enhancing. This substance truly has the potential to strengthen the human body." Gua Qianhua and the others, witnessing the gradual changes in the data, displayed expressions of shock. After a brief moment, Gua Qianhua regained his composure and eagerly inquired, "What are the test results? Is there any infection?" The elderly man responsible for the testing, visibly tense, conducted his examination with great urgency. Moments later, he suddenly shouted, startling his companions, his face alight with ecstatic joy, proclaiming, "There is no infection, absolutely none. Not a single side effect." Lin Chao chuckled, "Is that so?" He swiftly reached for the remaining 50 grams and consumed it eagerly, chewing and swallowing. The elderly men stared in disbelief, and Gua Qianhua playfully scolded, "You cunning little rascal. Rest assured, you were the first to discover this." This remarkable achievement will be attributed to your name. Moreover, you are the one who defeated these two large serpents, and all the residual dark silver flesh within them will belong to you. I can arrange for the military to hunt other mutated beasts. He recalled, not long ago, during the dissection of other mutated creatures, we also found similar flesh, albeit in different colors. Most were white, with a few being green, yet their composition was largely similar, and the effect should be alike as well. Old Chao nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. And I suspect that the viruses contained within these two clusters of dark silver flesh are exceedingly potent. Only someone with Director Lin's extraordinary constitution could absorb them. For an ordinary evolutionist, the risk of infection would likely remain. Indeed, how enviable. Director Lin has once again made a significant discovery, contributing to humanity's progress as much as the discovery of evolutionary energy. What do you think we should call this remarkable find? We can't simply refer to it as enhanced flesh, can we?" Upon hearing this, several individuals turned their gazes toward Lin Chao. Guo Qianhua chuckled and said, "Since it is your discovery, what do you propose we name it?" Lin Chao pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us call it genetic energy." "Excellent choice. We have evolutionary energy and now genetic energy. I shall delve deeper into this." Exploring the various implications of genetic energy, Old Chao immediately clapped in agreement. Lin Chao, indifferent to such superficial titles, suddenly felt a surge of inspiration and smiled. "Director, don't you think I deserve some form of reward?" Guo Qianhua couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, you cheeky fellow, already asking for a reward. Speak up, what do you desire? If it's a title you seek, the next step up is honorary director. However, if you join our research institute, I could promptly offer you the position of deputy director. What do you say?" Yes, join us." Others chimed in. "Director Lin, we share such a connection. You should become a part of our team. Our research institute is far superior to the military, without the need to fight for survival on the front lines. Director Lin, I have a granddaughter, aged 18. One day, I shall introduce her to you. But let us be honest, your granddaughter resembles you too closely, bearing an air of melancholy that hardly seems appealing. However, I have a niece, whose beauty is striking. As you can see from this photograph. Director Lin, please take a look." "Enough of this nonsense," Guo Qianhua chided, playfully shoving them aside before turning to Lin Chao. "Now, tell me, what is it that you desire?" "Well, I too have a granddaughter, who is 18 this year," Lin Chao replied, rubbing his nose. "I collect shiny objects. I have quite an affinity for things that glisten." "Special abilities, you say? How fascinating," Guo Qianhua remarked, nodding slightly. He refrained from probing further, aware that delving deeper would lead to sensitive topics. Furthermore, with the recent surge in the number of evolved individuals, each possessing a myriad of peculiar abilities, Lin Chao's explanation held a degree of credibility. After a leisurely conversation, Lin Chao took his leave. Upon exiting the research institute, he noticed the military vehicle still parked at the entrance, where the unconscious lieutenant remained slumbering in the passenger seat. Lin Chao promptly entered the vehicle and, from an angle obscured from satellite surveillance, discreetly stowed away the acquired Earth Dragon crystal and a fist-sized mass of dark silver genetic energy into a dimensional space. Having consumed a significant portion of the Black Serpent's genetic energy, Lin Chao's physical capabilities had surged from a multiplier of 26 to 29. With his cells reaching saturation once again, he estimated that his limit for initial evolution was approximately 30 times, which would equate to thrice that of an ordinary evolved individual. Upon reaching a tenfold physical capacity, special evolvers undergo a second evolution, while ordinary evolvers, devoid of unique abilities, experience their second evolution upon attaining a fivefold capacity, indicative of their limited potential. Each individual is permitted to evolve a maximum of 7 times. After the 7th evolution, they reach the ultimate limit of human cellular capacity, rendering any further enhancements futile, regardless of any substances consumed. This constitutes the immutable law of evolution. Remarkably, Lin Chao's initial evolutionary threshold surpasses that of ordinary evolvers who have undergone 3 transformations. Chapter 86. The fairy tale of the apocalypse. Lin Chao refrained from immediately consuming the genetic energy of the Earth Dragon beast, anticipating that this evolution would generate significant commotion. In order to avoid drawing excessive attention, he resolved to wait until he had departed the base, seizing an opportunity to partake in the wilderness. It was time to make his exit. The sound of a rumbling exhaust resonated as a green military vehicle sped forward, halting abruptly at the curb before Lin Chao. A figure leapt from the driver's seat. It was Chu Shana. He approached the rear compartment, grasping an object that caused his muscles to bulge and veins to protrude from his neck. His smile appeared strained as he labored to maneuver this item towards Lin Chao. It was the ancient weapon Ming. Once Lin Chao casually accepted the Ming, Chu Shanha exhaled in relief, his breath escaping in a hasty sigh as he gasped, "Next time. Don't let it slip away again." You have no idea. It took the combined strength of 7 or 8 combat-oriented evolvers to extract it. Lin Chao gazed at him with a peculiar expression and remarked, "Have you not joined the god-making program? How come your physique is still so lacking?" Chu Shanha's lips twitched slightly as he shook his head and sighed. "Do not even mention it. Joining the god-making program requires having something implanted into one's body, and the mere thought of it makes me feel nauseous. Although I may appear obedient, I am, in truth, rather indolent. Back when I was a rookie, I was notorious for being a troublemaker in my squad. I have no desire to become some divine general. That would be no different from being a robot." Speaking of robots, it seems that the madmen in the weapons department are planning to manufacture some humanoid machines to deploy in frontline combat. I've heard they possess formidable lethality. Lin Chao smiled faintly. At present, the Yanwang base has yet to gain control over even the first relic and still relies on the technology of the bygone era. The humanoid machines they create are nothing more than pseudo-intelligent, programmed combat machines with combat capabilities akin to a tenfold evolved human, of little use, indeed. "I am about to leave," Lin Chao said, patting him on the shoulder with a light chuckle. "I entrust my sister to your care. Do not let me down." Chu Shanha was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "You are leaving? Where are you going? What sudden impulse has prompted this decision, and for how long will you be gone?" "Ah, I see. No problem. Rest assured, I will ensure your sister is well fed and healthy," he said with a grin, thumping his chest. Lin Chao could not help but envision a plump version of Lin Xiu, shaking his head to dispel the thought. He slung his long gun over his back and said, "Please extend my regards to the commander." "A trivial matter," Chu Shanha replied, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. "But you, do take care out there." Lin Chao waved goodbye and then arrived at the rendezvous point by the base's wall. Besides Fan Xiangyu and He Yue, Yu Qian was also present. "Are you coming along?" Lin Chao raised an eyebrow slightly. This time, he intended to bring only Fan Xiangyu and He Yue. Fan Xiangyu was his personal possession and would naturally accompany him. Moreover, she was a corpse controller, and without his restraint, she could cause quite a stir. As for He Yue, her unique abilities would be advantageous for this trip, so she too was essential. Yu Qian's abilities, though peculiar, were survival-oriented, making his presence a matter of indifference. Nonetheless, Yu Qian maintained his playful demeanor and exclaimed, "I've decided to stick with you, boss. Wherever you go, I shall follow, so please take me along." Fan Xiangyu crossed her arms and retorted sharply, "Don't make it sound so pleasant. I see you're just afraid of being left alone at the base, worried that one day you might be assigned to the front lines. And that's why you want to cling to us for protection." Yu Qian fumed, "You're slandering me." Fan Xiangyu smirked, "Don't worry, considering your pitiful state. I shall offer you a modicum of protection, but you better behave." Yu Qian beamed, "I promise to be obedient." He Yue rubbed her forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. "Xiao Qiao." Upon seeing Lin Chao, Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. Her feet sparkled with a hint of electricity, and in an instant, she dashed to Lin Chao and his companions, panting as she exclaimed, finally caught up. "Xiao Qiao, how could you think of leaving without a word? That is utterly unreasonable." Lin Chao found himself at a loss for words. His inability to bid farewell compelled him to consider leaving without saying goodbye, yet he could not escape the situation. "Why can't you take me with you?" Lin Xiu tugged at Lin Chao's clothing, glaring at him with indignation, while a glimmer of tears welled in her eyes. With a gentle sigh, Lin Chao caressed her silky hair and replied, "The destination this time is far too perilous. I cannot ensure your safety." "Where are you going?" Lin Xiu's heart skipped a beat as she fixed her gaze upon him. Yu Qian, equally startled, looked at Lin Chao with trepidation. Lin Chao spoke softly. "It is called the Abyss Zone. The creatures inhabiting that area are exponentially more formidable than those in other provinces. The colossal serpent that invaded our base will be a common sight there, and even more powerful monsters lurk within." Lin Xiu's complexion paled as she exclaimed, "Why venture to such a dangerous place? No, I must accompany you. If you perceive me as a burden, simply place me in the dimensional space. I promise I will be obedient." A flicker of emotion stirred within Lin Chao as he gently shook his head, saying, "If I were to perish, the dimensional space cannot be accessed from within, You would be sacrificing yourself in vain. Lin Chao clutched his clothing tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks as she implored. If you die, what meaning does my life hold? You are all that I have. If you were to die, I would never choose to live on alone. Lin Chao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively questioning, why? Why? Lin Chao looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears, her voice choked with emotion as she replied. Because you are my only family. Lin Chao felt a slight tremor in his heart. Born into the apocalypse, he had no recollection of his parents and, naturally, no siblings. The notion of familial bonds held far less value in the desolation of the world than a piece of black bread or a dry biscuit. He had witnessed countless survivors resorting to cannibalism, exchanging their young as mere commodities for food. Familial affection resembled a fairy tale amidst the ruins, a slow-acting poison. Once one is lured by its allure and yearns for it, they soon realize they have plunged into an abyss from which there is no return. Was this the familial love that existed solely in the bygone era? Suddenly, Lin Chao perceived that some fairy tales might not be entirely fictitious, for they had indeed existed once and thus had been passed down through generations. Glancing down at the sorrowful girl, tears streaming down her cheeks, he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her, perhaps as a gesture of beauty amidst the chaos. This afternoon, upon waking, the internet had been down. After inquiring via phone, he learned that the recent thunderstorms had caused disruptions. He made 3 calls throughout the afternoon, only to be told that repairs were underway and the connection would be restored by nightfall. Old Gu waited and waited, only to find that by 9 o'clock, no one was answering the call. Understanding the truth, tears streamed down his face as he rushed to an internet CF to upload his work. Thankfully, he had managed to write it out in the afternoon. Tomorrow was Monday, and if the internet returned, he would unleash a torrent of updates. He humbly requested a recommendation vote. By the way, today, Sanjiang had a major promotional push. If anyone has the time, please help cast your votes for Sanjiang. Chapter 87. The Escalation of Calamity. Lin Chao gently embraced her, whispering, if you follow me, you may die in vain. Do you not regret it? Of course. Lin Chao clutched his clothing tightly, her youthful voice brimming with determination. Lin Chao gazed at her cheek, his expression gradually softening as he gently said, if that is the case, let us embark together. Really? Lin Chao exclaimed with overwhelming joy, lifting her head, tears still clinging to her lashes. Unable to conceal the elation on her face, Lin Chao tenderly caressed her hair, nodding slowly yet resolutely. Wonderful, wonderful. Lin Chao cried tears of joy, leaping and dancing in the snow, as if the path ahead led not to an abyss, but to paradise. Where are you going? Fan Xiangyu suddenly interjected, her slender fingers gripping a collar. Everyone turned to see Yu Qian cautiously attempting to slip away, only to be caught by the back of his collar by Fan Xiangyu. He froze for a moment before awkwardly chuckling. I just remembered that I haven't washed the clothes I changed out of yesterday. So I want to be joining you. Yu Qian stumbled and fell into the snow, looking up in confusion and asking, what whereabouts? I seem to have a hearing problem and didn't catch what you were saying. I think my memory is failing me too. Oh, white? Bang. Fan Xiangyu stepped on his face, fuming. Where are you looking? With her foot on his face, Yu Qian managed to squeeze out a sound. Spare me, spare me. At the general headquarters, Commander Su abruptly stood from his chair, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Shana, exclaiming, what did you say? He has left the base? Why? Where is he going? How perplexing. Commander Su slammed the table, leaving a faint imprint of his palm. His face was a mask of fury as he exclaimed, do you comprehend the peril outside? According to recent investigations by the Research Institute, the viruses within these decaying corpses are undergoing a gradual transformation. Are you aware of the implications? Chu Shanha was taken aback, asking, the viruses are changing? Commander Su took a deep breath and replied, based on the data simulations from the Research Institute, it won't be long before these corpses and monsters evolve once more. Moreover, given the rapid proliferation of this virus, such evolution will occur multiple times. This signifies that these corpses and monsters will undergo a second, third, and even more transformations. Just the second transformation alone could endow some enhanced corpses with the intelligence of human children. Do you grasp what this entails? Intelligence? Chu Shana gasped, realizing the catastrophic nature of the news. Commander Su maintained a stern expression and continued, once they possess intelligence, they will establish their own domains. No longer scattered like mere sand, but united as a collective. Most significantly, they will be able to absorb our technological advancements. This implies that even if we control the energy for evolution, we will still face the looming threat of extinction. Chu Shanhe was momentarily stunned, his mind blank from the weight of this terrifying revelation. Do you understand why we initiated the God-making project? Commander Su fixed his gaze on him, his voice filled with anger. The purpose of cultivating these divine generals, using concentrated resources, is to decapitate. Only by eliminating the leader-level entities among these corpses can we dismantle them at the least cost. At this moment, what we require are formidable warriors akin to General Lin. However, you have allowed him to depart from the base. Commander Su gazed at him, unable to suppress a sigh, and remarked, though that may be true, his unique ability is flight. Whether for reconnaissance or ambush, it is an exceptional skill. With his assistance, many plans could come to fruition. Do you have any knowledge of his whereabouts? Chu Shanhe shook his head, replying, I did not inquire. Puff. This ancient sword, which she had selected from the national treasury, weighed 108 pounds and was said to have been excavated from a tomb dating back to the Northern Zhou period. The craftsmanship and materials of this blade far exceed those of contemporary cold weapons. Though it may not rival Lin Chao's ancient spear, Ming, it certainly qualifies as a formidable weapon. Upon hearing the word rest, Yu Qian immediately shook off his despondency and raised his hand in cheer. Fan Xiangyu cast him a sidelong glance, saying, What are you shouting for? Go find something to eat. Yu Qian instantly fell silent, being led by her to scour the various shops along the street in search of food. Meanwhile, Lin Chao accompanied Lin Xiyu and He Yue to an uninhabited residential building by the roadside, swiftly clearing out the decaying corpses within. He then drew the curtains and ignited several beds to prepare a meal. Lin Chao planned to consume his meal before beginning to ingest the genetic energy of the Earth Dragon Beast for his second transformation. Yu Qian set down the assorted food he carried on his back, rubbed his shoulders, and lamented to Lin Chao, Boss, look at how she bullies me, making me carry everything alone. Fan Xiangyu lifted the hem of her skirt, elegantly seating herself by the fire like a noble lady, and said with a sense of leisure, Who instructed me to be a lady? Yu Qian nearly coughed up blood and remarked, A lady? You? Fan Xiangyu cast a seemingly casual sidelong glance at him, the implication in her gaze instantly causing Yu Qian to halt his words. He Yue meticulously rinsed the rice with pristine water, placing it into the original rice cooker pot of the room after it was thoroughly cleaned. He then set the pot directly onto the fire to cook. Meanwhile, Lin Chao pried open various cans of fish and meat, pouring their contents into the rice to simmer together. Lin Xiyu, left with nothing to do, rested her chin on her delicate hand, watching the two engage in playful banter. In the serene night, with the warmth of the fire, everything appeared remarkably beautiful. Once Lin Chao's specially crafted fish and meat rice was cooked, the group began to feast heartily. Boss, you've been awarded the honorary title of general by the base. Why do you still insist on risking your life out here? Can't we avoid that wretched place? Just look at how wonderful life is. Why dwell on negativity? Yu Qian mumbled through mouthfuls of fragrant rice, attempting to persuade Lin Chao. He knew that Lin Chao was unlikely to heed his words, so he merely offered this symbolic suggestion without harboring much hope. Lin Chao's expression remained indifferent. Attaining the esteemed title from the Yanhuang base was one of his objectives for this trip. It was akin to possessing a VIP gold card, allowing him unfettered access to the ruins controlled by the Yanhuang base when they began to emerge in abundance. It is essential to recognize that the functions of these relics vary significantly. For instance, the A-grade material moon gold in his possession is something that modern smelting technology cannot refine. It can only be forged in the weapon furnaces found within certain relics, which are under the control of various bases. Some bases may allow public access to less valuable relics, albeit at a steep price, while the more significant relics are accessible solely to the internal members of the bases. For Lin Chao, possessing such a pass is sufficient. However, if he chooses to reside further within the base, he will inevitably be assigned to a position of power. This would effectively bind him to the base, entangling him in power struggles, resource conflicts, and the myriad whirlwinds of rivalry between bases, ultimately squandering precious time. Time is life. In this world of calamity, pausing one's journey invites relentless pursuit by monstrous entities. Only through constant surpassing and advancement can one hope to survive. Power and wealth serve as forms of soft power in this apocalyptic era. With a stroke of fortune, one may live a life of peace. Conversely, misfortune can render one powerless in the face of insurmountable forces, rendering all aspirations futile. This mirrors the plight of many leaders from the bygone era, who, despite their high status and authority, found themselves utterly helpless in the face of disaster, indistinguishable from an ordinary individual. Observing Yu Qian, Lin Chao felt a sudden impulse and said, "Extend your hand." Yu Qian was taken aback and replied, "Boss, what are you doing? It's not appropriate for men to engage in such exchanges. I was merely speaking casually. You may as well pretend you didn't hear." Lin Chao swiftly drew a line with his nail, cutting open Yu Qian's arm to collect a drop of blood. Moments later, the evolutionary tree condensed his abilities into a genetic point, storing it in the evolutionary repository, and transmitted the function of this genetic point through the nervous system to Lin Chao's brain. Adaptation. Lin Chao could not help but be taken aback. The unique ability of Yu Qian was surprisingly termed adaptation. This ability was something Lin Chao had never encountered in his previous life. However, the absence of knowledge does not equate to non-existence. It was certain that individuals possessing this ability were exceedingly rare. Closing his eyes, Lin Chao quickly grasped the general function of this ability through the information contained within the genetic point. He abruptly opened his eyes, his face displaying a hint of astonishment. What's wrong? Yu Qian was startled. He Yue, Fan Xiangyu, and Lin Shiyu all turned to look at Lin Chao, as they had never witnessed the usually composed Lin Chao exhibit such a significant reaction. Lin Chao observed Yu Qian, noting the cautious expression on the young man's face, which seemed incongruous with such an ability. A peculiar smile and wry amusement crossed Lin Chao's face. It was almost surreal that such a bizarre ability would manifest in someone so fearful of death and so cynical. One must admit, sometimes fate can be surprisingly benevolent. The adaptation ability is a passive one, not particularly complex, encapsulated succinctly in the archaic phrase, "Grow stronger when faced with strength, grow weaker when faced with weakness." The essence of this passive ability is to rapidly acclimate to one's surroundings, and with each evolution, the speed of adaptation increases. It is no wonder that when Yu Qian was dormant within the belly of the red serpent, he neither suffocated nor decayed. It was precisely due to this adaptation. However, these are merely the fundamentals. The true terror of this ability lies in its capacity to grow stronger when faced with formidable opponents. This implies that as long as Yu Qian consistently battles individuals who surpass him in strength, he will continually elevate his prowess. Should a global battle ranking emerge, he could ascend through the ranks without relying on genes, skills, or any such factors, directly seizing the coveted top position. This ability is nearly on par with the enhancement of Black Moon. Lin Chao, observing Yu Qian, contemplated for a moment before articulating his own ability. Upon finishing Lin Chao's overview, a profound silence enveloped the gathering by the fire. After a brief pause, Yu Qian was the first to respond. Gazing at Lin Chao with incredulity, saying, "I may not be well educated, but do not deceive me." Lin Chao cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Realizing that Lin Chao's character would not permit such meaningless deception, Yu Qian's excitement surged, and he exclaimed, "I knew it. With my striking looks, how could my innate talent be anything but extraordinary? Haha. The ability to grow stronger in the face of adversity is a trait reserved for protagonists in novels and martial arts tales. Haha." Seeing his triumphant demeanor, Fan Xiangyu felt a twinge of annoyance and retorted, "Stop flaunting it. Haven't you heard? Your ability falters against the weak. I dare say you will never become strong in this lifetime. Furthermore, despite your formidable ability, you are currently far too weak. It would be a trivial matter for others to eliminate you. A single bullet could easily end your life. Will the bullet grant you time to adapt?" Humph. Upon hearing her abrupt remarks, Yu Qian instantly became more alert, casting a pitiful glance at Lin Chao as he lamented, "So, does this mean my ability holds little significance? The enemy certainly won't grant me much time to adapt." Lin Chao shook his head, replying, "It's difficult to say. This ability can be deemed the most formidable, yet also the most feeble." Fan Xiangyu interjected with a playful smile, "Did you hear that? It might even be the weakest." Yu Qian wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. Immediately losing his vigor, Lin Chao rolled his eyes in exasperation, thinking how unaware he was of his own fortune. After their meal, He took charge of clearing the dishes. Lin Chao retrieved the gene energy from the earth dragon beast, a dark silver mass resembling jelly, devoid of any gruesome appearance. Instead, it emanated a faint silver luminescence from within its flesh. At first glance and touch, one would never suspect it to be a mass of organic material. Just as Lin Chao was about to consume it, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to call He Yu over. Upon seeing the dark silver gene energy in his hand, Heiyu expressed her astonishment, asking, "What is this?" "It is the gene energy from that large serpent," Lin Chao replied, casting a glance at her. "How proficient are you in utilizing your abilities?" Upon hearing this, Heiyu sighed and responded, "It's merely adequate. My ability is enhancement. While it can significantly amplify my physical attributes, the energy consumption at the cellular level is quite severe, making it unsustainable for long." Lin Chao understood that she had not yet fully mastered the ability of enhancement. She promptly stated, "Your power is quite similar to Yu Qian's. It is an exceptionally formidable ability. Therefore, maintaining this power will consume a significant amount of cellular energy. As your physical constitution strengthens and the energy stored within your cells increases, the duration of your ability will also improve." An exceptionally formidable ability? Heiyu was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glimmering with anticipation as she gazed at Lin Chao. "Is that true?" Lin Chao smiled and remarked, "You probably haven't attempted to use your ability on others yet, have you?" Heiyu paused, astonished as she replied, "Can it really be used on others?" "Of course," Lin Chao affirmed with a smile. "Not only can you enhance the physical constitution of others, but you can also amplify various elements, such as evolutionary energy and genetic energy. Why not try enhancing this genetic energy in my hand?" Heiyu looked at the dark silver energy in Lin Chao's hand and hesitated, asking, "Is it really possible?" "Indeed," Lin Chao replied with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing this, Heiyu felt a surge of assurance. She squared her shoulders and reached out to touch the genetic energy, saying, "I will give it a try." With that, she closed her eyes. Lin Chao waited quietly. The true terror of the enhancement ability lies in its capacity not only to strengthen oneself, but also to augment others, and even any object. For instance, with Heiyu's enhancement, the lethality of her ancient blade would surge dramatically. It is precisely due to this ability that Lin Chao chose to bring her out of the base. Although enhancing her current physique would prove to be quite strenuous for him, he intended to elevate her physical condition to more than tenfold before entering the Abyss Zone No. 01, facilitating a second evolution. Consequently, the efficacy of her powers would be significantly augmented, providing him with substantial assistance. Moments later, dark silver genetic energy revealed black streaks coursing through it, which rapidly submerged into her flesh, vanishing from sight. Heiyu opened her eyes, displaying a hint of fatigue. Yet her excitement was unmistakable as she inquired, "Did we succeed?" Lin Chao took a bite of the genetic energy, nodding affirmatively. "Indeed, the essence has been enhanced by a factor of 2. This cluster is equivalent to 2 of the original." Heiyu exclaimed in delight, her delicate face flushed with exhilaration, a light sheen of perspiration causing her hair to cling to her cheeks. In the dim glow of the firelight, she radiated an alluring beauty. Today, the internet connection will remain down, and lamenting the hassle of troubleshooting the lines is truly disheartening. I brave the torrential rain to upload at the internet CAF, promising to unleash a flurry of updates as soon as the connection is restored. If there are no updates before 5 p.m., it simply means we are still offline. I humbly request a recommendation and a collection, along with a click for members. Chapter 88. Evolution, Domain of the Divine. The genetic energy, smooth as sheep's fat, bore no trace of blood but instead exuded a rich aroma reminiscent of fruit wine, with silvery strands of light shimmering like threads of life undergoing evolution. Lin Chao cradled it in his hands, savoring it as one would a ripe fruit, consuming it in mere bites. The genetic energy, upon entering the gastrointestinal tract, is swiftly decomposed and digested under the corrosive influence of gastric acid. The filamentous substances transform into the purest essence of life energy, coursing through the blood vessels and networks, spreading like a spider's web to every corner of the body, adhering to all flesh and bone. Lin Chao's cells lie dormant, akin to silent gunpowder. While this genetic energy resembles a flickering candle flame, when the two collide, an intense impact ensues, evolution and metamorphosis. A surge of extreme heat suddenly erupts from within, akin to a volcano bursting forth from the depths of the stomach, a torrid torrent engulfing the entire body, fervently incinerating and cleansing all blood vessels, bones, and meridians. As if a mighty wave were sifting through sand. Under the purifying heat, it appears that an invisible layer of dust has been washed away from his bones, gradually revealing a radiant, pure white glow, reminiscent of exquisitely crafted porcelain. The density and purity of his bones have significantly enhanced, while the hue of his blood deepens, taking on a magnificent dark crimson shade. Lin Chao sits upon the ground, his skin ablaze with a fiery red hue, exuding copious amounts of heat from his pores, reminiscent of an ancient mythological figure engaged in Taoist cultivation. Lin Chao feels his body on the verge of collapse, as if swarms of tiny insects are crawling within, tearing him apart into fragments. The excruciating pain incessantly stimulates his brain, pricking his nerves like the sharpest needle. Had it not been for his previous trials of willpower, he would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. He had evolved before, but never had it been so excruciating. He wonders if it is the consequence of being a multiple evolver. As he endured his suffering, an overwhelming influx of information suddenly surged into his mind. This deluge swiftly drowned the signals of pain, permeating every cell in his left hemisphere. In an instant, dormant brain cells were reawakened, racing to process the influx, and systematically arranging the chaotic biological signals. Light, speed. Lin Chao found himself momentarily lost in thought. Through the feedback from these biological signals, he came to a profound understanding of his two primary abilities for the first time. What is light? To be precise, what is illumination? Previously, Lin Chao could only rudimentarily manipulate light. His so-called invisibility was merely a trivial optical trick, unworthy of mention, for light encompasses a vast array of functions. Now, having evolved from a base F level to an E level enhancer, Lin Chao's mastery of his abilities had reached an unprecedented level of comprehension, something no medical practice could ever achieve. Although doctors could operate using ultraviolet instruments, they pale in comparison to a light enhancer. Every ray of light becomes my eyes, capable of precision down to each individual cell. Lin Chao's eyes gleamed with brilliance. Moreover, I can also wield gamma rays. With their extraordinary penetrating power, should I attach them to the tip of a firearm in battle, I could still pierce through formidable creatures like the Earth Dragon Beast with a single shot. Mastering gamma rays, Lin Chao's weapon could be deemed indomitable. Moreover, through the infinite refraction of light, Lin Chao is capable of perceiving anything within the realm of his illumination. Even if obstructed, every ray transforms into a mirror, refracting and reflecting from myriad angles, rendering all things visible, including what lies behind him. His vision is an uninterrupted 360 degrees. This extraordinary ability, which Lin Chao dubs the domain of God, encompasses an area of approximately 300 meters. Within this domain, anything he wishes to observe cannot escape his scrutiny. He perceives all. This power, a byproduct of light, serves as a formidable auxiliary skill. Whether in close combat or group skirmishes, it proves immensely beneficial while also enabling reconnaissance of enemy positions. Marking it as a potent scouting ability, Lin Chao is filled with anticipation, having attained ultraviolet and gamma rays with his second evolution. He wonders what marvels the third evolution will bestow upon him. Beyond the manipulation of light, his capacity for speed enhancement also offers profound insights. This augmentation is not confined to merely amplifying his physical form. Although he cannot reinforce others like Black Moon's enhancement, he can significantly increase his own attack speed and the rate of recovery from injuries, as well as the activity of his cells. Every organ within his system can experience this acceleration. However, this does not imply that combat-oriented abilities become weak in later stages. In truth, a combat specialist with exceptional skills remains a fearsome adversary. The challenge lies in mastering those combat techniques, a task as daunting as scaling a mountain. Lin Chao sensed the formidable power coursing through his body, estimating his physical prowess to be approximately 34 times that of an ordinary individual. This enhanced genetic energy had quintupled his physical condition. To achieve such an effect with the evolutionary energy found in special corpses or even ordinary white genetic energy, one would require at least 1,000 pounds, a feat only barely attainable. Fresh from his evolution, Lin Chao's spirit was in a state of exhilaration, rendering him unable to sleep for the time being. With a sudden inspiration, he manipulated the light to perform infinite refractions, activating the domain of the divine. As it was night, the dim light constrained the realm to roughly 100 meters, yet every image within this perimeter unfolded before his gaze. His retina functioned like an expansive surveillance room, reflecting the scenes from every angle. Had it not been for the enhancement of his brain, the sheer volume of information would have been enough to induce collapse. Suddenly, while immersed in this extraordinary experience, Lin Chao's eyes narrowed. He noticed 3 shadowy figures huddled together on the lawn some 10 meters below, cautiously making their way toward the residential building. With such proximity, his acute hearing and sense of smell could not have failed to detect them. Voting method for Sanjiang. Navigate to the homepage of the starting point and click on the two characters Sanjiang located beneath the login section. This will lead you to the Sanjiang Pavilion page. On the right side, beneath the words Sanjiang Grand Promotion, you will find a red text labeled Claim Sanjiang Ticket. After clicking to claim, scroll down the page and click to cast your vote. Chapter 89. Intent to kill at this moment, through the divine realm. 3 shadowy figures were observed entering the corridor of a residential building. What caught Lin Chao's attention was that their footsteps had not been muffled in any way. However, upon contact with the ground, they emitted no sound, as if their sound waves had vanished into thin air. It appeared that one among these 3 was an evolved being capable of sound manipulation. Yet, mere sound control was insufficient. Their scent was equally absent. Were it not for the divine realm, Lin Chao would have been oblivious to their presence, even if they stood right outside his door. Unless, among them, there was not only a sound-manipulating evolved being, but also one adept at concealing their aura, though the likelihood of such a scenario seemed exceedingly low. Utilizing the dim light at the corridor's entrance, Lin Chao regarded them with a detached expression. The leader was a middle-aged man with a face adorned with stubble, shouldering a large, pitch-black travel bag, which appeared somewhat deflated and lacking in supplies. Following him was a scholarly young man in his 20s, carrying nothing, indicating that his status among the trio was likely superior to that of the middle-aged man. Lastly, there was a sensually dressed young woman, her expression one of feigned delicacy, who clung to the arm of the scholarly youth, seemingly seeking comfort in his presence. In this light, the relationship among the 3 individuals becomes abundantly clear. The scholarly young man assumes the role of leader, the middle-aged man merely serves as a pawn in his company, and the young girl is either the young man's girlfriend or a fleeting companion encountered by chance. Devoid of auditory perception, Lin Chao is unable to discern their physical conditions through the cadence of their heartbeats or pulses. However, based on his observations thus far, it appears that only the scholarly young man possesses evolutionary capabilities, likely of a counter-surveillance nature, with the discernible traits being sound suppression and the concealment of presence. Within a brief span of observation, Lin Chao has already formulated a preliminary analysis of the trio in his mind. At that moment, he noticed the scholarly young man utter a few words to the middle-aged man. Although the sounds were inaudible, Lin Chao recognized through lip reading that he instructed him to lead the way upstairs for a closer inspection. The middle-aged man hesitated momentarily, but ultimately retrieved a flashlight from the side pocket of his travel bag, illuminating the stairs as he ascended with caution. Upon encountering the grotesque corpses that Lin Chao and He Yu had casually dispatched in the dimly lit corridor, he was startled, nearly exclaiming in shock. Anyone confronted with such a sight in a pitch-black corridor would surely be struck with terror. The young girl, pale as a ghost, clutched the scholarly young man's arm tightly. In contrast, the young man remained composed, seemingly anticipating the presence of the decaying bodies, and calmly instructed the middle-aged man to continue ascending. Before long, the trio arrived on the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor comprises merely 2 rooms, 201 and 202, where Lin Chao and his companions reside in room 201. The door to room 202 stands ajar, its valuable resources having been completely pillaged by Lin Chao. The trio first ventured into the open room 202, but after a thorough inspection, they found nothing of use. The middle-aged man muttered a few curses, preparing to ascend to the 3rd floor. Suddenly, the scholarly young man halted, his nostrils flaring as his gaze fell upon the door of room 201. A hint of coldness crept into his expression as he declared, "There are people inside. I can smell rice. Tell them to open the door." The middle-aged man was taken aback, but his eyes soon sparkled with excitement as he began to pound on the door. Startled by the sudden knocking, Yu Qian, who was warming himself by the fire, jumped in fright and stammered, Who is it?" His inquiry was directed not at those outside, but rather at Lin Chao. As an evolved being, he would have sensed footsteps if there were indeed individuals outside. If not, then Lin Chao glanced at his pale face and replied indifferently, "It is a few survivors. Go open the door and let them leave. Not ghosts." Yu Qian looked at him with suspicion and asked, "If they are survivors, how come there is no sound at all? Don't deceive me. I really haven't read much." Fan Xiongyu kicked him, exclaiming, "Stop your incessant chatter. Just go." Feeling wronged, Yu Qian replied, "I'll go, but there is no need to be so fierce." Noticing Fan Xiongyu preparing to throw a punch, he hurriedly made his way to the door, peering through the peephole to confirm the presence of a living face. He finally exhaled in relief and opened the door. Upon seeing Yu Qian opening the door, the middle-aged man displayed a flicker of joy on his face, yet instinctively maintained a watchful demeanor, casting his gaze behind him. To his surprise, he beheld Heiyue and Fan Xiangyu warming themselves by the fire in the living room, along with Lin Xiu, who was nearly dozing off on the sofa. Apart from Lin Xiu, who appeared merely 7 or 8 years old, both Fan Xiangyu and Heiyue were youthful maidens, their beauty, skin, and grace all of the highest caliber, evoking a spark of desire in the middle-aged man's eyes. Upon confirming that 3 survivors stood outside, Yu Qian's courage surged, and he impatiently declared, "What are you staring at? My boss has ordered you to leave this place." With that, he intended to shut the door. The middle-aged man, quick-witted and nimble, seized the door, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Young man," he said, "there's no need for such anger. We have provisions and mean you no harm. Let us rest here for one night, and we shall depart by morning. Please." Suddenly, taking advantage of Yu Qian's momentary distraction, the middle-aged man forcefully pushed the door open and squeezed his way inside, followed closely by the scholarly-looking youth and the young girl behind him. Upon seeing Heiyue and Fan Xiangyu in the room, the scholarly youth momentarily froze, his eyes gleaming with a hint of fascination. Yu Qian, feeling a surge of irritation, exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man patted his shoulder, chuckling, "Just for one night. Don't be so stingy. We are all unfortunate souls. Why make things difficult for one another?" "Indeed, handsome. Just let us stay for a night," the young girl chimed in, playfully tugging at Yu Qian's arm with a sweet tone. Flushed with embarrassment, Yu Qian found himself at a loss for how to respond. The scholarly youth strode past him as if entering his own abode. With a gentle smile, he approached the fire, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Chao before disregarding him entirely. He settled down beside Heiyue, his countenance adorned with a warm expression as he spoke. "I apologize for the intrusion. We shall stay for but one night. I hope you can accommodate us." Heiyue's expression turned somewhat sour. She believed in the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Unsure of how to proceed, she turned her gaze toward Lin Chao. The scholarly youth noticed this and followed her line of sight, slightly furrowing his brow as a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes, yet his smile remained intact. "So, you must be the leader of this group, handsome. We shall only stay for one night. Rest assured, we will not require your provisions." Lin Chao regarded him with an indifferent gaze and uttered a single word, "Leave." The scholarly youth paused, his expression darkening slightly. "My friend, we are all wayfarers in distress. Your response seems rather ungracious, does it not?" Lin Chao appeared to ignore his words, softly stating, "Kill." His demeanor was devoid of emotion, as if he merely mentioned an inconsequential matter, without any justification. At that moment, Fan Xiangyu's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Yes." Heiyue's eyes flickered with conflict. She wished to inquire of Lin Chao's reasoning, but ultimately drew her weapon first. Upon seeing the firearm in her hand, the scholarly youth's expression shifted dramatically as he instantly recognized that these individuals were not mere ordinary survivors. A bead of cold sweat formed on his brow. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities that set him apart from common folk, he understood all too well that in the face of a handgun, any chance of resistance was utterly futile. "Wait, please, don't shoot," he stammered, a tinge of panic creeping into his thoughts. "I'll leave right now." With that, he swiftly rose from the still warm sofa and retreated towards the door. Yu Qian regarded him with an expression of exasperation, remarking, "I told you to leave. You insisted on causing trouble. Hurry up, or you truly want to be able to escape." The middle-aged man and the young girl, terrified by the gun in Heiyu's hand, barely registered his words as they gradually backed away, exiting the room. Lin Chao furrowed his brow, gesturing to open a dimensional space, summoning forth the golden canine within. After devouring the corpse of the red serpent, the golden dog had matured into its juvenile phase. Its size now comparable to that of an adult Tibetan mastiff, its golden fur impeccably groomed, resembling a majestic golden lion at first glance. Upon seeing Lin Chao, the golden dog expressed its excitement, extending its tongue to lick his palm and obediently sitting beside him, exhaling warm breaths. Lin Chao whispered a few words into its ear, then gently patted its head, instructing, "Go." The golden dog grinned, as if displaying a smile, and then stood up, its eyes gleaming with ferocity as it fixated on the doorway. With a few agile leaps, it bounded to the entrance and, propping itself up with its front paws, skillfully unlatched the door, exiting the room. "Hey you, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "Are you sending it to pursue those 3 individuals?" Lin Chao said indifferently, "If they are tired of living, I do not mind sending them on their way. The network will arrive tonight, and tomorrow there will be an explosive event at the 3rd watch. We are merely 40 tickets away from rising from 3rd to 1st, just 40 tickets. Brothers, are there still 40 valiant warriors willing to join the fray and help us reclaim the throne?" Additionally, the Sanjiang tickets can be cast just like the recommendation votes, daily. To those who have already voted today, do not forget to cast your votes again tomorrow.